Chapter 1. Oh my goodness. Simons was instantly seized by the impulse to cover his face with his hands. His only hope now was that this elderly wizard before him could resolve the troubles at hand otherwise. His fate seemed rather bleak. Who are you? And what brings you to my home at this hour? Old Green evidently recognized the unusual attire of the intruder, which spared the old wizard from being immediately regarded as a thief. Perhaps due to his status as a professor, Fools Lomberton was an exceedingly loquacious elder. He employed an unknown method that surprisingly compelled his obstinate father to listen to the complete account of the unfolding situation. Observing the stunned expressions of his family, Simons had already surmised the impending consequences. When Fools Lomberton mentioned that Simons was a wizard, fear and anger flickered in the eyes of the Green family. Mrs. Green seemed on the verge of scream, only to be silently restrained. Ordinary folk often harbor a profound dread of the mysterious, especially in this extreme era where wizards were almost equated with demons. My goodness, you should be bound to a pyre and burn alive, Mrs. Green mumbled under her breath, casting a sorrowful yet furious gaze at Simons, as if he were an evil spirit possessing her son's body. Old Green's complexion turned ashen, his gaze fixated on the oil lamp atop the table, as if contemplating whether to hurl it at the self-proclaimed wizard and incinerate this malevolent figure seeking to corrupt his son. Eldest brother Common gripped a wooden stick tightly, his knuckles whitening, seemingly awaiting his father's command to strike down the wicked wizard intent on luring their unfortunate Simons. Simons had witnessed his family's reactions throughout, ultimately surrendering the notion of persuading them. He turned his gaze towards Fools Lomberton, displaying a thoroughly helpless expression. Very well, I had anticipated this outcome, Fools Lomberton murmured, having encountered similar situations with other students more than once. Merely escaping unscathed was a stroke of luck. At this juncture, only two outcomes were conceivable. The aged wizard waved his wand, and a misty vapor erupted from its tip, causing Simon's family to collapse to the ground, plunged into a deep slumber. The sleeping spell. Simons had guessed the name of the incantation, yet his face remained marked by astonishment as he rushed to his mother, ensuring her safety before he heaved a sigh of relief. "Child, what is your choice?" inquired the old wizard. Simons turned to Fools Lomberton and replied softly, "You have witnessed my family's reaction. They are vehemently opposed to wizards. While I yearn to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, my family would never permit such a thing. I have encountered this scenario numerous times. Most muggles harbor both awe and hostility toward wizards. Nevertheless, the decision ultimately lies with you." Fools Lomberton consoled him, appearing as a kind elder observing Simons closely. "I wish to attend school." Simons hesitated before revealing a look of disappointment. "But I have no money to pay for tuition. My family will not cover these expenses." This was the predicament Simons faced, voicing his concerns. "If I go to Hogwarts, I may lose my family forever." "Fear not, as long as you agree. Every matter can be resolved," Fools reassured him, patting Simons on the shoulder. "Now, you must make a choice. If you opt to become a wizard, your family may cease to accept you. However, do not fret. Once you reach adulthood, you may choose to reintegrate into this family. Until then, I shall ensure your family temporarily forgets all memories of you. I do not know if I can survive after leaving this home. Aside from some carpentry skills and recognizing a few words, I possess no other abilities," Simons lamented, expressing his apprehension for the future. "If I wait a few more years, I might secure a decent job in shipbuilding. Do not worry about tuition. Hogwarts provides assistance for impoverished students like yourself. However, it may only be possible to utilize second-hand items." Fool's tone brightened. It was evident that the young lad was eager to attend Hogwarts, and more importantly, he exhibited a strong sense of agency and had contemplated numerous matters. An encouraging sign. "I am willing, Professor, but what should I do? What will happen to my parents? Once we depart, your family will awaken, but they will temporarily forget all about you. As I mentioned earlier, you can return after graduation to lift the memory charm, and your family will remember you once more." "Where are we going?" Simons inquired. "To Hogwarts," Fools replied with satisfaction. "How shall we get there? What about my belongings?" Simons internally struggled to suppress his urge to scoff. He was well aware of the destination, but did he not need to visit Diagon Alley first? What would become of his clothes, wand, and the myriad items listed in his acceptance letter? I suggest you pack your belongings now, and then we shall set off for Hogwarts. Simons regarded the old wizard with skepticism. After witnessing the levitating cup moments ago, he no longer doubted the man's authenticity. In a flurry, he hastily gathered his belongings, and moments later, Simons descended the stairs with a patched-up satchel in hand. "Come here, child, remember to hold tightly to my hand," the old wizard muttered. "It may feel a bit uncomfortable at first." Simons placed his hand on Lombardin's wrist, and together they vanished with a disapparition. Moments later, the Green family emerged groggily from the effects of the sleeping spell, bewildered as to how they had fallen asleep at the dining table. However, Mr. and Mrs. Green had forgotten all about their youngest son, for their animosity towards wizards had caused them to temporarily lose their child, erasing all traces of Simon's existence from their memories. Unless someone were to lift the enchantment, the Green family would never again recall having a son named Simons. Chapter 3. Assistance from Hogwarts? Believe me, you would not want to know what it feels like to be squeezed out of a rubber tube. Having just experienced it firsthand, Simon still felt dizzy, and an overwhelming urge to vomit surged within him. It was nothing short of miraculous that he had not suffocated during the disapparition. "Child, are you all right?" Professor Fools inquired, clearly aware of Simon's current condition. "Not at all. Professor, I thought I was going to suffocate," Simons exclaimed, abruptly turning his head and squatting down to expel a mouthful of bile onto the ground. Lamenting, this mode of travel is unbearable. He was forced to breathe in the frigid air, desperately suppressing the rising nausea, while tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Experiencing disapparition for the first time can lead to various discomforts. "I apologize, child, we are pressed for time, so we had to resort to this method of travel." Fools regarded the boy with pity, observing the anxiety and apprehension displayed by one who had just left home. Though he had seen this child before, he could not help but view him as a perceptive companion, ever vigilant and observant of his surroundings from the moment he appeared. This is the outskirts of Hogwarts. Your caution is warranted. The Forbidden Forest is perilous. Although we have driven the werewolves and forest creatures deep into the woods, we cannot guarantee they will not suddenly appear. Follow me, we shall head to Hogsmeade to meet the others, and then together we will cross the lake to Hogwarts Castle. While somewhat surprised by Simon's maturity and peculiar behaviors, Fools attributed these reactions to the anxiety and unease of a child leaving home, recognizing that each individual expresses their feelings in distinct ways. "Good heavens, I hope I am not the last one to arrive, otherwise that old Coot Jaralas will surely launch into another tirade," Fools muttered to himself, striding with a vigor that belied his age, leading Simons swiftly along the stone path to Hogsmeade. If Simons did not quicken his pace, he would struggle to keep up with the old wizard's strides. Upon traversing the stone path, the pair eventually halted at a dilapidated dock, where several children of similar age had gathered, supervised by a young wizard. "Professor Fools, is this the last Muggle student? It seems there are quite a few Muggle students this year." The young wizard appraised Simons from head to toe before gesturing toward a nearby wooden chest. "Child, go over there and choose a suitable robe to wear. Regrettably, you're the last one. The selection of old robes is quite limited." Simon's gaze fell upon the open wooden chest and then swept over the 9 other freshmen nearby, each in a situation akin to his own. He approached to select a robe for himself. The chest was filled with second-hand garments, each adorned with varying degrees of patches. Despite the chill in the air, he bore no disdain, as he was accustomed to wearing his elder brother's tattered clothes at home. However, among the newcomers, there were 2 donned in brand-new robes, undoubtedly hailing from affluent Muggle families. "Which one should I choose?" Simon mused silently, scanning the 9 robes before selecting the one that seemed most fitting and draping it over his shoulders. According to the young wizard, he was the last to choose, leaving 8 old robes remaining in the chest, which implied that 6 Muggle-born children had opted not to attend Hogwarts. "Children, once you have made your selection, proceed to choose a wand." The young wizard gestured towards another chest nearby, reminding them, "Pick one that feels right to you. If it seems unsuitable, feel free to exchange it. Fortunately, you have ample choices." After trying several options, Simon settled on a wand with a compatibility rating of only 42%, yet it was the one that resonated with him the most. He was grateful for the intelligent system in his mind, as otherwise he would have been at a loss regarding which wand to select. "Seems like luck is on your side," the young wizard remarked, observing Simon's lack of negative reactions when he wielded the wand, viewing him as a fortunate child. Some freshmen, however, were indiscriminately grabbing wands without much thought. "You may refer to me as Professor Nock. I am responsible for teaching you herbology." Nock continued in a relatively friendly tone. "In addition to the robes and wands, you will also randomly receive an old robe, 2 quills, 2 bottles of ink, and a small stack of low-quality parchment. This is the extent of assistance Hogwarts can provide you. Of course, your meals during your time at the school will be complimentary." Indeed, Hogwarts was not a charitable institution, and providing the most basic support was commendable in itself. Before Nock could finish his statement, he added, "The wands you have now are merely temporary. You may later seek a wand maker to acquire a new one. I hope you will leave your old wands behind for the new students who find themselves in similar circumstances and are in need of assistance." At that moment, Simon caught sight of a plump boy holding a brand new wand, who wore a look of disdain. Indeed, to those of wealth, Nock's words seemed somewhat ludicrous. "Once Professor Rosiel arrives to join us, we will cross the lake to Hogwarts. Afterward, you must first undergo the sorting ceremony to determine your respective houses and strive for the glory of your house." Nock continued, outlining what they needed to be aware of. "During the crossing, place your luggage there. The house elves will return your belongings to your respective rooms after the sorting is complete." Simon took a moment to observe the 9 Muggle-born companions beside him, 3 girls and 6 boys, making a total of 10, including Simon. All wore expressions of anxiety. Among them, a few with thinner clothing had red cheeks from the cold, likely having waited here for some time. Next to them, Professor Nock had kindled a small fire for warmth and illumination. Without hesitation, Simon approached to warm himself by the fire. He understood the importance of familiarizing himself with his peers and maintaining a friendly demeanor to avoid isolation. Living alone at Hogwarts could prove challenging, especially considering that pure-blood wizards often look down upon their Muggle counterparts. "I heard from that professor that you were the last to arrive. By the way, my name is George Lawrence." A rather robust boy initiated conversation with Simon, expressing a hint of sympathy. "Your luck seems rather unfortunate. All the good items have been taken." "No, I consider myself quite fortunate to discover my uniqueness and to have the opportunity to attend Hogwarts," Simon replied, shaking his head, as he was not particularly concerned about such matters. Just as they were beginning to converse further, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and at the forefront was presumably Professor Geraldes Rosiel, leading 12 freshmen clad in new robes, likely the progeny of wizards. "Old friend, how have you been?" Rosiel embraced first, his words laced with rare humor. "I've heard things are not looking too good on the Muggle side. Did they once again chase you away with sticks like last time? Such incidents occur every year, don't they?" First smiled and winked at Rosiel, gesturing towards the students behind him. "As you know, not all Muggles accept the existence of wizards. It is fortunate that more than half were able to come." "Filthy mudbloods," an unharmonious voice suddenly interjected, and a pale-faced boy shrank back under Rosiel's glare. "All right, everyone, prepare to cross the river. Group yourselves in 3s or 4s and begin boarding the boat." Nock raised his hand, pointing toward the small boats at the wooden dock. Simon boarded the boat alongside George Lawrence, and with them was a slightly plump boy named Voter Taylor, who appeared to be acquainted with George, reportedly hailing from merchant family, one of the wealthy individuals among them. Simon harbored a disdain for Vot Taylor, for the affluent often looked down upon the less fortunate, treating them with a lack of humanity, a sentiment not uncommon. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that this chubby fellow was ostracized by others. "Without oars, how shall we cross the river? Shall we paddle with our hands?" Taylor's voice, heavy with sarcasm, reverberated, even as he deliberately lowered his tone. Yet, those nearby could not help but overhear. It baffled Simon how this rotund individual could possess such an air of superiority. Was it a habit formed from years of commanding others? He muttered to himself, keen to distance himself from such folly. Once everyone had boarded the vessel, Professor Nock raised the oil lamp in his hand and proclaimed loudly, "Let us cross." The boat began to glide forward effortlessly, requiring no one to row. The chubby man was taken aback, clutching the edge of the small boat, appearing quite flustered. Undoubtedly. Rowing was unnecessary. Taylor's earlier remark had rendered him a mere fool in the eyes of all, though no one seemed to care. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon the looming castle, Hogwarts shimmering in the night, its brilliance strikingly apparent against the darkened sky. Lawrence animatedly engaged in conversation, while Simon, watching the castle draw nearer, felt a flicker of anticipation for the new life that awaited him. "Duck down," Professor Knox shouted emphatically. Without hesitation, Simon lowered his head as they traversed the bridge pillars, steering towards the magnificent castle. Moments later, the group disembarked onto the shore, where they beheld a woman clad in a purple robe, her expression somber, waiting for their approach before the oak door. Hogwarts is not an orphanage. One might question if such institutions existed in that era. Chapter 4. The unexpected sorting first-year students, Professor Prince. Knock announced. "Thank you, Clayton. I shall take it from here." Professor Prince addressed all the first-year students, "Follow me." With that, she turned and proceeded into the castle. The vastness of Hogwarts Castle was astonishing. Despite Simon having learned of it from novels, witnessing it firsthand was still a source of wonder. The foyer was ample enough to house the entirety of the Green family's residence, with sturdy marble walls ablaze with flickering torches, their flames imbued with magic. A few minutes deeper into the castle, they ascended a lavish marble staircase, arriving at an empty chamber. Professor Prince halted, turning to the new students. "Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast will commence shortly, but before that, you must ascertain your respective houses. The sorting is a significant ceremony, for during your time here, your house will serve as your home within Hogwarts. You will attend classes with fellow housemates, reside in the house dormitories, and spend leisure time in the house common room." Her demeanor was grave, effectively instilling a sense of awe among the younger students, silencing any whispers. The 4 houses are named Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts its own illustrious history, having nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. Your commendable achievements will earn points for your house, while any infractions will result in deductions. At the year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house you're assigned to, you will bring glory to it. After imparting this essential information, Professor Prince stated, "Once preparations are complete, I shall return for you." Before departing, she added, "Please maintain silence while you wait." Prior to the commencement of the school year, a professor would typically convey this information to the newcomers, albeit in varying manners, yet the essence remained consistent, marking it as a necessary procedure. Once Professor Prince exited the empty room, it erupted into a cacophony of voices, as everyone eagerly discussed the sorting. Simon did not find joy in knowing what was to come. Would the sorting hat be capable of peering into others' thoughts? He harbored a desire for his secrets to remain concealed, though he was aware of the low probability, still around 40. According to the system's calculations, Simon had the highest likelihood of being sorted into Ravenclaw, at 60, with Gryffindor and Hufflepuff at 35 and 48 respectively, while Slytherin held a 0 chance. As they did not accept Muggle students, even if they did, Simon would not be admitted. Simon harbored aspirations of joining Ravenclaw, drawn by the allure of its private library, where he believed ample assistance awaited him. Since the moment he came to terms with his identity as a wizard, he had begun to chart the course of his future. To his right sat a plump boy, muttering some incantation, when suddenly, from the wall emerged a squat figure with a broad face, large mouth, and round, gleaming eyes. Seizing the boy by the ear, the creature screeched, "I've got your ear. I've got your ear. Let go, let go." The boy shrieked in distress. But his cries fell on deaf ears, as none dared to intervene. After tormenting the chubby lad, the creature floated triumphantly into the air, casting a condescending gaze upon the newcomers. Simon recognized him without a doubt. It was Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist. Peeves delighted in the disarray of students, prompting Simon to resolve to keep his distance from him in the future. In addition to the unfortunate boy, Peeves engaged in a game with torches above the heads of the first years, deftly tossing them against the walls. A series of acrobatic feats forced the newcomers to retreat in trepidation, fearing that a torch might plummet upon them at any moment. Their concerns proved valid, as Peeves ultimately hurled a torch into the air, inadvertently igniting the robes of a Muggle-born wizard. In a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames, the wizard hastily removed his cloak, waving it vigorously, while Peeves cackled with delight until Professor Flitwick appeared to restore order. "Now, line up and follow me," Professor Flitwick commanded, not sparing a glance for the first years as he ushered them from the room and through a side door into the entrance hall. The dining hall presented a scene entirely different from Simon's expectations, resembling a place of opulence befitting a grander era. Students from the 4 houses were gathered around their respective long tables, and above the hall, hundreds of torches floated, casting a brilliant glow throughout the space. Indeed, they were torches, not the candles described in the Harry Potter books. It seemed this time had yet to embrace candles. Or perhaps their cost was deemed too extravagant to justify their use. Even if beeswax existed, it was in scant supply. Nevertheless, the spectacle of countless torches hovering above was truly magnificent, compelling even Simon to marvel at the sight. The long tables were adorned with gleaming gold platters and goblets, while an additional table at the head of the hall was reserved for the faculty. Professor Flitwick positioned the first years in the center of the hall, where whispers of astonishment regarding the number of newcomers circulated among the crowd. Flickering flames illuminated hundreds of faces, while ghosts mingled among the students, resembling pale lanterns flickering with dim silver light. Simon gazed upward, captivated by the twinkling starlight that adorned the dark ceiling like a delicate veil, making it difficult to believe that a roof lay above him rather than the open sky. Even though he was already aware of this, he couldn't help but marvel at the enchantment of Hogwarts. Retrieving his gaze, he looked towards the staff table where the headmaster, Professor Fordusk, sat, a rotund, red-nosed elder with a tuft of beard. People of this era did not pay much attention to hygiene, and Simon vowed never to grow a beard himself. He knew too well that the beards of sailors were filthy, and it had taken him considerable courage to decide to assist at the tavern. Professor Prinz gently placed a small stool before the first-year students, upon which he set a tattered, well-worn, and exceedingly dirty pointed wizard's hat. Simon couldn't help but furrow his brow upon seeing it. That was the Sorting Hat. Simon remained acutely vigilant. The restaurant was enveloped in silence, and after a brief moment, the Sorting Hat began to stir, opening its mouth to sing a melody, presumably introducing the 4 houses of Hogwarts to the newcomers. The song was rather extraordinary. The contemplative Sorting Hat had ample time each year to ponder new lyrics, which perhaps was one of its delights. Following the conclusion of the Hat's song, the sorting commenced, with 6 students standing before Simon. The first student, named Jameson Macmillan, born of pureblood wizards, was greeted with the Sorting Hat's immediate proclamation of Slytherin as soon as he donned it. A jubilant cheer erupted from the far right, the table of Slytherin, as they welcomed the boy named Jameson Macmillan into their midst. Simon recognized that this individual was the one who had proclaimed the mudblood slur. The second student, named Sagbok, was also a pureblood wizard, and he too was sorted into Slytherin. The haughty manner in which he walked amused Simon. It seemed that some descendants of pureblood wizards took pride in being placed in Slytherin. The third student, V.O.T. Taylor, shared the same boat as Simon. This portly little merchant, appearing rather disheveled, elicited a wave of snickers upon his entrance, ultimately finding his place in Hufflepuff. The fourth student, a chubby boy bullied by Peeves, was named Hastur Roll, and he was also sorted into Hufflepuff. The fifth student, Ralston Porter, sparked in Simon a sense of novelty akin to encountering an ancestor of Harry, a feeling that was undeniably peculiar. Without a doubt, Porter was sorted into Gryffindor, as his entire family belonged to that house. The sixth student, clad in tattered robes, was a bright-eyed, slender girl who found her place in Ravenclaw. Her name seemed to be Jessie Paves. Following her was Simon Green. Upon Professor Prince calling his name, his body quivered slightly, he took a deep breath and approached the stool. After placing the pointed wizard hat upon his head, he murmured to himself, "Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw." A faint voice echoed in his mind. "Very wise, very brave. Both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor suit you. However, since you wish." The Sorting Hat did not finish its thought before declaring, "Gryffindor." Simon's expression froze, a look of astonishment overtaking him. According to the system's probabilities, he was destined for Ravenclaw, not for Gryffindor, the least favored of the 3 houses. As he removed the hat, it echoed once more, declaring that Gryffindor would undoubtedly lead him to glory. Truth be told, Simon felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the hat away and stomp on it, yet he restrained himself, carefully placing the hat back on the chair. He then proceeded toward the right side, where the applause resounded, walking to Gryffindor, situated right next to Slytherin. Simon noticed Porter scrutinizing him, and as he approached, a Muggle-born wizard stood up to shake his hand, welcoming him to Gryffindor. The designation of Muggle-born was evident simply from the attire of the individual. In the 5th chapter, entitled The Gossipy Upperclassman, Simon's impression of the wizarding world in Britain was akin to that of a quaint village. The number of wizards was exceedingly sparse during this era. It was commendable for the wizard population in England to surpass 3,000. The enrollment figures for the new students were revealing. Merely 22 had arrived. And if we exclude the Muggle-born wizards, there were only 12. Although the descendants of wizards outnumbered those of Muggles, there remained lamentably few, even when including the Muggle-born wizards. The overall count was disheartening, especially considering 6 Muggle children had not come to Hogwarts, yielding a total of 28 students at most. How many students were there in Hogwarts? One could surmise without calculation that Hogwarts boasted approximately 180 to over 200 students. This figure was indeed astonishing, especially when juxtaposed with the current population of Britain, which was far less than during the Harry Potter era. A gap of 3 centuries is no trifling matter. The sorting ceremony was completed in a matter of moments. Most individuals discerned their houses upon donning the sorting hat, with the process rarely exceeding 10 seconds. Gryffindor received 5 new students, 2 Muggle-born and 3 pureblood wizards. Apart from Potter, there was the red-haired Weasley and another student whom Simon did not recognize, bearing the surname Pruitt. Among them was a delightful Muggle-born girl named Leah Edwin, whose admission to Gryffindor led Simon to feel a peculiar suspicion that she too had been misled by the sorting hat. Among the 22 students, 6 girls saw 3 placed in Ravenclaw, while each remaining house received 1. Hufflepuff had the largest number, totaling 7 students. There were 2 purebloods. While the rest of the Muggle-borns predominantly found their place in Hufflepuff, Simon's new acquaintance, George Lawrence, had also joined that house. Ravenclaw welcomed 4 students, comprising 3 girls and 1 boy, the latter being Muggle-born, short in stature, yet appearing quite astute, named Handmiller. Finally, Slytherin comprised 6 students, all of whom were descendants of pure-blood wizards. After the sorting concluded, the portly-nosed headmaster delivered a speech, cautioning everyone about the perils of the Forbidden Forest, warning the new students against entering recklessly unless they wished to meet their demise. According to a pure-blood upperclassman, it was said that students perished in the forest almost every couple of years, predominantly Muggle students. Gryffindor's pure-blood wizards seldom referred to Muggle students as mudbloods. Recognizing the derogatory nature of such terminology, young wizards endeavored to restrain themselves, even if they harbored disdain for Muggle-born wizards. Simon heard a soft hum, and he surmised a possibility while being distracted by the principal's speech and the idle chatter of others. As the sole girl among the first-year Gryffindors, Leah Edwin immediately attracted attention. One might wonder what it would be like in a house with only 9 girls. Even as a first-year, hailing from a Muggle family, Leah's presence was unmistakable. Why, you might ask, was Leah Edwin, clad in a pristine robe, still easily recognized? The answer is simple. The wizarding community in Britain is rather small, and the affairs of families are hardly a secret. At the very least, most people possess a vague awareness of one another. Nonetheless, even as a Muggle-born, Leah Edwin remained a focal point of interest. In truth, her beauty was not the sole reason for this attention. Although pure-blood wizards may look down upon those born of Muggle lineage, one must still consider the prospect of marriage. It is essential to recognize that not every wizard has the luxury of marrying a fellow witch, unless one is inclined to pursue a Muggle. Most first-years are eager to cultivate romantic connections. At the very least, they wish to get to know one another in preparation for the future. While it may be unrealistic to expect these children to grasp such nuances, they nonetheless strive to present themselves favorably in the presence of girls. Later, according to revelations from a Muggle-born wizard, it became apparent that the vast majority of girls at Hogwarts were already taken, although the likelihood of their relationships ending was as high as the frequency of changing clothes. After approximately half an hour of speeches, the red-nosed principal finally concluded his address. The notion of brevity and lengthy discussions certainly applied here. Fortunately, Fudgeswick proved to be amiable, allowing time for the evening meal. The banquet was sumptuous. At least in Simon's eyes, it was a feast he had never before experienced since arriving in this world. Though it did not fully align with the descriptions found in Harry's novels, the table was adorned with roast beef, fried pork chops, grilled sausages, mashed potatoes, roasted potato wedges, fried chips, sautéed pea shoots, carrot juice, gravy, pumpkin juice, and an ample supply of white bread. It was rumored that dessert would consist of pumpkin treats and a few candies following the meal. As for the generous supply of white bread, it was due to the limited nature of the food, with each individual receiving only a small portion insufficient to satiate hunger. Thankfully, the bread was not the dry, coarse variety but rather a delightful relief. Simon swiftly and gracefully devoured his meal, his manner of eating surprisingly refined, eliciting mild astonishment from those around him. At the very least, Simon presented himself as a person of good breeding. As the meal drew to a close, under the auspices of Prefect Colin Burstead, 5 first-year Gryffindors began to introduce themselves. Adhering to the principle of ladies first, Leah Edwin was the first to present herself. Hailing from a minor noble family, her father, Sir Edwin, regarded Fools Lombiton as a charlatan and brandished a family heirloom sword, intending to strike him down. Ultimately, when the sword was transformed into a mouse, they had no choice but to accept this reality. Subsequently, Leah Edwin persuaded her family to come to Hogwarts, and Simon suspected that she might have employed magic to alter her family's memories. Simon briefly introduced himself as an apprentice carpenter, garnering little attention, as students born to Muggle families of affluence are not particularly numerous. It is quite simple. The impoverished outnumber the wealthy, and naturally, there are more impoverished Muggle wizards than affluent ones. Ralston Potter, a pure-blood wizard, is well known for this fact. His self-introduction was rather straightforward, concluding with the announcement that upon receiving his acceptance to Hogwarts, his family commissioned a Nimbus broom, which sparked envy among many pure-blood wizards. Numerous individuals speculated that Potter would join the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his second year. Mike Weasley, a somewhat haughty individual, casually shared his circumstances with an air of superiority. The last to speak was Charlie Pruitt, a unique case within the Pruitt family, who himself had not anticipated being sorted into Gryffindor. However, Charlie did not seem to mind this detail. After everyone had shared their stories, Simon was savoring the last morsel of pumpkin pie while listening to a senior he had just met divulge some intriguing secrets. For instance, the tale of Senior Colin Burstead, a dashing young man whose girlfriend is a stunning Ravenclaw. It is said that he is an exceptional chaser, and his team, Gryffindor, won the championship last year, which nearly led to a breakup with his girlfriend. As Simon listened to the Muggle-born wizard ramble on, the senior began to promote his class notes for a nominal fee in Nats. Simon suddenly realized a pressing issue. He had no books at all. Moreover, he was the only one without any. When Simon sought assistance from the senior student Colin, this dashing fellow merely reassured him that there was no need for concern, as the Hogwarts library possessed tomes suitable for every year, but that was the extent of it. Leah Edwin had acquired new books, meticulously hand-copied at great expense, while others possessed volumes passed down through generations, heirlooms from their parents or gifted by older siblings. It seemed that life at Hogwarts was not as splendid as he had imagined. A sense of anxiety crept over Simon regarding his future. He had no money, though he had saved a modest sum of sickles over the years. Muggle currency was utterly useless in the wizarding world. He decided to take life one step at a time. After satisfying his hunger, Simon's thoughts began to wander as he reminisced about events from the Harry Potter novels, completely oblivious to the discussions among the upperclassmen. Perhaps the Room of Requirement could provide some books, but how could he explain their origin? There was no point in considering the Chamber of Secrets. He certainly wasn't a parcel mouth, and besides, there was nothing within but a basilisk. After the feast concluded, Colin led the first years back to Gryffindor Tower. As they passed the entrance to the Room of Requirement on the 8th floor, Simon deliberately slowed his pace to observe the situation. He then followed the others into the Gryffindor Tower, where the guardian was none other than the fat lady. She had been there even in this era, truly a dedicated lady. The password was Pig Snout. Chapter 6. On the strategy for Hogwarts. It was a magical evening, and Simon's life underwent a profound transformation. He vividly recalled the first pivotal moment of his life at the age of 8 when he discovered that he could, through the collection of information, utilize the most intuitive method of probability for judgment, which left him exhilarated, unable to sleep the entire night. Yet, it was also the most disappointing night for Simon. He realized that the world was not as simple as he had imagined. He found himself likely to follow in the footsteps of his current stepfather and become a carpenter. He had entertained various hypothetical professions, a merchant, a doctor, a sailor, or other assorted careers. However, the probability of success was exceedingly slim, with the highest likelihood being that of a merchant, a vocation that would allow him to fully utilize his newfound abilities, yet it only presented a mere 2% chance. Why was that? Simon had once speculated, and ultimately, his conjecture was validated. He was devoid of financial resources, lacking any initial capital, and possessed nothing of substance. One could not rely solely on persuasive rhetoric. Even the combined allure of a protagonist and the charm of naivety would prove futile. In the eyes of the affluent, the impoverished remained perpetually relegated to their status, seen merely as subservient beings, tools for generating wealth, often disregarded to the point of indifference regarding their very existence. This has been a constant throughout the ages, akin to society's habitual neglect of beggars, who were seldom regarded as fellow humans. Subsequently, Simon resolved to become a navigator, seeking to carve his path in commerce through maritime avenues. Undoubtedly, Simon's discernment was astute, as he achieved the highest success rate ever recorded in history. Navigators hold paramount significance for merchants, including nobility, who likewise require the expertise of skilled navigators. While the education of the wealthy often yields proficient navigators, the underlying concerns of finance and safety compel them to seek out trustworthy individuals. Later, Simon sought to distinguish himself as an exceptional navigator through various means. In order to gather valuable intelligence from sailors, he began at Old Tom's Tavern, revealing his literacy to others, and diligently worked to enhance his chances of success. After several years of perseverance, his odds had finally risen to 31. This implied that, with a stroke of good fortune and the opportunity to seize it, he could potentially become an esteemed navigator in a few years, thereby embarking on a commercial journey through maritime trade. However, the present circumstances had shifted dramatically. He could easily aspire to become a wizard. Once transformed into a sorcerer, if he wielded magic judiciously, leading a prosperous life would pose no difficulty, rendering aspirations of navigating or trading trivial. Magic, indeed, is a wondrous gift. Should Fool's Lomberton be a charlatan, devoid of any magical prowess, his fate would be dire. He would likely meet a grim end at the hands of his brother Common, rendered unconscious by a blow, subsequently taken to the church tribunal, and a few days later, condemned to the pyre. Simon's roommates, Porter, Wesley, and Pruitt, all of whom hail from pure-blood wizarding families, exhibited a subtle disdain for Simon, the impoverished Muggleborn. Their attitude was reminiscent of the aversion one might feel upon encountering a beggar. Nevertheless, Simon was entirely indifferent to the opinions of these petty individuals. He carefully tucked away 2 quills and a small stack of coarse parchment, and after a brief wash, changed into his pajamas and retired for the night. On the first day of classes, the schedule comprised only transfiguration and potions, with 2 lessons each in the morning and afternoon, spanning 5 days a week. The curriculum for newcomers was rather limited. Aside from the history of magic, the remaining subjects were quite practical: defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, potions, charms, and herbology. On this inaugural day, Simon awoke early, a habit he had cultivated since arriving in this world. He lingered in the Gryffindor common room for a while before accompanying an upperclassman, who was also Muggle-born, to the Great Hall for breakfast. The moving staircases posed a considerable inconvenience. Those unaccustomed to them often found themselves in predicaments. Simon had just witnessed a hapless Hufflepuff fail to step off the staircase in time, resulting in a rather embarrassing mishap. The upperclassmen seemed disinclined to offer a warning, as many believed it amusing to observe younger students stumble, perhaps reflecting on their own experiences during their first days at Hogwarts. The secrets of Hogwarts were meant to be uncovered through personal exploration, adding to the charm of the experience. Simon discovered an additional advantage of arriving at Hogwarts. The food was abundant and, at the very least, sufficiently nutritious, sparing him from the need to gnaw on stale bread. The students' breakfast consisted of white bread and pumpkin porridge. The only lament was that the bread of this era seemed rather deficient in its fermentation, rendering it somewhat dry, necessitating a pairing with the pumpkin porridge for enhanced enjoyment. For those who rose early, there were occasionally limited quantities of grilled sausages accompanied by spreadable condiments for the bread, available on a first-come, first-served basis. It felt somewhat reminiscent of an advertisement, Simon mused inwardly. The senior student guiding him was among those who had arisen early for the sausage, and there was an unspoken understanding among everyone to refrain from taking more than their fair share, unless one wished to incur the ire of the others. Simon fortuitously became the fortunate owner of the last sausage. While indulging in this delightful treat, he engaged in conversation with the senior, Combs, gathering valuable information for his own benefit. He unearthed a rather concerning issue. Students born of Muggle heritage consistently underperformed academically, lacking access to textbooks. They were compelled to frequent the library, which placed them at a significant disadvantage compared to their pureblood counterparts. This unfortunate beginning set off a chain of events that only exacerbated their plight. Furthermore, they typically relied solely on notes to review what they had learned. If one failed to pay attention in class or neglected to take notes, they were left at a loss, resulting in poor grades and a lack of comprehension. Thus, a vicious cycle ensued, leading to the general mediocrity of most Muggle-born students. While Muggle wizards could indeed wield magic, their spell casting was often lamentably inadequate. Simon borrowed a notebook from Senior Combs, a compilation of notes crafted from linen paper and parchment, reputed to be quite comprehensive among many Muggle wizards. However, upon opening the notebook, Simon was taken aback. The contents were utterly chaotic, rendering comprehension a formidable challenge. Under such circumstances, the prospect of reviewing seemed nearly futile. Fortunately, after acquiring the system, Simon's memory had been notably enhanced, allowing him, with sufficient diligence, to overcome this embarrassment. Senior Combs also broached some matters of concern for Simon, notably the pursuit of wealth. In this era, the value of wizarding currency was exceedingly high. A handwritten book required 12 nuts. The exchange rate between nats and pounds, galleons, remained unspecified by Senior Combs, perhaps due to his lack of funds. A single galleon possessed a terrifying purchasing power, contrasting sharply with the approximate value of 5 pounds during the Harry Potter era. These coins, crafted by goblins, served as the medium of exchange among wizards, impervious to counterfeiting. And goblin-made items always bore unique attributes. Simon speculated that these galleons might even be utilized in spellcasting, akin to notions found in certain fantasy novels. However, Senior Combs did not elucidate how to earn nats, merely indicating that Simon was not yet in a position to participate. He needed to acquire some magical knowledge by the year's end. After finishing breakfast and engaging in lengthy conversation with the senior, Simon belatedly noticed his disheveled roommates, their hair dusted with a layer of white ash, evidently having encountered some misfortune. "This is utterly dreadful. You should have woken us," Weasley reproached Simon, who was leisurely chatting with the senior, as if all of this were Simon's fault. "We just had a bit of a run-in with Peeves," Pruitt lamented, shrugging his shoulders as he settled into a nearby chair to rest. "Is there any food left? I'm famished." "I hope we're not late this morning," Potter interjected, softly reminding the group. Though Professor Barty Crouch is said to be rather even-tempered, leaving a poor impression on the first day is far from ideal. No sooner had he finished speaking than the first bell tolled. "Oh no," Potter exclaimed in despair. The ringing of the bell signified the dwindling time. This era lacked mechanical clocks or pocket watches. Hogwarts employed hourglass clocks, which, to some extent, functioned as timepieces. At each appointed hour, the caretaker, Mr. McGonagall, would sound the bell to alert everyone. "I suggest you grab some bread to eat on the way." Simon kindly pointed to some sliced bread, rising to depart with the linen paper and cardboard in hand. "We still need to find the Transfiguration classroom," Leah suddenly chimed in. "Does anyone know where it is?" "The Transfiguration classroom is on the 2nd floor of Hogwarts. I asked the senior about its exact location earlier, but I recommend we hurry to avoid being late." With that, Simon paid no heed to their chatter and turned towards the Transfiguration classroom. "Thank Merlin, what a reliable companion," Potter mumbled, taking a bite of bread as he trailed behind. Thanks to Simon's prior inquiry about the classroom's location, they encountered no misfortune. As the second bell tolled, the 5 of them stepped into the Transfiguration classroom. However, their Hufflepuff classmates were not so fortunate, arriving collectively late on the first day and receiving a 10-point deduction from Professor Barty Crouch. Chapter 7, The Hatmaker at Times. One must concede that Professor Barty Crouch's Transfiguration lectures were rather tedious. Aside from the initial novelty of transforming a desk into a dog and back, the remainder of the session was filled with monotonous theoretical explanations, outlining several crucial points to remember in the study of Transfiguration. Simon meticulously recorded some significant remarks in his notebook. In the first lesson, Wag Crouch taught them how to transform a twig into a wooden needle, with the incantations and gestures firmly ingrained in his memory. It was as simple as that. After Wag Crouch had reiterated the instructions several times, he began distributing some prepared twigs to the students. Simon was eager to attempt Transfiguration. However, he soon encountered a grave issue. His incantations appeared to be ineffective. No matter how fervently he waved his wand, the branch remained just that, a mere branch, rendering him quite the fool. Nevertheless, upon observing the numerous failures surrounding him, Simon felt a sense of relief. Had he been the sole failure, the situation would have been rather awkward. It became evident that not everyone possessed the innate talent for transfiguration, at least, not all. How did you manage that? Simon inquired of Potter, whose branch had noticeably thinned. Potter replied with a hint of pride in his tone, "You must concentrate and be decisive when waving your wand." However, Potter's earlier statement bore only a score of 60, suggesting he might have concealed something. Simon surmised that students from pureblood families had been exposed to magic far longer than their muggle-born counterparts, allowing them superior control over their magical abilities far beyond that of a novice like himself. It was inevitable that the first successes would emerge from the pureblood cohort. As they possessed a solid foundation, this was their pride and advantage. By the end of the class, Simon's thoughts were validated. Potter was indeed the first student to successfully transform a wooden twig into a needle, earning Gryffindor an additional 2 points from Professor Wagclouch. The branches of other pureblood students had also undergone transformations, while among the Muggleborns, aside from Simon's slight alteration, none succeeded. Even as they strained and flushed in their attempts to sever the root with their wands, yielding no change. Before the next class, Professor Wagclouch assigned homework, instructing everyone to practice transfiguration, as they would soon learn to transform their wooden needles into iron ones. Furthermore, they were to submit a summary report on their experiences transforming branches into needles. This news was undeniably a crushing blow to those students whose branches had remained unchanged. The afternoon potions class proved even more disheartening. According to the upperclassmen, 80% of students failed to pass their potions exams, which were deemed the most challenging of all subjects. Consequently, Simon visited the library after transfiguration class to research the upcoming potions curriculum. He was grateful to find a clean and neatly bound book, its parchment pages slightly yellowed with age. The first potion concocted by new students was a color-changing elixir, reputed to alter the drinker's hair color. As for why a color-changing potion, the answer was simple and irrefutable. Its ingredients were easily accessible and quite affordable. One of the reasons many students abandoned potions was the perennial scarcity of ingredients. Thus, often, they found themselves with no opportunity to attempt potion making. This era was not akin to Harry Potter's time. Although ingredients were available, sourcing them could be quite troublesome, while apothecaries sold them. A single misstep in potion making could lead to utter failure, particularly for novices whose success rates were notoriously low. Cultivating a competent potion master was no easy feat, and their numbers were woefully sparse, resulting in potions being costly commodities, especially those with unique effects, which could be exorbitantly priced. Potions class was located in the castle's dungeons, which were notably chillier than the upper levels of the castle. On his way there, Simon encountered Leah, another Muggle-born student. Though this noble girl did not overtly reject Simon for being a poor Muggle wizard, she certainly did not extend any warmth. Throughout their journey, they exchanged not a single word, as Simon had no interest in engaging her in conversation and preferred to maintain his distance. The young girl seemed quite uncomfortable with the shelves lined with glass jars, containing preserved animal specimens that were enough to send shivers down one's spine. From Simon's perspective, the place resembled the lair of a mad scientist. Their neighboring house remained Hufflepuff, and everyone understood the necessity of keeping lions and snakes apart. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. The professors at Hogwarts appeared to make every effort to prevent such occurrences. Professor Prinz, the potions instructor, was a rather stern woman. Simon believed that the study of potions demanded a meticulous approach. Indeed, potion professors tended to be quite rigid. One could only draw comparisons to Snape to appreciate this sentiment fully. After taking attendance, Professor Prinz expressed satisfaction that no one was tardy. "You are here to learn the art of potion making, a discipline that requires precision and strict adherence to technique." Her opening remarks served as a stark warning to the newcomers. "I do not expect you to excel. I have encountered far too many fools and imbeciles. I hope you are not among them, for if you are, none shall pass my assessments by the end of the term." After spending half an hour elucidating the formula and precautions for the color-changing potion, the freshmen were finally permitted to use the instruments: a copper crucible, a silver knife, and a modestly equipped experimental table. Theoretical explanations are invariably simpler than practical applications. Simon desperately recalled the cautions that Prinz had just articulated, meticulously transcribing them with a quill onto the yellowed parchment, only commencing his endeavor after a thorough review of the instructions. To prepare the potion, he sliced the Camanth vine and simmered it in the cauldron until it turned a vibrant blue, a process that required approximately 5 minutes. Subsequently, he added a plant known as weeping grass, which necessitated grinding to extract its juice before incorporation. Following this, he stirred counterclockwise 3 times, observing the transformation of the color to a yellow-green hue. Next, he introduced thorny fruit peel into the cauldron, allowing the concoction to simmer until it assumed an unappealing gray-green shade, before finally adding pig's horn, waiting for the potion's color to revert to blue. This simple introductory potion was said to turn one's hair blue upon consumption. However, a misstep could result in green hair instead. Prince had sternly warned all newcomers that should their hair turn green, she would not assist them in restoring its original color, which would take at least half a month to revert. The mere thought of green hair sent a shiver down Simon's spine. Although he was uncertain if the concept of a green had existed in this era, he certainly did not wish for his head to be a vivid green spectacle. It became evident that Prince's warnings were justified. Most students were rather inept, having little prior experience with potion brewing, a skill even pure-blood wizards seldom mastered. They consistently fell short of the required standards, with even minor errors leading to failure, and a plethora of mistakes naturally resulted in a collection of disastrous concoctions. Weasley was muttering curses under his breath, as his potion had transformed into a thick, sticky green sludge, emanating a peculiar odor, an obvious failure. Charlie Pruitt's potion was bubbling ominously, leaving him visibly shaken. Leah's potion had morphed into an unappealing dark purple, and she now curled up like a hedgehog. Fearful that the noxious brew would attract the attention of their stern, sharp-tongued instructor. The most unfortunate of all was George Lawrence, who, in an act of reckless bravado, consumed his own potion, resulting in him collapsing on the floor, frothing at the mouth. The effects of the potion were far-reaching. George's hair turned a most unsightly dark green, almost black in hue. Amidst Prince's furious scolding, George was carried out of the potion classroom by fellow Hufflepuff students, who had successfully completed their potions, taking the unconscious lad to the infirmary. Ultimately, Simon's potion was arguably the best among the lot. It emerged a teal color, likely due to a slight deviation in the ingredients, thus falling short of the intended blue. Nevertheless, it was not exceedingly off-mark. However, according to the system's assessment, it bore only a 58% completion rate, signifying its inadequacy. Such discrepancies are indeed present in the realm of potion making, where precision is paramount. Even the slightest error can prove fatal, particularly when the equipment is rudimentary and cannot be overlooked. In Simon's eyes, the potion crafted by him was undoubtedly a failure. Yet there remained a glimmer of hope. As the bell rang, the anxious freshmen hastily departed from the potions classroom under Prince's icy gaze. They had 2 more chances. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, they would be compelled to procure their own materials for practice or confront the harsh reality of their situation. By the afternoon, the events of the potions class had spread like wildfire, with many curious students flocking to the infirmary, eager to witness the unfortunate state of George Lawrence. Rumor had it that his hair had turned a ghastly shade of green, earning him the mocking moniker of Green-Haired George, and he had become the subject of much amusement among the student body. Such occurrences were not uncommon during potions classes. Typically, students would choose to discard their concoctions rather than foolishly consume them, a decision that was undeniably foolish. Upperclassmen refrained from sharing their wisdom with the younger students, instead deriving amusement from watching them make various blunders. This tendency to derive joy from the misfortunes of others was, in Simon's view, quite distasteful. Given the small size of Hogwarts, any trivial incident would swiftly circulate, a phenomenon partly attributable to the rather dull nature of some students. The following day in Charms class, Professor Fools Lombarton merely covered the fundamentals of spells in the curriculum for the freshmen's first semester. As the head of Gryffindor House, Professor Lombarton deemed it perilous to teach these younglings spells before they had fully grasped the intricacies of harnessing magical power. Conversely, History of Magic, taught by Professor Binns, was excruciatingly dull. Having lingered at Hogwarts since its founding, he was, in essence, the finest living textbook of history. However, his advanced age had rendered his memory somewhat faulty, resulting in lectures that were perpetually dreary and monotonous, possessing a hypnotic quality. The afternoon's defense against the dark arts class proved to be far more engaging. The instructor, Professor Jairus Rosie Ree, the head of Slytherin House, conveyed the perils of the wizarding world in a tone marked by indifference, cautioning students about the critical considerations when engaging with dark magic. Although he did not delve into spells, Professor Rosie Ree unveiled the dangers of the world through chilling narratives. He recounted the tale of a muggle who, after being bitten by a werewolf, tragically turned on his own family, and spoke of the foul tempers and natures of the centaurs that dwelled near Hogwarts. He illustrated the ghastly appearance of those whose souls had been drained by dementors, as well as essential precautions to take when encountering vampires, and the imperative to maintain a safe distance from trolls and their kin, with numerous other threats outlined. Professor Rosie Ree emphasized the importance of understanding how to navigate interactions with dark wizards. His warnings resonated powerfully with the freshmen. He cautioned them against the temptation to wield dark magic as a means to resolve their problems, for such actions might lead to their own demise at the hands of others wielding dark arts. The Wizarding Council, the predecessor of the Ministry of Magic, would not tolerate those who resorted to dark magic to solve their dilemmas. In Simon's perspective, Hogwarts professors were not teaching students to embrace dark magic. Rather, the courses on dark arts and defense against the dark arts represented 2 divergent approaches to dealing with dark wizards. The former suggested that one should resort to dark magic when faced with adversaries or danger cruel and bloody, yet undeniably more applicable in this era, where excessive gentleness would only result in being oppressed, while at least ensuring one's safety. The latter, without a doubt, placed greater emphasis on defense, leaning towards countering an opponent's magic. This era differed markedly from that of Harry Potter. Wizards were more inclined to resolve conflicts through physical confrontation, measuring their strength against one another. It was akin to a duel between two wizards, one focused on defense and the other on offense, where the defender merely accumulated points for enduring blows. Furthermore, it was crucial to acknowledge that most dark magic required a formidable reservoir of magical power. Thus, Professor Rosy did not expect these inexperienced novices to grasp much from his teachings. In conclusion, he reminded the students to remain vigilant, for in future classes, he would employ simple yet harmless hexes on certain students, and if they happened to fall victim to them, they would simply have to apologize. For all freshmen and even some upperclassmen, this was nothing short of a nightmare, with reports suggesting that several students fell prey to Professor Rosy's hexes in every session. Simon has his own aspirations. He must swiftly master the shield charm, whose incantation is armor protection. However, he lacks the necessary wand movements to cast it. Simon needs to locate the appropriate gestures in the library to commence his practice. It is said that these were taught in the third year of Charms class. Yet few truly excel and can wield them effectively. Simon had inquired about the ironclad charm from Senior Chomsky, but to his dismay, the latter proved incapable of employing it. Indeed, he could not. Consequently, Simon had to devise alternative strategies. He did not harbor any illusions about mastering the ironclad charm in a brief span. This defensive technique was undeniably crucial. The ironclad charm could conjure a magical barrier, deflecting both magical and physical entities. In the first session of herbology on Wednesday, only a general overview of the subject was provided. In the classroom, Professor Nock presented various plants, with particular emphasis on the medicinal properties of the white ash. During the break, Simon practiced the transfiguration charm in the Gryffindor common room. His progress was commendable after several days of diligent practice. He finally succeeded in transforming a twig into a relatively complete large wooden needle. Although he still lagged behind Potter, who possessed an innate talent for transfiguration, he exhibited signs of surpassing other wizards. "Oh, Merlin's beard! I have never encountered anyone as audacious as you," exclaimed Weasley, astonished that Simon had indeed devoted several days to transforming a twig into a wooden needle. However, due to a momentary distraction, his king was ruthlessly toppled by Potter's knight, shattering into pieces. "Would you care for a game of wizard's chess?" Potter inquired with a smile. "I cannot," Simon replied candidly. He had previously played chess, Go, and international chess, but these evidently fell outside the realm of wizard's chess. In truth, Simon was mistaken. Wizard's chess bore resemblance to international chess, albeit with some variations in gameplay. Each piece in wizard's chess was alive, and playing it resembled commanding a battlefield, requiring adept strategic maneuvers. Otherwise, one's pieces would be systematically annihilated by the adversary. Well, to put it plainly, you operate the pieces via commands. You must familiarize yourself with the fundamental rules. Initially, Simon attempted to reach for a piece, only to be sharply jabbed by the wizard's piece representing a knight, eliciting laughter from Potter and his friends. "Commands, commands." Weasley gently coughed, offering a reminder, just like this. "Pawn, A2 advances to A3. The leftmost pawn advanced one square. May I point?" Simon scratched the back of his head, momentarily unable to adeptly wield the commands and resorting to using his fingers on the pieces. "I'll assist you," Weasley volunteered. Though he harbored doubts about Simon's ability to triumph over Potter, nonetheless, he was evidently eager to observe Simon's tactics. In recent days, Simon's rapport with his roommates had improved. They were no longer overly dismissive of him. The camaraderie among the four had become quite amicable, largely due to Simon's careful cultivation of their friendships. Now, they would all gather for breakfast each morning, with Simon rousing the others from slumber. He would also lend his meticulously kept class notes for their perusal, which were regarded as the most comprehensive in their year. This saved time and effort, and coupled with Simon's demonstrated kindness, their relationship had thawed from its previous aloofness. After Weasley elucidated the game's rules, Simon faced Potter in earnest, and the outcome was rather unexpected. The match ended in a draw. "Is this truly your first time playing?" Charlie Pruitt scrutinized his roommate anew, realizing this fellow was indeed extraordinary. In fact, he had to concede that Simon was a prodigy, as the past few days had revealed ample evidence to support this assertion. He exhibited commendable steadiness, prudence, and meticulousness, even radiating an aura of wisdom. More importantly, Simon was an avid reader. Good heavens, how could such an individual be in Gryffindor? Shouldn't Simon Green belong to Ravenclaw? Charlie Pruitt thought to himself. "I've played a similar game before. By the way, Leah Edwin must have played chess, right?" Simon casually remarked, bringing the aristocratic Leah into the conversation. She merely cast a deep glance at Simon and replied softly, "I have not played, but my brother is quite fond of chess. However, the gameplay of the two types of chess differs somewhat. Where did you learn this?" "In a tavern, a place called the Sailor's Haven," Simon recounted without hesitation, displaying no sign of embarrassment as he added, "The proprietor, Tom, taught me to read, and he enjoys playing chess with an old sailor. It was from them that I acquired my chess skills. Of course, my proficiency is merely average." Simon once pondered why Muggle-born wizards often performed poorly in their studies. A significant reason for this was their illiteracy. Unlike in the era of Harry Potter, illiteracy was prevalent during this time, with many individuals, including Simon's family, lacking the ability to read. Even old Green was only semi-literate. It was quite ordinary for him to match my level. Potter felt disheartened. However, his skills in chess were rather mediocre as well. By the way, how are you all faring with your transfiguration spells? Laya, uninterested in the topic of wizard's chess, shifted the conversation. My branch has only shown slight changes at the tip, and I wonder when I will be able to complete its transformation. Potter and Simon had already succeeded. Weasley, however, was rather indifferent, stating, I'm still quite far from completion. How about you, Pewitt? Weasley's transformed wooden needle had minor flaws. Yet its shape was already discernible. With a few more practices, success was imminent. I've completed mine too, though it is a bit rough. Pewitt revealed a pointed wooden needle. If one overlooked its finger-like thickness, it could indeed be called a wooden needle. My goodness. Am I the only one unable to transform a needle? Laya exclaimed in frustration, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. She had not considered that Simon had succeeded before her. Don't worry, it's not too late to start practicing now. Simon casually reassured. Glancing at his housemates, would you like to practice together? That is actually a splendid idea. Potter agreed, as he did not mind showcasing his abilities in front of the girls. The other two also needed practice to further master the transfiguration spell. Although they believed their current skills were sufficient for their studies, they were not opposed to spending a little extra time refining their techniques. Chapter 9. The proper method to open the gates of Hogwarts. On Thursday morning, Simon and his companions encountered a minor predicament. Due to their late-night practice of the transfiguration spell, they all, including Simon, awoke late and had to hastily munch on dry bread while rushing to the herb garden. It was their first outdoor lesson, and the weather appeared rather ominous. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and since the herb garden was situated outside the castle, if it were to rain, they would be forced to attend class in the muddy soil, inevitably soiling themselves. Fortunately, it only turned overcast, with no rain falling. In the previous herbology class, Professor Clayton Knock had instructed them on correctly identifying the magical plant known as white ash, which was quite valuable for treating wounds. During this time, healing magic was not as advanced as in the era of Harry Potter. Many injuries required white ash for medicinal preparations. This plant could be utilized directly, making it an essential remedy for outdoor adventures, and consequently, its demand was substantial. It was said that if harvested and stored properly, a single plant could fetch 1 to 2 sickles, a currency of significant purchasing power in the wizarding world of this era. Professor Clayton Knock taught the newcomers how to properly harvest and utilize white ash, as well as the correct methods of transplantation. Hogwarts boasted extensive fields of white ash, primarily cultivated through the efforts of past herbology professors. Naturally, any surplus white ash would be harvested and sold, with most of the profits going to Professor Knock. However, tending to the herb fields required considerable time and effort. Some upper-year students proficient in herbology would apply to become Professor Knock's assistants, helping to care for the fields in exchange for a handsome remuneration each month. This opportunity was limited to older students, as only those with sufficient experience in herbology could adequately fulfill this role. The medicinal supplies used by the healer, Madame Catherine, also came from the herb fields. While Hogwarts provided free treatment for students' injuries, occasionally, one would need to repay excess costs through certain means. I've heard there's white ash in the Forbidden Forest. After class, Weasley suddenly remarked, Professor Clayton Knock takes students on outdoor lessons once a semester. I've heard that too. It said students are taken outside the school, generally without danger, though sometimes fatalities occur. Pewitt added, you cannot expect the professor to look after every student. Although there is little danger near the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, there was a disobedient student who ventured deep within and never returned. When the professors found him, he was reportedly reduced to half a corpse by a troll. Are there trolls in the Forbidden Forest? Simon was not surprised in the slightest. However, he was aware that the giant's vulnerability lay at the back of its head. A simple incantation could vanquish them, yet Simon did not believe it would be that effortless, especially considering their current predicament of being reduced to mere wretches capable of producing only a few sparks from their wands. In the afternoon, Senior Com sought out Simon, inviting him to venture forth on Saturday in pursuit of some extra coin. The Forbidden Forest? This was the first location that sprang to Simon's mind. Only upperclassmen would dare to venture into the Forbidden Forest, where the rewards were indeed substantial, yet fraught with peril. Com scoffed and continued, however, we are not heading to the Forbidden Forest. Even I might not return alive if I were to enter. Instead, with a senior leading the way, we shall go to Hogsmeade. There exists a small grove nearby that poses little threat, although this grove has been thoroughly scavenged by generations of students. Leaving little in the way of herbs, there remains the potential for modest gains. You too must gather enough to possibly exchange for a proper wand or something else of value. He then reminded Simon, your wand is merely on loan from Hogwarts. You will need to return it upon graduation. What must I do? Simon inquired. You can assist us in tallying the items we discover. First years typically only manage to obtain a few sheets of parchment. Of course, you are free to seek out herbs on your own, but should danger arise, no one will take responsibility. Although the area is relatively safe, the forest is never entirely secure. Are Muggle students going as well? Simon asked, acknowledging his shortage of parchment. As the school's provisions were insufficient. Indeed, the vast majority are participating. After all, we are short on funds. And some audacious pure-blood wizards even dared to venture into the forbidden forest. Incidentally, the last time, a pure-blood wizard met his demise within those woods. Simon discerned a hint of schadenfreude in Chomsky's words. Aren't the professors concerned? Simon inquired, recalling that students were not permitted to leave the school during their tenure. Even Harry needed parental consent to visit Hogsmeade in his third year. However, Simon quickly realized that this was an entirely different era. Don't be foolish. Do you think things come without cost? Chomsky rolled his eyes and disdainfully remarked that maintaining the operations of Hogwarts required substantial funds. Indeed, Simon did not contest this point, recognizing that any argument would likely only invite further scorn. It would be futile. You will soon understand that studying potions is not something the average impoverished person can afford. Even pure-blood wizards often falter in potions. There are always numerous failures each year, and only a handful of students ever catch the professor's attention. Chomsky then scrutinized Simon anew, continuing, Nevertheless, I have heard that you are the most talented in your lower year potions class. Yet, I must caution you that this discipline is exceedingly costly. The failure rate in potion making is typically high, and certain ingredients are difficult to procure and quite expensive. If you experience a failure in potion making, you can expect to feel a considerable pang of regret. Simon nodded, having witnessed firsthand the chaotic nature of potion making. Many newcomers were merely fumbling about, and it was nothing short of a miracle that no accidents had occurred. It was no wonder that Professor Prinz had uttered such harsh words during the first lesson. His disappointment was palpable. In truth, if one attentively followed the recipe steps and exercised sufficient care during preparation, significant errors could generally be avoided. However, how many in this era truly understood these intricacies, let alone a gaggle of inexperienced youths? The green-haired George was a prime example. Observing his junior's bewilderment, Combs felt a twinge of pride and curiously found himself gaining a sense of accomplishment as he continued to gossip. However, if you are indeed the prodigy among potion makers, congratulations are in order. Becoming an assistant to Lisiva Prinz is no small feat, by the way. That senior named Phyllis earns quite a handsome income each month. She is Prinz's most esteemed student and is rumored to be groomed as his successor. Yet, such substantial income belonged to others. What was there to be proud of? Simon was momentarily speechless, but he remained silent, continuing to listen to the flow of information. It is worth mentioning that many wizards abandon potion making. In reality, there are only a handful of true students under Lisiva Prinz, a fact you will come to know by the third year. All right, Simon nodded in agreement. That is indeed a sound suggestion. My supply of muggle paper is quite limited. A correct choice. Combs, with the demeanor of a seasoned individual, patted Simon on the shoulder and said meaningfully, Simon, you must understand the circumstances we muggle wizards face. Most are not in favorable positions. We are marginalized, making it difficult to learn more. Hence, we unite in hopes of changing our current situation. In the afternoon, during transfiguration class, Simon waved his wand, attempting to transform a wooden needle into an iron one. Suddenly, Edwin leaned in and whispered, Has anyone approached you yet? Yes, it was Senior Combs, Simon replied. Did you agree to his proposal? Edwin had already guessed the answer. I did. No whispering, Green. Let me see your progress. Professor Whitecrouch happened to be patrolling the students' transformation practice and stopped at Simon's desk, startling both students. Yes, Professor. Simon took a deep breath, focusing intently on the branch provided by the professor, and resolutely waved his wand, successfully turning the branch into a slender wooden needle. However, upon reciting the spell again, the wooden needle did not transform into iron as anticipated. It merely exhibited slight alterations. Professor Crouch raised an eyebrow, somewhat satisfied with Simon's performance. Not every student could achieve such results by the second lesson. The wooden needle was exquisite, clearly a testament to Simon's diligent efforts, a hard-working student. Moreover, as Simon hailed from a muggle background, his accomplishments were magnified in the eyes of the professors. You still need to strive harder, Green. Professor Crouch, rather than displaying anger, offered a friendly reminder. If you can master what I teach you, I have no objection to you discussing other matters, provided it does not disrupt others. But if not, it is time for dedicated practice. Apologies, Professor. Simon readily admitted his oversight. There will be no next time. Professor Crouch was quite pleased with this response and continued to patrol the classroom, assisting other newcomers in correcting their spellcasting errors. What a stroke of misfortune. Edwin shot Simon an apologetic look. Are you going to? Simon inquired curiously, aware of Edwin's affluent background. However, her tone suggested she was also inclined to attend. Yes, I plan to check it out. Edwin smiled, clarifying that her motivation was not monetary, but rather driven by curiosity. By the end of class, Simon had yet to transform the wooden needle into iron. In fact, no student had successfully completed the transformation during the lesson. Even Potter, who excelled in transfiguration, had only managed to achieve half. Following this transfiguration class, the newcomers received their first assignment since the term began, to transform the wooden needle into an iron one and compose a summary regarding the transformation process. A chorus of groans echoed through the classroom as Professor Crouch assigned the task, which undoubtedly added to the woes of those who had yet to master the transformation from branch to needle. Before leaving, he added, "Submit your assignments by this time next week." In the remaining hours, Simon nestled in the Gryffindor common room, continuing to practice the transformation of the wooden needle. Seizing the opportunity to hone his skills while the sensation was fresh, the arrival of Combs interrupted Simon's practice. He noticed two seventh-year Muggle wizards accompanying him, both curiously observing Simon, one with intrigue, the other with surprise. "These are seniors Dirk and Kyle," Combs introduced the two to Simon. "You are indeed quite diligent," Dirk remarked upon noticing the slightly transformed wooden needle before Simon. "It took me over a month to master the transformation from branch to iron needle back in my day." He then placed a hand on Simon's shoulder, reminding him, "We will gather in the common room the morning after tomorrow and head to Mordred after breakfast. Since this is the first outing for first-year students, I will be leading the group." On the following day, during defense against the dark arts, the unfortunate Ravenclaw student, Hand Miller, was caught off guard by Professor Jarrus Rogier's stinging hex, causing him to leap from his chair and startle his classmates. No one witnessed how Professor Rogier had cast the spell, leaving the newcomers anxious about falling victim to similar unforeseen circumstances. The charms class proved relatively lighthearted, as Foles Lomberton instructed the newcomers in the simplest unlocking charm, Alohomora. This spell, being straightforward, was practiced with a set of iron locks distributed to each student. As the first charm learned by the newcomers, Simon surmised it was likely designed to prevent wizards from being captured, providing an escape route for those ensnared by muggles. By the end of class, Simon had attempted the spell on the old iron locks several times and had grasped the essence of the charm. All that remained was to invest time in practice to solidify his foundation. On Saturday, Simon arose early, tidying up briefly before waiting in the Gryffindor common room for the others. After chatting with Combs for a while, he followed the group to the Great Hall for breakfast. Today, only 7 Gryffindors were joining Simon, including 2 second-year boys, a boy and a girl from the 3rd year, and Combs from the 4th year. With Dirk leading the group, "Are the others heading to the Forbidden Forest?" Simon inquired quietly as they descended the staircase. "Only the outskirts. It shouldn't be too perilous. As long as we avoid crossing paths with trolls or werewolves, we should be fine," Combs replied in a hushed tone. "The Forbidden Forest is a treasure trove, but it's also quite dangerous." After breakfast, the group departed Hogwarts under the stern gaze of the caretaker, Kamoha Leslie. "He knows what we're planning," Combs remarked to Simon once they were out of earshot. "It's an unspoken rule at Hogwarts. Upon our return, we owe him 10 nuts, which is why everyone refers to him as Vampire Kamoha. If they are unable to earn back even 10 nuts from this endeavor, it would indeed be a significant loss." The distance between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade is considerable, and it took the group approximately half an hour to reach their destination. Hogsmeade is a quaint village, featuring streets wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side, yet the number of houses lining its sides is limited, rendering it somewhat amusing to Simon to deem it a village. However, considering the sparse population of wizards, there is a notable number of them residing in Hogsmeade. Thus it rightly qualifies as a village. Despite its modest size, it is well equipped with various establishments. There are wand shops, apothecaries, thrift stores, and even a renowned tavern known as the 3 Broomsticks, making it relatively complete. Simon also observed the presence of goblins, diminutive creatures with long fingers and dark faces. Although he could not recall the precise details, Simon was aware that the headquarters of the Goblin Rebellion in the 17th century was located at the 3 Broomsticks, though this was of little concern to him. Furthermore, not only goblins are present. According to Dirk, vampires occasionally make an appearance, though they are generally not welcomed by wizards. The group's destination was the apothecary, with which the Muggle-born wizards of Hogwarts were familiar, typically referring to the proprietor as Greedy Jorson. In reality, the apothecary resembled a private residence. Upon their arrival, Jorson was engaged in conversation with a customer. Ordinarily, one would simply inform Jorson of the required potion, and he would provide the price and verify the goods. Once the transaction was completed, Dirk would lead the others upstairs. Muggle-born wizards often sold the herbs they found at a low price to the apothecary's owner. The reason for this? Most herbs require processing, a task in which Muggle-born wizards are not particularly skilled. Properly processed herbs could see a slight increase in value, but mishandling them could result in a monetary deduction, which is why he earned the moniker Greedy Jorson. Many would prefer to forego processing the herbs they found, opting instead to hand them over to Jorson. Just be careful not to end up like Cadogan and be devoured by a troll if you venture into the Forbidden Forest, Jorson remarked, sizing up the Muggle-born newcomers while jesting with Dirk. Shut your mouth, and you'll be the one eaten by a troll. Hand me the list. Dirk shot a fierce glare at Jorson, snatching the list from his hands before leading the group away. Let us split into teams, locate them, and hope for favorable luck today. After another half hour of walking, the group halted in a grove on the western side of Hogsmeade. Dirk raised the herbalist Jorson had given him and said, "What shall we do now? What is our plan?" Lawrence inquired curiously. His dark green hair made the Hufflepuff newcomer quite conspicuous among the group. Who will be responsible for recording this time? Dirk ignored Lawrence's question and asked instead. "I will." A tall boy stepped forward. After preparing his parchment, He turned to all the first-year students and announced, "I'm Duncan. I need an assistant. Those who remain can receive a piece of parchment or a canute, contingent upon our findings." Simon had no intention of enrolling. If the only reward from a day's effort was this, it hardly seemed worthwhile. He would rather invest more time in searching for medicinal herbs. It seemed that the Muggle wizards were somewhat akin to scavengers. Yet, even scavenging requires something to salvage. Simon chuckled at himself. Feeling that most Muggle wizards excelled in herbology for a reason, it was a skill born from necessity. Ultimately, the assistant position was awarded to a first-year girl from Hufflepuff, while the other two appeared disinclined to squander any more time here. Before departing, Simon overheard the senior addressing the Hufflepuff girl with a tone laced with sarcasm. "You will find yourself fortunate. Freshmen typically struggle to locate herbs." Indeed, there were as many as 37 Muggle wizards in attendance, and a single day's scavenging yielded little reward, as the area had been thoroughly foraged multiple times. Only seasoned practitioners would know where herbs might flourish. Chapter 11. Scavenging is an art in itself. The words of the senior, Duncan, rang true. Muggle wizards from Hogwarts frequented this locale weekly, almost turning the surrounding forest upside down. After a few visits, everyone had a clear understanding of the available herbs. A tacit agreement formed among the group, leading them to create small teams for focused foraging. The upperclassmen moved with deftness, skillfully sifting through the decaying leaf piles with sticks, searching for potential herb-growing spots. Alternatively, one might liken the scene to a swarm of locusts passing through. It was utterly daunting. Only the freshmen remained bewildered, standing foolishly in place, unsure of what to do. Simon greeted George Lawrence with a stoic expression. The boy with emerald green hair responded with a bitter smile. While beside him stood the merchant's son, Vodder Taylor. The portly lad appeared somewhat disheartened, casting a glance at others tinged with a hint of disdain. Simon was all too familiar with such expressions. In his previous life, he had witnessed the affluent looking down upon the impoverished, urban dwellers scornful of their rural counterparts, and university students dismissive of vocational scholars. Such individuals are perpetually present, regardless of the setting, and it is best to disregard them, as there is little to no intersection in their lives. Let us tempt our fortunes as well. Simon remarked cheerfully, "Since we are here, we might as well not squander our time. Learning something would be beneficial. I wager that the upperclassmen excel in herbalism." Though this statement carried a hint of irony, it was undoubtedly grounded in truth. Two of Professor Clayton Knox's assistants were indeed Muggle wizards. However, those two upperclassmen had long since diverged from their path. Simon snapped a twig and began to feign a search for herbs. The forest was shrouded in a dim light, which did not trouble him greatly. He avoided others and sought the herbs alone, believing that this would enhance his chances of success. Simon was not well versed in herbalism, with the most valuable herb being the white fresh, which, regrettably, did not grow in this vicinity. Even if it did, it had likely been uprooted long ago, leaving little hope of discovery. Nevertheless, Simon was no ordinary individual. He utilized the system within his mind to assess the nearby flora. After a brief period of contemplation, he unearthed several plants with slightly higher percentages. Whether these were herbs or mere weeds mattered little to him. Many onlookers noted Simon's actions as he dug with a branch, whispering among themselves and occasionally gesturing in derision. To the other wizards, it seemed implausible that someone who had only recently ventured into the magical realm could procure anything of value. They surmised he was merely excavating a collection of worthless weeds. Their conjectures proved accurate. Simon indeed returned with a host of plants that were subsequently confirmed to be ordinary weeds, eliciting a wave of laughter. Some mocked him, suggesting he intended to swindle a few gnats with his weeds. Many others displayed expressions that seemed to say, "I knew it would come to this." Schadenfreude is a common trait among the majority. In truth, while they derided Simon, they too had once engaged in similar endeavors. The difference now was that they were the ones laughing at another, rather than being the subject of ridicule. However, a remark from Duncan soon quelled their laughter. "This is mugwort. You are quite fortunate." Alas, the root was severed, or its value would have been greater. Duncan, responsible for documentation, blinked in surprise as his gaze fell upon a patch of weeds, where he indeed discovered a stalk of mugwort, marveling inwardly at Simon's good fortune. "How much is it worth?" Simon could not resist inquiring, oblivious to the envious glances cast his way. "It should fetch a few gnats. Your luck is remarkable." Duncan's words dripped with envy, for this single find likely equated to his own earnings for the day. The previously mocking Muggle wizards now wore expressions of embarrassment, their faces alternating between shades of green and red, as if struck squarely in the face. Yet, they clung to the hope that Simon's stroke of luck would not persist. Duncan recorded the findings succinctly, engaging in a few more exchanges with Simon before resuming his tasks. After all, they were seasoned practitioners, and there were still some gains to be had. By the afternoon's conclusion, Simon had unearthed 3 additional stalks of mugwort. Thanks to the assistance of the system, comparing and assessing against the template of mugwort had become significantly easier. However, after several hours of effort, discovering only 3 plants underscored the scarcity of herbs in the forest. In comparison to the other Muggle wizards, Simon's harvest was bountiful. His status as a newcomer incited envy among those who had found nothing, largely because Simon did not return empty-handed as they had hoped. Witnessing a novice return with nothing was a source of amusement for them. Yet Simon's success felt like a sting, leaving their faces flushed with embarrassment. Simon likely received 7 nats, although the exact amount was at Dirk's discretion. Simon paid little heed to Dirk's subtle machinations. He had an inkling that his share had been curtailed. After all, where else could the paper money used to placate the newcomers have originated? The seasoned participants were evidently aware of the sums they were entitled to, while a novice like Simon remained oblivious to such matters. Simon did not pay much attention to such matters. He came merely to procure some rice paper to take back. Since he had acquired enough, he would naturally not return again. Simon and they are not of the same ilk. Earning money, even through scavenging, does not concern Simon. However, his current focus lies elsewhere. Once he graduates from Hogwarts, he will have ample opportunities to generate income. For now, mastering magic remains paramount. With strength, everything else will become simpler. Moreover, why is it that no one vies for such a meager way of earning? The returns are simply too low, as evidenced by the meager gains that Muggle wizards acquire after spending half a day. This time, the total profit amounted to merely 3 sickles, which made Simon the envy of others, even provoking some jealous glances. While everyone indulges in the second-hand shop, a single Canute can purchase a dozen pieces of Muggle paper, ensuring that even newcomers with no earnings receive a small share. Simon acquired 5 nat, purchasing 2 sheets of hemp paper, which would suffice for his needs until the end of the semester. The costly parchment was beyond Simon's financial reach for the time being. A second-hand wand would require a minimum of 5 seco, and an entrance wand was not within Simon's considerations. Fortune smiled upon you. On the way back, Lawrence sought his counsel on methods to attain wealth. Simon briefly recounted his experience of discovering a stalk of mugwort, and upon comparing its leaves, he stumbled upon 3 more specimens in close proximity. This stroke of luck led everyone to unanimously conclude that he must have encountered an extraordinary fortune. The combined gains of the other 9 newcomers paled in comparison to Simon's, which only fueled their exclamations of his serendipity. However, many derive a sense of self-worth by belittling others, a notion that Simon found rather amusing. After all, they were merely a bunch of foolish youngsters. Upon returning to Hogwarts in the afternoon, Simon performed a brief cleansing of his find before heading to the Great Hall for dinner. Midway through his meal, Weasley unexpectedly appeared, inquiring, "Where have you been today? Potter mentioned that you vanished early this morning." Pruitt chuckled, adding, "He even made a wager with us." Simon recounted the events of the day, and Wesley and Pruitt exchanged a glance, revealing expressions of triumph. Even Potter, having lost the wager, bore no ill will. He merely remarked, "I've heard of this situation before. Muggle wizards have a particularly rough time. It is unfortunate, for most Muggle wizards live in poverty. In contrast, the descendants of pureblood wizards always seem to possess a few coins to spare." He added with a wink towards Simon, "If you find yourself in need of parchment, do let me know. We can assist you a bit, provided you allow us to copy your notes and homework in return." Pruitt chuckled, "I see. So that was your intention." He then continued, "Speaking of which, that's quite a splendid idea. I have surplus ink. I shall bring you a bottle when I return. I shall also gift you a quill." Wesley chimed in, "As long as you permit me to reference your homework, such as this transfiguration assignment, I would be most grateful." He winked at Potter, who stood nearby. Simon, discerning their good intentions, offered a wry smile. However, homework is something that ought to be done independently to hold any significance. Chapter 12. The origin of wizard S-notes. Human beings are inherently envious creatures, whether in the past or present, be they wizards or muggles. This trait often manifests starkly in children. Perhaps the muggle wizards chose to temporarily isolate Simon due to his first significant success, yet this had little impact on him. Simon resides in Gryffindor, surrounded by pure-blood wizards. Upon hearing of Simon's financial success, they merely expressed their envy at his fortunate circumstances. Similarly, the muggle-born Leah Edwin, a noble woman, exhibits a maturity beyond her peers. She remains indifferent to the amount of money Simon acquires, for Leah Edwin is not lacking in wealth, at least not for the time being. The young lady merely reflects on Simon's good fortune, and nothing more. The only individuals who seem to shun Simon are a small number of lower-year muggle wizards. However, their disdain proves to be inconsequential. Simon, indifferent to the world around him, spent his time in the Gryffindor common room in the company of Potter and a few others, occasionally practicing spells, too preoccupied to engage in the childish squabbles. On Sunday, he nestled in the library, grappling with his transfiguration homework alongside Wagga Crouch. He needed to consult some straightforward references and then articulate his thoughts and experiences regarding the transformation of a twig into a needle. This endeavor required careful consideration of potential challenges and the strategies to overcome them. Once he had documented his findings, he would compose a summary, thus completing his transfiguration assignment. Simon believes that Wagga Crouch should not be overly concerned with such matters, as they are merely the culmination of experience, without the patience to practice. The resulting work will inevitably fall short. Some individuals prefer to fabricate and hastily complete their homework, entirely overlooking its intended purpose. In truth, in the absence of books, this endeavor resembles a wizard's notebook. Both the steps and the conclusions are of paramount importance. As for whether it aligns with his thoughts, Simon is unsure. Yet he chooses to believe it does. At the very least, he estimates that he was among the earliest first-year students to successfully transform a twig into a needle. Devoting an entire week to practice to achieve this feat, Simon has pondered why the transformation spell was taught first in the initial week. Other dark arts and charms merely linger at a rudimentary level of knowledge. The answer likely lies in the control of magical power. Young wizards, particularly those of Muggle descent, struggle to manage their magical energy when first encountering magic, which is evident in the transformation of twigs. Not only do the incantations and gestures matter, but personal control over magical energy is also crucial. Although the transformation spell may seem perilous, its risk is less significant compared to other disciplines when not applied to living beings. Furthermore, while some innate talent may enhance performance, the ability to control one's magic remains vital. The emphasis on repetitive practice to strengthen this control is essential. At least, Simon personally speculates that there is a 65% likelihood that this is recognized by the system. After mastering the transformation into a needle, Simon found his control over magical energy to be considerably improved compared to others. The second spell he mastered was the locking charm, which does not require a high degree of magical control. This charm effectively prevents individuals from entering through doors, particularly for muggles who require keys. However, it can be easily countered by wizards using the Alohomora spell. Simon even suspects that the locking charm was deliberately crafted to target muggles. Yet, what astonishes Simon the most is that it appears there is no Lumos charm in this era. During Harry Potter's time, even first-year students could effortlessly wield the Lumos charm. Yet it seems it had yet to be conceived in the 17th century. Simon attempted several times and finally succeeded in developing the Lumos spell, which left him with a bittersweet smile. By merely focusing on the incantation Lumos and concentrating his magical energy at the tip of his wand, he could effortlessly cast the spell. Once he became familiar with it, he anticipated that a mere thought would suffice to invoke the incantation. Observing the successful execution of the Lumos spell and noting its effect, he saw a small light igniting at the wand's tip. It must be said that, as one of the most commonly used spells, its casting method is remarkably simple. However, Simon's emotions were profoundly complex. He realized that this spell must remain a secret for now, as he pondered how he would explain its existence. A chance discovery? Perhaps not. Revealing the Lumos spell to others would pose a significant inconvenience for Simon at this stage. Nonetheless, he believed that once he possessed sufficient power, it would no longer be a burden. Setting aside all thoughts, he began to seriously examine the ironclad charm. This charm was procured with the assistance of a senior Ravenclaw student, whom Simon had paid to help him locate it among the library's extensive collection. Finding a single book within a vast array of texts was no simple task, and Simon had parted with a Canute for this service, as not everyone would willingly dedicate an entire day to searching for something in the library. In this era, the ironclad charm seemed to be somewhat unpopular among wizards, as most believed that offense was far more effective than defense, a stance rooted in valid reasoning. Although dark magic had been suppressed and was currently in a state of decline, its potency remained undeniable. This scarcity of dark magic was also why substances like white ash were so rare. Ordinary spells could not fully heal the wounds inflicted by dark magic. Wizards had to resort to potions or herbs combined with spells to address the scars left by such malevolent forces. Of course, dark magic was not so easily wielded. It was of an entirely different caliber from the curses of the Harry Potter era. Utilizing dark magic demanded a greater reservoir of magical energy. As Mad-Eye Moody would say, even if one attempted to cast the killing curse upon him, it would not succeed. For the incantation required formidable magical strength to support it, something that ordinary underage wizards and the majority of adult wizards lacked. This led Simon to wonder whether the unforgivable curses had been invented in this time. He made a mental note of this, for in the world of Harry Potter, the 3 unforgivable curses were notoriously infamous, particularly the effect of the Imperious Curse, which could yield remarkable results when used effectively. After reviewing the introduction to the ironclad charm, Simon did not rush to learn it, as he suspected his magical capacity was insufficient to master the spell. He merely noted the gestures required for casting before returning the book. In contrast, the spells he needed to focus on were those required for Charms class. Previously, he had acquired several first-year spells from Jorms: the Unlocking Charm, the Locking Charm, the Fire-Making Charm, the Water-Making Charm, the Cutting Charm, and the Levitation Charm. Most of these spells were designed to assist wizards in evading capture, particularly before their wands were confiscated by muggles. Simon was not particularly surprised, however. He had mastered the Locking and Unlocking Charms. In the realm of charms, Professor Foles Lomberton had generously imparted the knowledge of these spells, awarding Simon 2 points upon his successful execution. As a muggle-born wizard, Simon's ability to perform these charms mere days after their instruction indicated his diligent practice, unlike the pure-blood wizards still struggling with the iron locks before them. Diligent students often win the favor of their professors, and Professor Lomberton, being from the same house, was especially pleased with Simon's progress. By the end of the school year, most students from pure-blood families had mastered the spells, while the Muggle-borns lagged behind. For instance, Han Miller, a Muggle-born from Ravenclaw, was seen grimacing as he attempted to cast spells with little success. Similarly, another Muggle-born, Edwin, exhibited instability in his spellcasting, occasionally failing to perform the charms altogether, suggesting that practice was essential for mastery. In contrast, the wizard-born members of Potter's cohort found such spells to be exceedingly simple, spending their ample free time in playful exploration. It was rumored that the trio had recently been exploring the castle, hoping to include Simon, who declined, citing the need to practice his spells. However, Potter and his friends ultimately faced repercussions for their antics. Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, seemed to harbor a grudge against them, frequently causing trouble. On one occasion, he left the corridor in disarray, covered in mud, leading to their capture by Professor Kermo Leslie. Consequently, they spent an entire afternoon cleaning the corridor with brooms and cloths, thus forging an enmity with Peeves. Simon's approach to dealing with Peeves was straightforward. He chose to keep his distance. As one of Hogwarts' most troublesome entities, Simon had no intention of engaging with the poltergeist. Every caretaker despised Peeves and the havoc-wreaking students, but as long as one maintained a low profile, they usually avoided trouble. With Thursday approaching, Simon kindly reminded his friends of Professor Wag Crouch's homework, only to be met with a chorus of groans. Yes, they had forgotten. Can I borrow your notes, please? Potter raised his hand, making a pleading gesture. We're friends, right? Pruitt placed a hand on Simon's shoulder, attempting to convey camaraderie, while Weasley promised to share some of his family's toffee with Simon next time. Regardless, they finally received Simon's detailed transfiguration homework, which left them bewildered. It resembled a comprehensive report rather than the brief assignment they had anticipated, leading them to spend a considerable amount of time transcribing it. From then on, they gained a new appreciation for their new roommate. The restoration charm had only emerged in 1754. Chapter 13, Quidditch and the refusal to aid the poor transfiguration class continued to focus on the transformation of wooden needles into iron ones. Professor Wag Crouch never expected students to master this skill immediately. Wizard-born students typically required 2 to 3 weeks, while those from Muggle families needed even longer. After covering some foundational aspects of transfiguration, Professor Crouch instructed the students to practice transforming branches. As he glided ghost-like around the classroom, he frequently paused to correct students' wand movements or offer them guidance. It must be said that he was a remarkably patient teacher. During transfiguration, it was vital to wield one's wand with firmness and decisiveness. While correcting a Hufflepuff student's wand movement, Professor Crouch emphasized the importance of avoiding unnecessary gestures. Otherwise, the transformation would undoubtedly fail. In fact, he had reiterated this point several times during the first lesson. The first principle of transfiguration is to perform the charm with resolute and decisive wand movements, as even the slightest hesitation or wavering could lead to failure or incompleteness. The second principle is to clearly visualize the desired form of the object in one's mind prior to casting the spell. The third principle dictates that beginners should articulate the incantation clearly, whereas advanced wizards need not speak it aloud. The fourth principle states that incomplete transformations are difficult to rectify. Placing a rabbit's head atop a footstool is both irresponsible and perilous. Reciting revert to original will restore the object or creature to its original state. The fifth principle notes that larger creatures or those with strong magical resistance are challenging to transform unless handled by skilled and powerful wizards who understand their limits. In fact, Professor Crouch had yet to teach the restoration charm since the first-year students were struggling to grasp even basic transformations, making it counterproductive to introduce this spell at the current stage. As he repeated this vital information several times, the Muggle students from Hufflepuff without textbooks finally recognized its significance. Hastily taking notes, this realization left Professor Crouch rather disappointed, especially as some students continued to flail their wands aimlessly. Simon had completed the transformation of the branch. All that remained for him in class was to continue practicing, refining the needle to a smaller and more exquisite form, or altering its material. In truth, the underlying principle remained unchanged. The sole distinction lay in the necessity to transform the branch into a copper needle, a needle of such delicacy. It seemed somewhat futile to engrave intricate patterns upon it, unless, of course, one intended to use it as an ornament. As Professor Wag Crouch approached Simon, he murmured in an almost imperceptible tone, "You ought to devote more of your surplus time to practicing the restoration of transformed objects to their original forms. That is the subject we shall address next." Professor Wag Crouch, I don't have a textbook, Simon replied, awkwardly scratching his head, striving to suppress a smug expression. Oh, right. You are of Muggle descent, Professor Crouch suddenly recalled, placing his book before Simon and gently tapping a particular page with his finger. This subtle gesture caught the attention of a few nearby students. One thing you must understand. Restoring an object to its original form is not merely about transforming a needle back into a branch. With that, Professor Crouch quietly departed. Unnoticed by most. Curiosity piqued, Potter leaned closer to glimpse the contents of Professor Crouch's book. However, it was merely an aged manuscript, devoid of annotations or embellishments, akin to a blank sheet of paper in its pristine simplicity. Disheartened, Potter retreated, while his branch had indeed transformed into an iron needle. The result fell short of Professor Crouch's expectations. Among his peers, Potter was considered relatively proficient, yet aside from a handful of diligent students, Many remained ensnared in the challenges of transforming a branch directly into an iron needle, especially if a needle as thick as a finger could be deemed successful. The incantation for restoration proved more complex than anticipated. By the end of class, Simon had not succeeded, and ultimately copied several sentences from the book on transformation to study further at home. The incident involving Professor Crouch borrowing Simon's book had not gone unnoticed by some, raising questions about the professor's apparent interest in Simon. Among them was the Hufflepuff merchant, the rotund Vody Taylor, who observed Simon with a hint of surprise. In the realm of transforming wooden needles into iron ones, Vody Taylor remained at a loss. Just before class concluded, he had even been chastised by Professor Crouch for a mistake. What right did this commoner have to succeed, and to garner the professor's approval and attention? To compound Vody's envy, he perceived that Simon had formed a favorable rapport with several pureblood Gryffindors from the same year. It was not uncommon for Muggle-born wizards to associate with purebloods, yet the Hufflepuff purebloods, while not overtly disdainful, consistently irked him. The astonishment in Vody's eyes morphed into fury, as if Simon had pilfered something rightfully his. Perhaps, in the eyes of many, they could not fathom that what they deemed a commoner could eclipse them in excellence. On the third weekend, Simon had yet to visit Hogsmeade. Perhaps due to their initial encounters, the Muggle-born wizards displayed little enthusiasm towards him, refraining from seeking his company. They might have preferred to witness a newcomer falter and gain nothing, for they had themselves traversed that path. Simon's fortune incited their jealousy, and among all the new students, he undeniably stood out, inadvertently alienating himself from a group of underachievers. The outlier is invariably an object of exclusion, particularly among these Muggle-born wizards, who also belonged to the lower echelons of society. Simon remained largely indifferent, focusing intently on his own pursuits. Perhaps the search for herbs served as a simple means of earning a living, and its continued existence was justified. However, in Simon's past life, he would have likened it to scavenging. Yet, in the 17th century, he truly understood the struggles of the impoverished. Even if one wished to profit from scavenging, one must first have something to scavenge, along with a multitude of competitors vying for the same. Such was the sorrowful reality of the age. This was the plight of the poor. His initial encounter with the past stemmed from curiosity. He required the wizard's funds to procure paper, ink, and the means to seek a spell for armor. For the time being, that was sufficient. He felt no urgency regarding the spells of coma or disarmament, as he was currently incapable of mastering such incantations. Simon preferred to dedicate his time to the pursuit of knowledge, as long as he demonstrated sufficient excellence. The professors would not hesitate to offer him a modicum of assistance. After all, what instructor would not wish to cultivate an outstanding student? Especially since Simon exhibited a profound respect for his professors, it was conceivable that, upon achieving success in the future, he would take great pride in being addressed as professor, a title that carries significant weight and gratitude. Meanwhile, Leah Edwin, the noble maiden, chose not to partake in these endeavors. She clearly deemed the monetary rewards trivial. More importantly, she was reluctant to squander her time on such matters. As a remarkably self-assured aristocrat, Leah did not perceive herself as inferior to others. Her unyielding nature, combined with a sense of superiority, propelled her to channel her energy into absorbing knowledge, preparing to compete with her equally distinguished peers. While practicing the incendio spell by the lakeside, Leah was struck by a wave of frustration upon witnessing Simon already engaged in his practice. To this day, she had yet to fully master the locking charm, while this fellow Muggle-born student had already begun to explore other spells. Struggling with control, Simon extinguished the burning branch in the lake before retrieving it once more. He lifted his wand and gently tapped the branch, producing only a faint flicker of flame. To some extent, this did not yet qualify as successfully conjuring fire. His earlier success stemmed from numerous attempts, igniting the branch through sheer persistence. For reasons unknown, Leah felt a sense of relief upon observing Simon's lack of success. She did not wish to fall too far behind. "Are you heading to the Quidditch pitch? I hear Potter has made it to the reserve team," she inquired. Simon tossed the branch into the lake, replying, "I promised Potter I would come by. By the way, it seems their SA flying lesson next week. Quite looking forward to it." In many respects, Quidditch appeared to be a sport for the affluent. One could hardly expect Muggle-born wizards in need of school assistance to acquire their own flying broomsticks. No wonder Harry Potter excelled in Quidditch. It seemed the entire Potter family possessed an innate talent for riding brooms. As Simon watched Roland Potter skillfully maneuvering through the air, dodging opponents, he couldn't help but admire the young wizard's prowess. Although Potter did not play as a seeker, he stood out remarkably as a chaser, particularly in front of the girls, showcasing an extraordinary performance. With a deft sidestep, he evaded two beaters, inciting a chorus of cheers from the Gryffindor girls. Potter advanced with the quaffle, skillfully avoiding a chaser from Gryffindor, and ultimately succeeded in throwing the ball past the keeper, scoring a point. Indeed, it was a basket. Quidditch in this era employed a type of woven basket rather than iron hoops, which initially surprised Simon. He soon joined his roommates in standing up to applaud Potter's impressive display of skill, which earned him recognition from all team members as a candidate for the Quidditch team. The captain, Colin Burstead, even formally welcomed Potter with a handshake, expressing his desire for him to join the team. Had first-year students been eligible to compete, Colin might have chosen to integrate Potter directly into the lineup. Leah Edwin harbored a curiosity about the recreational activities of wizards, particularly regarding Quidditch. It must be said that the allure of the sport could only be truly appreciated through first-hand observation. The news of Potter's selection as a reserve player quickly spread throughout the common room, with several upperclassmen coming to congratulate him. Weasley generously shared the milk candies sent from home with everyone. It was Simon's inaugural experience tasting this delicacy in this world. Perhaps it was due to the many years he had abstained from candy, or perhaps the wizard's milk sweets were simply more delectable, but he found the flavor quite delightful. The schedule for the flying lessons had been affixed to the notice board. On Monday afternoon, following the conclusion of potions class, the first-year students would partake in this singular lesson, which comprised only 6 sessions. Should one fail to master the art of soaring on a broomstick during class, they would be left to their own devices thereafter. The esteemed Professor Rolanda Hooch, who also officiated as the Quidditch referee at Hogwarts, would be teaching the course that afternoon. Having just finished potions, Simon felt somewhat disoriented, listening to Potter boast about his childhood flying escapades. Upon reaching the grassy area, he noticed that the Ravenclaw students had already arrived, with 10 broomsticks meticulously arranged upon the ground. Professor Hooch, a man of middle age, possessed an exceptionally keen gaze. One must assume that a Quidditch referee could not afford to lack such sharpness in their vision. Simon silently scoffed as he attentively listened to Professor Field expound on several issues that novices should heed. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" he exclaimed sternly. "Everyone, stand next to a flying broomstick. Seize the opportunity to practice. I certainly do not wish to see any fools left on the ground after our flying lesson." Simon glanced down at the worn and tattered broom he had been assigned, its branches protruding haphazardly. The brooms at home had been far superior to this one. He extended his right hand, resting it above the handle, as Professor Field demonstrated the technique for everyone before exclaiming, "Up, up." The group echoed in unison. Simon's flying broomstick did not ascend as he had envisioned. Instead, it awkwardly circled the ground, with only a select few, like Potter, managing to succeed on their first attempt. The broomstick beneath the Muggle wizard hand Miller of Ravenclaw exhibited no response whatsoever, prompting him to bend down in frustration and grasp it in his hand. This action, however, incited a wave of laughter among the onlookers. The boy's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe red apple. The laughter was sternly quelled by Professor Field, who urged everyone to persist in their attempts. After several tries, Simon's broomstick finally obeyed. Confidence must be resolute and unwavering. Only then would the broom respond to commands. In truth, Simon had instinctively resisted riding the broom since learning from Potter that it lacked an invisible cushion. Some continued to try repeatedly, particularly a Ravenclaw girl who was on the verge of tears under Field's scrutinizing gaze. Ultimately, Professor Field demonstrated how to mount the broom without slipping off, correcting their grip in the process. Simon was among the fortunate few who escaped mishaps, as he had the advantage of observing Field rectify the unfortunate hand Miller's technique, thus understanding how to avoid errors. Riding the broom proved quite uncomfortable. Without a cushion, it felt akin to sitting on a wooden pole. As they engaged in low-altitude flying practice, Simon attempted a few more times, and once he felt capable of controlling the broom, he ceased his efforts. Everyone paused to watch Potter showcase his skills, and even Professor Field expressed admiration, believing that with further practice, Potter could easily secure a place on the Quidditch team. Nevertheless, he publicly chastised Potter for his reckless maneuvers, deducting 5 points from Gryffindor as a consequence. Upon dismounting, Potter received the adulation of his peers, as his impressive display had captured the attention of several girls. However, Potter's backside now ached as if it were rooted in discomfort. The school's new flying broomsticks were no comparison to the custom-made one his family had commissioned. Had Potter not gritted his teeth and persevered, he likely would have been sprinting to the infirmary, clutching his rear in agony. As it turned out, even a display of bravado comes at a price. After the flying lesson, Potter sought out Madame Catherine, the healer, who alleviated much of his pain with warm water. However, his gait remained somewhat abnormal, and to conceal this, Simon and his 2 roommates trailed behind Potter like sycophants, shielding him from prying eyes, thus preserving his heroic image before the girls. Consequently, Potter became the subject of light-hearted ridicule from the trio. That evening, while dining in the hall, a second-year Hufflepuff Muggle wizard hurried past and handed Simon a note, wearing an expression of sympathy. The note was brief. Wednesday afternoon at Professor Prince's Potions classroom. Have you done something to displease Professor Prince? Pruitt furrowed his brow, adopting a similarly sympathetic countenance. Simon pondered the day's events and curiously inquired, "Why do you ask?" According to a prevalent saying at Hogwarts, being singled out by Prince was certainly no good fortune. Weasley regarded Simon with a look of pity, saying, "Shall I arrange for Madame Catherine to reserve you a hospital bed?" Simon felt a sense of bewilderment. However, the news of Professor Pruitt's fixation on him quickly spread throughout Hogwarts, much to the delight of the Muggle-born students. Those upperclassmen who had previously been targeted silently offered their support for Simon, whether or not they were acquainted with him, simply to assist in dealing with the troublesome Nargles. Potter, with a face full of schadenfreude, did not seem to comfort Simon as he remarked, "This might leave you with a lack of appetite for several days." There's no need to worry about other issues, as Professor Pruitt will provide you with protective dragon hide gloves. Thank you. But I would greatly appreciate it if you refrained from discussing such matters during my meals. Simon replied, setting down the last piece of bread and rolling his eyes at Potter, who had completely extinguished his appetite. Those seated nearby also cast disapproving glances at Potter. As his words significantly dampened their appetites, some even chose to distance themselves from him, as if he were afflicted with some peculiar contagion. That evening, the Gryffindor common room offered only a faint glow. Simon lingered by the fireplace for an extended period, concentrating on practicing the severing charm. Regrettably, the branch remained utterly unmoved. The severing charm proved more challenging to master than other spells, demanding precise control, an aspect evidently lacking in first year's magical prowess. Chapter 15. The proper dissection of a horned snail. Wednesday was, without a doubt, a most unfortunate day for Simon. After the conclusion of herbology class, he was obliged to attend potions class that afternoon, and as for the nature of his tasks, Simon preferred not to dwell further on it. During the remaining hours of the morning, he devoted himself to the library, completing his homework for charms in the process. He also found time to practice the severing charm once more. The charm's effectiveness hinges on the wizard's control over their magic. Simon had thus far managed to split the branch in two, with his next goal being to sever it into smaller pieces, a feat not easily accomplished. At noon, Simon dared not indulge in too much food, considering the potentially nauseating tasks awaiting him with Professor Prince. Thus, he ate sparingly, taking only 2 slices of bread before departing. Simon, under the watchful gaze of others, departed from Gryffindor with a solemn demeanor, making his way towards the potions classroom located in the castle's basement. At that moment, the third-year students had concluded their potion studies, and Simon observed that only a handful of students remained, diligently cleaning the remnants of potion residue from their cauldrons. The rest stood idly by, their expressions betraying a lack of understanding. It was evident that those capable of conducting potion experiments were predominantly pure-blood wizards, as only they could procure the necessary materials for such endeavors. As for the Muggle-born wizards, lacking both funds and resources, they were left to watch helplessly. The phrase uttered by Combs, "You will understand in your 3rd year," resonated in Simon's mind. At Hogwarts, students were no longer provided with materials by their 3rd year. The older students cast sympathetic glances at Simon as he entered the classroom, some even offering a gentle pat on his shoulder, their expressions conveying a sense of concern. Leaving Simon feeling somewhat bewildered. "You arrived too early," a voice suddenly called from behind him. Turning around, Simon found a golden-haired girl, likely around 15 or 16, scrutinizing him. She possessed a delicate beauty reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Her attire, though somewhat casual, undoubtedly marked her as a striking figure. The note from Professor Prince did not specify a particular time. Simon explained helplessly, having already deduced that this enchanting girl was likely the senior referred to by Combs, Phyllis. "Well then, since you are here, let us not waste time. Let us begin." The golden-haired girl raised her hand and pointed towards a nearby cabinet, instructing, "Open that cabinet and find a suitable pair of dragon hide gloves." "What about Professor Prince?" Simon inquired, rummaging through the cabinet in search of the gloves. "What exactly am I supposed to do?" "Professor Prince has stepped out for a moment," she replied. "Oh, by the way, your task today is to handle the horned slugs." With that, the golden-haired girl directed her wand at a large barrel containing horned slugs, placing it before Simon. A writhing mass of live horned slugs lay within, their slimy bodies appearing rather repulsive, undoubtedly unappealing to anyone of sound mind. Suddenly, Simon felt that his decision to refrain from eating too much earlier was indeed a prudent one. Otherwise, the bucket of horned slugs would have been enough to turn his stomach. Speaking of which, horned slugs must be what is referred to as slugs. Is this material intended for concocting the potion for treating scabies? Simon, suppressing his discomfort, inquired. He was aware that horned slugs were one of the ingredients in the potion for scabies, a potion that was a requisite for their first-year studies, considered to be one of the more commonly used potions. Indeed, a jar of processed horned slugs was worth 5 nats. The blonde girl donned her dragon hide gloves and deftly began to handle the horned slugs before Simon, reminding him that the innards must be extracted with precision, and also to avoid mutilating their bodies, unlike what she was doing. The blonde girl skillfully sliced open the belly of a horned slug, expertly discarding the innards into the adjacent bucket. To be honest, witnessing a blonde beauty adeptly perform such tasks made Simon's cheeks twitch involuntarily, yet his gaze remained intently fixed on the movements of her hands, capturing every detail. After she had dealt with 3, Phyllis handed the knife to Simon, indicating for him to continue the task. The blonde girl, meanwhile, was not idle. She sat in the corner, working on a type of green plant, which appeared to be yet another ingredient for potion making. Simon sighed, and despite his immense reluctance, he immersed himself in his task. He did not rush to remedy all the horned slug creatures at once. Rather, he endeavored to ensure that each movement was executed with precision. Treating a single horned slug required approximately 2 minutes, and with each individual needing 4 doses of the scabies remedy, a total of 66 doses would be necessary for 22 people. This entailed at least 2 hours of work, and it was evident that the bucket contained far more than 66 slugs. With the system's assistance in interpreting his gestures, Simon maintained an accuracy rate of around 70%. In truth, he was merely imitating the actions of senior sister Phyllis, and fortunately, his efforts were largely successful, as most of the processed horned slugs remained intact. However, Simon had begun to sense something peculiar in the air. Perhaps this was a form of test for him? Had he not witnessed the movements and methodology of the blonde senior, he would not have contemplated this direction. Could it be that Professor Princess intended to cultivate his skills? It was indeed essential for a potion master to adeptly handle ingredients, and this seemed the most plausible explanation. After all, Simon was undoubtedly the most outstanding among all the freshmen, even if his potions did not achieve immediate success. Mastery in potion making was not something to be attained with just a few attempts, especially in this age of subpar instruments. Success necessitated a wealth of experience. Some exceptional potion masters could measure ingredients accurately by mere hand, without the need for scales. Such was the essence of a potion master, who typically relied on extensive practice to attain such heights. Nevertheless, it must be said that bending over and tending to these repulsive horned slugs was far from a pleasant endeavor. After several hours of labor, with half a bucket still remaining, Simon felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He mechanically and precisely repeated certain motions, his stomach rumbling with discontent, oblivious to the passage of time. With each iteration of the same action, he managed to process a horned slug in nearly 30 seconds. Though his movements were not as swift as those of the blonde senior, his efforts throughout the afternoon had not been in vain. Yet, Simon did not feel elated. He sensed that he had been unable to enjoy a proper meal in recent days, as the foul odor emanating from the slug's innards was utterly unbearable, and he hoped it would not linger on his hands for too long. After processing roughly half of the horned slugs, Simon was finally permitted to leave. By that time, night had completely fallen, and on his way, he encountered a mischievous imp. This creature seemed to detect the scent on him, wearing a gleeful expression as it merrily hummed a tune and tossed chalk in his direction. Simon ignored Peeves and returned directly to Gryffindor. By now, dinner had concluded, and the dining hall was empty. The sole consolation was that he had saved himself 2 slices of bread, ensuring he would not go to bed hungry. However, the pressing issue remained: how to rid his hands of the foul odor, which had become quite unbearable. One could easily discern from Peeves' pinched nose and grimace just how dreadful the smell was. How about it, Sophia? Shortly after Simon's departure, Professor Snape returned to the potions classroom, having finished his meal. Not bad, but 20% is wasted, Sophia exclaimed, donning gloves, as she danced around the innards of the horned slug that Simon had just handled, muttering something under her breath. 20%? She glanced at another container, her expression inscrutable, and softly remarked, I recall your initial success rate was barely 40%. Who knows? Perhaps I'm just an oddity, she mused. Surprisingly, nothing went awry this time. I was slow at first, but the efficiency turned out to be commendable. The young girl named Sophia closed the lid and stated, I've already discarded the inferior specimens. With a little more refinement, the potion for treating scabies can be prepared for the younger students next time. To think he is a muggle-born is truly astonishing. Sophia lifted her gaze to Professor Snape and inquired, It seems he will become my junior. I hope he doesn't encroach upon my territory. The last remark carried a hint of self-deprecation. Let us wait and see. Professor Snape was indeed taken aback, perhaps not anticipating Simon's remarkable talent. Sophia understood the weight of his words. Many promising students had caught Snape's eye in the past, yet their lack of dedication during collaborative efforts led to their eventual dismissal. She was the sole one to remain, blessed with considerable aptitude. Oh, I forgot to mention how to eliminate the odor. Had Sophia truly forgotten? Or was it a deliberate oversight? Chapter 16. The proper technique for exploding cauldrons. Simon struggled against the foul stench clinging to his hands. Despite washing them numerous times, he was unable to rid himself of the lingering odor left by the innards of a slug. The repugnant smell was enough to turn Simon's stomach. The way his fellow Gryffindor students recoiled from him was a testament to its horridness. Even while drinking water, he could faintly sense that peculiar, unpleasant aroma in his mouth. Alone in a corner, he nibbled on some bread, and after satisfying his hunger, he decided to return to his dormitory for some rest. The sensation of being watched with pity by a throng of people was undeniably uncomfortable. After an entire day of toil that left his back aching, Simon lay down to rest, having washed up somewhat. His exhaustion rendered him indifferent to the wretched smell. This was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered. The foul odor persisted for several days, showing no signs of abating, its tenacity leaving Simon utterly astounded. As a new week dawned, Simon awoke groggily, freshened up, and roused his roommate before heading to the common room. With that intense stench still lingering on his hands, he found himself, rather regrettably, occupying a vast space all alone. For no one dared to dine near him, lest their appetite be spoiled by the wretched aroma. Simon was already accustomed to this, chewing his food as he lifted his gaze toward the shadow cast above him. It was the senior he had encountered in the potions classroom, a blonde girl who expressionlessly handed him a piece of paper. Thank you. Simon's cheeks involuntarily twitched as he reluctantly accepted the note. Sophia's arrival did little to elevate his spirits. In fact, he could sense a hint of schadenfreude emanating from her. As soon as Sophia departed, a few individuals Disregarding the atmosphere surrounding Simon, hurried over and eagerly opened the note, reading its contents aloud. Such was the allure of beauty. Even more so when Sophia had yet to find a boyfriend, with countless admirers pursuing her within the school. The note conveyed the same message as before. Simon was to return to the potions classroom next Wednesday at the same time. It was neither a love letter nor any gossip. Instead, the surrounding boys regarded Simon with sympathetic eyes, suddenly feeling that this newcomer was truly unfortunate. The Muggle-born wizards, witnessing Simon's misfortune, found their previous jealousy dissipated, replaced by mocking ridicule. How could one not revel in the misfortunes of others, especially those they found less than agreeable? The crowd swiftly dispersed, none willing to linger near Simon, fearing it might taint their appetite. "Stay strong. We shall support you in spirit," exclaimed Potter and his companions as they hastily made their exit. "What a bunch of unreliable folks," Simon muttered as he finished his breakfast and made his way to the potions classroom. Unlike other core subjects, potions and history of magic were only held twice a week. This course was not particularly favored by students, largely due to the frighteningly high failure rate. However, the pungent aroma of potions within the classroom masked Simon's own scent. Previously, Simon had only achieved partial success with the transformation potion after consuming the horrid concoction. He was relieved to find his hair transformed to a light blue instead of the dreaded green. Few had succeeded, and not everyone was willing to sport green hair. Potter and Weasley had willingly risked punishment, hastily disposing of their failed color-changing potions, resulting in a score of 0. Charlie Pruitt had narrowly avoided the green hair tragedy. In contrast, all the Hufflepuff first years bore green hair. Unlike Potter, they did not discard their potion, sealing their fate in a comedic disaster. The green hair unexpectedly became a trend among Hufflepuff newcomers. Witnessing their plight, Simon's face twitched, though he ultimately refrained from laughing. As the class commenced, Professor Prince divided the newcomers into pairs, instructing them to collaborate on concocting a simple potion to treat scabies. The grouping was likely due to the scarcity of materials. Compared to the previous color-changing potion, the scabies remedy required a fair number of ingredients and was considerably more complex to produce. Professor Prince took her time, spending half an hour detailing the steps for crafting the scabies potion and highlighting essential precautions to observe. Simon swiftly recorded the formula for the potion to treat scabies: dried nettle, 6 viper fangs, for horn slugs, 2 porcupine quills, pongo onions, flabear caterpillar slime, ginger root, and hillock fish fin spines. Since Porter and Edwin formed one group, while Pruitt and Wesley constituted another, Simon found himself relegated to partnering with a student from Hufflepuff. In truth, he would have preferred solitude. Alas, it was not meant to be, for there were 7 Hufflepuff students, and thus he was paired with a rather stout boy. The merchant's son, Voter Taylor. At times, one can never truly comprehend the thoughts of others. Voter Taylor, astonishingly, refrained from taking notes during the lecture, instead fixating on the materials just distributed and had even commenced grinding the 6 viper fangs. It was rumored he had spent an entire evening dealing with this peculiar task the previous week, emerging reeking of the strange odor. Voter Taylor picked up a horn slug, his face contorting in disgust. "Do refrain from those viper fangs. Wait until the professor has completed his lecture before proceeding," Simon cautioned, his voice tinged with urgency. "Oh," Voter Taylor responded absently, entirely dismissive of Simon's words, continuing to fiddle with the materials. A few minutes later, Professor Prince chastised him vehemently, docking 5 points from Hufflepuff and 1 from Gryffindor, as Simon had failed to prevent such foolishness. Throughout the lesson, Voter Taylor muttered incessantly, but Simon paid him no mind, focusing instead on documenting the preparation methods and the reactions of the potion. When Simon's patience waned, he shot a fierce glare at the stout boy, silently urging him to silence. However, it was to no avail, as Voter remained engrossed in his own murmurs. For the first time, Simon discovered the depths of human disdain. The powdered venom of the serpent was insufficiently refined. While concocting potions, Simon unreservedly pointed out the errors of his counterpart. "If you have not absorbed anything from this discussion, it would be best not to tamper with these ingredients. The art of potion making is fraught with peril. Should you wish to invite trouble upon yourself, please do not drag me into your misfortune." Faced with the absurdity of Voter Taylor's behavior, Simon felt no inclination to extend any semblance of courtesy. His merciless reprimand echoed, drawing the attention of all nearby. Voter Taylor's slightly plump visage flushed an unhealthy shade of red, likely a manifestation of his indignation. Had it not been for Simon's desire to prevent his potion from becoming a mere heap of refuse, he would have preferred to disregard this individual entirely. However, after the ineffectiveness of whispered counsel, he resolved to show no leniency. "Professor Prince, may I work alone? I do not believe a seated Voter Taylor is conducive to progress. Otherwise, I shall impose a month of detention upon you." Professor Prince's voice boomed in admonition towards Simon, then turned to Voter Taylor with a warning. "If you dare to create any disruptions in my potion class, you shall face a month of confinement." The atmosphere grew increasingly hostile. The Hufflepuff students were well aware of the character of this portly merchant, which is why no one was willing to partner with him. Voter Taylor was not an amiable individual. His merchant background undoubtedly fostered a disdain for the impoverished like Simon. Simon's earlier remarks had sparked considerable displeasure within him. even igniting a desire to see Simon humiliated. Yet, observing Green skillfully managing various herbs, Vodder Taylor was evidently dissatisfied, as this contrasted starkly with his expectation of chaos. Simon was evidently capable of independently concocting the remedy for scabies, as his notes detailed the comprehensive steps involved. In the eyes of V.O.T. Taylor, notions of right and wrong held little significance. He merely sought to create a nuisance for the other, which undoubtedly reflected the inner workings of a merchant's son. As he observed Green preparing the horned slug, V.O.T. Taylor interjected, clearly intending to disrupt Green's process. For V.O.T. Taylor, acquiring some magical knowledge from the academy after graduation was sufficient. He had no desire to become a wizard. As the son of a merchant, he had a family estate to inherit, and mastering magic was merely a means to enhance his prospects for the future. Witnessing V.O.T. Taylor's interference, as he recklessly added materials to the crucible, was disconcerting. The mixture was supposed to incorporate dried nettle and be heated until it transformed into a green liquid. Yet that wretched glutton had added not only dried nettle but also serpent powder, causing the crucible's contents to assume an unsightly brown hue while bubbling ominously. Simon's face darkened ominously as he shrugged, signaling for others to continue their antics. He decisively shifted his notebook aside, preparing to make his exit. Upon witnessing Green's actions, Vodder Taylor chuckled triumphantly and tossed the porcupine quills into the cauldron, stirring the pot further. The result was immediate. A pungent, acidic green smoke erupted within the classroom, transforming the concoction in the cauldron into a terrifyingly potent acid that warped the vessel, boiling over like scalding water, sending splashes of potion everywhere. Green managed to evade the chaos swiftly, but misfortune befell the others, especially the unfortunate Wesley and Pruitt nearby, who were directly affected. Their garments were riddled with holes from the splattering liquid, and their boots were burned through. The previously smug Vodder Taylor found himself drenched in the potion after the cauldron was ruined, his clothes in tatters, and his skin began to swell with painful blisters, causing him to wail in distress. His face and nose were covered in numerous sores. "Fool!" Professor Prince bellowed, brandishing her wand to clear the potion splattered on the floor. Her gaze turned ominously towards Green, demanding, "What happened here?" Vodder Taylor, disregarding my objections, mixed in snake venom and porcupine quills while heating the dry nettles, resulting in the explosion of the cauldron, Green explained, shrugging in resignation. Once Vodder Taylor had decided to court disaster, Green saw no reason to intervene. If the fool wished for calamity, so be it. What does it matter to me? Imbecile. Hufflepuff loses 20 points, Professor Prince declared, her disdainful eyes fixed on the disheveled Vodder Taylor. And a month of detention. Before Simon could rejoice, Professor Prince added, "Why didn't you stop him?" "I tried. But not everyone is willing to heed advice." Gryffindor loses 5 points. Professor Prince scowled at Green. "Don't celebrate too soon. You will be responsible for compensating for the destroyed cauldron, half of the costs. I will arrange for your detention notice." Green's expression darkened. Why should he bear the brunt of another's folly? Yet, Professor Prince offered him no chance to argue. "Take him to Madame Caitlin upstairs, and remember to wear gloves. Those splashed with potion should come to me for antidotes." Chapter 17. The fat pig hangs in the tree. Simon's mood was rather dismal. He could not fathom the cost of compensating for the charred cauldron, as he was devoid of funds. Moreover, he was acutely aware that V.O.T. Taylor had acted with malice, and the troublesome little rotund figure had likely orchestrated this chaos, ultimately ensnaring himself in the predicament. Currently, V.O.T. Taylor remained in the infirmary, where Mrs. Catherine had successfully treated most of his scabies, but full recovery would demand an additional day or two, as Professor Prince had steadfastly refused to concoct a cure for the ailment. This news spread through Hogwarts like wildfire, inciting sympathy for Simon's unfortunate partnership, particularly among the Muggle-born wizards, who understood all too well that he was incapable of covering the expenses. At least, since Simon had garnered Professor Prince's attention, they had ceased to ostracize him as they once did. Why should the impoverished burden their own kind? Yet, sympathy was merely that, sympathy. None were inclined to extend a helping hand, not only due to their lack of funds, but also because they were not well acquainted with Simon. Borrowing money was out of the question. The very notion was laughable. "Fear not, my friend, we know you are financially constrained, and we can pool our resources to assist you." Potter consoled Simon as he practiced his spells in a dejected manner. "A tin cauldron does not command a hefty price. You would need only 3 sickles at most." Charlie Pruitt remarked nonchalantly, glancing at Weasley, who was engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. "We can each contribute a sickle. Right, Charlie?" "Indeed, it is but a trifling sum for us. You can repay us when you find yourself in a more favorable financial situation." Weasley, sensing the somber atmosphere, deftly shifted the topic. "By the way, how is your charms homework coming along?" "It's done. Fantastic. I knew you would finish it," Potter exclaimed joyfully, relishing the fact that he was absolved from the burden of homework. "I'm just a bit vexed. What on earth was that fellow thinking? Not only did he land himself in the infirmary, but was he the one who damaged the cauldron?" Simon tucked away his wand and drummed his fingers on the table. "I truly cannot comprehend what goes on in that thick skull of his. If I had the spells at my disposal, I would surely hang that rotund fool from a tree for a spell." "Don't be foolish. The first years have barely learned a few spells, Leah Edwin interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Simon. If you were to act on such a thought, you would undoubtedly attract trouble. Thank you for your counsel. Is there something you wish to share, Edwin? Simon inquired. I bear both bad news and good news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Leah Edwin said mysteriously. Bad news, Simon replied without hesitation. Professor Furlong Lombardin has instructed me to inform you that your detention has been decided. You are to report to Professor Lesiva Prince in the potions classroom on Friday. Thank you. That is indeed disheartening news. I hope the good news can elevate my spirits somewhat, Simon said glumly. The good news is that someone has already taken care of the payment for your cauldron, so you need not worry about the financial aspect, Leah Edwin remarked. Then curiously scrutinized Simon. Who do you suppose has assisted you in paying for the destroyed cauldron, which is said to be worth 3 sickles? Perhaps it is Professor Furlong Lombardin. Simon sighed, for in his estimation, only the head of Gryffindor could possibly lend him a hand in his time of need. The professor had a decent character and, coupled with Simon's diligent student reputation, he would likely be willing to assist. After all, Furlong Lombardin was the one who had introduced Simon to the wizarding world. I would concur, Leah Edwin mused before turning to depart. Once she had left, Calm suddenly appeared, patting Simon on the shoulder with an air of regret, expressing that someone had already taken care of the payment, or else he would not have minded helping. After a lengthy gaze from Simon, Calms awkwardly turned away, delivering a piece of good news. V.O.T. Taylor remained in the infirmary and would incur additional medical expenses. What a hypocritical fellow, Potter remarked with a look of disdain after Calms had exited. I'd wager that had he not heard that someone was covering your costs, he wouldn't have even bothered to approach you. He simply fears the possibility of lending money. It is only human nature, Potter. I'd bet that the total in his pockets does not even amount to a sickle. Would you wish for someone to borrow from you? Simon did not express any disdain towards Chomsky's hypocrisy. It was entirely reasonable for him to react in such a manner. What are you still fretting about? Wesley inquired. I am merely disheartened by the absence of a spell to thoroughly deal with that fellow. By the way, how are you faring? Simon asked. I heard those potions are remarkably potent. The treatment for scabies seems to be incredibly difficult to eliminate. Prince concocted an exceedingly effective potion for scabies, and in the blink of an eye, the issue was resolved. As Wesley spoke, his expression suddenly darkened. However, thanks to him, my boots were ruined, and my socks were burned through with holes. Not to mention my clothing, which now sports a finger-sized tear. Pruitt exhibited his finger, pointing out the hole created by the potion's corrosive effects. Aside from Potter, who maintained a safe distance and escaped the splatter, several unfortunate souls from Hufflepuff had also suffered. On Thursday afternoon, Simon encountered the chubby Hufflepuff in Transfiguration. The scabies that had once plagued him had vanished, yet his complexion appeared somewhat pale, as if he had indeed endured a severe illness. Simon perceived the resentful gaze of V.O.T. Taylor, causing him to furrow his brow, for he had not anticipated that a child could exhibit such an expression. It seemed this fellow was still rather immature, Simon murmured to himself. Continuing his practice of the transformation spell, he had devised a plan. The reverse spell invented by Snape during the era of Harry Potter appeared to be a most suitable choice. Prior to that, however, he needed to prioritize his practice of the stunning spell. Yet, events often unfold unexpectedly. On Thursday afternoon, as Simon discovered the gestures for the stunning spell in the library and stepped outside, contemplating whether to catch a mouse, he noticed a gathering of individuals at the foot of the castle. What could this be? Simon approached a Ravenclaw upperclassman for clarification. A Hufflepuff freshman had reportedly been hung from the hanging tree by an unknown assailant. The upperclassman's tone was laced with a hint of schadenfreude as he informed Simon. It is said that it might have been Simon Green who did it. Why do you say that? Simon could not help but inquire, determined not to take the blame. Because everyone says you two have a feud. The Ravenclaw upperclassman's gossiping spirit ignited, launching into a series of revelations. Do you know who he is? A passing pure-blooded Gryffindor nudged the upperclassman and pointed at Simon, declaring, he is Simon Green. Well done. The upperclassman, undeterred by the attention, gave Simon a thumbs up, remarking, a scoundrel like that deserves to be taught a lesson. Simon smiled silently as he approached the tree with them, gazing at the terrified and bound Vawter Taylor, who was screaming in horror. His spirits immediately lifted. Let me down, let me down. Vawter Taylor cried out, his voice piercing the air like a slaughtered pig. His face a mask of sheer terror, clearly paralyzed by fear. A piece of parchment hung around his neck, faintly revealing the words that described a fat pig hanging from the tree. Simon believed that many upperclassmen nearby possessed the means to effortlessly rescue Vawter Taylor, who was bound to a tree. Their unwillingness to assist was undoubtedly for the sake of amusement. The commotion soon attracted the attention of other professors, culminating in Professor Jairus Roser passing by and liberating Vawter Taylor from his arboreal confinement. What transpired? Who was responsible? When Professor Roser inquired about the situation, the wizards surrounding Simon dispersed in a flurry, as if he were tainted by some perilous affliction. Grin, perhaps you want to elucidate the matter? Professor Roser's stern gaze bore down on Simon, intensifying his discomfort. I am not involved, Professor, Simon shrugged. Madame Harney, the librarian, can attest that I have remained in the library since the conclusion of Transfiguration, without deviation. Very well, I shall verify that.
It is best if you are not implicated in this affair. May I take my leave now, Professor Roser? Go on, and you all disperse as well. Those remaining shall find their houses penalized by 10 points. Was it truly not your doing? On their way to the hall, Leah Edwin could not restrain her curiosity. It was not my doing. However, it was indeed a splendid idea, and I shall express my gratitude to them. Simon had already deduced the identity of the culprits. You ought to thank us. Purwit chimed in cheerfully as the three of them suddenly emerged, seemingly from thin air. If discovered, unless you report Miss Edwin, Potter said languidly. In fact, we approached the chubby Hufflepuff yesterday, demanding an apology regarding the potions class. However, the rotund fellow not only refused to apologize but also recounted the events of yesterday. Thus, we resolved to impart a profound lesson, and Simon's suggestion was quite commendable. So we decided to put it into action. Simon nearly fell victim to this. Edwin glared at Weasley. He would not. We are aware Simon is in the library and will remain there until dinner, with no evidence implicating him, for indeed, he is not the culprit, Purwit languidly remarked. For he was the mastermind behind the entire scheme. Chapter 18. I know who the criminal is. Once Leah Edwin had distanced herself, Purwit began to recount their plan to Simon. It turned out that Potter possessed an invisibility cloak, under which he trailed Vodder Taylor until they reached an unoccupied area. Purwit then employed a stunning spell to render Vodder Taylor unconscious, and together with Weasley, they moved him downstairs. Potter subsequently fetched a broomstick. Ultimately, they utilized Potter's broom and another borrowed from Purwit to hoist Vodder Taylor into the tree. Thereafter, Purwit used a sticking charm to affix Vodder Taylor to the trunk, securing him with ropes. The inscription on the parchment, crafted by Weasley, added a touch of mischief, as it was inscribed magically, eliminating any concern of identification by handwriting. Simon cast a meaningful glance at Plyite, recognizing that his roommate concealed much beneath the surface. He ventured to inquire. Have you indeed mastered all the spells from the charms class? Green, you overestimate Charlie, Potter replied languidly. You are not mistaken, pureblood wizards do possess certain privileges. We have been wielding magic from a young age, becoming acquainted with numerous spells, including some dark ones. However, it is not as formidable as you might imagine. I would wager that Charlie can only manage a handful of curses. If my family hadn't forbidden it, I would have certainly learned a few myself. Don't look at me. I can only manage a couple of curses, Weasley candidly admitted. I received my wand when I was 10. But the scope of what one can learn remains quite limited. The stunning spell is quite useful. I have been contemplating whether I could master it. Simon mused after a brief moment of reflection. I was actually seeking some mice to test the spell. In fact, you could use those trees outside the Forbidden Forest for practice, Plyite suggested wisely. When I learned the stunning spell, I did the same. Quite a few trees in my backyard met their demise. I think that's a splendid idea. Let us practice spells together next Saturday. Potter expressed his enthusiasm for charms, as he had previously lacked the opportunity to study them, but circumstances had now changed. The exploits of Potter and his friends had turned Hogwarts upside down, and a fervent discussion surrounded the question of who had hanged Voldemort Taylor from a tree. Upperclassmen of Gryffindor even laid bets on the matter, though no one participated in the wager, for even Voldemort Taylor himself was unaware of who had attacked him. Currently, the most enigmatic freshman, Simon Green, was confirmed innocent. At that time, he had been in the library, with Hermione and other students present to vouch for him. Moreover, no one believed that the Muggle-born Simon possessed such capabilities. Unless it was a sheer act of mischief, the situation was indeed chilling. The professors had determined that the perpetrator was a student of Hogwarts. They might have their suspicions, but without evidence, none would dare to expose the truth. What would be the consequence of exposure? Unless one possessed proof, the use of Veritasrum was out of the question. For no one would be foolish enough to administer such a potion on a student. In the eyes of the professors, this was merely a rather unpleasant prank, nothing more. Presently, the rumored Voldemort Taylor was in the infirmary, attending to a chamber pot. Even if he had been the subject of ridicule, the possibility of his confinement being lifted remained slim. The caretaker, Kermaha Leslie, had not prohibited him from using magic, but could Voldemort Taylor not perform it? He might as well scrub it by hand. Yet, many sympathized with Simon, believing he had suffered an undeserved misfortune. Simon was rather indifferent to these matters, as he found himself in detention, albeit in the potions classroom. Most believed that Simon's confinement was more severe than merely cleaning a chamber pot. The last time he dealt with a horned slug, his hands were left reeking, and the odor had yet to dissipate completely. He pondered what new misfortune awaited him this time. The nature of his punishment was somewhat unexpected. Professor Lesiva Prince had instructed him to concoct a potion for treating scabies on the spot. Observing the professor's impassive demeanor, Simon mused to himself, is this a form of assessment? Just as Simon opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted. Professor Lesiva Prince, as if reading his thoughts, reminded him with a stern expression, not every situation will afford you a manual to follow step by step. Simon, quiet and focused, began meticulously examining the materials and alchemical tools at hand. His mind raced as he desperately recalled the steps taken during his last preparation of the remedy for scabies. It became increasingly evident to Simon that this was not merely a test of his skills, but rather an evaluation set forth by the esteemed potion master, Lesiva Prince. He needed to deliver a satisfactory result, which in this instance meant successfully concocting the scabies remedy. Achieving the level of an adept assistant like senior sister Phyllis would alleviate his financial concerns in the future. This was a golden opportunity that he must seize. Simon silently encouraged himself. The quantities of materials provided by Lizawa Prince were abundantly excessive. Thus, he had to utilize a scale to prepare a portion for himself before embarking on the potion-making process. He took 6 vials of snake venom and added them to the mortar, grinding them into a fine powder with the pestle. Subsequently, he introduced the powder into a crucible, applying heat and stirring it, before slicing the pongo onion into thin strips and placing them into the crucible. As Simon diligently concocted the potion to cure scabies, he observed the gradual transformation of colors within the cauldron. Much like the descriptions from his lessons, a sigh of relief escaped him. All he needed to do now was to follow the steps methodically. Lizawa Prince remained expressionless, yet her astonishment at Simon's composed handling of the potion was palpable. Although there were minor imperfections and a few rookie mistakes, Prince could already surmise the outcome without needing to see the final result. A passable potion for treating scabies was within reach. After nearly an hour of effort, a delicate pink smoke began to rise from the cauldron, seemingly affirming Prince's conjectures. After Simon completed the potion for treating scabies, a system assessment yielded a score of 70, which brought him a sense of relief. This indicated that his concoction could indeed be deemed successful. Extinguishing the fire, Simon looked up at Professor Prink, the potion's master, who remained unresponsive, merely waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly, signaling Simon to leave. In the end, Professor Prink revealed nothing, and Simon could glean no answers from his expression. However, judging by the system's evaluation, he had seemingly passed the test. The thought thrilled him. Becoming Professor Prink's assistant would elevate Simon's status significantly. Regardless of the era, financial stability was always a pressing concern. What a success, it seems. After Simon's departure, Phyllis quietly emerged, her gaze sweeping over the still-fuming cauldron, confirming Simon's triumph in potion-making. Though there were minor imperfections, it was indeed a success. Lizawa Prink couldn't help but express her admiration, remarking that Simon's talent appeared to surpass her expectations and that his insight was commendable. Phyllis smirked, understanding the implication of Prink's last comment, but chose silence as she returned to her usual spot to resume her unfinished tasks. Meanwhile, as Simon made his way back to the Gryffindor Tower, he decided to pay a visit to Fools Lomberton. Gryffindor, what brings you here? Fools Lomberton greeted Simon with a hint of surprise. Professor Lomberton, I am grateful for your assistance in settling my cauldron fee, Simon stated directly. I will repay you when I have the means. Fools Lomberton paused, then chuckled. Why do you assume I was the one who cleared that fee for you? Among all the professors, it seems only you, as the head of Gryffindor, would do such a thing. Simon sighed softly, a wry smile forming on his lips. Most Muggle-born wizards simply cannot afford that fee, leaving me no choice but to seek help from the headmaster. Apologies, my child. I realize that Lizawa Prink's actions may seem somewhat unfair to you, Fools Lomberton replied, a trace of helplessness evident on his face. That fee was indeed burdensome for you. I intended to assist, but it appears someone else had already resolved your predicament. Professor Prink? Simon expressed surprise. No, it was Miss Phyllis. I was quite astonished when I learned of it. Fools Lomberton revealed a name that took Simon by surprise. You seem to have a good rapport with her? We've only met twice, Simon replied with a bitter smile, as they hardly knew each other. Lizawa appears to value your talent in potion making. It seems you have provided her with satisfactory results? A potion for treating scabies, Professor. Simon replied without hesitation. It seems she is indeed satisfied. As for your summer plans next year, Lizawa will likely arrange them for you. I had intended to introduce you to the Leaky Cauldron, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Fools Lomberton mused, somewhat taken aback by how Simon had entirely reshaped his perception of Muggleborns. May I pose a question? Go ahead, my child. Professor, why did I only receive Hogwarts letter on the final day? Simon inquired suddenly. Professor Lomberton hesitated before he sighed. Initially, your name was not on the list. However, on the last day, it was suddenly inscribed on the parchment, prompting Hogwarts to send you the customary letter. I believe I understand the reason now. Simon chuckled wryly, pondering how Hogwarts discerned Muggle-born wizards. When Muggle children experience emotional upheaval, their magic is recorded. And Simon's inadvertent use of magic due to frustration on that final day had drawn Hogwarts' attention. Reflecting on how his adult demeanor almost led him to miss the world of magic, Simon felt a sense of resignation. As Simon prepared to bid farewell to Professor Lomberton, the professor called him back, saying, I am aware of the circumstances surrounding Tyler's hanging, though I possess no evidence. Please inform them that such matters should not be repeated. Chapter 19. On the proper stance when faced with danger. Saturdays at Hogwarts were typically the most desolate, as the majority of Muggle-born students ventured out to earn money, while the remaining pure-blood wizards occupied themselves with dates or Quidditch practice after their meals, leaving little time to linger in the common room. Simon, Potter, and their companion idly left the castle after their meal, traversing a secluded stone path that led toward the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Along the way, Charlie elucidated the incantations and essential points regarding the stunning spell, engaging in a discussion about curses while analyzing the practicality of various spells. Simon, quietly listening from the side, felt a sense of detachment as a muggle-born. He was naturally unfamiliar with the dark arts. Stop! Wesley suddenly halted everyone, alerting them to the presence of the Devil's Snare. Is this the outer defense line of Hogwarts? Simon had heard from older students that although Hogwarts boasted numerous powerful magical protections, the periphery of the Forbidden Forest was still rife with Devil's Snare, planted as a barrier to prevent creatures from the forest from infiltrating Hogwarts, albeit the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal. In their first herbology class, the professor had taught them how to identify Devil's Snare and how to cultivate these plants. The four exchanged glances and promptly drew their wands, chanting, Incendio. Utilizing the fire-making spell to manage the Devil's Snare was a task that should pose no challenge if the first years had been attentive in class. Simon suddenly realized that teaching them the fire-making spell as the third incantation was not without reason. It was likely intended to prevent students from inadvertently wandering into this area. Exchanging a few knowing smiles, they approached the gap in the Devil's Snare, effortlessly crossing this barrier as they made their way toward the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. It was said that the nearby herbs had already been thoroughly foraged by older Muggle students, and thus, they would likely practice herbology their next time. Pruitt gestured ahead, lacking any intention of delving deeper into the forest. We shall practice here, Simon cautioned. Encountering other Muggle wizards within the Forbidden Forest is ill-advised. Venturing deeper poses too great a risk for us. The nature of the Forbidden Forest in this era differed significantly from that in Harry Potter's time, teeming with numerous perilous creatures. Potter acknowledged this, having heard tales of a certain unfortunate soul devoured by a troll, an incident that befell him due to his folly and disbelief. Initially, Simon struggled to cast the stunning spell, but after several corrections from Pruitt regarding his wand movements, he finally managed to emit a faint red light. Although the red glow dissipated upon concentrating on the trees, it undoubtedly marked a promising beginning, stirring a sense of excitement within Simon. Potter and Wesley displayed a noticeably swifter grasp of the stunning spell, likely due to their prior experiences with dark curses, which afforded them a stronger command of the incantation than Simon. As they mastered the spell and began to wield it with increasing proficiency, the group's enthusiasm for practicing the spell soared, with Pruitt, in his role as instructor, enjoying the process. During a break, they shared their knowledge of various spells. Potter had only mastered the Leglocker Curse, a spell that could cause a person's feet to trip unexpectedly, leading to a fall. Wesley had learned the Obstacle Curse and the Stinging Hex, while Pruitt contributed the Disarming Charm, the Tickling Charm, the Leglocker Curse, and the Jelly Legs Jinx. As he enumerated the spells, the others regarded him with newfound respect. Ahem. Pruitt cleared his throat and clarified. There are certain spells I have yet to master, but surely the Hogwarts library possesses them. We can engage in self-study. I recommend learning the Disarming Charm and the Shield Charm. Simon offered his insights, stating, disarming one's adversary and safeguarding oneself are equally vital. Simon inscribed 2 spells onto the parchment presented by Wesley, noting that the Shattering spell was also essential. As the group gazed upon the lengthy array of incantations, they were momentarily taken aback. If they could master these spells, the majority of Hogwarts students would pose no challenge to them. The Forbidden Forest loomed as a formidable challenge for the quartet, each harboring notions of venturing into its depths. Simon was particularly drawn by the valuable materials within, such as the unicorn tail hair, while Potter and his companions were spurred by curiosity and the thrill of adventure. However, their foremost priority was self-preservation. Being consumed was hardly an amusing prospect. To enter the Forbidden Forest without adequate protection would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. Though the allure of adventure was enticing, endangering their lives for it was undeniably foolish. The group commenced planning their expedition, an idea initially proposed by Potter, which quickly garnered the consensus of the others, contingent upon the necessity of safeguarding themselves. Their strategy was to prepare over the course of 2 years, commencing their challenge of the Forbidden Forest in their 3rd year. They intended to begin at the periphery, a region undoubtedly safer, and within 2 years, they would possess the requisite skills. As they refined their adventurous scheme, laughter and camaraderie filled the air, but suddenly, a low growl resonated from the distance, akin to a beast roar. The expressions of the 4 turned ashen. They had heard the sound of something racing from within the Forbidden Forest. Run! We must leave this place, Simon bellowed, fully aware that whatever it was beyond their capacity to confront. Soon, they beheld the source of the commotion, a forest troll, towering at least 12 feet. The Muggle senior being pursued appeared diminutive in comparison, his pallor suggesting he was on the verge of collapse. Spotting Simon and his friends, he lunged towards them, as if they were a lifeline. My goodness! Potter exclaimed, stunned. They had likely never encountered such a grotesque creature before, even from a distance. The foul stench was palpable. Move quickly. This is no safe haven. Simon roared again, tugging at Potter and sprinting towards the outskirts, confident that traversing through the Devil's Snare would grant them temporary safety. Come on, hurry. That wretched creature is trying to lead the troll over here. Wesley cursed, keeping pace behind Pruitt in a frenzied dash. Wait. Help me. My wand. The senior gasped, appearing utterly exhausted. What should we do? Potter hesitated, seemingly contemplating assistance. Don't be foolish. We can't help him. We would only endanger ourselves, Pruitt shouted, urging his companions onward. Simon readily concurred, his gaze fixed on the approaching devil's snare. Raising his wand to chant, Incendio, the devil's snare seemed to recoil in response to the flames, creating a slight retreat. Help! Simon called out. Realizing he was alone in combating the plant, his efforts were far too slow. Pruitt brandished his wand, casting the fire-making spell as well, causing more of the devil's snare to withdraw, thus revealing a passage before them. Don't leave me. I've lost my wand. The senior cried out sharply. Panic-stricken at the prospect of being abandoned, without entry, he would surely perish there. Assist him. Pruitt began to employ the leg-locking curse, while Wesley attempted to cast a barrier spell. Despite their combined efforts to distract the troll, their spells dissipated against its tough hide, inflicting no discernible harm. Barely even a tickle. The troll's weakness lies at the back of its head. Strike the ground beneath it, and perhaps we can buy some time. Simon maintained the fire spell, knowing that if the senior did not hurry, they would have to retreat. Exposing themselves to danger was not a wise option. Simon doubted they could defeat a troll, though perhaps with the aid of the devil's snare, but he was unwilling to gamble with his life. Simon's plan proved effective as the forest giant stumbled, nearly losing its balance. The senior seemed to see hope, frantically increasing his pace. Observing the prey retreat, the enraged forest giant hurled its weapon. A robust branch suddenly exploded upon impact with the ground, the resounding noise causing everyone to flinch. The log nearly crushed the senior. Had it struck, none of the five would have survived such an assault that day, which would have been utterly disastrous. The terror of death propelled the senior forward with an uncanny swiftness, enabling him to dart through the area of the devil's snare, with Simon and Porter promptly vacating the scene as well. As the forest giant entered the realm of the devil's snare, it was instantly ensnared. Roaring angrily at the five who were not far away, its befuddled head unable to comprehend the situation. No, we best leave this place immediately. Simon's expression darkened. The forest giant's strength was substantial. It managed to uproot the devil's snare from the ground. Had it not been for the sheer number of vines binding it, the giant might have indeed breached this barrier. What have you done? An irate voice echoed in Simon's ear. It was Professor Gerald Rogier, accompanied by Professors First Lombardin and Clayton Knock, evidently alerted by the disturbance. First, we must subdue this forest giant, Gerald exclaimed. It is attempting to break free from the devil's snare. What on earth is happening? First Lombardin furrowed his brow, noting that the outermost layer of the devil's snare at Hogwarts should have been sufficient to contain the giant, yet it appeared to be weakening. Could it be that the giant has grown stronger? It is those muggle wizards, Clayton Knock remarked, his countenance grim. They frequently enter the forbidden forest here, causing this area's devil's snare to weaken compared to others. It was evident he was referring to the senior student from Hufflepuff. Gerald Rogier had already cast a spell upon the giant. A green light enveloped its head, and suddenly, a portion of its neck exploded, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Now, the pressing matter, Gerald glared at the five, his voice stern. What have you done? We were merely practicing spells in this vicinity, Professor. Simon stepped forward, earnestly explaining the situation. As we prepared to depart, the giant suddenly charged out of the forest, pursuing the Hufflepuff senior, who seemed to have lost his wand. Thus, we used the fire-making charm to disperse the devil's snare, allowing him to escape. Porter and the others nodded in agreement. Practicing spells? Gerald scoffed, glancing at First Lombardin. They're your students. Quite a sound judgment, Green, First replied, pleased that they had not recklessly confronted the giant. My goodness, you even saved Leonard's life. First's smile returned as he added, your bravery earns points for the house, 10 for each of you. Now, you may leave. Gerald Rogier grunted in discontent, clearly unsatisfied with First's remarks. However, as this seemed to be the truth, he refrained from countering. After dismissing Simon and his companions, the Hufflepuff senior faced intense questioning from several professors. They needed to ascertain the full details of the incident. As Simon and his friends retreated, they overheard terms like detention being mentioned. Clayton Knock was evidently frustrated with the trouble caused by his housemate. Oh dear, did you see Professor Rogier's face? It was practically dripping with fury. Porter said with a hint of schadenfreude. He probably intended to deduct 10 points from each of us, but unexpectedly, Professor Lombardin awarded us points instead. That's because we saved that Hufflepuff senior. Simon replied without hesitation. In the spirit of Gryffindor, the bravest among us should receive the highest rewards. Thus, we each earned 10 points. Indeed, the situation was perilous, Pruitt remarked lightly. Had we fled, that senior would undoubtedly have perished. You all witnessed the destructive power of that giant. We must reassess our plans. Charlie, has the forest giant frightened you, rendering you timid? Porter teased. Silence, Ralston. Do not let your impulsiveness cloud your judgment. Do you truly believe that the four of us could defeat a forest giant? Pruitt shot a fierce glare at Porter. Being the most composed among them aside from Simon, his analysis of the situation was undoubtedly astute. Why is Mike silent? Simon subtly shifted the topic. I think this is my first time earning points for the house, Weasley suddenly remarked, eliciting a wry smile from the others. Are you all too excited to speak? Porter quipped, his tone light and carefree, instantly dispelling the earlier tension. All right. Weasley paused for a moment before questioning. Simon, do you think we stand a chance against that giant? Why ask Simon? Pruitt interjected, a hint of discontent flashing in his eyes at Weasley's oversight of him. Charlie's demeanor leaned more towards Slytherin, while Simon, with a penchant for Ravenclaw, was likely to provide a more accurate assessment. Weasley presented an answer that rendered Charlie speechless. What about me? Porter suddenly inquired. Among us, Ralston embodies the purest Gryffindor spirit. Not only is he brave, but he also possesses that Gryffindor impulsiveness. Weasley shrugged. As for me, although I am reluctant to admit it, I indeed lean more toward Hufflepuff. You're in Gryffindor, mate. Simon patted Mike on the shoulder, addressing his earlier question. In truth, if we operated as a cohesive unit, utilizing the Devil's Snare's assistance, we could barely manage to subdue that giant. However, as you all witnessed, that forest giant undeniably poses a threat to us at present. Unless absolutely necessary, I truly do not wish to engage the forest giant head-on. Such an endeavor could cost us our lives, and dying without purpose is undoubtedly foolish. See, Simon believes we can take down the giant. Porter exclaimed cheerfully, then curiously inquired. What strategy do you intend to employ against it? Ironically, he himself was unclear on how to proceed. Simon could not help but feel somewhat astonished. The giant possesses high magical resistance and thick skin. Its weakness lies in its neck. The simplest way to incapacitate it would be to use its own club against it. Simon noted as they reached the edge of the castle, spotting a group discussing the earlier commotion, a palpable tension spreading throughout the castle. I hardly believe I could wield that club. Porter grimaced, voicing his doubts. Fool, use the levitation charm to lift that club and smash it against the giant's head. Pruitt evidently grasped Simon's plan. Who among you can perform the levitation charm? Weasley suddenly asked, and after a brief silence, all three turned their gazes towards Simon. Well, I can, but I am uncertain if I can lift that club, Simon admitted candidly, having practiced the levitation charm, though only on feathers. I am rather glad I did not intervene, Porter remarked self-deprecatingly. Otherwise, we would have to rely on the Devil's Snare to strangle the giant. What transpired? At that moment, Edwin hurriedly approached from the foyer, having just seen Simon and his companions return from the Forbidden Forest. It was a troll, Potter interjected. But Professor Gerald Rogier has dealt with it. He speculated that the professors would soon prohibit students from venturing into the Forbidden Forest, and he surmised that their upcoming herbology field lesson might very well be cancelled. Wesley shrugged, making his way towards the castle's hall, feeling a bit peckish. Shut up, Mike. You harbinger of doom. Potter shot a glance at Wesley and headed towards the hall, equally hungry. Hey, do you guys know where the kitchen is? Charlie Pruitt suddenly inquired. As they had missed lunch, yet dinner was not yet on the horizon. The two paused and exclaimed in unison, I know Simon must know where it is. I bet he is more familiar with this castle than we are, right, Simon? Of course, the kitchen is located behind a still life painting of fruit in the basement corridor. Simon replied calmly. That is where the house elves work. Although he had only been there once, he remembered its exact location. What is a house elf? Leah Edwin curiously asked. A diligent magical creature. Simon glanced at Leah Edwin as he spoke. They are akin to slaves in the Muggle world. But I believe it is best to afford them some respect for their industriousness. My family is one. Generally, older families possess house elves. Pruitt remarked with a shrug. They are the best helpers, yet wizards often overlook them. However, Simon is right. It is advisable to show them a modicum of respect. While it may seem trivial to us, it undoubtedly enables them to serve you better. The group descended the staircase and paused in front of the fruit bowl painting at the kitchen door. Simon stepped forward and gently scratched the pair depicted on the fruit bowl, causing an unexpected transformation. A green door materialized before everyone. Upon opening the door, Simon and his companions beheld a bustling scene of numerous house elves diligently at work. Their arrival had not gone unnoticed. I hope we are not disturbing you. We missed lunch, and we're hoping to find something to satiate our hunger in the kitchen, Simon said, his tone warm and exceedingly polite. Of course. It is no trouble at all, sir. A house elf replied sharply, it is our utmost honor to serve you. Soon, a plethora of food was presented before Simon, leaving Potter and his friends exchanging glances before they departed the kitchen with their provisions. They are so industrious and enthusiastic, not at all like slaves, Leah Edwin murmured, only to fall silent under Simon's disapproving gaze. It seems we need not worry about going hungry, Potter remarked, savoring a pumpkin pasty as the five traversed past the portrait of Fat Lady and returned to Gryffindor Tower, only to find Professor Fools Lomberton awaiting them. He did not appear angered by their presence. Instead, he spoke with a serious tone, addressing all. You may have surmised that the Forbidden Forest is somewhat unsettled. I forbid anyone from venturing there. I do not wish to hear of any unfortunate incidents regarding your consumption. Furthermore, next week's herbology practical for first-year students has been cancelled. His gaze lingered on Simon and his friends, as if to caution them against recklessly approaching the Forbidden Forest. After Professor Lomberton departed, Potter suddenly let out a piercing scream. I knew it. I knew it. Mike, could you possibly keep that ravenous mouth of yours shut? I merely stated an inevitable outcome. Wesley, munching on a sandwich, shrugged and remarked, the school is likely preparing to sweep the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Later, they learned from students who had ventured into the forest that the appearance of the giant was merely coincidental. It had originally been encountered by a trio who, in their frantic escape, had inadvertently led a Hufflepuff senior to be singled out by the creature. Wesley's ominous prediction was once again validated. After Headmaster Fodisk visited the Centaur encampment for negotiations that day, the professors conducted a thorough sweep around the forest's perimeter. Fortunately, no second giant or other threatening creatures were discovered. The giant's emergence somewhat overshadowed the incident involving VOT Tyler, yet the Hufflepuff student remained confined to the infirmary. Cleaning bedpans daily, Simon's detention persisted. As per routine, he reported to the potions classroom on Wednesdays and Fridays to handle an array of peculiar concoctions. During this period, he had dealt with many bizarre items, mistletoe berries, rat spleens, and even the collection of frog brain matter. Almost every revolting or troublesome task had been entrusted to him. Professor Lasiva Prince did not indicate any intention of making Simon her assistant, and he was aware that he was not yet deemed qualified. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that this series of actions served to affirm his capabilities. Otherwise, the practice of handling raw materials would incur expenses, and novices often made a mess of things. Yet, Simon had undoubtedly performed commendably. Following the conclusion of his detention, Phyllis discreetly offered Simon a sickle and hinted that he could continue assisting if he wished to learn more. Simon was somewhat perplexed by this, yet he acquiesced to the other's proposal. Feeling rather uneasy, he surmised that things might not turn out well and decided to first see if a contract could be signed. Meanwhile, he casually sought recommendations and collections. In mid-October, amidst a drizzling and dismal atmosphere, Simon officially witnessed his inaugural Quidditch match at Hogwarts, featuring a contest between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. As anticipated, the Ravenclaw team, predominantly composed of girls, ultimately lost the match when Hufflepuff's Seeker captured the Golden Snitch. The entire affair lasting a mere 30 minutes. The noble maiden, Leah Edwin, expressed her disappointment, asserting that it was hard to say if Ravenclaw's Seeker could have fared better with a superior broomstick, for during the chase for the snitch, the red-haired Ravenclaw girl evidently fell short, leading to their defeat. The red-haired Seeker from Ravenclaw was the girlfriend of the captain of the Puddlemere United team, and I noticed him as she pursued the snitch, Potter remarked to Simon and the others before departing the Quidditch pitch. A hint of schadenfreude lacing his words, he suspected that in the upcoming match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, she might cause some trouble for Hufflepuff's Seeker. Weasley and Pruitt seemed quite intrigued by the gossip, discussing it animatedly along the way. En route, Simon encountered an old acquaintance, Hufflepuff's Vaughter Taylor. The young rotund boy had noticeably slimmed down over the past month, his complexion appearing somewhat pale and disheveled. Vaughter cast a venomous glare at Simon, a sentiment that Potter and Weasley also recognized, prompting Pruitt to draw his wand. "What are you planning to do here?" The administrator, Kermaha Leslie, seemed to sense the brewing tension and suddenly appeared, sternly halting any impending conflict. "Put away your wand, Pruitt, or you'll find yourself in detention." He shot a disapproving look at Vaughter, admonishing him quietly, "Are you contemplating another month in the infirmary?" "I was merely passing through," Vaughter replied coldly. "Then do not linger here, nor you lot," Leslie barked at Simon and the others. "Do not let me catch wind of any mischief, or you'll be serving detention. There is something off about him," Pruitt suddenly remarked after Leslie had walked away. "I am aware," Simon replied calmly, though he had previously dismissed such petty squabbles. Vaughter's demeanor today felt particularly unsettling. The malevolence in his gaze suggested a desire to consume him whole, leaving Simon bewildered as to the source of such animosity. "Perhaps he believes it was you who instigated that incident," Weasley suggested, glancing around to ensure no one else was present. "Best to tread carefully. While I do not believe he poses a genuine threat, he may resort to underhanded tactics," Potter said, turning to look in the direction Vaughter had vanished. "Oh, I can now surmise the reason," Simon mused aloud, having deduced the most likely explanation as they continued walking. "Vaughter comes from a wealthy merchant lineage. Imagine a pampered child reveling in privilege. How could he possibly endure the humiliation of being in the infirmary? In the Muggle world, the plight of commoners is dire, often subject to oppression and disdain. Just consider how it would feel if a house elf spat at you amidst a torrent of scornful jibes. I detest such comparisons. Yet I believe I grasp the situation." Pruitt frowned, attempting to console him. "But you are a wizard now, our friend. Fret not, no one will look down upon you." "That does not concern me. Upon my graduation, I shall amass wealth beyond your wildest imaginings, and swiftly at that," Simon stated with calm resolve. "From the hands of Muggles." "Why from Muggles?" Weasley inquired, puzzled, as all three of them hailed from pure-blood wizarding families, with little exposure to Muggles. "Muggles are unlike what you envision. Their money is more easily acquired." Simon suddenly halted and turned to address someone behind him. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Leah Edwin? I observed your interaction with Vaughter Taylor just now." The girl seemed hesitant. "I can mediate for you." "Oh, is that so? I find myself unable to resolve this matter." As he witnessed his demeanor, Simon frowned, bewildered by Leah's intentions, as their relationship had been rather superficial, with scarcely a few exchanged words. "Well, do you think we need to converse?" Simon turned toward Potter and the others, shrugging to indicate they should proceed without him. "Your relations with others seem rather strained," Leah stated bluntly. "If you refer to Muggle-born wizards, perhaps you are correct. That will prove exceedingly problematic for you. I do not perceive it as dire as you suggest." "Miss Edwin, Or do you believe I have erred in some manner? We are outnumbered, Simon. You should be aware of the tensions between pure-blood wizards and muggle-borns. Indeed, I am quite aware of this. Simon scoffed. After all, muggles predominantly arise from the lower classes, starting from a position of disadvantage. Are you insinuating that my closeness with Potter and his companions is ill-advised? Noticing Leah's evasive expression, Simon softly continued, We are merely friends with Potter. I am equally open to forming friendships with other muggle-borns, yet they seem to shun me. As for the reason, you know better than anyone, do you not? Simon cast a lingering glance at the young girl before turning away. Vaughter Taylor, the son of a newly emerged magnate, was engaged in maritime commerce. As Edwin observed Simon's receding figure, he divulged information pertaining to Vaughter Taylor. Simon paused for a moment, nodded in gratitude towards Edwin, and then pondered the implications of what Edwin had just conveyed to him before turning to depart. Have you finished? At the corner, Porter and his companions awaited him. That's it. Some details regarding Vaughter Taylor. Simon shrugged and remarked, He is a merchant by birth, engaged in maritime trade, perhaps with some connection to piracy, and likely possesses a noble lineage. Upon hearing this, Porter and his companions exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Simon remained deeply concerned about the matter of Victor Crumb, prompting the inclusion of the Iron Shield charm and disarming charm practices into their training regimen. His daily training volume was substantial, and Harry and his companions also found their proficiency in spellcasting markedly improved. They took turns casting spells on branches, sending them flying towards Simon to test the Iron Shield charm. The results were promising. After 2 weeks of rigorous practice, Simon finally succeeded in blocking the first obstacle curse cast by Mike. Well, I actually did it. I always thought the Iron Shield charm was ineffective. During these days, they took turns casting obstacle curses at Simon, shattering his fragile barrier countless times, never anticipating that it would ever rebound. No, it's just a bit challenging for me. Upon witnessing his success, Simon couldn't help but exhale in relief. The efforts of the past days had finally borne fruit. However, more practice was still necessary. Once more, the challenges are numerous. This time, it was Harry's turn to cast a spell. With a flick of his wand, a translucent barrier appeared before Simon, faintly visible after reflecting the red light. What an impressive defensive charm, Harry exclaimed, astonished that the obstacle curse had been reflected back. It should also be effective against dark curses, right? Purity remarked, immediately casting a dark curse at Simon. Upon seeing his curse rebound, Purity expressed a keen desire to learn this spell. What about its effectiveness against dark magic? Ron asked nonchalantly. It probably can't withstand the stronger dark magic, Purity replied, shaking his head. Few excel in dark magic. Let us not forget that casting dark spells requires immense magical power. We can't expect everyone to be like Professor Gerald Rosier. At this rate, I believe we will be capable of venturing into the Forbidden Forest by next semester, Harry suddenly declared. Recently, they had been accompanying Simon in practicing spells, and they noticed significant improvements in their own casting abilities. In mastering certain spells, they had far surpassed their peers, and even against third-year Muggle-born wizards, they might not find themselves at a disadvantage. Let us not forget what happened with the troll. Simon shot Harry a glance, softly warning, There are werewolves in the forest. If bitten, it would not merely be a matter of suffering. I absolutely will not accompany you into the Forbidden Forest for adventures before third year. I concur with Simon, Ron added. While adventure is undoubtedly thrilling, safety is paramount. Purity nodded in agreement. Once we are strong enough, we shall accompany you on adventures. Ron wore a look of helplessness. Though he was filled with curiosity about the Forbidden Forest, he was equally filled with trepidation. By early November, Simon had thoroughly mastered the Iron Shield charm, alleviating much of the pressure surrounding his spell practice. He had essentially preempted the study of charms. Transfiguration, however, proved to be far more daunting. He was still not entirely familiar with the application of the switching spell, as he practiced transforming a mouse into a cup. The curriculum for defense against the dark arts was not extensive, primarily lingering in theoretical knowledge. The only two spells taught were warning spells, one producing a burst of red sparks and the other emitting green sparks. The professor evidently believed that younger wizards, when confronted with danger, could only seek help, which was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. In mid-November, Gryffindor faced off against Slytherin, but unfortunately, the weather was far from pleasant, with players contending against heavy rain. Simon left the Quidditch pitch at halftime, as the pursuit of the Golden Snitch was exceedingly prolonged. He had little desire to watch the match in the pouring rain. Quietly returning to the castle, Simon decided to visit the Room of Requirement, hoping to transcribe some practical spells. He firmly believed in the importance of compiling his own personal handbook. However, upon entering, he found the interior quite different from his expectations. Nevertheless, a large table and 2 bookshelves filled with tomes were more than sufficient. Simon eagerly perused the tomes, seeking the magic he so desperately needed. After acquiring the parchment from Phyllis, he was finally able to utilize it effectively. He meticulously transcribed the spells he required onto the parchment, binding them together with a sticking charm to create his personal compendium. Some knowledge, he realized, was not imparted by the professors at Hogwarts. It necessitated individual mastery. After several hours of diligent study, having copied approximately 8 inches of parchment, he prepared to depart. The sole regret in his endeavor was the undeniable fact that the tomes on dark magic were sequestered within the restricted section of Hogwarts, rendering them inaccessible to him. Nonetheless, he managed to uncover numerous incantations and transcribe them with great care. It was not Simon's nature to forsake the essentials for the trivial. The dark magic tomes were of little utility to him, as his magical prowess was insufficient to wield their power. As he exited the room of requirement, casting a glance around, he was suddenly called from behind by a familiar voice. Simon Green? Simon turned his head stiffly and saw Phyllis approaching. Why didn't you go to the match? She suddenly inquired. It was too lengthy, and to be honest, I wasn't particularly eager to attend. Besides, it's still raining outside. And I detest rain, Simon replied, voicing the very thoughts that lingered in his mind. He had no inclination to watch Quidditch in the downpour. Those who knew him well were aware of his aversion to rain, although he considered this only a half-truth. It seems you've uncovered a little secret of Hogwarts, Phyllis remarked, her gaze resting on the wall opposite the tapestry of the troll striking the hapless Barnaby. Undoubtedly, she was aware of the room of requirement. What are you talking about? Senior? What secret? Simon feigned ignorance, as he could not reveal his knowledge just yet. The room of requirement. Phyllis pointed to the wall, saying, so you needn't be evasive. Come with me. With that, she walked through the wall and vanished. Simon glanced around helplessly before following her in. I had thought this was a hidden library. Occasionally, I return here to practice my homework or refine my magical skills, Simon mused, observing the transformations within the room of requirement, now resembling a private potions laboratory. I stumbled upon it by chance and later learned it was called the room of requirement. Those who know its secret must keep it confidential, so you must too, Phyllis said mysteriously. Having spent considerable time with her, Simon was well aware of her temperament and nodded in earnest agreement. Your winter break destination has been decided. You'll be assisting at Jorson's apothecary, Phyllis said as she organized the potion ingredients, adding them into the cauldron. Simon lent a hand. Having done so on many occasions in the past, you lingered inside for so long that you nearly ruined my potion. Polyjuice potion? Simon murmured. What are you hoping to transform into, Senior? Oh, you recognize it? Phyllis exclaimed, clearly astonished. I am intrigued by your vast knowledge. I dare say even upperclassmen would struggle to identify Polyjuice potion at a glance. Could you enlighten me on how you came to know? Her assertive demeanor exerted a palpable pressure on Simon. Oh, naturally, I've perused numerous tomes, Simon replied, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Lies. The recipe for Polyjuice potion can only be found in the restricted section. Pray tell, Green, where did you acquire this knowledge? Are you certain it's in the restricted section? Simon raised an eyebrow, unfazed by Phyllis' intensity, unlike an ordinary person who might have become flustered. Well, who knows? Phyllis chose not to press further, seemingly dissatisfied that she had failed to intimidate her junior. Are you referring to this book? Phyllis waved a hand at a tome, intoning meaningfully. Polyjuice potion was actually developed by Lizzie Prince? Are you certain? Simon felt a jolt of surprise. According to his system, there was a 50% chance that was true. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and inquired in a neutral tone. Of course it's false. Well, you win, Phyllis replied, slightly disheartened, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Which relieved Simon. What purpose does this potion serve, Senior? Simon shifted the topic, although he added, of course, only if you're comfortable sharing. Simon, what are your thoughts on squibs? Squibs? Simon paused, feigning confusion. What is a squib? A person born into a wizarding family but unable to perform magic, Phyllis whispered. It can also refer to a muggle born to a wizarding family. Their lives must be quite miserable. Simon suddenly exclaimed. Why do you say that? Phyllis asked, intrigued. What would happen if people discovered that a wizard was born a squib? Simon posed a sudden question. What would happen? Phyllis's curiosity was piqued. Surely you've studied the history of magic, right? The answer is that they would be sent to the pyre and burned. When Professor Foles Lombardin visited my family, they were vehemently opposed to wizards, even wanting to kill him or send him to the stake. If my identity as a wizard were revealed, I would likely meet the same fate. In the wizarding world, if a squib were born, they were often killed, which led wizards to hope for signs of magic in their children at the earliest opportunity. My sister Alice is a squib, Phyllis said, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. At 11, she had yet to show any signs of magic and was cast out of our home. My parents, still clinging to a shred of familial affection, merely expelled her. It is a stroke of luck she was not put to death. Simon was acutely aware of the predicament faced by the mute girl among the wizards. They were regarded with disdain. Her situation must be dire. He sighed, suddenly pondering why the senior had chosen to confide in him. You are to spend this winter break at Jorson's apothecary. I hope you can look after my sister. Phyllis stated her request. Is it possible for me to remain at Hogwarts during the winter break? Simon inquired, as he had numerous personal plans and was reluctant to waste time at Jorson's apothecary. No. Phyllis's tone shifted to one of sternness, her demeanor reminiscent of Professor Lizzie Prince. You have no choice, unless you wish to forfeit that job. You ought to understand that the stipend you receive each month is personally provided by me. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't receive a single canute, even if your potion handling skills are commendable. I need more time. Simon sighed, having surmised that the stipend was not easily attainable. I have my own plans. I require further knowledge to equip myself. In due course, I shall find ways to earn ample money. Phyllis was taken aback and retorted coldly. You ought to transfer to Ravenclaw. I believe so too, Simon replied suddenly. Yet, the sorting had declared that I could only achieve greatness as a Gryffindor. Merlin's beard. Phyllis shook her head in exasperation. Very well, but as your sister's request, I hope you can visit Jorson's apothecary every other day. The administrator, Cormaha Leslie, will ensure Professor Lasiva Prince assists you. Why? Simon queried, perplexed. Professor Prince is my aunt. Phyllis sighed. Though she believed her sister deserved to be punished, she still aided in hiding her at Jorson's apothecary. Jorson and Professor Prince maintained a collaborative relationship. Most potions utilized at Hogwarts were sourced from Jorson's, who required assistance in potion preparation. Although he bore disdain, he could not refuse the request of his aunt, for Jorson's establishment relied heavily upon her support. Phyllis's request surprised Simon, yet he felt indebted to assist a distressed girl. He held no animosity or prejudice against the mute. Perhaps their worldviews diverged, or perhaps his soul hailed from a future time. As he contemplated this, a sense of unease washed over him upon entering the Gryffindor Tower. From others, he learned of the recent Quidditch match. Gryffindor had suffered a defeat against Slytherin. During the pursuit of the Golden Snitch, Gryffindor's seeker, Chorus, was ambushed and knocked off his broom by a Slytherin chaser, resulting in several broken bones. Madame Catherine was expected to mend his injuries, but he would likely remain hospitalized for further observation. A bunch of fools. Could no one have intervened? A simple levitation charm or cushioning charm could have averted this mishap. Simon mused inwardly. Although he was not present at the scene, he could not fathom how the professors could have failed to act. The Slytherin chaser responsible was subsequently confined. Yet this could not overshadow Slytherin's victory over Gryffindor, a fact that left Simon unsurprised, reinforcing his belief that Slytherin would resort to any means to achieve their objectives. Where have you been? Potter approached hastily, greeting him with a hint of reproach, likely due to Simon's stealthy departure during the match. I visited the library and just completed my homework. I shall present it to you shortly. Simon offered an excuse, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's raining. And you know I'm not particularly fond of rainy days. His aversion to rain was a mere pretext, yet Potter seemed unconcerned and rambled on about the match's events. Truthfully, you needn't be overly perturbed. Employing unscrupulous tactics to achieve victory is one of Slytherin's traditions, is it not? Simon consoled. Potter was momentarily taken aback. Incensed by Slytherin's despicable methods, yet he had not anticipated Simon's comment regarding the tradition of achieving goals by any means necessary. Your friend speaks wisely, Potter. That is indeed a Slytherin tradition, Corlin burst entered, his expression still somewhat grim. However, no further discussion is needed, Potter. They're a despicable lot in our eyes, likely reveling in their heroics within Slytherin. The points deducted in confinement will not be too severe. Favoritism has always been Slytherin's prerogative. Professor Gerala's Rosial will likely impose a mere writing assignment upon him. Corlin burst was astute, clapping his hands to draw attention. Madame Catherine has healed Chorus's injuries. He should be released by tomorrow at the latest. After a round of cheers, Corlin raised his hand for silence. Professor Furless Lomberton has requested I remind everyone to remain rational and avoid conflicts with Slytherin. Personally, I believe the professors fear we might come to harm. For Slytherin's cunning individuals are indeed more adept at dark curses. Thus, we must unite. Simon's lips twitched slightly. He perceived that the Quidditch captain was quite irate. It was as if he was clearly informing everyone that when a brawl ensues, one must band together to avoid being at a disadvantage. This was not merely evident in the usage of spells. Even in terms of numbers, it was apparent that the Muggleborns of Gryffindor would not partake in Slytherin's disputes, thus placing all the little lions at a disadvantage from the very outset. The day following the conclusion of that Quidditch match, tensions finally erupted. The clash between Gryffindor and Slytherin unfolded with a ferocity that exceeded what others had anticipated. On that day, 3 Gryffindor students and 4 Slytherin students were successively dispatched to the infirmary. However, the most conspicuous were the trio of Potters. Due to the effectiveness of the spells practiced previously, their coordination had improved remarkably. In recent days, they had already managed to topple 6 Slytherin students, including 1 third-year and 2 second-years, and had even engaged 5 Slytherin students in a draw. Simon had been a participant in that melee, having just exited the library when he fortuitously encountered the fray, incapacitating a second-year Slytherin with a stunning spell from the shadows. The Potters received a severe reprimand from Professor Flitwick and Gryffindor lost 10 points. It seems you've all endured quite a scolding, Simon remarked as he emerged from around the corner. Yet, you appear to be in good spirits. Potter beamed proudly, boasting. I stunned one with the stunning spell, and tripped another with the trip jinx. I used the barrier spell on one as well. I reckon he didn't expect us to produce sparks. Weasley wore a peculiar expression, recalling the bewildered look on that upperclassman's face upon witnessing the barrier spell in action. Pruitt took down 2, including the 3rd year. No, I only took down that 3rd year. They cast the clumsiness charm at me, but I countered with the shield charm. By the time I dealt with him, I noticed the last one had already been subdued. Blasted, who stunned that last one? Potter inquired, casting a knowing glance at Simon. All right, it was indeed me. I had just left the library when I stumbled upon such an exhilarating scene. That second-year Slytherin seemed intent on using some dark curse against Ralston. So I casually sent him a stunning spell. I thought you were having such a good time that I didn't want to disrupt your fun. Simon replied with a resigned shrug. Well, you scoundrel. Potter feigned annoyance. We're heading to the infirmary to clean the toilets. You must accompany us. Does Professor Lestrange not permit you to use magic? Simon interrupted Potter's lament. He didn't mention anything, Weasley replied. Then why not use magic? You are wizards, after all. Why resort to manual labor? Simon raised an eyebrow, reminding them. I recall seeing a spell in the library called Scourgify. You ought to practice it when you return. And you need not worry about cleaning the toilets. Indeed, Simon proved to be quite reliable. The group returned to Gryffindor Tower and practiced the spell Simon had mentioned. It proved effective as they sprinkled dust on the table and attempted the incantation several times, successfully clearing the dust as anticipated. The trio of Potters breathed a sigh of relief, feeling emboldened in their practice. The prospect of being punished with toilet cleaning seemed far less daunting. Evidently, the Slytherin students were not ones to shy away from a challenge. They gathered more allies intending to corner the Potters and reclaim their dignity after class. However, Gryffindors stumbled upon them, igniting an unprecedented melee that turned the entire corridor into a battleground. A few unfortunate Hufflepuff Muggleborns were caught in the crossfire. And it was only the arrival of the two househeads that quelled the chaos. Nonetheless, 11 unfortunate souls were sent to the infirmary, including Weasley. Both houses were penalized 100 points, and all participants were subjected to detention, marking it as one of the most severe conflicts in recent years. Chapter 24. Where to spend the winter holidays. The internal strife between Gryffindor and Slytherin was forcibly suppressed, under the stern intervention of their respective heads. No student dared reignite the tensions between the two houses. Yet, whenever students from both houses crossed paths, the air was still thick with animosity, and confrontations remained inevitable. The administrator, Lestrange, was exceedingly busy. Simon jestingly dubbed him the firefighter. No matter where a disturbance arose or if the atmosphere soured, Administrator Lestrange would invariably be the first to arrive, dousing the flames of conflict with his booming reprimands. His role was undoubtedly arduous. Meanwhile, Potter displayed no inclination to let the Slytherin newcomers off easily. He consistently found ways to provoke their ire. Sometimes, he would deliberately linger in the corridors after class, confronting them until professors caught them, resulting in shared punishments such as cleaning toilets or other chores. However, due to the Potters having learned the cleaning spell in advance, they felt no trepidation. In contrast, the Slytherin students were left utterly frustrated, forced to scrub the toilets by hand, their palms tainted with an unpleasant odor that lingered long after. Time and again, the Slytherin newcomers found themselves at the mercy of the Potters, and even the older students were not exempt from the antics. Potter reveled in the amusement of toying with his opponents. However, one must tread carefully, for frequent mischief invites consequences. Their use of magic to shirk responsibilities during detention was eventually discovered. The stern administrator Lestrange demanded that Potter scrub the toilets by hand, warning that any further use of magic would result in extended detention. That evening, Potter lamented this predicament to Simon, who listened with exasperation. Thinking to himself, they say one reaps what one sows. I've warned you countless times, and now you're finally facing the music. Ralston, cease your torment of the Slytherin newcomers, Simon advised kindly, but upon seeing Potter's dismissive expression, he added softly, I have some bad news. Last night, Professor Flitwick officially cautioned me against allowing you to copy our homework. He suspects it is your idleness that drives you to pester the Slytherin newcomers. My goodness. The Potters reacted as if struck by lightning. The comfort they enjoyed at Hogwarts stemmed from the ability to copy homework. It allowed them to grasp the material without excessive worry regarding assessments. But now, that security was in jeopardy. As Simon Pruitt began to speak, he hesitated, reconsidering his words. I'm indifferent, but if the professor discovers it, no, he will undoubtedly discover it, and then you'll be required to rewrite it. I'll merely receive a scolding. Simon shrugged dismissively. However, you could collaborate on a single assignment and take turns copying, though I suspect even that ploy won't fool Professor Flitwick. So resign yourselves to your fate. Is there truly no alternative? Weasley exclaimed in despair. There is, but it hinges on your ability to adapt. Simon shrugged and handed Weasley his finished homework, advising, you need to submit it in 2 days. You'd best hurry. Very well, Potter sighed resignedly. It's better to borrow than to waste time in the library. Simon, will you be going home for the winter holidays? Potter suddenly inquired. No. I suspect I won't return until after graduation. Simon sighed with resignation as he reflected on the plight of Muggle families in this era. He acknowledged that to have no feelings at all would be disingenuous, yet he found it unbearable to live such a life, especially after discovering the existence of magic. Only by wielding power could he hope to alter his destiny. Would you like to come to my home? Potter suddenly inquired, catching Simon off guard, as he had never contemplated such an invitation. Is that truly possible? Simon replied in astonishment, not even pausing to think. The others nearby were equally taken aback. They had never anticipated Potter would extend such an invitation to Simon. Why wouldn't it be? Potter raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased by Simon's reaction. We are friends. Are we not? Of course, I'm just a bit surprised. Simon admitted, scratching the back of his head, feeling somewhat touched. He added, I thought pure-blood wizards generally held a disdain for muggle wizards. Simon, that remark does not sit well with me. No, Ralston, your concerns are entirely valid. Pruitt interjected with a gentle sigh, his tone laced with resignation. My family would certainly not welcome a muggle wizard. It is not that I look down upon muggle wizards. It is merely a deeply entrenched belief among most pure-blood families. Simon had evidently considered this possibility, fearing it might lead to an awkward situation for Potter, which was why he had broached the subject. You should write home and inquire if your family is amenable, suggested Mike Weasley with a sigh. If that doesn't work out, you could come to my house. My parents likely wouldn't mind me bringing a friend. He was aware of the prevailing conservatism within the Weasley family, but the branch to which Charlie belonged was certainly more accepting, given that his mother was a muggle wizard and held no aversion to them. All right, you have a point, Mike. Potter sighed, accepting his friend's suggestions. He set aside his work, grasped a quill, and began composing a letter to his family. Actually, you need not trouble yourselves. I will be spending this winter break at the school. Simon felt a wave of gratitude towards his friends. The Sorting Hat had claimed that not being in Gryffindor would lead him to greatness, a notion Simon was uncertain of. Yet he now had several commendable friends. Why? Weasley asked, puzzled. I promised someone I would remain at Hogwarts to help care for another individual. Originally, Headmaster Furlong Lombardon intended to assign me to the Hog-S Head Inn in Hogsmeade, Simon explained. Furlong Lombardon? Hogsmeade? Hog-S Head Inn? The trio exchanged incredulous glances before exclaiming in unison. Well, Simon murmured, I can spend the winter break at Hogwarts, but not the summer, and I cannot return home. Apologies, I didn't mean to. Mike said with a hint of sympathy for Simon. It's all right, ever since I decided to become a wizard. I have been prepared to face such circumstances. Simon waved his hand dismissively, signaling that they need not feel sorrowful. A few days later, Potter shared some delightful news with Simon. If he was willing, he could visit Potter's home during the summer break. Simon merely expressed his gratitude without immediately acquiescing. There were matters he still needed to contemplate. Utilizing his time wisely was paramount at this juncture. Unlike others, Simon was not so optimistic. He felt compelled to make provisions for the future, and taking precautions was undoubtedly the prudent course of action. On Saturday, the weather was dreary. In the morning, a light rain began to fall from the overcast sky, and the chill permeated the air, discouraging even muggle wizards from braving such wretched conditions. Had it not been for his promise to Felicity, Simon certainly would not have ventured away from the warmth of the hearth. Braving the biting wind and drizzle to make his way to Hogsmeade, as he traversed the muddy path, he resembled a fledgling bird, curled up and trembling in the harsh cold. Felicity, wrapped in a thick cloak, observed the almost frozen figure of her junior with a mixture of amusement and sympathy. She knew that, if not for her request, Simon would not have set foot outside the castle in such unwelcoming weather. This is hardly amusing, Miss Selwyn, Simon remarked, noticing the playful smirk at the corner of her lips, a clear indication of her delight in his predicament. He frowned slightly, adding, I merely hope to avoid catching a cold, and certainly do not wish to freeze to death en route to Hogsmeade. Fear not. I shall concoct a remedy for your cold. Should you fall ill, I will provide it free of charge, Felicity reassured him as she halted before a closed door. Casting a half-smile in his direction, Simon could not help but roll his eyes, raising his stiff arm to gently rap on the door twice. Miss Selwyn, what brings you here? The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a heavy cloak. He scanned Simon before turning his gaze to Felicity, his tone laced with mild surprise. It would be prudent for us to converse indoors, Jorson. My junior is on the verge of freezing to death. Felicity replied with a mischievous smile. Oh dear, my apologies for my oversight. Jorson stepped back, granting them entry. Thank heavens. As Simon stepped inside, the warmth enveloped him, reviving his chilled body. The cottage was suffused with the scent of herbs, the fireplace crackling with a lively flame, while unprocessed herbs lay strewn about, suggesting that Jorson had been busy with his preparations prior to their arrival. In one corner of the room, Simon noticed a girl of a similar age to himself, possessing hair akin to Felicity, yes, though somewhat unkempt, and attired in rather ordinary clothing. Upon their arrival, she had glanced up, her eyes sparkling with an unmistakable joy. Yet she appeared hesitant to approach Jorson. Would you mind if I borrowed your fire? Simon inquired. Oh, not at all. Jorson glanced at Felicity, seemingly seeking clarification on the situation. I've come to see my sister and discuss a few matters. Don't be hasty in your refusal. You will find him quite the capable assistant, Felicity interjected, halting Jorson's impending protest. Let me first check on my sister. Very well, Jorson conceded with a sigh. He was already aware from Felicity's previous correspondence that Simon would be spending both the summer and winter holidays there, and he felt as though his home was transforming into an orphanage. It's the third day, the signing and review must be moving slowly, he mused. This narrative does not chronicle life at Hogwarts. Perhaps a fantastical adventure would be more fitting. I have yet to encounter a tale of this nature, so I have resolved to give it a try. Of course, I have mentally prepared for any potential shortcomings, and alas, it seems I have indeed encountered them. Finally, my gratitude extends to J.K. Rowling and the everlasting legacy of Harry Potter. Chapter 25. Is this akin to relying on one's sister? Simon vaguely sensed that Jorson seemed somewhat reluctant to accept him. Perhaps he needed to take action to affirm his worth, thereby demonstrating to Jorson that assisting him could yield benefits. While contemplating his plan, Simon cast a self-assured, gentle smile at the poor mute girl, Alice, and approached the hearth. He placed his hands over the flames to warm them for a moment, then retrieved his wand and transformed a nearby piece of wood into an exquisite glass cup. He lifted the kettle resting by the fire and poured himself some hot water. Before his journey to this world, Simon had been unaccustomed to drinking plain water. He preferred brewing himself some red tea or coffee. However, after many years in this realm, such luxuries had become a distant memory, and drinking plain water had become entirely commonplace. He had grown accustomed to it, and it was no longer a matter of concern. Jorson narrowed his eyes, particularly astonished to witness Simon effortlessly execute the transfiguration spell. It was noteworthy that Simon was a wizard of Muggle origin, and such lineage often denoted mediocrity. Phyllis also noticed the shift in Jorson's expression, stifling a laugh while marveling at Simon's cunning. Indeed, Simon was remarkably astute. He clearly understood his situation and, rather than relying on assistance, he was capable of earning Jorson's recognition through his own means. Simon's approach was quite straightforward. He merely showcased his abilities. After all, no one would willingly support a layabout. Certainly, a simple transformation spell may not suffice, yet it was more than adequate to pique interest in his endeavors. Alice, how have you been lately? Felice, disregarding Jorson, hastily approached and embraced her sister, gesturing towards Simon as she introduced him. This is Simon, my junior. He will temporarily reside here during the winter and summer breaks. If you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. Felice cast a meaningful glance at Jorson before leading Alice upstairs. She felt it necessary to provide Simon and Jorson some space. She had faith in Simon's ability to persuade Jorson, though she could not fully comprehend why she felt such confidence in him. Kid, what's your name? Jorson inquired, scrutinizing Simon once more after Felice departed. If I were you, I wouldn't call anyone kid so casually. Simon shook his head, offering a reminder. I'm Simon, Simon Green. Why can't I call you kid? I'm providing you with food and shelter, honoring you like an ancestor. Is it too much to call you kid? Jorson retorted, amused. Nevertheless, he sensed Simon's composure. The calmness he exhibited was far from that of a mere child. If Jorson had not been astute, he would not have achieved his current success. As he claimed, he would not refuse Felice and would treat Simon like a cherished ancestor, though the latter was merely a jest. You are mistaken. I am not a freeloader here, Simon corrected him. If not freeloading, then what are you doing here? Jorson pressed. In truth, he had already begun to realize that Simon evidently excelled in potion making, or he would not have come to him. However, Jorson wondered just how capable a first-year student could truly be, especially one who had only recently been introduced to magic and hailed from a Muggle background. You need not worry about the initial burden. The majority of the potions you entrusted to Felice were handled by me, Simon revealed, catching a fleeting look of surprise in Jorson's eyes. Through the system's intermediary, Simon could easily grasp Jorson's current emotions. He could fully seize the initiative, luring Jorson in gradually. How many have you contributed? Simon squinted at Jorson, inquiring. 5, 10, 15, or perhaps 12. How do you know? Jorson blurted out, his astonishment palpable. This child was indeed peculiar, having deduced the answer from mere estimation. Just a guess. No need to doubt. Senior Selwyn has not mentioned these matters to me, Simon stated, seated comfortably as he looked at Jorson. You don't mind if I assist you with these materials, do you? After all, it provides you with an opportunity to assess my capabilities, does it not? Jorson acquiesced, soon realizing that his prior impressions were being overturned. Simon's movements, while perhaps not as swift as his own, were undoubtedly precise and efficient, avoiding the wastage of materials he had anticipated. What is your potion-making proficiency? This was what Jorson truly cared about. Average, Simon replied. I have only brewed a few potions. While my success rate is indeed high, I am still a novice, unless... Of course, you require a substantial quantity of scabies treatment potions. Good grief, why would I need a large quantity of scabies treatment potions? Jorson exclaimed in frustration, muttering complaints. This stuff costs 5 nuts a vial. There is hardly any profit to be made, and most wizards skilled in potion making can brew it themselves. Have you not heard the saying, many a little makes a mickle? Moreover, I intend to continue learning to concoct other potions. Presumably, all the potions here come from Professor Lascivo Prince, Simon speculated. It was clear to Simon that Jorson's apothecary did not merely purchase and sell materials. It evidently also dealt in potions, which were the most valuable commodities since many wizards lacked the skill to brew them. Most potions addressed issues that spells could not resolve, compelling one to spend money on them, akin to seeking medical attention when ill. Well, your words certainly intrigue me. However, if you can indeed brew satisfactory scabies treatment potions, I would be inclined to agree. You do not expect me to brew them without any tools, do you? No need, Jorson. I can assure you of his talent. Do not expect a profit from Simon. The instructor placed him here solely to expose him to more materials and potions, thus laying a solid foundation for his future as a competent potion maker. Felice descended the stairs, casting a stern gaze at Jorson. He did not waver under her scrutinizing stare, merely responding softly, I understand. Come along, Simon. You will have plenty of opportunities to converse in the future. Farewell, Alice. I shall visit you again soon. Take good care of yourself. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Jorson. Simon bid farewell to the avaricious apothecary owner before following Felice out. As they exited the room, a gust of cold wind greeted them, causing Simon to shiver and tighten his clothing as he trailed after Felice. It seems you two get along quite well. For now, I believe I have temporarily swayed him, Simon sighed. He's a greedy fellow. Approaching him from a perspective of self-interest should be relatively straightforward. Honestly, you have truly surprised me. You must have seen my sister, yes? She does not seem to fare well. A mute does not thrive anywhere, Felice lamented, gazing at Simon. Mr. Jorson, being a half-blood wizard, harbors less prejudice against mutes than he does greed for gold. I have often suspected him of being a goblin. As long as my collaboration with my aunt and him continues, my sister will remain safe. Even if she eventually leaves me, she will at least possess skills to ensure her survival. Wizards despise mutes. Do you truly expect her to find work in that regard? Simon believed Felice's perspective to be somewhat naive, yet he understood her predicament, even if she wished for him to pursue other endeavors. Felice lacked the expertise to assist her. Even muggle wizards reject mutes. Felice sorrowfully reflected. Yet I cannot let Alice wander alone in the muggle world, without my assistance. Her situation would be even more dire. Simon fell silent, for the truth was undeniable. If Alice were to venture into the muggle world all alone, given the current state of affairs, it was likely she would be sold off as a maid or something of the like. As for the worst-case scenario, Simon shuddered to contemplate. At times, he wished not to impose malevolence upon humanity, although such was the reality. Your presence has instilled within me a glimmer of hope. You are one of the few wizards I have encountered who does not dismiss the mute and extends sympathy towards them, Phyllis remarked. Both my aunt and I believe you possess remarkable talent. In the near future, I hope you can assist Alice when she is in need. I do not particularly relish this feeling of obligation. Simon sighed, finally grasping Phyllis's intent. So that is why she placed her bet on him? He did not refuse. Very well, I understand. I shall do my utmost to help her. Chapter 26, The Secret Passage. Upon returning from Hogsmeade, Simon took refuge by the hearth, seeking warmth to dispel the chill that clung to him from the long journey. He gulped down a dose of the cold remedy potion he had procured from Phyllis, the fiery burn spreading through his throat, which abruptly triggered a series of harsh coughs. Where have you been all morning? Potter approached, observing Simon's coughing fit with curiosity. Water, Simon croaked, clearing his throat, and seized the cup from Potter's hand, taking a hearty sip that gradually alleviated the burning sensation. Hogsmeade was simply dreadful. The taste of that potion was atrocious, Simon muttered, glancing at his bewildered companions. What is the matter with you all? Nothing much. Mike and I just discovered a secret passage, Potter replied with a grin. Hogwarts has many mysterious locations. We thought we'd come to fetch you to explore it together. Oh, a secret passage? Simon rose from the carpet, murmuring. I have heard that Hogwarts is riddled with such passages, some of which lead outside the school. They were likely left as escape routes by the four founders to prevent Hogwarts from being besieged. How do you know that? Weasley asked, astonished. Hogwarts is inherently a formidable fortress, as its very design suggests. Simon calmly answered Mike's inquiry, then turned to his companions, asking, where is the passage you found? At the end of the second-floor corridor, behind the sycophantic statue of Gregory, though we are uncertain where it leads, Potter replied, excitement evident on his face. So, we decided to return and seek you out. Well then, I hope it does not lead outside. I have had quite enough of this frigid weather today. Simon reluctantly stood and followed Potter and the others as they departed from Gryffindor Tower. Gregory was a potioneer who, through flattery, gained the trust of Richard I and ultimately acquired his wealth. Upon arriving at the location Potter mentioned, Simon scrutinized the statue, muttering, while I sense Gregory to be a treacherous individual, one cannot overlook the fact that he has accomplished much. Not everyone can achieve such feats. The sycophantic statue of Gregory was pushed aside by Mike Weasley, revealing a narrow staircase concealed behind it. The group glanced around before swiftly descending the stairs. As the four descended, the statue quietly returned to its original position. Damn, it is pitch dark down here. Simon muttered a curse under his breath, suddenly feeling rather foolish. It was no wonder that Potter and the others had sought him out. They were clearly at a loss for how to resolve their predicament. I dare say you have not traversed this path before, Simon raised an eyebrow and remarked. Indeed not, my friend. We sought merely to share in the thrill of exploration with you, Potter replied with a dismissive smile, seemingly unfazed by Simon's revelation of his underlying thoughts. Then, what do you propose we do now? Simon murmured, taking a few steps forward. He raised his wand and softly intoned a spell, Incendio. In truth, the Lumos charm could have easily illuminated their surroundings, but Simon preferred to keep that knowledge under wraps for the time being. As the flames erupted into existence, the surrounding darkness was swiftly dispelled, revealing a space beneath the staircase that was ample enough to accommodate two individuals side by side. After casting the spell twice, Simon noticed an ancient oil lamp on the right side, clearly placed there for those who traverse this passageway. Simon reached out to take the lamp, igniting it, and directed its light towards his three companions, exclaiming, I dare say you haven't noticed this contraption either. I haven't, Porter replied. awkwardly scratching the back of his head. At the time, we took turns using it, navigating through the darkness with only the flickering flames. Merlin's beard, Simon remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, the air around them was still circulating. Otherwise, they would surely suffocate in this confined space. Hand me the lamp. Porter extended his hand towards Simon, who passed him the oil lamp. Porter then took the lead. Yet the initial excitement soon succumbed to the desolate and eerie atmosphere of the secret passage. The four companions had to alternate leading the way. The journey was long, and it took them nearly an hour to traverse it, leaving them all trembling, especially Porter, who was without a cloak and shivering uncontrollably, his teeth chattering incessantly. This must lead to the outside world, Simon had mentioned more than once, feeling increasingly disheartened at the thought of leaving the castle. You've uttered that for the 5th time. Simon was right. It was likely leading to Hogsmeade or the Forbidden Forest. Hogsmeade is probably the more likely option, Wesley muttered. Soon. This speculation was confirmed as they emerged in a secluded corner on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. Had they not exited from this spot? No one would have imagined such a place existed in close proximity to Hogsmeade. All right, fellows, I think we should make ourselves scarce. Merlin above. I hope I don't catch a cold. As they stepped out of the concealed cave, Simon couldn't help but complain. Without a doubt, this passage connected to a natural cavern, and Simon stood outside, shivering. Just beyond lay the village of Hogsmeade, but they were also destined to face the chilling rain. Blasted. All I want now is to return and enjoy a warm cup of milk. Hewitt had just stepped out, feeling thoroughly exposed and trembling all over. Upon their return to Hogwarts, they regrettably missed lunchtime, opting instead to visit the kitchen for a meal. As Porter nibbled on a sandwich, he murmured, "From now on, our trips to Hogsmeade will be much simpler." Back in the Gryffindor common room, after warming up, Simon dedicated the remaining time to studying his spellbooks, occasionally jotting down notes and attempting to practice some of the spells he had copied. "What is the matter, Edwin?" Simon inquired, glancing at the noble girl who had seated herself across from him, her lips pressed together as if she wished to say something. "Green, have you completed the spells for this semester in Charms class?" Edwin couldn't restrain her curiosity, though somewhat reluctant. She finally recognized the gap between them as she witnessed Simon practicing unfamiliar magic. "I have. Charms is significantly easier than Transfiguration." Simon's simple statement cast a shadow over Edwin's expression. "You truly are a genius? A genius?" Simon raised an eyebrow, responding with a hint of sarcasm. "Are you referring to me? If you aren't T, then who else could be?" The noble girl regarded him, her curiosity piqued. "What are you working on?" "I intend to transform it into a rat." Simon replied, though it was evident he had failed. Redirecting the conversation, he asked, "So, what brings you here?" "It's about you and Vodder Taylor." Edwin returned to the main topic. "If you're willing, you could meet in the classroom on the 4th floor." "What is the matter?" The girl detected a peculiar tone in his voice. "I hope my next statement doesn't upset you." Simon's tone turned frigid, akin to a winter's gale, sending a chill through the air. "Do you truly believe Vodder Taylor would want to reconcile with me? Wealthy individuals are perpetually proud. You know it as well as I do. I don't wish to face a barrage of inquiries and pressure when I go." "What do you mean by that?" Edwin questioned, her tone slightly sharper. "I mean I hope to avoid trouble when I arrive," Simon replied coolly, casting a steady gaze at Edwin. "I do not wish to engage in conflict with you, for in my eyes, you are merely children." "And you are a child as well?" Edwin protested, somewhat indignant. "I may be a bit impulsive or otherwise, but I have no desire to argue. It seems utterly pointless to me." Simon raised his gaze to Edwin and stated, however, "That does not mean I can tolerate certain behaviors. I hope you understand that some things cannot be taken too far." "Understood." Edwin felt her breathing quicken in that moment. Simon exuded a formidable presence, one that even made her feel the chill of his emotionless gaze, a sensation she rarely experienced, even in the presence of her father. Chapter 27. Duel? A farce? Edwin's mention of the matter piqued Simon's interest, hinting at an underlying conspiracy. He contemplated refusing her, yet recognized that some issues required resolution. Within the walls of Hogwarts, it was difficult to envision others daring to cross certain boundaries. Those Muggle wizards would need to band together, otherwise, Simon would not be intimidated in a one-on-one confrontation. At the very least, he did not believe any among them would resort to dark magic. Ordinary curses could easily be countered with a shield charm. During lunch, Simon followed Edwin to an empty classroom on the 4th floor, a space that had long served as a gathering place for Muggle wizards. Upon Simon's arrival, he beheld a considerable assembly of wizards, including several upperclassmen in their 5th and 6th years, and even some in their 7th year. Their gazes, devoid of hostility, were imbued with a hint of complexity. Voldemort Taylor had also made his entrance, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he exchanged greetings with others. However, aside from a few mildly responsive Hufflepuffs, he received little acknowledgement. A 7th-year student from another school stepped forward to preside over the gathering, a familiar face to Simon, Kelvin, a Gryffindor he had encountered previously. Simon was also acquainted with the Hufflepuff upperclassman, who cast a grateful glance in his direction, had it not been for Simon and his companion's assistance. The boy might have met a dire fate. The Ravenclaw present was a young woman unknown to Simon. Kelvin then took the initiative, clapping his hands to garner the attention of the assembly. "We hope to resolve the minor grievances between Green and Taylor here," he began. as fellow Muggle wizards. Our circumstances at Hogwarts are rather delicate, and we aspire to support one another. We have experienced some minor conflicts, and we wish to address them through peaceful means. With that, he turned his gaze towards Simon and Taylor. Simon sensed the gaze directed at him and calmly remarked, "I believe our grievances stem from that incident with the potion explosion. I am aware that it was intentional on his part. If he simply apologizes for that matter, there should be no issues from my side. I think we can coexist peacefully. It is not a significant concern." Kelvin looked expectantly at Tyler, believing that an apology was trivial. It was inconsequential. Suddenly, Vater Tyler interjected, "However, the matter of me being hung from a tree cannot be overlooked. That was not my doing." Simon furrowed his brow, striving to maintain a calm tone. "I think you have mistaken the culprit. I was ambushed from behind with a spell. While I am uncertain of the assailant's identity, I know this incident is connected to you." A glimmer of malice crossed Vater Tyler's face as he unexpectedly proposed, "I wish for you to duel me. Regardless of the outcome, we shall settle our affairs." "This is pointless. I did not commit that act," Simon reiterated, gazing at Vater Tyler with a similar intensity, his brow knitting further as he continued. "Moreover, you cannot possibly be my equal, so abandon that notion." "How would you know unless you try?" "Even if I lose, I will not hold it against you," Vater Tyler insisted. "No, I shall not duel you." Simon once again declined, his gaze cold as he turned to Kelvin. "I do not comprehend his thoughts, but I am certain this is unequivocal. That is unrelated to an apology." Vater Tyler persisted, "I believe a minor conflict still exists between us. I sense his lack of sincerity. Now, I think it is time for me to depart. Why not acquiesce to him?" Edwin suddenly inquired as he caught up before Simon could leave. "What do you think a duel could change?" Simon replied calmly, "Certainly, if I were to kill him, our conflict would cease to exist. But why would I wish to take his life? We harbor no deep-seated animosity, and Hogwarts would not condone such actions. You could easily defeat him. What significance lies in being publicly defeated?" Simon questioned. "That would only exacerbate our issues. The affluent care for their reputation, so defeating him would be of no benefit. Do you genuinely believe that after I defeat him, we could coexist harmoniously? Pray, do not jest. Why would I squander my time on such a futile endeavor? Especially when you are aware that I did not hang him from that tree. I apologize, I did not foresee this outcome." Kelvin and Dirk approached Simon, expressing, "I hope you and the other Muggle wizards can resolve your differences. Life at Hogwarts is not easy. By the way, Simon, if you have the time, I hope you can come here to teach everyone some magic. I heard from Edwin that you are the most talented student among the first years. Even pureblood wizards cannot compare to you. If you could lend a hand to the other newcomers, they would be immensely grateful." "Very well." Simon cast a glance at Edwin, now understanding that their true purpose for seeking him was not to remedy his conflict with Vater Tyler, but rather for this matter. Simon, along with Harry and the others, had distinguished themselves in numerous ways, far surpassing the other newcomers, even the wizards from Slytherin. Upon hearing Simon's agreement, Edwin exhaled in relief. Dirk reassured, "We will do our utmost to reconcile the issues between you and Tyler." "Thank you. I shall take my leave," Simon politely stated before turning away. He did not anticipate that they could assist him in any meaningful way. The moment Vater Tyler proposed a duel, he realized that reconciliation was not on the table and that there seemed to be another scheme at play. However, Simon could not fathom what leverage the other party possessed. Did he truly believe he could best Simon? This situation had escalated, and it was only after receiving Potter's reminder that Simon realized the gravity of the matter. "Everyone is saying you were preparing to duel that portly fellow, Vater Tyler, from Hufflepuff in early December. I am not entirely certain," Simon frowned and replied, "but I have a general understanding of the situation." He briefly recounted the events. "I believe you must teach him a lesson," Potter exclaimed, waving his hands. "I sense that there may be a conspiracy at play," Weasley remarked, frowning. "Even a fool can see that there is a plot." Pruitt scoffed, noting that after Simon's refusal of the challenge, Vater still dared to spread such rumors. If he was not overly confident in his own abilities, he must have some ulterior motive. The latter seemed more plausible. Now, even second-year students from Muggle backgrounds might not be Simon's match, let alone him. "What do you intend to do?" Potter suddenly asked. "If you plan to take him down, we will support you. I fear I have no choice in the matter." "Professor Flitwick will likely summon you soon," Weasley interjected. Indeed, his prediction came true. In the afternoon, Simon was summoned to Professor Flitwick's office. "Grin, what is the situation?" Professor Flitwick inquired, his brow furrowed. After Simon calmly recounted the events that transpired, Professor Lombard nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "You have acted correctly. Such a duel is undoubtedly warranted. However, how do you intend to resolve this matter?" "If he wishes for my presence, I shall attend, Professor," Simon replied with composure. "It would be preferable to settle this privately. Volta Taylor likely desires the same, which is why he resorted to spreading rumors. In my view, this is nothing short of a farce. Most first-year students are incapable of casting even a basic curse. At most, they can merely emit sparks at one another. I plan to disarm him with the disarming charm. A wizard without a wand possesses no true power, and I believe he has yet to master wandless magic." "Oh, you have already mastered the disarming charm?" Professor Lombard inquired, slightly taken aback. "Indeed, Professor. Following the issues between Gryffindor and Slytherin, I practiced with Ralston and the others. I only recently acquired it. Your approach is quite commendable. I believe Clayton would agree to resolve this farce in such a manner, Professor Lombard stated, suddenly glancing towards the door. When Clayton Knock entered, Professor Lombard welcomed him warmly and recounted Simon's earlier remarks. The latter looked at Simon in surprise but ultimately nodded in agreement. Clayton Knock was also displeased that students from his house would create such a commotion. In his opinion, the insufferable Volta Taylor ought to be in Slytherin rather than causing trouble in Hufflepuff. Chapter 28. No harm, no foul. The situation surrounding the duel had escalated significantly, leaving one to wonder what was transpiring in Volta Taylor's mind. Leah Edwin furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction and turned to the still composed Simon, asking, "What are you planning to do?" "This is my affair," Simon replied coolly. "Humph, I suppose I am meddling," the girl huffed, feeling somewhat wronged and dissatisfied as she walked away. Leah Edwin was aware that Simon held a hint of blame towards her, had she not intervened. This situation might not have arisen. However, her noble upbringing prevented her from acknowledging this fact or from offering an apology to Simon. On Wednesday afternoon, the weather was clear and winter had quietly arrived. After concluding his herbology class, Simon was informed by Clayton Knock about the time and place of the duel, and he was cautioned not to exert himself too much. Merely disarming Volta Taylor would suffice to bring this farce to an end. Simon ventured alone to the edge of the forbidden forest, where he beheld Volta Taylor awaiting him. The stout figure was draped in a richly adorned cloak, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips, his gaze towards Simon laced with a hint of mockery. "I have been here waiting for you for quite some time," Volta Taylor rasped, his voice tinged with resentment. "Very well, I believe our duel should commence now." Simon remained silent, having assessed through the system that his opponent posed a significant threat, with an alarming probability of 80%. As for the source of this threat, Simon was at a loss. He felt an unsettling sense that he might have overlooked something crucial, yet he knew he needed to maintain an unwavering vigilance. Provided that the threat did not stem from malevolent dark magic or formidable spells, the iron armor charm should suffice to ensure his protection. Why he needed to take such measures seemed indisputable. Nevertheless, he resolved to bring this farce to an end. With his wand raised, Simon focused intently on his adversary. Even a novice must never underestimate the gravity of a duel. Undoubtedly, the humiliation and derision he had endured made him seethe with rage, wishing he could crush his opponent's mouth and obliterate his mind. Suddenly, he erupted into a sinister laugh, gesturing around them with a cruel demeanor. "Do you know why I chose this location for our duel? If you were to perish here, I would simply toss your body into the forbidden forest to feed the trolls. I trust the trolls would find your remains quite intriguing." Simon squinted his eyes, refraining from unnecessary chatter, and shouted loudly at Voldemort, "Disarm." The crimson light emitted from his wand struck Voldemort, and Simon's disarming spell successfully liberated the wand from Voldemort's grasp, causing him to stagger backward, nearly losing his footing. "I am aware of the potency of magic. I am certainly no match for you. Perhaps the acclaim of being a genius is not without merit, but today, this genius shall meet his demise at my hands." Voldemort's gaze turned malevolent, resembling a greedy wolf eyeing its prey. Suddenly, he drew a flintlock pistol from beneath his cloak and aimed it at Simon, erupting into maniacal laughter. "Die." At the moment the flintlock was directed at him, Simon's pupils constricted, his heart raced violently, and an indescribable fury and intent to kill surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his wand with great force and bellowed in rage, "Protego." Perhaps this marked the first eruption of Simon's magical prowess. Under the dual baptism of impending death and seething anger, his magic grew increasingly potent and wild. The shield charm manifested before him as a translucent barrier, and the incoming bullet struck the charm, sparking a shower of fire, while the rebounding bullet left a gaping hole in the ground. After Simon deflected the bullet fired by Volta Taylor, he instinctively cast a disarm spell towards him, sending the opponent's weapon soaring through the air in an arc before it plunged into the devil's net. Another disarm spell struck Volta Taylor, and this time the force was incomparable to the previous attempt. Volta Taylor was as if struck by a heavy hammer, his body propelled through the air, and upon hitting the ground, a sudden cacophony of gunfire erupted, followed by an eerie silence. A sense of dread enveloped Simon as he realized that Volta Taylor had come armed with 2 flintlock pistols, a chilling revelation that this man intended to murder him. He must perish. Volta Taylor must die. However, Simon found himself bereft of opportunity, for just as he prepared to approach Volta Taylor, Clayton Knock had already arrived. Evidently startled by Simon's earlier surge of magical energy, Clayton Knock cast a glance at the fallen Volta Taylor before turning to Simon, bellowing, "What on earth has transpired?" "He wielded a flintlock. He sought to kill me. He actually sought to end my life," Simon retorted defiantly, his voice echoing with fervor. Clayton Knock, taken aback by Simon's outburst, felt a shiver run down his spine. The raw fury and murderous intent that Simon had displayed moments ago left him unsettled. At that moment, Simon was in a state of extreme tension. Even the slightest hint of hostility could provoke a torrent of his magical wrath. Sensing the unusual tension, Clayton Knock wisely fell silent. "I merely struck him with a disarmament spell. When he was flung backward, he must have inadvertently triggered the other flintlock. And now he is likely injured," Simon explained, his voice now eerily calm after the initial roar. He cast a cold, piercing gaze at Clayton Knock and continued. His tone chillingly serene. Clayton Knock, that wretched man used Muggle weaponry, the flintlock pistols. Had I not mastered the armor charm? He would have blown my brains out before you arrived. He has lost his sanity in his quest to kill me. Such madness deserves expulsion. He is dead, Clayton Knock suddenly declared. That cannot be, Simon exclaimed, furrowing his brow in disbelief. I merely disarmed him. The notion of Vaughter Taylor's death unsettled Simon. Perhaps that man deserved to perish, but certainly not in this manner. Simon was reluctant to gamble his academic future on such a reckless wager. Simon had meticulously orchestrated every detail. He planned to have the school expel him, allowing him the opportunity to eliminate those who sought his demise during the winter break. Simon would show no mercy to those who wished him harm. Now, with Voldemort dead, Simon faced a 35% chance of being expelled from Hogwarts. Although this probability was not greater than 50%, it filled him with dread. He realized he could not leave Hogwarts just yet. Surrendering his wand meant resigning himself to a mundane existence, a fate he would never accept. Simon needed to acquire more knowledge from Hogwarts, refusing to allow anyone to disrupt his carefully laid plans. He is dead, Clayton Knock murmured, his face ashen, as he raised his wand to conjure a shower of red and green sparks. Moments later, several professors rushed to the scene. Afterward, Simon struggled to recall the events that unfolded. He was taken to the headmaster's office, where the heads of the 4 houses had gathered. Approximately half an hour later, the portly headmaster, Fudge, made his appearance, his countenance as dark as though submerged in ink. Speak. How could this happen? Simon could feel Fudge's voice tremble with fury. Simon inhaled deeply, coldly elucidating everything, particularly the moment when he used the disarmament spell against Vaughter Taylor, revealing his act of shooting himself with a Muggle flintlock. He aimed to kill me, he exclaimed. Nonsense. Why would he want to kill you? Clayton Knox retorted angrily. Let him continue, Clayton, Professor Fools-Lomberton interjected discontentedly. I cannot fathom his motives, but the instant Vaughter Taylor drew his flintlock, I understood his intent to kill me. At this juncture, Simon paused before abruptly stating. He said that if I perished, he would cast my corpse into the forbidden forest to feed the giant. I am immensely grateful to Professor Jerez Rogier. Your teachings have instilled in me a constant vigilance that saved my life. Had I bent down to retrieve Vaughter Taylor's wand, I might not have had the time to cast the shield charm and would have met a gruesome fate, my skull shattered and my body discarded in the forbidden forest. After this, Simon took a moment to express his gratitude to the dark arts professor, leaving all the faculty utterly perplexed. Had I not disarmed his flintlock at the earliest opportunity and cast the disarmament spell, it would not be him lying here, but rather me, with a shattered skull. Wait. Muggle weapon? Is this what you mean? He pointed towards the exquisite flintlock resting on the table. Indeed, this is a Muggle weapon. The headmaster and deans might not be fully aware, but as one who hails from the Muggle world, I recognize its nature. To aim a flintlock at another individual and discharge a bullet is akin to a wizard unleashing a dreadful curse upon another wizard. A bullet striking the head or heart can result in immediate death, even for a wizard. An immediate silence enveloped the room. Yet there was no denying that Simon's explanation had underscored the weapon's peril. What is dark magic? Even without elaboration, its inherent danger is abundantly clear. Chapter 29. Expelled? If you harbor any doubts, you may examine my wand, or utilize a truth serum. Simon's heart raced. He must shift all blame onto Vaughter Taylor and extricate himself from this predicament. I am aware that certain potions compel one to speak the truth. There is no need. My child, Professor Lomberton gently reassured him, placing a hand on Simon's shoulder. Employing a truth serum on underage wizards contravenes the protective regulations of the Wizarding Council, and such a potion can have adverse effects on individuals. Green, we shall inspect your wand first. Professor Jerez Rogier unceremoniously seized Simon's wand. The latter felt no joy, for the confiscation of his wand signified distrust, an unmistakable harbinger of unease. Did they truly doubt him? Simon sighed inwardly. Professor Jerez Lomberton glared at his colleague with disapproval, sternly reminding, this is not in accordance with protocol. I understand, but we must. Rogier did not finish his sentence but cast a sidelong glance at Fudesque, indicating the headmaster's tacit approval. Very well, child, you shall accompany me back to my office for a moment of respite. Do not fret, nothing untoward will occur. This is not your fault. Professor Lomberton placed a reassuring hand on Simon's shoulder, guiding him away from the headmaster's chamber. As they walked, Simon sensed curious and unusual gazes directed towards him. The news of Vaughter Taylor's demise in their duel would soon spread through Hogwarts like a plague of locusts. Child, rest here. I shall have someone bring you food for lunch. Nothing will happen, trust me. Professor Lomberton assured him, hands resting gently on Simon's shoulders. I understand, Professor. May I peruse the books here? Simon endeavored to maintain his composure as he quietly inquired. Of course, my child. No one can impede a diligent student from learning. Professor Lomberton replied, bestowing upon Simon a rare smile before turning to exit his office. Once Professor Lomberton departed, Simon's expression hardened. He made no attempt to leave the dark arts professor's office, fully aware of his confinement. Lomberton had employed potent magic to secure him within, and without his wand, escape was utterly impossible. Casting spells without a wand necessitated exceptional skill, a mastery that many never achieved in their lifetime. Simon began to assess his situation and realized that the likelihood of his expulsion had soared to an alarming 65%. Various indications suggested that his dismissal was highly probable. A sense of panic washed over Simon. When Hagrid was expelled, his wand had been snapped, rendering him incapable of performing magic. For Simon, magic constituted nearly his entire existence, and the thought of losing it left him unable to fathom how he would survive. Returning to the Muggle world, was that even a possibility? For Simon, the transformation from wizard to Muggle was, in any case, an unimaginable prospect. Simon contemplated his predicament, pondering the reactions of his few friends, including Porter. Would they be frightened and distance themselves from him, or would they go to great lengths to assist Simon in acquiring a new wand? If he were truly to lose his wand, what course of action would he then take? Simon understood that he must not succumb to panic. He needed a comprehensive contingency plan to ensure his survival in the realm of wizards after being expelled. The winters in Britain could be harsh, and perhaps he might end up as a ghost in the wishful thinking house? The thought of perishing from exposure in the wilderness was indeed dreadful. He mused cynically to himself. Just as Professor Lombard left his office, his expression darkened ominously, not due to Simon's inadvertent mishap, but rather due to the reactions of several colleagues, which he comprehended all too well. Upon returning to the headmaster's office, Rogier was employing a recall spell to scrutinize Simon's incantations. Undoubtedly, as Simon had asserted, he had merely utilized a disarming spell, along with the ironclad charm, and that was the extent of his recent magical repertoire. He had not lied. Rogier did not cease the recall spell. A cascade of incantations played back continuously, revealing a multitude of spells that Simon had recently practiced, predominantly those for honing his skills. Excluding transfiguration spells, and a few minor curses, a profound silence enveloped the headmaster's office. You cannot treat him this way. That child has just returned from the brink of death. Look at what you have done. He is still just a child. Professor Lombard entered the headmaster's office, and everyone could sense the fury emanating from the usually mild-mannered professor of charms. But he has caused the death of a Muggle wizard. Creighton Knock's calm tone bore an undercurrent of irritation. Caused death? Lombard glared coldly at Knock, who had never witnessed such anger from him since his arrival at the academy. Are you suggesting that child is a murderer? Calm down first. That boy is also my student, and I am well aware of what green is like. Wagclouch interjected, reminding everyone that he was a diligent, eager learner, composed, mature, gentle, and exceptionally gifted. I have long wondered why the Sorting Hat did not place him in Ravenlaw. No one will do anything to him, nor will he be expelled. This is not Green's fault. His actions were justified. Had he not used the disarming spell, he might very well have perished. The heads of houses concurred, acknowledging Simon's commendable character as a hard-working student. Ultimately, this incident was not his wrongdoing. Their private duel had been tacitly approved by two professors, though they remained unaware of Voldemort Taylor's coldness and cruelty. No, that child must leave. Headmaster Fudesh suddenly pronounced this harsh decree. All the heads turned their gazes toward Fudesh. Even Lombard fell silent, awaiting a response. This matter is more severe than you realize. How will Voldemort Taylor's family explain this? Although he deserved his fate, dying on school grounds necessitates an explanation. He brought it upon himself. Do you believe his family is unaware of his possession of such a thing? Wagclouch gestured toward the flintlock pistol. Interpreting Simon's words as an indication of its perilous nature, which could not be doubted, it was likely that a Muggle child would carry two of them. What about the students? Fudesh shook his head. How shall we address the students? If they learn that Simon Green is linked to Voldemort Taylor's demise, how do you think they will perceive this? What if a similar incident were to occur again? A student dying at Hogwarts, irrespective of the circumstances, would undoubtedly incite unrest among others and could lead to a plethora of repercussions. Now, placing the blame on Simon and expelling him would resolve all issues, at least minimizing the incident's impact on Hogwarts. Sacrificing one to protect the institution was the simplest and most effective course of action, a choice that everyone understood. Have you lost your mind, Fudesh? You cannot do this. Lombard was nearly beside himself with rage. First, I comprehend your sentiments, but please tell me, what should I do? Between Hogwarts and a child, I would choose Hogwarts. Fudesh's words were chilling and presented as an irrefutable command. If that child consents, we shall erase his memories and allow him to return to the Muggle world. The Obliviate spell had indeed been invented. After all, the individual in question, Namon Radford, was born in 1562. Chapter 30, The Scapegoat. When Simon beheld Professor Lombard once more, he was taken aback. He had never witnessed the elderly gentleman in such a state of sorrow. Nevertheless, Simon's own fate was all too apparent. The prospect of expulsion loomed inevitable. Perhaps, had Simon been a pure-blood wizard or a descendant of one of the 12 esteemed governors, his circumstances would have differed. Yet he was none of those. Merely a wizard born of Muggle lineage, a pitiable soul, or simply a blood traitor in the eyes of the pure-blood elite. Simon took a deep breath, feeling a surge of anger and sadness within him. A young child was utterly powerless to alter any circumstances and would not even contemplate the prospect of effecting change. It was simply beyond possibility. What is the matter, Professor? Simon inquired, setting aside his book and extending his trembling hands to assist the elderly man. striving to maintain a calmness in his quivering voice. I am sorry, my child, Professor Lamberton replied, gazing at Simon with a voice tinged with emotion. Fudesc intends to expel you, and I am unable to prevent it. Oh, what unfortunate news, Simon murmured, though he had steeled himself for the eventuality. His heart still skipped a beat, and his pulse quickened. His hand, poised to offer support, hesitated, his fist clenching in anger before relaxing once more. Although the outcome was not unexpected, it remained deeply disheartening. Professor Lamberton appeared to be affected by Simon's shock, looking at him incredulously. He had never anticipated such a composed reaction from Simon, as if the one facing expulsion was not another, but himself. Child, you have been expelled. Professor Lamberton managed to repeat with considerable effort. Green was one of his favorite students, one he had personally brought from the Muggle world. Simon had forsaken his family resolutely to arrive at Hogwarts, yet this was the disheartening conclusion. Professor Lamberton found it unacceptable. He suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, having fully comprehended the circumstances from the moment they had begun. To evade the bulk of the responsibilities, Fudesc and other colleagues, with whom he had shared over a decade, callously shifted all blame onto a mere child, preparing to cast him aside with utter disdain. How will Hogwarts deal with me? Simon suddenly queried, this being his foremost concern. Losing his wand could be remedied, but erasing memories would be catastrophic. Child, if you wish to return to the Muggle world, I shall erase your memories. Allowing you to reunite with your original family, Professor Lamberton sorrowfully inquired about Simon's wishes. I am sorry, Professor, but I do not wish to return, Simon replied calmly, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Why, my child? Professor Lamberton asked, perplexed. The family of Otter Taylor will not spare me. Simon's voice was nearly devoid of warmth, yet it carried an inescapable sorrow. They will soon discover that their son perished due to a person named Simon Green. Does the professor truly believe that his family would show mercy towards me and mine? They would use a flintlock to end the lives of me and my family, covering his son's death with our blood. My heavens! Professor Lamberton was taken aback by Simon's harrowing depiction. He had never envisioned such a dismal outcome. Yet Simon's words rang with a harrowing truth. My poor family may perish because of me. Professor Lamberton, I implore you to assist my unfortunate family. Let them forget their surname, their names, and relocate elsewhere to begin anew. This should not be beyond your capabilities. Rest assured, child. I shall attend to it this very night. Professor Lamberton declared, patting Simon's shoulder with trembling hands. Your family shall be safe. They will not come to harm. Thank you. Professor, I am immensely grateful. If possible, may I write to you? Simon suddenly embraced the elderly man, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. After all, they were not related. Yet Professor Lamberton's willingness to aid him to such an extent as a mere student left Simon profoundly appreciative. Of course, my child, Professor Lamberton replied uneasily. Where do you intend to go? If you are not returning to the Muggle world, do you wish to remain in the Wizarding realm? I do not require your assistance any further, Professor. You have already provided me with ample aid. Simon released Professor Lamberton, stating, I am grateful to you for introducing me to this wondrous world, but I believe it is time for me to pack my belongings and depart from Hogwarts. No need. Your belongings have already been taken care of by the house elf. I have come to escort you from Hogwarts. Creighton Knock appeared at the door of the enchantment office before Simon and the professor. Leave, Creighton Knock. You are not welcome here. Professor Lamberton roared at the herbology professor. Creighton Knock's expression soured, yet he showed no inclination to depart. Surely you cannot be so unwelcoming towards me, fools. Wag Clouch stepped out from behind Creighton Knock, offering Simon a slight smile before casting a deep glance at Professor Lamberton. You do not mind if I speak with him privately for a moment, do you? Very well. Professor Lamberton acquiesced, hastily exiting the office and closing the door behind him. I am truly sorry, my child. I am powerless to help you. No, thank you, Professor. I am glad to have had the opportunity to bid you farewell. It is a pity I cannot remain at Hogwarts to continue my studies in Transfiguration. Simon advanced to give Wag Clouch a grateful embrace, reflecting on his time at Hogwarts that had not been entirely fruitless. I know you will not abandon magic, my child. You need a wand. Take this parchment and this gold galleon to seek out Hollywobeck, who will craft a new wand for you. Wag Clouch whispered. I dare say Fools wishes to persuade you to return to the Muggle world, but who among those who have touched magic would wish to return to the mundane? Miss Selwyn has temporarily arranged for you to stay at Jolson's, and Lasiva has endorsed it. She evidently does not wish for you to squander your talents. By the way, your friends are likely already aware of your situation. Fear not, they will not shun you because of it. I believe they will come to bid you farewell shortly. Simon, astonished, parted his lips in surprise. The concerns that had once troubled him were now alleviated. Even upon leaving Hogwarts, he could continue his studies in magic, which, for him, was the most splendid outcome. As the two exited the office, they found Professors Longbottom and Knock still waiting outside. Suddenly, Simon lifted his gaze to Knock and inquired, Thank you for your guidance during this time. Professor, may I pose one final question? Go ahead, the professor replied. If someone were to attempt to take your life, what would you do? Instantly, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, while Simon calmly nodded and said, Thank you, I have received my answer. Simon was quietly ushered out of the academy, with no one aware of his departure. On the outskirts of Hogwarts, Jorson awaited his arrival. Jorson himself was quite taken aback as he observed Simon being escorted away by Wager Crouch. "Fergus, I entrust this to you. Do not fret. I have assured Mrs. Pringle that I shall look after him. I believe you will prove to be an excellent aid." Jorson waved to Simon, beckoning him to leave together. Once they had distanced themselves, Jerez Rogier silently appeared, gazing at the retreating figures and remarked, "His composure unsettles me. Perhaps Fajesque is mistaken, given time. Should he embrace the path of a dark wizard, Fajesque will surely regret his actions. He is not a Slytherin." Wager Crouch cast a sidelong glance at Jerez Rogier. Leaving with that retort, Jerez Rogier paid little heed to Wager's sarcastic comment, instead watching the silhouettes of Simon and Jorson fade into the distance, letting out a soft sigh. Chapter 31. A new life. The weather began to turn cold, with biting winds howling and snow flurries enveloping Hogsmeade. As a thick blanket of snow settled atop the pointed wooden roofs, even though the gaps in the windows were securely blocked by wooden shutters, they could not withstand the encroaching chill. It had been a week since leaving Hogwarts, and Simon was gradually acclimatizing to life within Jorson's apothecary. The frigid wind relentlessly battered the windows, producing a disconcerting creaking sound that grated on his nerves. Simon had awakened. Instinctively reaching for his wand the moment he opened his eyes. Once he gripped it firmly in his hand, he exhaled in relief and softly uttered, "Lumos." The pitch-black attic was instantly illuminated by a pale glow. Aside from the creaking sounds around him, Simon faintly heard voices drifting up from below. He sat up, stretched lazily, and covered a yawn with his hand before dressing and descending the stairs. "Good morning." As he stepped down the creaky wooden ladder, he noticed a glimmer of light in the kitchen and greeted the girl who was preparing breakfast. Alice was a pitiable girl, ever since her arrival. She had taken care of almost all of Jorson's daily needs. From being a pureblood who knew nothing, she had become proficient in cleaning, cooking, and laundry. It was hard to imagine the hardships she had endured. She resembled a busy domestic elf. "Good morning." Alice flashed a charming smile at Simon. Initially, when Simon greeted her, the girl had barely reacted, staring blankly at him, appearing flustered and unsure of what to do. "Let me help you." Simon adeptly assisted in preparing the porridge. He had often lent a hand in the Muggle household, so he had some knowledge of the basics. The cold water banished his drowsiness, and Simon recalled Mrs. Weasley's domestic spells. If he could master even a couple of them, life would be much easier. "Thank you," Alice murmured, her voice barely audible, but Simon caught it. As she always expressed her gratitude whenever he helped in the morning. No need to mention it. Simon manipulated the temperature of the fire with his wand. This brand new wand had a compatibility rating of 76 with him, purchased from Ollivander in Hogsmeade with the assistance of Professor Wag Crouch, costing 12 sickles. Unlike the second-hand wands distributed at Hogwarts, Simon found his magic much more effortless to wield now. His spells were more efficient and powerful, doubling in strength. It was hard to fathom that tasks which had once been challenging were now completed with ease thanks to this wand, though acquiring it had meant leaving Hogwarts. Regarding Hogwarts, Simon felt a tinge of regret. As the saying goes, one must lose something to gain something. As for the death of Voldemort Taylor, Simon felt neither guilt nor remorse. Even had Taylor survived, Simon would have slain him, just as he had posed the question to Clayton Knox. If someone wishes to kill you, what would you do? The answer was simple: eliminate the threat. Simon not only desires the death of Voldemort Taylor, but wishes for the demise of his entire family. He is acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by a wealthy individual, especially one who conducts dealings with ruthless pirates. In contrast, it is conceivable that he might seek the services of a dark sorcerer to barter for his own life. Simon does not believe that the educators at Hogwarts would erase Voldemort Taylor's father's memories. It is evidently irrational for a father to forget his son's death occurring within the confines of the school. Simon was neither daunted nor concerned. He possessed ample time to persuade Jorson Fergus to engage in a lucrative venture alongside him. He had myriad methods to ensure that Vawter Taylor met his demise upon the pyre. Vawter Taylor, a magnate of considerable wealth, was scarcely lacking in gold coins, which could easily be exchanged with fairies for a substantial sum of galleons. In truth, Simon wished to avoid such drastic measures if possible. Yet when the adversary resorted to treachery, he could hardly be blamed for pursuing absolute eradication. If circumstances allowed, Simon would prefer to spend his coming-of-age years peacefully at Hogwarts. After all, there, he was surrounded by dear friends, free from worries about daily sustenance or personal safety, and Hogwarts boasted the largest library in the world. What holds the utmost importance for a wizard? Undoubtedly, it is knowledge. Even though Simon had once merely been a data administrator, he was an avid gamer, well aware that a mage ought to invest in intelligence rather than strength. While deftly managing his porridge, he glanced at the girl, who was lost in thought, and softly reminded her, "Be cautious not to dry your hands too much, lest you risk frostbite." The girl snapped back to reality, wiped her hands on her scarf, and hurried toward the warmth of the hearth in the hall. With a soft sigh, Simon discerned the girl's yearning for magic reflected in her eyes. The breakfast was quite meager: 2 slices of dry bread, some porridge, and a smattering of pickles. The roasted sausage and fried egg were the fare of Jorson, a gluttonous fellow who naturally had no intention of providing Simon and his companions with anything of quality. In his words, "As long as one does not starve, It suffices. Jorson arose rather late, only emerging when it was time to eat. As the three gathered around the small table, he suddenly inquired, I heard from others that you killed a muggle wizard from Hufflepuff, which led to your expulsion from Hogwarts. In truth, Jorson had been quite shocked upon learning of Simon's expulsion. To him, Simon Green was undoubtedly a gifted young wizard, and with the attention of Professor Lesiva Prince, he was destined to become yet another prodigy in potion-making. Jorson struggled to comprehend what had transpired to result in Simon being banished from Hogwarts. Yesterday, while listening to neighbors in Hogsmeade discussing the matter, he had been startled, for Simon was but a child, and yet he dared to take a life. What would you do if someone wanted you dead? Simon did not respond but countered with a question for Jorson. The inquiry left Jorson momentarily speechless. And after a brief pause, he solemnly replied, Of course, I would eliminate him. Then that's settled. Simon continued to focus on his meal, disregarding Jorson further. Alice, seated nearby, gazed at Simon in astonishment, struggling to reconcile the image of Simon with that of a murderer. Surely, he must have his reasons, she thought quietly to herself. Jorson, too, discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, never anticipating that Simon would utter such words. Could a mere child truly say something like that? Clearly not. Since leaving Hogwarts, Simon no longer exhibited the same restraint. He had transformed into a more composed and aloof individual, akin to a hedgehog unfurling its spines, unafraid of any challenge. Most of the time, Jorson did not treat Simon as a child. In the corner, a basket contained today's provisions. Ah, this is for you, Jorson said, handing Simon 2 books. The first was 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, while the second was Magical Potions, the textbook for Simon's studies in potion making. Professor Lesiva Prince? Simon noted the titles and naturally deduced who had instructed Jorson to provide them. Indeed, Professor Prince evidently does not wish for you to squander your talents. You may now utilize the potion lab in the basement. However, the cost of materials used in potion making must be deducted from your monthly earnings. Jorson, revealing his greedy nature, added, You must sell me all the successful potions. I will assist in selling them, and we will split the profits. You may have the potions, and we can share the profits, but you must pay me half the cost of the potion ingredients. Do not be hasty in your refusal. You will reap rewards with minimal effort. Surely that is sufficient? Simon retorted, I am shouldering the risk. My risk is greater. Simon coldly replied, You are the ultimate beneficiary. The profits I could obtain are paltry given the failure rate of novice potions. Well, damn it. I hope you do not disappoint me, my potion prodigy. Jorson muttered as he resumed devouring his breakfast. As he dealt with contract matters, he honestly felt a bit out of place in this setting. Whether it be the customs here or the editors, Simon, by the hearth, recalled countless enchanting herbs and fungi. Ever since he acquired his abilities, his memory had been remarkably robust, and committing the contents of books to memory was hardly a challenge. Why was I expelled? What kind of place is Hogwarts? Alice paused her tasks, unable to suppress her curiosity, and inquired. You must have heard, I killed someone. Being expelled is quite reasonable, Simon replied with a self-deprecating tone. The girl shook her head, indicating her disbelief in Simon's words. Well, the truth is, someone wanted to duel me, and in the midst of the duel, he inadvertently caused his own demise, which led to my expulsion. Simon shrugged, closing the book. He gently patted Alice's head and added, Some things are better left unknown. They would do you no good. Why? Alice gazed at Simon in confusion, unable to comprehend this boy, who was slightly younger than herself. Sister Phyllis had informed her that Simon did not reject her as a mute and would take care of her during this time. Indeed, he was a gentle soul, not one to shun her, and he often assisted her with household chores, resembling a dependable older brother. We need someone to shoulder this responsibility, Simon said calmly. As for Hogwarts, it is a splendid place where I learned a great deal. He rose to place the 2 books in a tidy spot, donned gloves, waved his wand to bring the basket before him, and began skillfully handling the potion ingredients. I wish to attend Hogwarts, but alas, I am mute and cannot cast spells. Alice appeared despondent, finding it hard to believe that this boy was 2 years her senior. She felt like a helpless child. My family has abandoned me. If my sister hadn't taken me away in advance, I might have perished, the girl lamented sadly. Everyone despises me. My family loathes me, viewing me as a disgrace. They wish I had never been born and hope for my demise. Perhaps for the first time, she poured out her heart to another, and tears streamed down her cheeks, releasing years of accumulated grievances and anguish. Simon set aside his work, removed his gloves, and gently embraced the girl, tenderly stroking her head. He refrained from offering words of comfort, believing that in such moments, it was best to allow her to weep freely. His sole role was that of a listener. Alice's frame was frail and emaciated, a testament to the hardships she had endured over the years. After a heartfelt cry, her spirits appeared significantly lifted. She accepted the handkerchief Simon offered and wiped away the tears from her face. You've turned into quite the little raccoon. Perhaps it's time to wash your face. Simon glanced at the young girl, a sigh escaping his lips as he contemplated the futility of his desire to assist her, recognizing his own limitations. Thank you, Simon. Alice suddenly pecked him gently on the cheek, her voice imbued with gratitude. My sister says you are a very reliable person. I hardly know myself, he replied. bemused by her unwavering faith in him. He touched his cheek, watching Alice's retreating figure, unable to suppress a self-deprecating remark. Subsequently, Simon shared his circumstances with Alice. In truth, their situations were quite similar. As a wizard, he was destined to be forsaken by his family or to abandon them himself. He too found himself in a state of solitude. United by their shared plight, they engaged in conversation while sorting potion ingredients, their bond deepening with each exchange. Simon was surprised to discover his ability to effortlessly soothe Alice. In reality, Alice was not a taciturn girl by nature. Perhaps having spent too long in solitude had rendered her unsure of how to communicate with others. Jorson had discouraged her from mingling with the outside world, and for years, Alice had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of the apothecary, which had become akin to an impenetrable prison, ensnaring the girl within its walls. Simon felt a profound sympathy for the other party, yet he found himself at a loss as he could barely manage his own affairs. Had he been endowed with wealth and capability, he would not have hesitated to lend a hand and share a life with Alice, nurturing a charming girlfriend from a young age. After all, Alice possessed beauty that rivaled that of Phyllis. Wait, could it be that I harbor a penchant for younger girls? Shouldn't I be inclined towards mature women? Such confusion, Simon mused to himself. He then devoted his attention to the ingredients in the basket, intent on completing his tasks by lunchtime, as he had other matters to attend to in the afternoon. Later that day, Simon took the opportunity to inspect the instruments in the basement, relics from long ago that had accumulated dust and age. Despite the peculiar odor lingering in the basement, they remained functional, and he felt a sense of gratitude for that. Simon assessed the tools, meticulously documenting any deficiencies or damages, and commenced the preparation of potion ingredients as outlined in his tome. The requisite items were readily available at the apothecary, and Simon, utilizing his innate abilities, endeavored to ensure the precise measurement of each component. It must be said, the advantages of his newfound skills after his transmigration proved immensely beneficial. Gathering sufficient intelligence allowed him to derive accurate probabilities. Were he to apply such talents to gambling or mercantile dealings, one could easily envision a swift ascent from poverty to prosperity. Alas, in this era, his identity had become a burden. However, circumstances had since shifted. Relying on his external capabilities, Simon aimed to minimize any potential discrepancies. Venturing out, he procured substitute materials from Tom, the proprietor of a second-hand shop, and thus began his endeavor to concoct a sedative. After 2 attempts, he successfully brewed a vial of the potion. Although it consumed considerable time and several sheets of parchment, he had ultimately discovered a method that resonated with him. That evening, as Simon presented the vial of sedative to Jorson, the latter's eyes widened in astonishment as he rapidly removed the cork and inhaled the aroma. His mouth agape, he was utterly flabbergasted. How is this possible? How can this be? He murmured, elated by the prospect of newfound wealth. In the aftermath, Jorson learned of Simon's success after merely 2 tries, and he could not help but express his admiration. He willingly offered potion materials to Simon, encouraging him to explore the creation of an elixir known as the Intelligence Enhancer, a potion capable of clarifying the drinker's thought processes. Essentially, it resembled the common buff potions found in games, undoubtedly requiring a high level of skill to concoct and possessing significant market value. There were numerous wizards with a deficit in intellect. When confronted with perplexing dilemmas, they would often resort to such potions to gain clarity. Concerns regarding examinations were rendered moot, as this potion was an essential tool for academic dishonesty. The ensuing events were predictable. Simon would inevitably confront the unfortunate reality of failed concoctions. Simon's failure brought a sigh of relief to Jorson. Such setbacks were entirely to be expected. If Simon had succeeded after just a few attempts, it would have been truly alarming. In the ensuing days, Jorson witnessed Simon's more frenzied side. Apart from the hours dedicated to eating and sleeping, Simon spent the majority of his time sequestered in the basement, where the walls were plastered with an array of papers, each detailing the summaries and analyses of his repeated failures in potion making. Were all alchemists truly so consumed by madness? Jorson's expression was particularly intricate as he gazed at the vial of semi-finished cognitive enhancer in his hand. Although it had yet to reach full efficacy as a subpar product, its effects were undeniably applicable. Nevertheless, Jorson would never consider marketing such an inferior elixir. Attributing the failures of the cognitive enhancer to its quality was not unfounded. Simon consumed a small vial, and under the influence of the cognitive enhancing potion, he effortlessly completed all the analyses of his previous failures, arriving at the most rational method of concoction. The only side effect was that he would have to endure a bout of headache for a while. It seems that there will be multiple female protagonists, and the stock of manuscripts is dwindling, so the update schedule may vary. Chapter 33, The Cognitive Enhancing Potion's Buff Effect. The Cognitive Enhancing Potion is a magical elixir that sharpens the drinker's clarity of thought. This potion is immensely popular among wizards. Consider how beneficial it would be to drink a vial when faced with a perplexing problem. Many graduates from Ravenclaw are ardent supporters of this potion. It is said that Mr. Holly Wobeck, a wand maker, is also a frequent patron of this elixir. A single vial requires 3 siccus and yields only 3 sips, making it quite expensive and unattainable for many. Rarely does anyone wish to concoct it themselves or purchase inferior products, as the side effects are notoriously unappealing. The following day, when Simon awoke, his head still felt somewhat heavy. Jorson Fergus rushed to the attic at the first opportunity, imploring him to continue brewing the cognitive-enhancing potion, even offering several free materials as an incentive. The market is vast and profitable. Lizoa Prince only provides him with 2 batches of the potion each month, totaling merely 20 portions, hardly sufficient to satisfy customer demand. Indeed, lacking the requisite intelligence necessitates a buff enhancement. Simon chuckled to himself, quickly ate a light breakfast, and meticulously reviewed the notes he recorded yesterday. He was not in a hurry to commence work, but instead reflected on the errors made during previous concoctions. In recent days, Simon had squandered 17 portions of potion ingredients, amounting to nearly a gold galleon. Jorson was willing to invest because, with just 2 successful batches, he could recoup his costs, a blatant money-making scheme. Naturally, he instinctively filtered out Simon's share. After a brief respite, Simon immersed himself in the basement, once again engrossed in potion preparation. As he examined the tools and utilized his analytical abilities, he began the brewing process. An hour later, Jorson Fergus received the latest concoction of the cognitive-enhancing potion, labeled 58, and his excitement was palpable. Analyzing its color and aroma, he discerned that this potion was merely a step away from success. He removed the cork and eagerly poured the potion into his mouth, murmuring incessantly, "I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be rich. This is truly a treasure. Simply marvelous." Suddenly, Jorson's head began to shake violently, as if he had just consumed a stimulant. White smoke emanated from his ears and forehead, resembling a boiling kettle. This peculiar vision persisted for several seconds before dissipating. A slight side effect, a momentary dizziness, occurred, but it was not as severe as Simon's headache. "Incredible, incredible. You actually succeeded," Jorson exclaimed in exhilaration. "It was a failure," Simon replied calmly. "Your alchemical equipment exhibited certain discrepancies, rendering the potion's imperfections unavoidable. An excess of flaws signifies failure. As a modern individual, Simon understood the paramount importance of precision instruments in conducting chemical experiments. Jorson felt a twinge of headache as he glanced at the various alchemical apparatus on the table, letting out a resigned sigh. His antiquated tools had been in storage for many years, and the scales were rusted, lacking any semblance of accuracy. Simon had indeed suffered enough torment from these faulty instruments, and he trusted that Jorson would not be stingy in this regard, especially if he desired a competent intelligence enhancer. "Very well, I shall procure it, but you must provide me with a legitimate enhancer." He gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. Days later, Jorson acquired what he sought, a vial of a qualified intelligence enhancer devoid of side effects. While it did not match the superior quality offered by the potion's master, it was undoubtedly adequate. The source of the potion had nearly sent Simon soaring with delight. "Don't be foolish, Jorson. Do you truly believe that wizards with IQ deficits are plentiful?" Simon coldly doused Jorson's enthusiasm with a splash of reality. A cauldron could yield at least 8 sickles in profit, but who would treat such a concoction as medicine? "Oh, right. Jorson nodded repeatedly before suddenly exclaiming, "Wait. I can acquire these for Diagon Alley." Even in Nocturne Alley, a crowd would eagerly snatch them up, and we would amass considerable profits. Besides, your success rate is astonishing. This is all about galleons, glorious, golden galleons. Alice cast a worried glance at Simon, murmuring softly, "What has gotten into him? He's merely lost in dreams of wealth." "Pay him no mind," Simon shrugged, his relief stemming from the success of the intelligence enhancer. At least life would become a tad more comfortable, especially with some financial backing. Just then, a knock echoed on the wooden door. Simon approached and peered through the small peephole, spotting Potter and his companions outside. Ah, yes, it was Saturday. They finally had time to sneak out of Hogwarts to meet him. "Are you not burdened with homework?" Simon jested as he opened the door, greeting Potter and his friends. "Mate, it's delightful to see you," Potter exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Simon. "It appears you are faring well here." Weasley and Pruitt exchanged glances and smiled. "At least I am not troubled by homework. I never fret over such trivialities." Simon raised an eyebrow, glancing back at Jorson. "Let us explore. You probably haven't truly experienced Hogsmeade. By the way, we were quite worried when we learned you had been expelled from school," Pruitt remarked quietly as they walked. This was their second visit to Simon. The last time they had come and gone in a hurry, hardly exchanging words. "What is the current state of affairs at school?" Simon inquired, pausing in front of the 3 broomsticks. "Chaos, still," Weasley replied with a hint of sarcasm. "When you were forced to leave, the rumor mill was rampant with tales of your duel, where you supposedly killed Hufflepuff's Vater Taylor. The next morning, a frenzy of owls descended upon the Great Hall, creating utter pandemonium. The headmaster's office was inundated with letters, many wizards expressing their concerns for their children's safety. After all, it is a grave matter when a minor wizard perishes at Hogwarts. Many are anxious about their offspring's well-being. I dare say the headmaster's most prudent decision was your expulsion." He managed to suppress the situation, Pruitt commented with a trace of irony. "However, the headmaster is now in quite a predicament with those pure-blood wizards seeking to oust him from his position in the Wizarding Council. This is a golden opportunity for them, though I doubt they will succeed." Regardless, I have been expelled. Hogwarts is no longer my concern. Simon shrugged calmly, recounting the events of the duel as they walked. Hearing Simon's nonchalant recounting of the crisis, Potter and his companions could not help but feel a sense of awe. Had he not learned the shield charm, Simon might very well have fallen victim to that treacherous, vile bully. Vada Taylor's death was indeed tragic. He brought it upon himself. Simon shook his head. I initially presumed he would be expelled. I never anticipated his demise, which has now embroiled me in misfortune. Of course, Simon would not admit that he had been waiting for the opportunity to eliminate him. Shall we go inside and take a look? Potter suggested suddenly. His curiosity piqued about the 3 broomsticks, despite having visited Diagon Alley. Best not. What we need is hot milk, not ale. Simon deftly shifted the topic. Could you assist me with a favor? What is it? The 3 asked in unison. Help me retrieve the flintlock pistol that fell into the devil's snare. In truth, Simon wished to retrieve it himself, but as the center of the school's turmoil, he could not risk drawing further trouble. What is that? Potter asked, perplexed. A muggle weapon, Simon explained, drawing his wand and tapping a stone on the ground, which quickly transformed into a flintlock pistol. Your transfiguration spell, Weasley exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Is that a new wand? It appears far superior to your previous one. Your spells and transfiguration seem considerably more potent. He looked earnestly at his 3 friends. Is that acceptable? Very well. We shall help you find it tomorrow. If it is near the duel site, it should not be too difficult to locate. Thank you. Should you succeed, I shall reward you with an unexpected surprise. I look forward to your surprise, Weasley replied, raising an eyebrow, and I hope it doesn't disappoint. Chapter 34. The Irresistible Temptation. The following afternoon, a long-eared gray-feathered owl delivered a package to Simon. Potter and his friends had indeed located the flintlock pistol that had fallen into the devil's snare, and to Simon's astonishment, it came with 6 bullets. The bullets must have fallen out when Vada Taylor was disarmed. They were still caked in damp yellow clay. However, given that bullets of this era were wrapped in lard, moisture was not a significant concern. After acquiring the pistol, Simon spent considerable time studying it. He used a cutting charm to slice open the bullet casing, carefully packed the gunpowder into the barrel, then loaded the bullet before gripping the pistol with both hands and aiming at a tree 3 meters away. After a moment of contemplation, he steadied himself and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the immense recoil nearly caused Simon to lose his grip on the weapon. The bullet soared forth, leaving a dent in the tree trunk and causing a cascade of snow to tumble from its branches. The recoil is substantial. This contraption is indeed unreliable, Simon muttered, rubbing his wrist with his left hand, the impact of the shot having left his wrist aching. Simon's strength was not insignificant. Yet it seemed he had not mastered the precise shooting stance. It was no wonder that the fellow wielded his firearm with both hands, thereby granting him the opportunity to employ the ironclad charm. Perhaps, in the future, he might conjure a 21st century handgun for himself using the transfiguration spell. Simon mused to himself as he turned back towards Hogsmeade, uncertain whether the commotion would attract the attention of others. At present, the townsfolk of Hogsmeade were not particularly fond of Simon, for he had allegedly slain some unfortunate soul during a duel, and whispers of this incident had likely spread to this place. Rumors, as they tend to do, are easily distorted and misconstrued. Simon noticed the furtive glances directed towards him, accompanied by hushed whispers whenever he passed by, as if they feared he might overhear them. It was indeed quite laughable. Simon is indifferent. He rarely engages in conversation with others, devoting most of his time to study. Simon requires the flintlock pistol not for its intended use, but rather as a necessity for the transfiguration spell. It is indeed ludicrous for a modern individual to wield such an antiquated firearm, especially when proficient in the art of transformation. The flintlock, being a firearm, serves as an ideal object for transfiguration when the shapes bear resemblance. The execution of the spell becomes remarkably straightforward. Nevertheless, Simon penned a letter to Professor Wag Crouch, inquiring about the prospects of permanent transformation. Upon receiving the flintlock, he utilized the long-eared owl and also discreetly took with him the intelligence-enhancing potion that Simon had gifted to Potter and his companions. Where have you been? As Simon entered the apothecary, Jorson Fergus approached him, exuberantly gesticulating, eager to share his joy. Do you know? The 3 batches of intelligence potions you brewed yesterday were all sold. My goodness, it feels like a dream. Jorson, I cannot solely produce intelligence potions for eternity. A cryptic smile graced Simon's lips. I presume your profits are substantial. Perhaps it is time to improve our meals. I hope to have a bottle of milk, eggs, and bread in the morning. Of course, my dear Simon. As long as you prepare 30 batches of intelligence potions for me each month, I shall grant you any request. Jorson readily acquiesced, albeit with his stipulation. 30 batches of potions. You are indeed a greedy fellow, he continued. Though your potions may not match the quality of Lesiva Princess, they are still quite popular. Many wizards are willing to use your concoctions. Isn't that thrilling? Indeed. I am quite pleased. Simon felt a sense of satisfaction. The situation remained under his control. The crafting of intelligence potions demanded immense effort and dedication from him. Were it not for the use of percentage-based error assessment, his chances of success would likely have been less than twofold. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the intelligence potion was undeniable. Jorson had taken the bait. Simon harbors his own calculations. If he wishes to live a more prosperous life, he must establish his own position. A child taken in by Jolson? No, certainly not. He is neither an apprentice nor an assistant, but rather a partner. Only when both parties share a common stance can he speak on equal footing. The success of the cognitive enhancer undoubtedly causes Jolson to forget that he is still a child on the verge of turning 12. Simon had to swiftly deliver a series of powerful blows to Jorson, rendering this avaricious fellow unconscious. By the time he regained his senses, he would find himself aboard a ship of thieves, and disembarking midway would prove to be no easy task. Of course, Jorson had not come away empty-handed. At the very least, he had amassed greater wealth. However, you may have overlooked a crucial point. Simon feigned a contemplative expression, then furrowed his brow as he gazed at Jorson, exerting sufficient pressure upon him. What is it? Jorson inquired cautiously. Simon inquired. Have you ever contemplated the ramifications of such an overwhelming influx of cognitive enhancers? Ramifications? The market equilibrium is disrupted. Are you prepared to witness a decline in the prices of these cognitive agents? Simon's tone was laced with profound disappointment towards Jorson as he continued. Or is it your avarice that has diminished your intellect? Such actions may yield only a fleeting profit, but one must possess a vision that extends beyond the immediate. Have you considered that the ostentatious sale of such a vast quantity of intelligence boosters could potentially attract unwanted attention? If someone were to fixate on the source of your concoction, how would you respond? So, Jorson, it is time for you to awaken. Jorson, taken aback as if struck multiple times, felt his face flush with embarrassment. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately succumbed to despair. Simon is not mistaken. The proliferation of cognitive enhancers is likely to lead to a decline in their market value. Furthermore, he may not possess an ample supply of the necessary potion ingredients. While scarabs and ginger root might be relatively commonplace, toad bile is indeed a troublesome rarity. The stock of toad bile in the apothecary has been significantly depleted amidst frantic concoction efforts. He is also tasked with supplying ingredients for the potions master at Hogwarts. And should supplies run low, the consequences would be dire. Well, we can certainly explore alternative potions. Naturally, having tasted success, Jolson is far from being satisfied. Simon could not help but roll his eyes at the other person and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Do you really think that concocting potions is a trivial endeavor? My recent focus has been on burn salves, blood-replenishing elixirs, and cough syrups. Yet, these items hold little value. Jolson, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sprang up from his chair, muttering in dissatisfaction, which startled Alice sitting nearby. Jolson, your source for potions is Professor Lizoa Prince, not me. Simon sighed as he reminded him. I am but a pitiable creature, still struggling to complete my first year. I must acquire a more profound understanding, starting from the very basics, which is undoubtedly of utmost importance, along with other courses. I have no intention of surrendering. Simon observed the hesitant expression on Jorson's face and continued, Of course, I shall prepare 5 pots of the intelligence-enhancing agent for you each month. I believe that should suffice for you to make a substantial profit. Any more, and you may find it difficult to sell. My heavens! You must be out of your mind, Jorson exclaimed, unable to fathom the proposition, his voice rising in a cacophony of disbelief. That is a fortune, gleaming, golden galerons. Simon was quite pleased with the other party's reaction. The more greed displayed, the easier the matter would be resolved. He approached the medicine cabinet, opened a drawer, and retrieved a vial of sedative, which he handed to Jorson. Thank you, but what is this? It will be beneficial for you. Jorson raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at the label on the bottle, and forthwith erupted in fury, bellowing at Simon. I do not require a sedative. I need an intelligence enhancer, copious amounts of it. All petrified, Simon brandished his wand, prodding Jorson, who immediately became rigid and fell silent. Come over and assist, pry his mouth open, and let Jorson consume the sedative before he loses his mind. Simon beckoned to Alice, indicating for her to lend a hand. Alice opened Jorson's mouth, and a wave of foul breath assailed Simon, causing him to wrinkle his nose. Wow, what a stench. Can't you manage to brush your teeth properly? Suddenly, Simon recollected that his family seemed never to have brushed their teeth, at most rinsing with salt water. Previously, he had resolved the dental issue at home with charcoal and his fingers. It appeared he ought to procure a proper toothbrush. After pouring the sedative into Jorson's mouth, Simon closed his lips and gently nudged his Adam's apple, aiding him in swallowing the potion. What is wrong with him? Alice inquired with concern. I have no idea how to lift the curse. Simon suddenly realized a dilemma. He too was uncertain of how to undo the binding spell he had cast on Jorson. Noticing the girl's gaze, he helplessly spread his hands and remarked, It will likely take some time to wear off on its own. While Simon was at school, he also researched the binding spell. Unfortunately, it appeared that this incantation had yet to be invented. However, he was aware of the spell and, upon attempting it, astonishingly succeeded. Ah, indeed. Simon recalled a method to break the curse, though he had never attempted it before. May fortune favor you, he murmured to himself as he began to try it on Jorson. Curse, be still. Simon's wand traced the air for what felt like an eternity. Yet the luminous spark of a spell remained elusive. It was evident that his wand movements were flawed. by all accounts. The gestures a wizard employs while casting spells are of paramount importance. Precise movements enable a sorcerer to harness magic with greater agility. A lack of understanding regarding these gestures can exponentially increase the difficulty of spellcasting. Consider the concept of wandless magic. Although it relies solely on formidable magical power and unwavering will, it is a practice mastered by very few. Simon made several attempts, and on the 10th try, he finally succeeded. The unfortunate Jorson struggled to rise from the ground, immediately erupting in a fit of violent coughing, accompanied by a stream of curses escaping his lips. However, the effects of the tranquilizer soon took hold, and Jorson quickly regained his composure. "What did you just do to me? Why can I hardly move?" A look of shock crossed Jorson's face, as he too had been taken aback moments earlier. "Oh. It's a spell I found in the Hogwarts library that can completely bind a person. That was my first time using it. And I didn't expect it to work so well," Simon admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he offered an apologetic expression to Jorson. "You madman!" Jorson exclaimed loudly, his face contorted with anger. Perhaps recalling Simon's potion, he swallowed his rage and begrudgingly muttered, "Well, you truly are a genius. This is utterly insane." Jorson's gaze towards Simon shifted. This man, reputed to be a deadly adversary, was merely a lunatic. Indeed, it is often the case that geniuses are but a collection of madmen. Fine. I agree to everything you say, but in the future, do not employ any more of your ridiculous spells on me. I certainly do not wish to meet the same fate as that unfortunate soul you dueled." Jorson grumbled as he reminded Simon. "Rest assured, there won't be a next time," Simon assured him. "There is no next time," Jorson retorted irritably. "Actually, if you're interested in making money, I have numerous methods. Believe me, I possess at least 100 ways to help you amass wealth in a short span." Simon subtly shifted the topic, revealing his ulterior motives regarding Jorson. He continued to entice this greedy fellow, explaining, "We could attempt to concoct beauty potions and sell this highly sought-after elixir to the Muggle world. Wouldn't it be splendid for us all to prosper together?" "My heavens. You actually intend to sell potions to the Muggle world? Are you out of your mind?" Jorson's expression was one of disbelief, clearly astonished by Simon's outrageous plan. He was well aware of the relationship between Muggles and wizards, although wizards had not yet gone into hiding in this era. They typically did not reveal their identities before Muggles, lest they be swiftly delivered to the pyre by an angry mob. "No wonder you struggle to earn any money." Simon sighed softly, reminding him that women's money is the easiest to acquire. He, like a devil tempting humanity into sin, elaborated, among Muggles. The number of wealthy individuals is limited, but do not forget that 75% of the gold resides in the hands of the affluent. Among them are numerous noble women who would not hesitate to part with their gold to enhance their beauty. Beauty potions are something they long for, and they would go to great lengths to obtain them. A bag of gold is nothing to them. "Really?" Jorson still held a trace of skepticism. Yet his eyes sparkled with newfound interest. He was intrigued. The British pound could be exchanged for galleons, and despite the so-called exchange rate, even goblins would not refuse a Muggle's gold. "Of course," Simon replied confidently, as Jorson began to overlook the fact that he was still a child. His mind solely focused on the prospect of wealth. This was the outcome Simon desired, requiring only a gentle nudge in that direction. "We need more allies. Do not expect that just the two of us can bring beauty potions to the Muggle world for sale. Our target market is wealthy merchant nobles, not the impoverished who can barely afford a meal." Simon slowly guided Jorson, instilling in him the belief that he could help him attain a vast fortune. In truth, Simon possessed such capabilities. A single vial of beauty potion could fetch at least 100 galleons, a profit substantial enough to drive anyone mad, but they required reliable partners. "Remember, we need reliable partners. Do not seek out the untrustworthy, or you risk losing your life." "Do not worry, I still have some connections. I need to contact my old mate Wendick Wendridian, a highly skilled apothecary who is also quite dependable. I've known him for a long time, and his character is beyond reproach. If you two join forces, I believe producing beauty potions will not pose any difficulties." He was already calculating the feasibility of this plan. "Additionally, we need a potion book. I have seen that book at Hogwarts. However, you will need to procure a new one," Simon promptly reminded him. "Do not worry. We will obtain it. Await my good news." Jorson hastily pushed the door open and left, clearly prioritizing his grand scheme for wealth above all else. "You are truly remarkable, Simon." Alice's eyes sparkled with admiration, her fervent gaze causing Simon to feel a bit bashful. "I believe our prosperous days are just around the corner." Simon smiled gently at Alice. "Thank you, Simon." The girl's face flushed a deep crimson in the firelight. During Simon's time at the apothecary, Alice had found her life transformed into one of joy, reminiscent of the moments spent with her sister, Phyllis. "I promised your sister I would help take care of you." Simon walked over to close the door once more, then returned to his chair by the fire. He reached out to gently stroke the girl's small head, murmuring, "This is not only for you, but also for myself. Even I wish to lead a better life, to find my own happiness." "Ah." Alice's eyes sparkled with hopeful anticipation. Who wouldn't desire a life filled with happiness? If only she could live with her sister and Simon together. In the girl's heart, apart from her sister, Simon had become the second person who treated her with such kindness. At that moment, Simon was entirely oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly earned himself a good person card. Simon did not pay much attention to Alice's words. Cohabitation was simply an impossibility unless he were to marry the two sisters, a prospect with less than a 2% chance. However, the likelihood of him being with Alice was considerably higher. If Simon were to become wealthy in the future, Phyllis would likely be quite pleased. And as for Simon in the present, nurturing a young girl was not particularly challenging. Nevertheless, Simon did not wish to complicate the emotions between them. After all, how could he concern himself with such matters when he struggled to care for himself? His feelings for Alice were primarily rooted in compassion and sympathy. In essence, they were both forlorn souls adrift in the world. All right, go fetch the sausages and eggs that Jorson has stored away. Let us fry them for lunch. It's been ages since Alice has had meat, he suggested. Once he earned some money, such trivial matters would no longer be a concern. Simon gently patted the young girl's shoulder, urging her to attend to her tasks, while he began contemplating his upcoming plans. Selling beauty potions to the Muggle world was said to be simple, yet the actual execution proved to be quite challenging. Simon needed to devise a detailed plan to provide the necessary support. Alice nodded obediently, transforming into a diligent little bee as she busied herself in the kitchen. Simon, meanwhile, fashioned a skewer from a bamboo stick and began to roast a sausage by the fire. What are you writing? Alice inquired, her chin resting on her hands. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Simon. The pile of parchment on the table grew steadily, yet Simon's quill never ceased its motion. Go check if the sausage is done. Remember to turn it, so it doesn't burn. Simon reminded her, his gaze fixed on the parchment. Oh, Alice replied softly before shifting her attention to the sausage, diligently rotating the skewer to ensure even heating. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasted sausage began to waft through the air, igniting appetites. It smells so good, the girl exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the sausage as it turned a golden brown. Unable to contain herself, she asked, Simon, is it ready yet? Not yet. Let it roast a little longer, Simon replied, pausing his writing to observe Alice, who was eagerly watching the sausage by the fire. He chuckled softly, patience, my little glutton. It will taste much better when it's fully cooked. No one is going to steal it from you. Simon, do you think Jorson will be angry when he returns and sees us roasting sausages? Alice asked, her expression suddenly clouded with concern. She still harbored a lingering fear of Jorson, as the apprehension he instilled over the years had not dissipated. Angry? What reason would he have to be upset? Do not worry, I made this for you, so if anyone should be upset, it ought to be me, Simon gently reassured her. Fully aware of Alice's worries, but dismissive of them, Jorson was preoccupied with thoughts of how to amass wealth, even if he were to become angry. Simon had myriad ways to quell his ire. But Simon, I'm still worried, Alice admitted, her hesitation evident. Jorson had not treated her kindly. While he had never physically harmed her, he had certainly left a negative impression. Enough of that, Simon said as he returned to the fire. Lifting the girl onto his lap, Alice's small frame felt almost weightless, her emaciated body trembling slightly beneath her clothing, reminiscent of a frightened kitten. Simon sighed and comforted. Alice must have seen it too. Jorson made quite a sum today, and I hold half of it. If he brings it up, I shall buy him a sausage to make amends. Alice recalled the earlier incident and sighed in relief, promptly nodding. It was the first time she had witnessed Jorson so exhilarated since she arrived at the apothecary. Although she could not fathom how Simon managed to persuade Jorson so effortlessly, she regarded Simon with admiration. The sausages, roasted to a golden crisp, were finally removed by Simon, who placed them before the girl with a self-assured smile, gently advising, take your time eating, and be careful not to burn yourself. Suddenly, Alice shook her head. Under Simon's puzzled gaze, she pushed the sausage back towards him and, with a soft yet resolute voice, declared, you eat. Simon's expression momentarily faltered as he grasped the girl's intention. With a smile, he gently blew on the sausage, took a small bite, and then offered it to Alice, encouraging her to indulge in its delightful flavor, promising to roast more if she enjoyed it. After a brief hesitation, Alice accepted the perfectly cooked sausage under Simon's encouraging gaze, taking dainty bites with her small mouth. Delicious, she exclaimed, her emerald green eyes narrowing with delight. Reminiscent of a docile Persian cat, she then presented the sausage before Simon, urging him, Simon, you should eat too. No, savor it yourself. I have matters to attend to. Simon replied, affectionately ruffling Alice's golden locks before returning to his desk to continue crafting his plan. He was almost finished. Yet he knew that careful consideration was essential before making any decisions. Alice sat at the edge of the table, observing Simon's writing with a hint of confusion. He meticulously pinned each line, only to cross them out one by one. Despite her lack of understanding, Alice remained quietly attentive. The roasted sausage still had a considerable portion left, as if she were reluctant to consume it all at once, taking her time to savor each bite, her face radiating happiness. Suddenly, the door of the apothecary swung open, and Jorson strode in briskly. He seemed to have caught a whiff of the roasted sausage, his keen gaze immediately fixating on Alice, who held the sausage, a sternness creeping into his expression. The once warm atmosphere between the two vanished in an instant with Jorson's arrival. Simon quietly rose to his feet, unobtrusively positioning himself in front of Alice. Meeting Jorson's piercing gaze without a trace of fear, merely displaying an air of calmness. In that moment, Simon could sense the girl trembling behind him. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. Another unfamiliar voice shattered the silence, belonging to a relatively young man. Are you not going to introduce your friend? Simon suddenly addressed Jorson, then turned to gently pat Alice's head, softly instructing, do not be afraid. Please return to your room and enjoy your meal at your own pace. The girl nodded apprehensively but did not leave. Go on. Nothing will happen. Simon gently nudged Alice's shoulder, urging her to retreat to her chamber. Windic Windarian. The well-known apothecary I mentioned earlier, Jorson remarked, observing Alice's departure without further comment, as he began to introduce Simon to the handsome man beside him. This is Simon. Simon Green, the child I spoke of. And do not underestimate him, unless you wish to face some hardship. Jorson informed the man in his 20s. I know who you are. Hogwarts has been rather tumultuous of late. I heard you killed a muggle wizard in a duel. Windic Windarian scrutinized Simon with evident interest. What do you think? Simon refrained from providing a direct answer, standing his ground with a tranquil gaze as he assessed Windic Windarian in return. Rumors often contain exaggerations. I wonder if I might be privileged to hear the true account, Windic Windarian stated with gentlemanly grace, undoubtedly a pureblood wizard. Certainly, Simon conceded, calmly recounting the events yet again. Thus, rumors indeed tend to be exaggerated. Windic Windarian continued, in truth, you have been rather unfortunate, recently. Fodisk has faced challenges in the Wizarding Council, and there are those who wish to see him ousted. Surely, your expulsion is part of this scheme. I'm aware of this. Simon had already gleaned this information from Potter, causing an awkward tension to settle in the air. Windic Windarian skillfully sidestepped the topic and proceeded. Jorson mentioned your remarkable talent in potions, and it appears Professor Lizua Prince has taken a keen interest in you. I do possess a certain aptitude for potions. I assume Jorson has shared our lucrative plan with you? Simon glanced at Jorson, who nodded in affirmation. I have indeed mentioned this to Windic. It seems implementation may pose some challenges. Fear not. I have made all necessary arrangements. We merely need to concoct the beauty potion. Simon waved a piece of parchment to capture their attention. I propose we sit by the hearth, roast some sausages, and discuss these matters. Windic Windarian, undoubtedly a clever individual, agreed to Simon's plan and expressed admiration for Simon's intellect, particularly upon learning that Simon was a Gryffindor student. Jorson attempted to persuade Windic Windarian to stay for lunch, but the latter hurried off to prepare for his plans. Windic Windarian's life was not particularly easy, despite being an apothecary. His unrestrained inventiveness and creation of new potions had nearly depleted his finances. Come on, Jorson, it is merely a few sausages. What is with that expression? Simon mumbled, chewing on a sausage. You seem quite close with that girl. I promised Phyllis I would look after her sister. Come now, what is with your expression? So what if she is mute? After becoming a wizard, I too am considered an oddity in the muggle world. Simon dismissed the comment nonchalantly, taking another sausage upstairs. Alice was nestled in her blankets, having only consumed half of the sausage, her eyes red and puffy, clearly having cried moments before. Why are you crying? Simon gently stroked the girl's head. Was the sausage not to your liking? Alice shook her head, remaining silent. Do not worry, Jorson is not angry. Look what I brought you. Simon placed the freshly roasted sausage before Alice. Eat up, there will be plenty more later. He truly is not upset. He is still dreaming of riches. Simon cradled the girl in his arms, softly caressing her back. All right, eat peacefully. I have already had several sausages. And they are quite delicious, aren't they? Chapter 37. New friends. Windic Windarian, despite his somewhat fanciful thinking, could be considered an excellent apothecary. However, like many wizards, Windic harbored a disdain for the mute, even suggesting to Simon that he should maintain his distance from Alice, as if each mute bore an infectious plague. Simon merely smiled in response. In conversing with Windic, Simon marveled at the man's imagination. The outlandish ideas left even this time traveler in awe. Various bizarre hypotheses emerged as Windic, the genius apothecary, engaged in money-draining experiments, leading him to his current financial plight. Windic's family, determined to rid him of this troublesome habit, refused to offer him any support. Jorson's plan to attract Windic relied not solely on the potential for significant future profits, but also on Simon's extraordinary reasoning. Many wizards refrained from engaging with muggles, and no wizard had ever contemplated selling potions to them. Simon was astounded by Windic's vast reservoir of knowledge and held a deep admiration for his genteel disposition. Their conversation flowed harmoniously, both feeling as though they had discovered a kindred spirit. Apart from potions, Windic exhibited considerable prowess in spells, expressing a keen interest in Simon's body-binding curse. Just moments ago, they were engrossed in discussing this very topic. Naturally, Simon refrained from employing the fabrications he had encountered in the Hogwarts library. Such nonsense would be insufficient to deceive Windic. Instead, he concocted a plausible excuse, leaving the latter in a state of bewilderment. Drawing inspiration from the leg locker curse in the petrification charm, Simon elucidated that the essence of the body-binding curse was akin to petrification, effectively immobilizing the entire body. What is the name of this spell? Windic inquired with curiosity. Body-binding curse, Simon replied without a moment's hesitation. That name perfectly aligns with the spell's effect, a curse that binds a person entirely, does it not? Windick muttered to himself. Throughout their exchange, he had discerned that Simon possessed a wealth of knowledge surpassing that of his peers, exhibiting an air of precociousness coupled with remarkable creativity. It was disheartening to think that such a prodigious talent had been expelled, stirring a sense of dissatisfaction within Windick towards the elders responsible for such a decision. Resolved to assist Simon, Windick proactively offered to lend him the books he had previously utilized, hoping that Simon might self-study and complete his education. Deeply touched by this gesture, Simon reciprocated by sharing insights on the application of the body-binding curse, enriching Windick's imagination with his extensive knowledge of Harry Potter and insights beyond their era. The bond between them was rapidly deepening, as friendship often manifests in the most wondrous of ways. Ahem. Jorson could no longer endure the extent to which their conversation had diverged. He cleared his throat and emitted a series of coughs in an attempt to interrupt their dialogue. Jorson felt compelled to intervene, fearing that if he remained silent, their discussion would veer into the absurd. They had transitioned from potions to transfiguration, and now they were even contemplating the possibility of making a Patronus speak. It must be noted that the Patronus charm is an exceedingly advanced spell, mastered by only a handful of wizards. There is even a notion that summoning a corporeal Patronus qualifies one for membership in the Wizarding Council. Yet these two audacious individuals aspired to take it a step further by enabling the Patronus to vocalize. Gentlemen, I believe it is time we redirect our focus to the topic of beauty potions. Jorson raised his voice slightly, urging them to abandon their fanciful speculations, as the tangible allure of golden galleons was far more substantial. If a Patronus could indeed speak, one might as well expect the founders of Hogwarts to rise from their graves. Simon disdainfully curled his lip. He was well aware that the Guardian could be utilized to convey sound, a method devised by Dumbledore. The founders of Hogwarts could also emerge from their graves, should Jorson be aware of an object known as the Resurrection Stone. Naturally, Simon would not disclose such matters to anyone, for they were his own secrets. Casting a glance at Windick, Simon shrugged dismissively and deftly steered the conversation back to the topic of the beauty potion. The three of them lingered by the hearth for an extended period, studying the concoction, while the preparation of the beauty potion was not particularly arduous. The ingredients were rather unique and could not withstand waste. Simon suddenly recalled something and promptly inquired, "Are the materials for the potion sufficient?" "I refer specifically to the ingredients for the beauty elixir. The wings of fairies and the tail hair of unicorns are rather precious components. It would be prudent for us to procure a bit more." Simon did not expect to succeed in one attempt. Even the prodigious Windick would find it challenging to achieve direct success. "Regrettably, we lack the wings of fairies and the tail hairs of unicorns." Windick set down the potion book and, with a sense of resignation, turned to Jorson and said, "The remaining ingredients are roses, lavender, and morning dew, which are relatively easier to procure. Moreover, considering the possibility of failure, we will need at least 3 or 4 portions of each ingredient. I am aware that you have connections in this regard. The Forbidden Forest is home to unicorns, so finding the tail hairs should not be overly difficult." Simon furrowed his brow and cautioned Jorson, "Of course, venturing into the Forbidden Forest to search for them poses a considerable risk. I would advise against it." "What? Fairy wings are required for crafting the beauty potion." Jorson immediately lost his composure, nearly leaping from his seat, muttering to himself, "Damn it. A pair of those costs at least 4 sickles, and unicorn tail hairs are even more expensive, starting at a minimum of 6 sickles. And there are only a few of them. The cost of failure in creating the beauty potion was exorbitant, if it did not sell. Several months' worth of earnings would be lost, and it was no wonder Jorson reacted as he did. "Stop being foolish, Jorson. If you wish to earn money, shouldn't you be prepared to pay a price?" Simon privately scorned Jorson's stinginess, recognizing his reluctance to take risks. Yet, he deliberately reminded him, "You must understand. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Once the beauty potion is successful, the profits will be at least tenfold, and you only need to take a slight risk. Are you truly unwilling to part with a bit of galleon? However, we still do not know if we can actually make a profit." Jorson hesitated. He indeed desired to earn money, but the cost of failure was not something he was willing to bear. "Calm down, my friend. If you choose to give up, I will not oppose you. At the very least, I have gained a friend from this endeavor." Windick Winridian gently patted Jorson's shoulder, reminding him, "Of course. We will also lose the opportunity for substantial profit." All right. By Merlin's beard, I will find a way. 1 TI? Jorson grumbled in dissatisfaction, rising to leave the room. "I shall go seek those damned materials." Simon gazed at the retreating figure of Jorson, shaking his head as he remarked, "Surely. The world does not offer such bargains. One cannot expect to reap profits without investment. Are we to hope for pies to fall from the sky?" That is quite an apt metaphor. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. However, Windick swiftly composed his features, inquiring earnestly, "Pray tell, how confident are you?" 70%. Simon's smile gradually faded as he replied in a calm and assured tone, "This confidence hinges upon our successful formulation of the beauty potion, which must indeed prove effective. Trust me, no woman wishes to remain anything less than enchanting. The advent of a beauty potion would drive them to madness akin to ravenous sharks." eagerly parting with their gold coins for a mere vial. Rest assured, if our plan succeeds, we shall amass a fortune of gold galore. You hardly resemble a child. Windick remarked, gazing at Simon with a profound expression. I feel as though I am conversing with a peer. I merely possess a precocious maturity, Simon replied, taking a sip of water to soothe his throat, subtly shifting the topic. You might not be aware, but I have been contemplating ways to earn money since I was 8. However, my journey as a wizard has unveiled even greater opportunities. Why? Are you in need of funds? Money is indeed a splendid thing, Simon mused. To live a comfortable life, one must have a financial foundation. And I was born into a family of modest means. Windick nodded in understanding. Every individual has the right to pursue happiness, and all desire a better life for themselves and their families, he included. Chapter 38. The missing potion ingredients. This time, their conversation did not last long, as they soon heard a cacophony of noises from outside the door, indicating Jorson's return. Indeed, he had returned, and Simon could already hear Jorson's low mutterings of curses. Damn that cowman, the wretched vampire dares to inflate prices. The fairy wings have inexplicably risen by a whole sickle. What is this nonsense about rarity and scarcity? Why doesn't he simply perish? Jorson entered, looking exasperated as he regarded Simon and Windick by the hearth, announcing, regrettably, my friends, I was unable to procure the unicorn tail hair. Cowman claims it has been out of stock for some time. What shall we do now? Let us venture into the forbidden forest. Simon suddenly proposed a wild suggestion. Now that is a splendid idea. Windick readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. The dark forest is indeed a treasure trove, home to many rare potion ingredients. A foray there is bound to yield substantial rewards. During his time at Hogwarts, Windick had braved its depths on several occasions. The dark forest? Have you lost your senses? Truly, all geniuses are mad. I refuse to accompany you on such folly. I absolutely will not. Jorson exclaimed, like a cat with its tail caught, his sharp cry startling Simon and Windick. Do you comprehend what lurks within the dark forest? By Merlin's beard, may you not be devoured by trolls. Otherwise, who shall concoct the beauty potion for me? We could explore the outskirts for luck, Simon retorted, slightly annoyed. The dangers there are not particularly great. Simon would not permit the plan for the beauty potion to falter due to a lack of unicorn tail hair, as it pertains to his subsequent endeavors. Naturally, we must approach from another angle. I dare not venture into the forbidden forest in search of unicorn tail hair. The outskirts of Hogwarts have likely been thoroughly scavenged by Muggle wizards. If unicorn tail hair exists, it must also be found with Jorson. His lack of stock implies that there are no unicorns roaming the Hogwarts periphery, or that the students are simply unaware of its value, though the latter is nearly impossible. By the way, it was the first time Simon had heard the term dark forest, which likely refers to the forbidden forest adjacent to Hogwarts. The centaurs may not be particularly welcoming to wizards entering the dark forest. Nevertheless, it is worth a try, though I will need more companions to join me. I cannot brave the dark forest alone. When Dick pondered aloud, I will accompany you, Simon declared without hesitation, his mind slightly befuddled by his own words. Uncertain why he had spoken them. Perhaps deep down, Simon yearned for a thrilling adventure, or perhaps he possessed an innate spirit of Gryffindor-esque adventurousness, which led to his sorting hat-esque choice. Are you all out of your minds? I hope you're not planning to be devoured by werewolves. Being bitten would be even worse, Jorson exclaimed, nearly jumping out of his seat. What sort of people are they? When Dick could be excused. But Simon's behavior was most uncharacteristic. It is not a full moon tonight. We shall not venture out after dark. Suddenly, Simon scrutinized Jorson and inquired. You aren't considering giving up, are you? Is that why you mentioned the shortage of unicorn tail hair? Slander. You were slandering me. Jorson shouted in exasperation. Do I appear to be that kind of person? Indeed, you do. The two replied in unison, bursting into laughter. Jorson nearly twisted his nose in indignation. If you perish in the dark forest, do not hold me accountable for failing to dissuade you. However, werewolves are indeed more perilous than trolls. Being captured by a werewolf could have lingering consequences. Of course, I do not mean to imply one would transform into a werewolf. Suddenly, Simon recalled something and could not resist asking. I know there are vampires in Hogsmeade. You are so averse to werewolves, yet you allow vampires to roam freely. Don't be foolish. Vampires only frequent the Three Broomsticks, and they are regulars who are relatively friendly toward the residents of Hogsmeade and can control their emotions. Of course, unfamiliar, foreign vampires are not welcome in Hogsmeade, Jorson replied, then added self-deprecatingly. Well, you must know that vampires typically cannot conceal their identities. A string of garlic is enough to reveal them. Indeed, vampires have pale complexions and detest garlic, making them easier to identify than werewolves before their transformations. That will not do. You cannot go. I will not take you on this perilous venture, and you would be of no assistance. When Dick Winridian shook his head in refusal of Simon's proposal, he did not wish for Simon to take risks. Reason told Windick that Simon was still merely a student, albeit one seemingly more capable than a typical first-year wizard. Still, he was a child. I disagree, Simon declared, drawing his wand and pointing it at Windick as he uttered the incantation, Petrificus Totalis. Windick immediately froze, collapsing into his chair with a look of astonishment directed at Simon, who had clearly caught him off guard. Do not judge me by my age. Simon raised his wand again, adjusting its direction toward a nearby chair. And a burst of light shattered it into fine dust. It's the shattering curse. Damn it, my chair. Look what you've done. Jorson exclaimed in anger upon witnessing Simon's reckless use of the shattering curse on his furniture. Damn it, doesn't new furniture cost money? You wouldn't care since you're not the one paying for it. Simon disregarded the roaring Jorson and offered Wendick an apologetic expression before commencing the dispelling of his curse. Your shattering spell was quite impressive. Wendick, far from being irate, became increasingly intrigued by the binding spell after experiencing its effects firsthand. He understood that he could not prevent Simon from proceeding and nodded in agreement. Well, you certainly surpass my expectations, but we must seek another ally. He raised his hand to silence Jorson's outburst, exclaiming with exasperation, Be quiet, Jorson. Can't you remain silent for once? I shall compensate you with a new chair. Do not be so pedantic about trivial matters. Once we earn some money, you can have as many chairs as you desire. We should prepare ourselves first. I have no intention of entering the Forbidden Forest unprepared. Simon reminded Wendick while inquiring. By the way, you know how to deal with trolls, right? I only know that their weakness lies at the back of their necks, but fret not. I have an old friend who excels at handling them. Wendick reassured him. I shall contact him shortly. And then we can prepare for 2 days before venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Trust me, mate, he is reliable. Let us hope so. Simon felt a flicker of anticipation. A powerful ally could render their expedition into the Forbidden Forest significantly safer. Of course, Simon did not expect him to possess the same formidable prowess as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Chapter 39, The Reckless Squad. Jorson mentioned you intend to enter the Forbidden Forest. That evening, Alice approached Simon to discuss the matter. Finding himself unable to persuade Simon, Jorson resorted to other tactics. At that moment, Alice's face was etched with concern. During their time in Hogsmeade, the girl had become well aware of the peril that the Forbidden Forest posed. Why take such risks? This question caught Simon off guard momentarily. Indeed, why should I venture into danger? Simon found himself utterly at a loss for any justifiable reason. Perhaps it was merely a yearning for adventure. He genuinely wished to explore and experience the so-called fantastical realm. In the world of Harry Potter, the Forbidden Forest was hardly perilous. And Simon realized he was projecting Harry Potter's narrative onto his own circumstances. Nevertheless, he still longed to venture into the Forbidden Forest, particularly now that he possessed newfound powers. It was, in a sense, a desire for a touch more excitement in life. After all, having lived 2 lifetimes in such an unremarkable manner for so many years. Perhaps this was one of the reasons Simon had initially agreed to accompany Potter and his companions into the Forbidden Forest. Was it indeed a case of overconfidence? Simon mused to himself, as his mastery of spells and the possession of a reliable new wand instilled him with considerable confidence. With the transformations brought about by the new wand, he swiftly acquired the shattering spell, a feat that, in the past, he would scarcely have dared to contemplate. Yet, he had indeed mastered it, albeit with a certain lack of finesse in its application. The recent surge of magical energy had significantly enhanced his control over his powers. Fear not. There will be companions to accompany me into the Forbidden Forest, Simon reassured Alice softly, affectionately stroking her hair. Alice's concern touched Simon, affirming that his previous efforts had yielded some reward. In the past few days, Simon had not squandered his time. He devoted considerable effort to mastering the shattering spell, a task that required relentless practice to fully grasp. The nearby underbrush had certainly borne the brunt of his endeavors. Who goes there? Show yourself. Simon suddenly raised his wand towards the bushes on his right, his voice low and commanding. Wait, it's me, Wendick, came the response. What brings you here, Wendick? Simon's gaze fell upon the 2 wizards accompanying Wendick. It was quite the challenge to locate you, Wendick replied amiably as he approached Simon. And who are these individuals? This is Barty Crouch, Wendick gestured towards a red-haired wizard. He has ventured into the Forbidden Forest several times, the very person I mentioned earlier. And this is Janus Seeger. Merely curious to join us. Well, he wishes to prove his bravery. He is a muggle-born wizard. The red-haired wizard, Barty Crouch, possessed an appealing demeanor. His robust physique inspired a sense of security. However, Simon regarded the blonde Janus Seeger with skepticism, disliking his timid disposition, which seemed unreliable. The notion of proving one's bravery was utterly absurd. After all, did the truly courageous require validation? Only cowards seek to mask their own cowardice through such demonstrations. Simon had no interest in a liability as a companion, and Janus Seeger appeared distinctly untrustworthy. He cast a searching glance at Wendick, hoping he would dismiss this dubious character. Wendick, is this truly what you had in mind? Barty Crouch was also scrutinizing Simon, eyeing the area ravaged by the shattering spell with a furrowed brow. I have heard your name, the one they call the killer, Simon Green. Though Wendick claims your duel was an accident, killer? What a peculiar moniker. Did you not inform him that the unfortunate Hufflepuff perished by Muggle means? Simon tilted his head toward Wendick, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. This did not merely pertain to the disclosure of the duel. It was rather directed at the apparent unreliability of the individuals Wendick had recruited. Once Barty Crouch and Janus Seeger departed, Simon turned to Wendick, his voice tinged with reproach. Trust me, you wouldn't wish to be the spectacle of a crowd. Nor should I be concerned about the reliability of your chosen allies. Are you certain they are dependable? Indeed, Barty Crouch has entered the Forbidden Forest at least 5 times, always emerging unscathed. As for Janus Seeger, well, he is a valiant young man. I would rather face the perils alone than risk our lives due to some fool's shriek leading us into the jaws of werewolves or trolls. A deep skepticism etched itself on Simon's face as he furrowed his brow further. There are times I would prefer solitude over the burden of an inept companion. He is indeed courageous, trust me. Windick insisted. And what precisely is an inept companion? A companion is foolish as a pig, Simon clarified. Not expecting Windick to grasp the concept of fearing not the formidable adversary, but rather the foolish ally. You seem rather distrustful of them, Windick observed, his brow furrowing. He too was not overly familiar with Barty Crouch and Janus Seeger, having sought out Barty for his reputation as a notable wizard at the Hog's Head Inn, and his experience. As for Janus Seeger, well, he had to concede that the lad did seem somewhat unreliable. Do not worry, for now, they are reasonably dependable, if not. You still have me, Windick reassured him. Very well, let us hope so. Simon pursed his lips in skepticism. While his rapport with Windick was amiable, their acquaintance was still in its infancy, and Simon trusted his own judgment far more. To prove one has courage? Ridiculous. Simon began to contemplate whether he should forego venturing into the Forbidden Forest. He was not afraid of a godlike opponent, but rather dreaded the prospect of teammates akin to swine. This sentiment was all too familiar to Simon, who had suffered countless betrayals during his university gaming days. Time passed in the blink of an eye. It was rumored that Base Piscood had already been boasting about the upcoming expedition to the Forbidden Forest at the Hog's Head Inn, dragging Simon and Janus Sitch into the conversation, proclaiming his intention to bring along 2 Burdens and a Windick. Some had even initiated a betting pool. The following morning, with the eyes of Jorson and Alice upon him, Simon set off to meet the other 3 at the outskirts of Hogsmeade. I thought you were too afraid to show up, Base Piscood remarked, unable to suppress his grumbling as he noticed Simon's tardy arrival. He had just made a wager with Windick, only to be swiftly proven wrong. Simon ignored him, surveying the 3. Base Piscood was clad not in robes, but in hunting attire, resembling a hunter poised to make his appearance. Janus Sitch wore ordinary clothing, much like Simon, indicating that this unfortunate fellow was evidently impoverished. Only Windick Windredian remained in wizardly garb. We must hasten our pace and circumvent the area, Base Piscood stated bluntly, noting Simon's disregard. I hope you have brought provisions, otherwise we shall find ourselves famished by noon. Simon cast a glance at the trio and felt compelled to remind them. However, Janus Sitch's flushed face revealed his apparent failure to remember to bring food, or perhaps he had not considered it at all. By Merlin's beard, thank goodness you reminded me. Base Piscood exclaimed, covering his face. Janus Sitch, you were even more unreliable than a child. I shall return to fetch some. Janus Sitch's face turned crimson as he spoke. That won't be necessary. I possess extra provisions. We shan't linger in the Forbidden Forest for long, Windick Windredian interjected, sensing he might have erred in judgment. It was indeed unwise to have a poorly prepared companion at one's side. The 4 spent approximately half an hour making their way to the fringes of the Forbidden Forest. As Base Piscood paused to rest, he began to recount the potential challenges they might encounter upon entering, which consumed nearly 10 minutes. Simon listened intently. Yet the system's assessment of these words was a mere 35. Simon instantly labeled Base Piscood as unreliable. His initial enthusiasm for venturing into the Forbidden Forest had waned, replaced by a growing concern. He had hoped that Windick Windredian would bring formidable allies, but it was evident that Simon had miscalculated. Nevertheless, as a Gryffindor, he was clearly reluctant to retreat at this juncture. Perhaps it was a matter of pride, coupled with a degree of confidence in his own abilities. Let Gryffindor go to hell, Simon muttered under his breath, gritting his teeth as he followed the 3 into the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 40. The dark forest. The 4 of them traversed a narrow, winding path that led deep into the ebony woods, where a chilling breeze tousled their hair, accompanied by an eerie rustling of leaves that sent shivers down their spines. Simon walked at the rear of the group, casting a glance at the anxious Janus, disdainfully curling his lip. It was said that this individual hailed from Gryffindor, yet he exhibited none of the courage or fearlessness characteristic of that house. At present, he resembled a startled bird, trembling at the slightest sound, likely to flinch and shake at any moment. What could possess such a person to venture into the Forbidden Forest? To prove his bravery? Ridiculous. Who would leap from a cliff merely to affirm their courage? Simon pondered the reasons but could not ascertain them. Nevertheless, he was convinced there must be a motive, possibly a promise made to him by Windick. Having not ventured far into the woods, the group soon came to a halt. Windick and Piscood turned to address them, and Simon withdrew his gaze from the surroundings, prepared to listen to their intentions. Gentlemen, our objective is the tail hair of a unicorn, Windick announced, deliberately lowering his voice. I truly do not wish to feign expertise in this matter, but the hair of a unicorn, aside from being harvested from the creature itself, can only be found in their active regions, typically hanging from branches, long, smooth, lustrous strands. Therefore, please pay attention to the branches around you. Frankly, we have little time. We must exit by nightfall. For the dangers of the Forbidden Forest at night are exponentially greater than during the day. We are here to seek fortune, not to court death. Why not simply subdue a unicorn and directly obtain the hair from its tail? Janice inquired, his question evidently lacking forethought. Unicorns are powerful magical beings, and capturing one is exceedingly difficult, Wendick cautioned. Moreover, it is a cruel act to slay a unicorn. He then began to reorganize their formation. Now, let us adjust our moving order. I shall lead the way, with Simon and Janice in the middle, and you, Base, will bring up the rear. No one objected, and the group quickly rearranged themselves. Janice was evidently unreliable, and placing the younger Simon in the center would prevent chaos in case of any issues. Base, being seasoned, would guard against any lurking werewolves or trolls that might disrupt their formation from behind. Indeed, Wendick proved to be a reliable leader, and Simon felt a measure of satisfaction with his arrangement. Dealing with intelligent individuals made matters considerably easier, at least in this respect. He wished to reveal little of his own abilities, having learned much over the years. Base Piskud reached the end of the line and glanced up at Simon's back, surprised to find that this young child appeared more composed and cautious than himself. Simon was constantly observing the surroundings, though it was unclear whether he was on guard or searching for something. Base soon realized that the child possessed a clearer understanding of their purpose than the others. Shortly after entering the forbidden forest, Simon began to frequently pause, seemingly for the purpose of gathering or digging up something. His small bag was already filled with various items, and he carried a tool resembling a trowel. What have you found? Janice each inquired curiously, having noticed Simon's frequent stops to collect things. Just moments ago, Simon had used a silver knife to cut several leaves from a plant. Simon merely raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, which caught the attention of the others, who looked at him with surprise. It's white ginseng. Well, we have brought some with us. It wouldn't hurt to gather a bit more, Simon explained softly. Why not dig it up completely? Base Piggood inquired, somewhat puzzled. The prospect of harvesting medicinal herbs was enticing to him. A single plant of white ginseng could fetch a significant price, especially if cultivated properly. There's no need. Wendick interjected to clarify Simon's intent. Our primary purpose here is to find unicorn tail hair, not to harvest herbs. We can always return for it another time. Digging up the ginseng entirely is not a simple task. Inexperienced hands often sever its roots. Wendick was pleased with Simon's approach, as it posed no harm to the ginseng plant. I've marked it with a vine, and we'll excavate it when we return, Simon said, carving a mark into the bark of a tree and wrapping some vines around it as a sign. In truth, Simon's actions were not solely for the ginseng. He was marking his path to prevent his group from getting lost. He had little faith in these companions and would not entrust his safety to others. Seeing that the boy had already claimed the ginseng as his own, Base Piggood felt a twinge of irritation and thought, next time, I will ensure I get to it before you. Throughout their journey, Simon had marked numerous locations, hinting at the presence of valuable herbs. As they traversed the low underbrush, Wendick and Simon increasingly paused to collect herbs, discovering that the deeper they ventured into the forbidden forest, the more abundant the potion ingredients became. Meanwhile, Base Piggood and Janice Seach remained vigilant, and thus far, all was well, though they lamented the absence of unicorn tail hair. Perhaps the unicorns resided deeper within the forest, where they faced fewer threats, which was not a good omen. The further they went, the greater the peril. Noticing Simon and Wendick stopping frequently to gather potion materials, Base felt a stir of desire to join in. However, Simon halted him, disregarding his discontented glare. You are tasked with keeping watch while we gather the potion ingredients. You will share in the spoils. A division of labor ensures efficiency and safety. Do you recognize these potion materials? Base Piggood was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Simon's knowledge. To disguise his embarrassment, he shifted the topic. While he had some familiarity with herbs, he was no match for Simon's keen eye. From the moment Simon entered the forbidden forest, he had swept through it like a whirlwind, his efficiency surpassing even Wendick's by several folds. I have catalogued 1,000 wondrous herbs and fungi, Simon proclaimed, as if to substantiate his previous claim, tossing the bag in his hand to Base Piggood. You take these potion materials. I will process them upon our return and sell them to Jorson. Everyone will profit handsomely. Weren't you taken in by Jorson? Base Piggood expressed his astonishment, clearly not anticipating such a statement from Simon. I'm merely staying with him. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, Simon surmised Base Piggood's thoughts. Nonetheless, the harvested potion materials were substantial, becoming a burden for Simon, who was eager for Base Piggood to carry them. Knowing it would prompt him to take his watch duties seriously, hoping for a share of the profits. Take them. Base feigned indifference as he passed the items to Janice Seach. The young man, tense since entering the forest, appeared anxious, with someone else handling the burden. Base was relieved to avoid being belittled by the boy. Chapter 41. The Cost of Greed. Nothing found. The group felt a sense of helplessness. After all, locating unicorn tail hair relied heavily on luck. They were not there to hunt unicorns, and it was clear their fortune had not favored them. Having traveled for quite some time, they rested on a moss-covered fallen tree, sipping water and consuming some greasy food to replenish their energy. The cooled roasted sausages tasted decent, accompanied by some dry bread. While the forbidden forest was not as frigid as the outside world, its deep and oppressive atmosphere kept everyone on edge, draining their stamina significantly. If this continues, we may have to risk venturing deeper into the dark forest, Wendick expressed his disappointment. though they had gathered plenty of potion materials. The elusive unicorn tail hair remained absent. Janice's expression darkened. Moments earlier, while crossing a small river, he had been attacked by a Grindylow lurking beneath the water's surface. Had Simon not intervened with a barrier spell, Janice would have found himself in dire straits. His clothing was soaked, and in this damp and cold weather, it was unbearable. How many stamina potions did you prepare? Simon inquired without contradiction. Not enough? Everyone only has one bottle. Wendick replied, understanding Simon's implication as he began distributing the stamina potions. Quietly advising, drink half a bottle, we must keep moving. We cannot afford to linger any longer. We must locate the unicorn's territory before afternoon, otherwise. We must return to Hogsmeade immediately and cannot stay overnight in the Forbidden Forest. You seem well prepared, Base Piggood muttered, taking a half bottle of stamina potion from Wendick's hands. He suddenly realized this journey was indeed worthwhile. With ample preparation and a high safety factor, they could also expect considerable returns. Especially with the gambling winnings from the Hogshead Inn. What's wrong? Wendick asked, puzzled by Janice Seach's shocked expression. The young wizard seemed to have seen something astonishing. Janice opened his mouth, as if to speak. A unicorn. The mere mention of the word unicorn seemed to possess a magical quality. As Simon and the others turned sharply to focus on Janice. Following his gaze, they spotted a golden foal amidst the sparse underbrush. Indeed, a golden foal. The young of a unicorn. In an instant, Base Piggood had drawn his wand. Wendick and Simon, momentarily distracted, failed to stop him in time as a red beam shot from the tip of his wand, aimed at the unicorn foal. Stop! Stop! Base Piggood. Are you out of your mind? Wendick's furious voice echoed through the Forbidden Forest, but Base Piggood ignored his warning. Breathless as he fixated on the young unicorn and darted forward to chase after it. Unicorns hold immense value in the black market, as evidenced by the worth of their exquisite tail hair. To slay a unicorn foal could yield unimaginable rewards. Shouldn't we intervene? Janice Seach was deeply concerned that Base might harm the young unicorn. He regretted having alerted the group. If the foal were to perish, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. You can go if you wish, Simon replied calmly, noting that whether Base Piggood could succeed was uncertain, for unicorns are incredibly swift. The foal was fragile, and Simon hoped it could escape unharmed. Wendick now found himself increasingly concerned that Base Piggood might lose his way. For if they were to waste time searching for him, it would pose a significant dilemma. I believe he is doomed, Simon suddenly declared. The other two fell silent, clearly taken aback by Simon's unexpected proclamation. Unicorns are social creatures. The presence of a young one here implies that the mother and her kin are likely nearby. Simon's expression bore no trace of joy. Although unicorns are gentle, they are not creatures to be slaughtered without consequence. The outcome of the situation remained uncertain. We may have already located the unicorn's territory. This could be the outskirts. Wendick also considered Simon's concerns, his face devoid of any delight, as he genuinely wished to avoid confronting a horde of irate unicorns. Suddenly, a mournful scream echoed from afar, unmistakably the cry of Base Piggood. Simon's assertion had proven accurate. Moments ago, the greedy BAS had ventured into the unicorn's hunting ground, and upon encountering the formidable wizard, it was evident that the unicorns were not to be trifled with. For they seldom face adversaries in the forest. Unicorns possess formidable magical abilities and are rarely seen harmed. Their resilient skin is imbued with protective enchantments that render most spells ineffective. After casting several incantations, Base Piggood was impaled by the sharp horn of an enraged unicorn, followed by a relentless succession of others, reducing his body to a mere sieve. Do not be deceived by the unicorn's gentle demeanor when protecting their young. Even a rabbit can bite, let alone a unicorn. In the Forbidden Forest, few creatures dare to provoke a herd of unicorns. Even werewolves would take a detour upon encountering them. The speed of a unicorn is astonishing, darting like the wind, and with their formidable horns. Greedy Base Piggood became a victim of piercing screams. The once sacred horn now stained with blood was indeed a sight to behold. When the group arrived at the scene, they found Base Piggood sprawled in a pool of blood, his body riddled with gory punctures, blood continuously oozing from his wounds. The herd of unicorns had already departed. And when Dick was examining his injuries, breathing a sigh of relief, thank goodness, he is still alive. Janice Seach's reaction was as dismal as ever. He screamed in terror like a coward until Simon delivered a sharp kick to his calf, prompting him to cover his mouth with both hands to stifle the sound. Hand the white herbs in the basket to one Dick. I hope that fool Base Piggood is still salvageable. Simon cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Base Piggood and began to take watch, remaining vigilant of their surroundings while lowering his voice to inquire of one Dick. Does he stand a chance? There is no hope left. When Dick shook his head in resignation, Base Piggood was already beyond saving. Then let us not dwell on him. I noticed many signs left by the unicorns. They must have lingered here recently. Let us search for any shed tail hairs. Simon shot a glare at the frightened Janice Seach, instructing, you assist as well, quickly find the unicorn's tail hairs. And then we shall depart this wretched place with his body. Chapter 42. Ominous omen. Simon searched near the bushes and discovered a long, smooth strand of white hair along a narrow animal trail. Delighted, he reached out to collect the unicorn's tail hair and carefully placed it into a prepared bag. Subsequently, He found 2 more strands of tail hair along the same path. While the quantity was modest, it nevertheless heralded a positive omen. How many have you found? Windic inquired when the trio reconvened, his tone tinged with despondency, suggesting he had not gathered many. 3 strands of unicorn tail hair, Simon admitted. Feeling a pang of disappointment himself, aside from his initial find, he had not come across any additional strands. The outsider, Janice Sitch, had yielded no results. While Windic had discovered 2 strands near the bushes frequented by the unicorns. In total, they had amassed only 5 strands of unicorn tail hair. Insufficient. Windic sighed. We require more unicorn tail hair. This is hardly adequate. After a moment of silence, he pondered before making a decision. They should pursue the direction the unicorn had departed, as there might still be more to find. Wait, what about Boss's body? Janice Sitch raised his voice slightly, pleading wearily. We cannot leave his body here, otherwise it will be consumed by other creatures of the dark forest. Simon remained silent, quietly gazing at Windic, awaiting his response. Regardless of what he said, it would likely be disregarded and might even offend someone. Thus, the decision rested solely with Windic, who was the nominal leader. At the very least, Simon had faith that Windic would make the most prudent choice. In truth, Simon harbored a preference for leaving the fool's corpse behind to serve as a meal for the beasts. Blood could easily attract perilous predators, a principle applicable within the Forbidden Forest, where the dangers were even greater. For now, it should remain here. Windic's decision did not disappoint Simon. He proceeded to explain that transporting the body of Bas Piskud was not merely a nuisance, but the scent of blood would act like a beacon in the night, drawing nearby predators. Thus, they would leave the body here and retrieve it upon their return. Simon had sensed Windic's awareness of his gaze and understood the unspoken message. Indeed, this was the most sensible choice. No, you cannot do this. Janice Sitch shook his head fervently, pleading, if we leave, Bas's body will swiftly be devoured by those beasts. I must take him with us. I refuse to abandon my companion's remains. Janice had already removed the bag of herbs slung over his shoulder and looked up at Windic with unwavering resolve. I truly admire you, Simon suddenly inquired. What will you do if confronted by a werewolf or a giant? Shall we perish together? He had already succumbed to his own greed. He did not wish for Janice's folly to endanger them all. Survival was paramount, even if it meant preserving Bas Piskud's memory. Simon was surprised to discover his own eloquence, and he couldn't help but self-deprecate. For Janice's fate was of little consequence to him. He merely feared that Janice would unwittingly lead them to ruin. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. As something pushed through the underbrush, an unseen entity seemingly approaching. Be cautious, Windic warned, raising his wand and scanning the surroundings for the approaching creature. While Janice also looked around, his face etched with terror. What is that? Simon frowned as he beheld the creature before him. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a horse, and bat-like wings, its eyes a chilling silver void. A nightmare? The term flickered through his mind. It was said that nightmares were a type of celestial steed. Seeing one for the first time sent a shiver down Simon's spine. For the creature's appearance was hardly appealing. It seems to be drinking blood. Windic's voice rose slightly, clearly startled by the eerie sight. While Janice's complexion turned ghostly pale, as if he might collapse at any moment. Had Simon not gestured for restraint, Windic would likely have already cast a spell at the corpse. Do not act, Windic. It is a nightmare. They are drawn to the scent of blood from the corpse's wounds. Simon spoke in a calm, low tone, attempting to reassure him. They will not attack us, provided you do not provoke them. You can see it, right? Windic suddenly asked. Indeed, it is said that only those who have witnessed death can perceive a nightmare, Simon muttered, casting a sharp warning glance at Janice. The creature resembled a reptile, possessing a massive black horse body, yet it was devoid of flesh. Its black fur clinging tightly to its bones, each bone starkly visible, complemented by a long black tail and bat-like wings sprouting between its shoulder blades. Truth be told, their appearance was far from commendable. Legend has it that nightmares are the steeds of death, bringing dreadful calamities to those who behold them, marking them as harbingers of misfortune. Janice swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on the corpse, yet he saw nothing. He turned his gaze back to Simon, as if fearing Simon might perish at any moment. Fool, nightmares can only be seen by those who have witnessed death, Simon coldly reprimanded Janice. Had it not been for the fear of provoking the nightmare's wrath, he would have refrained from explaining. Next time you speak, consider the situation and use your intellect before voicing your thoughts. Despite Simon's elucidation, Janice remained deeply apprehensive, for superstitious wizards believed these creatures to be ominous, capable of bringing dreadful misfortunes to all who laid eyes upon them, a truly ominous portent. Simon gazed intently at Windic. If Bas Piskud had perished only after their arrival, then both of them should have been able to witness the night steed. Yet, they could not. Which implies that Bas Piskud was either still alive or had already succumbed by the time they arrived. But why would Windic resort to deceit? As Simon cast his gaze upon Janice Sitch, he surmised a possibility. However, he did not intend to inquire further. If Windic chose to remain silent, so be it. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and the fate of Bas Piskud was of no concern to him. What truly occupied Simon's mind was the quest for more unicorn tail hairs before he could depart this accursed place. Let us proceed, Simon murmured. Both he and Windic were men of reason, and besides, Bas Piscude's demise was entirely of his own making. No one else could be blamed. Exchanging a glance, they acknowledged Janice Sitch with a nod before continuing onward, leaving the corpse behind for the time being, confident that no immediate danger would arise. If it were to be devoured by a troll or a nightmare, that would simply be his misfortune. Janice Sitch watched in disbelief as the two abandoned him without a care. Yet, when Simon halted, a flicker of hope ignited within him. They did not intend to forsake him entirely. To his astonishment, Simon uttered nonchalantly, Bas Piscude is dead, and you are alive. You must take responsibility for your life. If you choose not to follow, we shall not compel you, nor shall we pause to await your arrival. By afternoon's end, we must gather sufficient unicorn tail hairs and exit the forbidden forest before nightfall. The circumstances had shifted. Though he had stumbled, it was not unexpected. He held no intention of lamenting. He still looked forward to receiving his first payment from Wuker. Chapter 43. The werewolf's news. Janice Sitch hesitated as he observed the retreating figures of Simon and Windic, ultimately succumbing to the oppressive feelings of fear and solitude. Hastily pursuing them. In his haste, he stumbled over a fallen shrub, tumbling to the ground. As he prepared to rise, he noticed that the two had not glanced back. Engrossed in their own endeavors. Just as Simon had stated, the choices made were entirely his own. Had they truly given up on him? Janice Sitch pondered in terror. Scrambling to his feet and casting one last glance at Bas Piscude's corpse before gritting his teeth and hastening to catch up. He did not wish to perish in the forbidden forest. Survival was of utmost importance. Regrettably, Janice Sitch found himself lamenting his decision to venture into the dark forest. Yet no amount of regret could alter his reality. Time slipped away swiftly, and their findings were meager. Perhaps this was not a region frequented by unicorns. Or perhaps luck had simply eluded them, as they had only discovered 6 more hairs. Neither Simon nor Windic were Hagrid, and their knowledge of unicorns was quite limited. As the brightness of the forest waned significantly, Simon and Windic deliberated and resolved to abandon their search for unicorn tail hairs and exit the forbidden forest without delay. The nocturnal dangers of the forest would only escalate, with many creatures emerging to hunt in the dark. Simon had no desire to encounter them, let alone become their prey. Now, with 11 unicorn tail hairs in their possession, they had enough for 2 potion brews. Should they require more, a return trip could be arranged. But if they lost their lives, there would be no opportunity for a second chance. Upon returning to the site of the corpse, the trio discovered that it had vanished. Along with the nightmare, leaving behind a scattering of disordered footprints and signs of a struggle. Undoubtedly, the body had been taken. Had it been the nightmare that removed the body? Simon pondered with confusion, as the creature would likely choose to feast on the spot. Nonetheless, the disappearance of the corpse was a relief, sparing them from the gruesome sight of mangled flesh. However, this sense of relief was short-lived. Simon drew his wand. Alert to their surroundings, sensing that they were being watched, Janice Sitch, oblivious to the growing tension, erupted in a frenzy, berating Windic for abandoning the corpse. Had they not left it behind, perhaps it would not have been taken. You should count yourself fortunate. Had you brought the body with you, you would already be dead. Windic retorted coldly, delivering a sharp slap to Janice Sitch's face. Fool, grasp the gravity of the situation. Do not allow your foolishness to endanger us. Simon is right. You are as dim-witted as a pig. They are coming. Simon, too, had sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere. The feeling of being observed was unmistakable. The question remained, would their pursuers be werewolves or trolls? Simon hoped for the latter, as he wished to avoid an encounter with werewolves. Yet, his hopes were dashed as the sound of his echoed in the distance. Centaurs were approaching. A brown-haired centaur, bow drawn, aimed at Simon and his companions. Soon joined by several more, at least 4 or 5, all with their bows raised. Have you seen the body of a wizard around here? One of our comrades has gone missing, the lead centaur inquired, scrutinizing Simon and his companions. No. We are in pursuit of a pack of werewolves that have crossed our path and attacked our herd, Windic replied, his tone noticeably tempered, clearly seeking to avoid conflict with the centaurs. Those werewolves have become increasingly desperate since being driven deep into the forbidden forest by Hogwarts wizards. Their situation has grown dire, and they are beginning to resort to recklessness, the centaur responded with disdain. I have found the tracks of those werewolves. They passed through here not long ago, but have since departed. We must pursue them, one centaur declared. Esteemed centaurs, Simon interjected, gritting his teeth as he stepped forward to face the towering centaurs armed with bows. We require some unicorn tail hairs and are willing to trade white ash and silver powder, which may aid you in healing the wounds inflicted by the werewolves. We have our own methods for treating werewolves, the centaur rejected. Without a moment's hesitation, Simon remarked, the methods of wizards are far more effective. I beg your pardon for my arrogance. The human body lacks the strength that you possess. Our potions can staunch bleeding with greater swiftness, which I am certain will be of use to you as you prepare to drive away the werewolves. I believe procuring some unicorn tail hair should not pose a challenge for the centaurs, masters of the dark forest. Very well, young centaur, you have persuaded me. The centaur named Dokuma hesitated for a moment before turning to a few of his companions and exchanging a few words, after which they swiftly departed. Simon then turned to Windic, instructing him to retrieve the mixture of white ash and silver powder that had been prepared for the werewolf's wounds. Centaurs are proud beings. They may harbor disdain for wizards, their artifacts, and their magic. Yet, in certain matters, the young centaurs are equally vulnerable. Simon had already discerned the earlier ambush of the young centaur by the werewolves, leading him to believe that the centaurs would not propose this transaction lightly. Compared to their kin, resorting to the methods of a wizard is not entirely unacceptable, after all. Simon indeed succeeded. Several centaurs had gathered a greater quantity of unicorn tail hair than Simon and his companions. Windic's face radiated joy, as he had not anticipated such a smooth transaction. In his memory, centaurs were not to be trifled with. If they weren't aiming arrows at you, engaging in trade was far from conceivable. Thank you. We shall take our leave now, Simon said, gratefully accepting the unicorn tail hair from the centaur. He quietly retreated to Windic, exchanging a knowing glance. And the two began to walk back slowly. Only Janus Sitch remained rooted in place, suddenly exclaiming, "Wait, what should we do about the body of base Piscoot?" His outburst startled everyone. What a fool. Did Janus not see that the centaurs were aiming their short bows at him? We have no choice. We must leave the forbidden forest immediately. If you wish to court death, then by all means, proceed. Everyone here is prepared for the possibility of dying in this place. If you still wish to prove your bravery, return with us. You may yet boast about your experiences to others, Simon said calmly, departing with Windic. As for base Piscoot's body, they had no intention of risking their lives against werewolves for a corpse. Being injured would be an unwelcome cost. Which? It would be wise for you to leave. That pack of werewolves could appear at any moment, and a lone individual is an easy target for their attack. Warned a centaur named Doka before he and several others departed. Chapter 44. Werewolves, Ex-Wizards, Ex-Giants, Ex-Centaurs. 1. It seemed the situation among the centaurs was also tense. Young centaurs had likely been attacked by werewolves and sustained serious injuries. As the three departed the forbidden forest, Windic, having analyzed the situation, suddenly frowned and remarked, "Our timing could not be worse." Typically, werewolves in the forbidden forest did not conflict with centaurs, yet such an occurrence indicated a delicate situation within the forest. I did not foresee this either. Last time, a giant had indeed emerged on the outskirts of Hogwarts, Simon replied with a wry smile. It is likely a matter of food. The number of werewolves driven into the forbidden forest should not be substantial, but in the scarcity of winter provisions. They must still hunt to sate their hunger. Drink the remaining stamina potions. We shall not pause until we are safely out of the forbidden forest, Simon advised. Windic concurred, feeling uneasy about the werewolves. If they had taken the body, they had surely caught wind of the trio's presence, compared to the centaurs in the dark woods. The three were more suitable prey. The trio produced their stamina potions, gulping them down, and quickened their pace. Janus Sitch trailed behind Simon, still wearing a glum expression, deeply affected by the loss of his companion. In truth, no one wished for a temporary ally to perish in the forbidden forest, and Simon was no exception. Having an extra hand provided an added assurance. Yet, the death of base Piscoot was of no value, especially when his body was intended for the pot. Winter nights arrived particularly early, and the sensation was acutely felt while remaining in the forest. Everyone fell silent, hastening forward. Even Simon, who usually lacked stamina, refrained from uttering a sound, let alone suggesting a pause for rest. A distant howl startled the trio. The sound did not resemble a wolf's howl, but rather something more human-like. Indeed, it was a human voice. Werewolves refer to those bitten by them as human. However, the werewolves of the forbidden forest might be remnants of humans from long ago, having lost their human characteristics over generations. Instinctively, they slowed their pace, raising their wands in vigilance, the dim surroundings amplifying their unease. "It is the werewolves, those accursed werewolves," Janus Sitch muttered, biting his lip, his voice quivering slightly. Had those who took base Piscoot's body come for them? Janus suddenly recalled the dire consequences should they be ambushed without warning. "Hurry, do not stop," Simon urged in a low voice, feeling at a disadvantage due to his stature and quickly depleting stamina, even after consuming the stamina potion. The brief sprint had left Simon breathing heavily. "Janus, move," Windic commanded, leading the way, using his body to push aside the troublesome underbrush for Simon. The two shared a silent understanding, choosing not to run further. If their stamina were exhausted, encountering werewolves would spell disaster. Opting for a brisk return, Simon's gaze swept the surroundings to ensure they were on the right path. "Hold on, Windic, you're going the wrong way." As they approached a fork in the path, Simon quickly called out to stop Windic, pointing to a marking on a tree to explain, "Take the other route." "You remember quite well," Windic exclaimed in surprise, glancing towards the direction Simon indicated, where a triangular mark adorned a tree. "I never imagined you would leave a clue upon your arrival." Simon remained silent as he pressed forward, striving to regulate his breath, too preoccupied to utter a word. As he passed the stream that had been ambushed earlier, he suddenly noticed several dark figures emerging from the underbrush upstream, roaring in their direction. Simon's heart raced, threatening to leap from his chest. Werewolves, those feral creatures, were in pursuit. At that moment, the werewolves had yet to transform. They resembled a band of savages dwelling in the wilderness. There were 5 of them. Their grotesque faces fixated on their prey with a ravenous gaze, akin to that of a wolf eyeing a lamb. Don't flee. Fight. We cannot escape the werewolves' relentless chase. Wendick bellowed. In such dire circumstances, any misjudgment could lead to their swift demise, especially if they were to be picked off one by one. After all, the werewolves that inhabited the forbidden forest could not be assessed by ordinary standards. Common savages? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Simon was also prepared for battle, standing beside Wendick, ready to provide mutual cover in the face of imminent danger. You seem remarkably composed, Wendick quipped at that moment, perhaps to alleviate the mounting tension. Indeed, Simon appeared quite unflustered, while nearby, Janice Sitch's legs trembled incessantly, threatening to give way at any moment. Simon remained silent, his gaze fixated on the werewolf. A facade of calmness masking the turmoil within. How could he possibly be composed? If that fool were still alive, perhaps he could manage a semblance of tranquility. In truth, he was terrified to his core. The very thought of being bitten by a werewolf was utterly harrowing. He would rather embrace death than succumb to the fate of becoming one of those wretched beasts. Simon's composure was entirely feigned, a facade he had maintained for several years. His calm demeanor garnered the admiration of a skilled carpenter, earning him the respect of the bar owner, Tom, and piquing the interest of sailors who perceived potential in him, willing to share their experiences. What was the point of panic? A tranquil expression could confound adversaries, obscuring his true depths. Over the years, Simon discovered he could confront various challenges with equanimity. Even on the day he was expelled from Hogwarts, he remained remarkably composed. At present, he felt no trepidation. Fear was a contagious emotion, and facing the trio with calmness afforded him a 63% chance of victory. The werewolves charged towards the trio with astonishing swiftness, their movements akin to the wind, surpassing even the most distinguished athletes in speed. Were they still human? They had transcended the realm of humanity. Without hesitation, Simon directed a tentative stunning spell at the nearest werewolf, only for the incantation to be swatted away by its claws. Yet, it caused him to falter momentarily, shaking his head in disbelief. The spell's efficacy seemed minimal. Had it been resisted? A shadow of gloom fell across Simon's countenance. No, perhaps it was due to their mutation. The werewolf's magical resistance had significantly heightened. Use the most potent spells. Do not hold back, or we shall perish. Wendick roared. He raised his wand and forcefully hurled a werewolf away, then began to chant. Flames erupted from the tip of his wand, repelling the approaching werewolves and forming 2 small, cautiously burning circles of fire 5 meters away from the trio. The werewolves found themselves barred by the fiery barrier. Pausing their assault, they seemed unaccustomed to flames. Much like beasts that fear fire, with an enraged roar from the lead werewolf, the pack surged towards the fire rings. Clearly, the flames could not quench their hunger. For the werewolves, the individuals within the fire were mere prey. It was a hunt, albeit one where the adversaries proved more formidable than anticipated, but that was all. Shatter them to pieces. Simon resolutely cast the shattering spell, the magical brilliance striking one werewolf and exploding upon its chest. However, the outcome was merely to send the advancing creature reeling backward. Simon suddenly realized how absurd his initial confidence had been, confronted by these adversaries. He discovered they were far more formidable than he had anticipated. In a one-on-one encounter, Simon would not have felt intimidated. He could have easily devised 3 methods to vanquish a werewolf. However, the current predicament was precarious, as 2 more werewolves approached from the distance, exacerbating the situation. Chapter 45, Werewolf vs. Wizard vs. Ogre vs. Centaur 2. In contrast to Simon's singular approach of a shattering spell, Wendick's combat style was far more versatile. As Simon utilized a protective charm to deflect a werewolf's assault, Wendick adeptly transformed the forest's vines, ensnaring the werewolves like colossal pythons, temporarily restraining their movements. Janice Sitch, resembling a frenzied madman, unleashed a torrent of obstruction spells upon the werewolves, effectively thwarting the attacks of 2 of them. Simon regretted not transforming the flintlock sooner. Otherwise, against these formidable werewolves endowed with potent anti-magic abilities, a sufficient number of bullets could have easily shattered their skulls. It is exceedingly difficult to slay werewolves through magical means. Simon did not specifically aim for the werewolf's head. His sole recourse lay in relentlessly assaulting the creature's body with his shattering spells. He sought to exploit the effects of the explosions and the force of the repulsion to mitigate the werewolf's advance. Seizing any opportunity, he would unleash a crimson flare into the sky as a distress signal. If the centaur happened to catch sight of it, they would likely rush to his aid. For they, too, were in pursuit of the werewolf and would not wish to forfeit this chance. Simon did not place his hopes on the centaurs. They could only rely on themselves now. By the time the centaurs arrived, it was uncertain whether the 3 of them would have already been torn apart and devoured by the werewolves, shattered and obliterated. Once again, Simon sent a werewolf flying. He had lost count of how many times he had cast the shatter spell. All he felt was a parched throat and a slight haze in his mind. A truly dreadful sensation. In a brief skirmish, the trio garnered their first drop of blood. Wendick, employing an unknown spell, finally succeeded in vanquishing a werewolf. Yet his condition remained precarious. The dark magic had taken a significant toll on him. Moreover, the death of their companion further incited the ferocity of the werewolf pack, which became even more bloodthirsty and reckless, lunging towards Simon and the others with the intent to rend them asunder. The flames surrounding them had extinguished, and a nauseating stench of charred flesh permeated the air, emanating from the werewolves, whose fur and hair had been singed by the flames. Simon seized the moment to attempt other spells. However, Snape's incantation proved ineffective. Upon striking its target, it failed to invert the creature, merely sending the werewolf hurtling away. The magic he had cast was resisted, and Simon felt a profound sense of defeat, fully aware that the werewolf's magical resistance was the cause of this failure. Minutes of intense combat rapidly drained their stamina. Simon's arms trembled slightly, nearly causing him to drop his wand. He could not give up. He must not surrender. He had painstakingly learned magic, finally able to escape that cursed life of poverty, to seize his own destiny, and to live well in this world. Simon resolutely refused to allow himself to perish here. Simon's mind was racing with activity. He had to devise an effective means to eliminate these werewolves. If this stalemate persisted, it would undoubtedly be they who would perish. With the werewolves unyielding, his own survival was at stake, leaving no avenue for retreat. Simon employed a simple transfiguration spell, transforming a weed on the ground into a wooden spike. Compared to the countless times he had practiced turning branches into needles, this transmutation was trivial. The mist incantation caused several wooden spikes to emerge from the earth, and Simon swiftly cast a spell to enlarge them, causing the spikes to rapidly multiply on the ground. The werewolves seemed oblivious to the changes behind them. The sorcerer's blunder only heightened their excitement, as it signified that their prey was nearing its end. One werewolf was struck by Simon and was unfortunate enough to collide with a wooden spike, which impaled its body with brutal force. Only then did these simple-minded creatures realize the spikes that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Success! Simon felt a surge of joy as he seized the opportunity while the werewolf struggled to break the wooden stick. He aimed for its head and unleashed a series of shattering spells, causing the creature's brain matter to splatter. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Janus Seach was more deranged than anticipated, his entire demeanor frenzied as he muttered incomprehensible words and launched an assault on the werewolf. Nevertheless, thanks to his madness, the pressure on Wendick was significantly alleviated, as single-handedly restraining 3 werewolves was no small feat at that moment. A roar echoed from the distant forest, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A forest giant emerged, pushing aside the dense underbrush and coming into view of the trio. The giant's skin was a grayish-green, adorned with patches of moss that resembled a green cap atop its head. It hefted a stick made from a small tree branch, which appeared quite lethal. The forest giant, evidently in search of food, had likely come to take advantage of the commotion. It casually seized the werewolf, whose head Simon had smashed, and effortlessly snapped it in two, gnawing on a leg with gusto. This gruesome scene repulsed Simon. Had the timing been different, he would have certainly doubled over to vomit. The forest giant's brazen actions evidently enraged the werewolves, as their leader roared at the giant and recklessly charged at it, skillfully dodging the giant's stick. He was caught off guard by Simon's stunning spell, which momentarily disoriented him. The giant's massive hand swatted him away, and he crashed into one of the wooden stakes Simon had prepared, feeling a piercing chill. Simon preferred to confront the giant rather than the werewolves. Perhaps if the giant was sated, it would simply depart, just as the giant prepared to smash the werewolf with its stick. The sound of approaching hoofbeats resonated in the distance. Several arrows whizzed through the air, striking the forest giant's shoulder. Enraged, the giant roared and hurled its stick in the direction of the centaurs, heedlessly grabbing the half-eaten werewolf's corpse and retreating in another direction, even as several arrows struck its back without turning to retaliate. It was evident that this forest giant had encountered centaurs before. Seconds later, centaurs wielding longbows appeared before the trio. After surveying the battlefield, one raised its hooves and mercilessly crushed the head of the werewolf impaled on the stake. The unfortunate creature's head caved in like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, its brain matter splattering as it fell dead on the spot. The remaining werewolves howled in despair, then turned and fled into the forest, evidently unwilling to confront the centaurs, having suffered under their prowess before. Thank you. Simon expressed his gratitude to the centaurs, then glanced at Janus Seach and Wendick, both of whom appeared unharmed, albeit somewhat fatigued. After dispatching the unfortunate werewolf, the centaurs proceeded to mercilessly trample the one ensnared by vines until it was dead. You are fortunate. You should be grateful that I recognized the distress signal from Hogwarts. Simon, was it you who sent out the distress signal? Wendick inquired, slightly surprised. I was taking a gamble with our luck. Fortunately, it paid off. Simon leaned against Wendick, having exhausted much of his strength. The centaurs have a pact with the 4 heads of Hogwarts. You're correct, but why are you with them? You should return to Hogwarts. I have been expelled, Simon replied calmly. I cannot go back. I believe we should leave now. Thank you for your assistance. I shall not forget today. Wendick and Janus Seach exchanged glances and expressed their gratitude to the centaurs, understanding that a modicum of respect could ensure their safe departure, which was the wisest choice. The werewolves would likely not return for the time being. Good luck to you. And know that wizards are not welcome here. I hope not to see you again. The centaur stated, evidently satisfied with their treatment of wizards. I don't think that will be the case. Janice Seach replied weakly, I shall never return to this cursed place. Damn, Wendick, I should have passed the test, right? If you dare say I haven't, I will find an opportunity to curse you. Chapter 46, The Necessary Conditions for Cowards to Become Warriors. What test? Simon halted, frowning at Wendick, having discerned an unusual tone in Janice Seach's words. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, Indeed, are you planning something? I have passed, Wendick said lightly, sensing Simon's gaze and continuing, Once we leave the Forbidden Forest, I shall divulge the details to you. Is it related to my plan? Simon, not foolish, had already surmised the gist. Wendick's approach was not erroneous. It was merely that he had not informed Simon beforehand. However, given that the plan was Simon's design, it bore little significance without prior reconnaissance. Indeed, we require a wizard familiar with the Muggle world. While Jorson is also a Muggle wizard, he is evidently not a suitable choice. As for you, that is absolutely out of the question, so we must seek another. That one? Simon slowed his pace, reassessing Janice Seach. It made sense now. It was said that wealthy individuals could be driven to desperation, and it was not impossible for a coward to transform into a warrior. What, is it unfeasible? Janice Seach raised an eyebrow, evidently displeased with Simon's condescension. He turned to Wendick and asked, You aren't suggesting that this child is making the decisions, are you? The steps of the wealth-making plan were all designed by Simon. Put away your disdain. In the recent battle, Simon demonstrated far greater prowess than you can fathom. Wendick did not turn back. The werewolves had already departed, yet he remained vigilant. Janice Seach was somewhat dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that the so-called wealth-making scheme was entirely devised by a child, and Wendick's earlier reminder had flushed his cheeks with embarrassment. Very well. But there are certain matters you must understand. Once we return to Hogsmeade and brew that wretched potion, I will explain how to proceed. They lingered at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, not in a hurry to return to Hogsmeade. Snow began to fall gently, and the temperature was plummeting rapidly. The closer they got to the perimeter, the more pronounced it became. There is no choice. We must spend the night in the dark forest, Wendick sighed resignedly. Gazing at the vast curtain of snow, their originally dim vision was completely obscured, and they could no longer discern their exact location. Wandering aimlessly in the snow would likely lead to disorientation. Simon possessed a unique solution, fully aware of the reasons behind Wendick's hesitance to advance. Due to his dietary habits, Simon struggled to see clearly at night, especially under the current circumstances. Suddenly, flickering lights illuminated the surroundings. He raised his wand and murmured softly, causing a pale glow to emanate from its tip. The moment the light appeared, it immediately captured the attention of the other two. What kind of magic is this? Gasped Janice Seach in astonishment. It's the Lumos charm, a spell of my own invention. Simon smirked, shamelessly claiming the spell as his creation. As you can see, the effect is simply dazzling. You truly are a genius. Wendick exclaimed, attempting the spell himself. Fixated on the glow at the wand's tip, he marveled, with this spell, we shall no longer need to navigate by oil lamps. Keep this a secret. Do not divulge it to anyone. Simon whispered, we must continue our journey. Staying in the Forbidden Forest at night feels perilous. Why? Janice Seach inquired, puzzled. He could not fathom why such a talent had been expelled from Hogwarts. Surely the professors must have collectively lost their minds. Fool, Wendick shook his head, explaining. It is for self-preservation. Simon was indeed correct. He was still young and had been expelled from Hogwarts. Without the means to protect himself, it was imperative to remain hidden. For the world was rife with those with ulterior motives. Wendick could comprehend Simon's reluctance to share the spell with others. Had it not been for their shared brush with death and the urgency to leave the Forbidden Forest, Simon likely would not have revealed it at all. In truth, Wendick overlooked one detail. This was also Simon's test of Janice Seach. If Janice were to disclose the information, Simon would unceremoniously cast him aside. As the snowflakes grew larger, the landscape turned a ghostly white. They paused at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, huddling around a makeshift campfire for warmth. Following Simon's suggestion, Wendick employed the transfiguration charm to transform a stone into an iron pot, placing it over the fire to prepare a hearty porridge. Having narrowly escaped death, a warm meal would surely bolster their spirits. While they dined, Simon imparted a few essential cautions to Janice, who noticed that Simon refrained from discussing specific details, even neglecting to mention what they intended to sell. Instead, he merely outlined what Janice should do once their plan was set in motion. Janice felt a twinge of confusion. Yet it was evident that this was a crucial aspect of his forthcoming duties. As for what they would be selling, he refrained from asking, realizing that Simon clearly did not trust him entirely. Had they not just survived a fierce battle together, Simon might have been even less forthcoming. Once they had regained a semblance of energy, the trio braved the wind and snow, for they were not far from Hogsmeade. Spending the night in the wilderness without proper preparations could lead to dire consequences. Traveling through the blizzard was hardly an enjoyable endeavor, and upon their return to Hogsmeade, they found themselves taking longer than usual. The apothecary, Jorson S., still glowed with light. When Dick approached and knocked on the door, which was swiftly opened not by Jorson, but by Alice. The little girl's eyes were red-rimmed, and she suddenly threw herself into Simon's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "What's wrong, Alice?" Simon asked, his frozen hands gently stroking her head, playfully remarking to the frowning Wendick, "What? Are you envious of my warm welcome?" Alice choked out. "Jorson said you died in the dark forest. No, don't cry. See? I am alive and well." Simon softly reassured her, stepping aside to allow Wendick and Janice entry. "It's a bit chilly outside. Shall we discuss this inside?" Jorson, having been roused by the sound of the door, emerged to see the three returning and exclaimed joyfully, "By the gods, I thought you had perished in the dark forest. That would indeed have been unfortunate. I hope you have something warm to drink. I feel as though I might freeze to death." Wendick shot a glance at Simon before turning to Jorson to complain, "You are not wrong. We nearly met our end in the dark forest. It was exceedingly perilous. But where is Ba Pisquid?" Jorson inquired, noticing the absence of one among them after Simon stepped inside and closed the door. "He.S. dead. It's a long story. Would you mind if we first enjoyed some warm food?" Wendick replied, shedding his cloak and pouring himself a cup of hot water. After their arduous journey through the snow, the three were in dire need of sustenance. "Save me a cup of hot milk," Simon called to Wendick, nudging Alice's shoulder as he led her upstairs. The girl, regardless of the circumstances, clung tightly to Simon's clothing, refusing to let go. Chapter 47, Wizards Dreaming of Wealth. When Dick recounted the events that transpired within the dark forest, Jorson was taken aback to learn that Simon had vanquished a werewolf amidst a pack of them. And he could not help but feel sorrowful over Bas Pisquid's demise at the hands of a herd of unicorns. Although there had been a loss of life, the rewards were undeniable. Jorson did not seek any share of the potion ingredients, recognizing that they had been procured at great peril by the trio, and there were even more lucrative endeavors at hand. However, he felt a hint of dissatisfaction regarding Simon's underhandedness, as the processed ingredients bore a significant price difference from their original value. After estimating the worth, Jorson promptly settled the payment. The fragrant aroma wafted from the hearth as Janice Seach began to boast of his own heroic exploits. He nearly divulged Simon's Lumos charm, but caught Wendick's gaze and swallowed his words, reining in his pride, clearly aware of Simon's intent. Simon had repeatedly emphasized the need for discretion, and if Janice were to reveal the secret, there would be no further discussion. The thought caused Janice to break out in a cold sweat, prompting him to suppress his thoughts. At this moment, Simon remained oblivious. He had spent considerable time soothing Alice's distress until she finally returned to her bed to rest. He couldn't help but reflect on how he had come to hold such significance in the girl's heart. Simon was unaware that for Alice, living in a world filled with malevolent wizards, the only kindness she experienced came from her sister, Felice. Simon became the second person willing to help and care for Alice after her status as a dumb canon was confirmed. In Alice's heart, Simon, who was 2 years her junior, played the role of an older brother. During Simon's brief visit to the apothecary, it marked one of the happiest times Alice had experienced in years. In the absence of her sister, someone was finally willing to engage her in conversation, to show concern and protect her, unlike her family or other wizards who distanced themselves from her as if she were a plague, some even wishing her harm. For the girl, this was happiness. She feared losing such simple joy. As they descended the stairs, they were sorting through the unicorn's tail hair. He sat in an empty chair, gratefully accepting the hot milk handed to him by Wendick, sipping it to warm his body. It seemed he had barely passed. After exchanging glances with Wendick, Simon muttered softly, "The unicorn's tail hair could yield at least 15 beauty potions." Wendick had already counted the quantity and continued, "We will begin experimenting with the concoction tomorrow, and Simon will help as well." "All right," Simon readily agreed, nodding. After consuming a roasted sausage, he suddenly added, "However, after you complete the first batch of beauty potions, I will need to commence my investigation." He continued, "The first noblewoman we have in mind is crucial. She need not be exceedingly beautiful, but must possess sufficient influence and wealth." The three remained silent, listening intently to Simon's plan. They did not fully understand the intricacies of this arrangement, but it was evident that wealth, a lack of conventional beauty, and influence were key components. Who would spend a fortune on beauty potions without money? If too beautiful, the effects of the potions would be less noticeable. Without influence, who would promote their potions in noble circles? I must personally gather information. Who will accompany me? Simon set down his empty milk cup and surveyed the three. "I'll go with you," Janice Seach volunteered, undoubtedly to provide Simon with cover and protection. "Can you apparate?" Simon inquired. "No." "Then how will you accompany me?" Simon glanced at Wendick. "You can't either? I'm just a novice." Wendick chuckled awkwardly, admitting that he occasionally experienced physical dislocation, hence his reluctance to attempt it. "Jorson, you surely can." Simon finally focused on the apothecary owner. "Or let Janice accompany me while you handle our transportation." "All right." Jorson acquiesced, recognizing the need for someone to take action. Although unaware of Simon's intentions, he understood that Simon must have his reasons. Next came the matter of profit distribution. Having finished the remaining sausage, Simon surveyed the three and highlighted the most pressing concern. The price of one bottle of the beauty potion will be finalized after the examination. As for the distribution, how does a three-way split sound? "I have no objections," Janice Seach stated decisively. His role was to sell the potions, and even a single potion could yield several gold coins, a rather intimidating prospect. I want 4 shares, Jolson declared, visibly dissatisfied with the division. Originally, he had anticipated 4 shares for himself, but with an additional person to divide from his portion, this was unacceptable. I'll provide the materials, but I want 4 shares. Fine. I can yield 1 share. What about you, Windick? Simon inquired calmly. Can you accept this? You will oversee the potion's creation. I have no issues. Windick replied, taken aback by Simon's seemingly abrupt relinquishment of a share, which was remarkably decisive. He had expected a debate, but the matter was resolved so swiftly. As if Simon had anticipated Jolson's dissatisfaction with the distribution. Not only Windick, but Jolson and Janice also regarded Simon in astonishment. Don't look at me like that. There are many ways to achieve wealth, and this is merely an experiment, Simon remarked nonchalantly, needing to convey to these individuals that he possessed numerous avenues for profit. Should the sale of the beauty potions prove successful, they would undoubtedly come to believe this, facilitating Simon's future plans. No one is a fool. Yet as long as the incentives are substantial, they will be willing to remain silent. It has been said that if one has a 300% profit margin, a merchant would dare to commit any crime, even risking execution. This profit margin is far beyond 300%. If anyone were to inquire about the quickest means of attaining wealth, the answer would be through windfall. Before Simon's journey began, there was a saying, without unexpected wealth, one cannot prosper. A substantial fortune awaited Simon's reclamation. He had not forgotten the events concerning Vodder Taylor, nor was he benevolent enough to spare those who sought to end his life. No one dared regard Simon as a mere child any longer. The discussions of the evening left others relatively satisfied. Simon shared his plans with Janice. However, he refrained from divulging the reasons behind his need for on-site reconnaissance. His abilities relied heavily on intelligence, and only through precise information could he attain accurate probabilities to assess the situation. The fluctuations in probability stemmed from Simon's cognition. A notable misjudgment regarding werewolves arose from Simon's understanding shaped by the Harry Potter narratives. The werewolf, prior to transformation, bore no distinction from a human. Yet, the magical resistance exhibited by the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest surpassed his expectations, resulting in an erroneous assessment of his odds of success. If Simon were to compare his creations to the beauty potions crafted by Windick, the percentages he produced would merely mimic Windick's concoctions rather than achieve the flawless beauty elixir. Unless Simon had previously witnessed the meticulous crafting of such an exquisite potion. The wizards fully transitioned into secrecy following the signing of the International Confidentiality Act in 1689. The Ministry of Magic was established in 1707, evolving from the Wizarding Council. It wasn't until 1717 that the ministry defined the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperius Curse as unforgivable. In 1772, Lavinia Monkstain invented and first employed the wand-lighting charm. Chapter 48. A Presence Beneath the Covers Last Night. The group conversed until the early hours, and the fatigue from their excursion to the Forbidden Forest rendered Simon into a deep slumber. The following morning, as Simon awoke, he sensed something amiss. As he prepared to turn and reach for his wand, he discovered his hand firmly grasped by another. Startled, he fumbled with his left hand in search of his wand. Relief washed over him as he finally retrieved it. A flicker of light. A pale glow illuminated the dim attic, and as Simon positioned his wand before him, he could finally discern the unfolding scene. Alice was clinging tightly to his right arm, as if it were a cherished stuffed toy. It was Alice. With a sigh of relief, Simon raised his wand and swept it across the attic. Finding no signs of disturbance, his gaze shifted back to Alice, whose eyes were slightly red, likely a result of last night's tears. Was she so terrified of loss? If it were him, he too would dread losing magic. Her existence was not without its challenges. Simon gently brushed the strands of hair from the girl's forehead. Feeling a surge of emotion, he attempted to withdraw his hand from Alice's embrace, but her grip was too tight, and he feared that any sudden movement might startle the sleeping girl. Alice, Alice. Simon softly nudged her, trying to rouse the young maiden. After several attempts, Alice finally opened her eyes, still drowsy, and rubbed her eyes with her tiny hands. Upon seeing Simon, she appeared a bit anxious. Yet he sensed a hint of relief from her just moments before. How did you end up sleeping here? Be careful not to catch a chill. At last, Simon managed to extricate his numb right hand, setting down his wand and adjusting the blanket over her. Are you angry, Simon? Alice asked in a hushed voice. Do you not like me? I am not angry, merely a bit curious. Do not overthink it, Simon reassured her, gently patting her head. Now, go back to sleep for a little while longer. I shall prepare breakfast for you. Last night, Alice had stealthily climbed into bed in the dead of night, while Simon remained unaware, having gone to bed rather late himself. Alice seemed to recall something, attempting to rise, but Simon gently pressed her back down. Sleep a bit longer. I will handle breakfast. Rising from the bed, Simon felt a chill as his skin met the cold air, causing goosebumps to rise. He quickly dressed and cast a glance back at Alice before heading downstairs. The girl stared blankly at his retreating figure, burying her head in the blankets, lost in thought. The pharmacy was eerily quiet that morning. It would be some time before Jorson awoke. The cold air permeated the space, the fire long extinguished, and remnants of last night's meal lay scattered on the dining table. Adding firewood to the stove, Simon cast a spell to ignite it, demonstrating a commendable proficiency in his fire-starting charm, surpassing that of his peers among pureblood wizards. Clear away. Once satisfied with the vanishing remnants of food on the table, Simon turned his attention to preparing breakfast: oatmeal, fried eggs, sausages, and bread, along with a serving of hot milk for himself. As Simon was preparing the porridge, a knock echoed through the apothecary's door, and upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the young wizard Janice Sitch, he inquired, "What brings you here? Looking for a meal?" Dismissing the question, he turned back to focus on the porridge, unwilling to risk burning his breakfast. Janice Sitch, rendered speechless by Simon's inquiry, awkwardly stepped inside and surveyed the lavish spread, further astonished that Simon could cook. "You can cook?" he blurted out, his surprise unfiltered. "Is that so hard to believe?" Simon raised an eyebrow, sipping his milk while stirring the porridge to prevent the bottom from scorching. "No, it's just a bit surprising. A muggle born like you. Can you really cook?" Simon's lips curled slightly in a smirk, pondering the lack of wit in Janice's response, or perhaps the young man's head was clouded by excitement. Just as Janice was about to retort, another knock resonated at the door. He took the initiative to open it, revealing Wendick, who appeared with dark circles under his eyes. "Who has arrived?" Simon inquired. "It's Windarian," Janice replied with a grin. "Can't sleep due to excitement, can you?" After a while, Simon placed the cooked porridge on the table and glanced at Wendick, who had removed his cloak. "Is it truly acceptable to be in this state?" Simon referred to the preparation of beauty potions, acknowledging that the process indeed demands considerable effort. "Of course, no problem," Wendick remarked, seated at the table with a smile. "But you don't mind if I join you for breakfast, do you? As long as you don't touch my fried eggs, I won't mind at all." Simon took a seat opposite Wendick, setting aside his half-drunk milk, and began to tackle the hard bread, soon devouring a fried egg and sausage, leaving the two onlookers astonished. "The food here is quite good. It makes me a bit nostalgic for my days at Hogwarts," muttered Janus Thicky, his mouth full of sausage. "How long has it been since you graduated?" Simon inquired curiously, sensing that Janus had not fared well after leaving school. "I graduated last year, and am now a waiter at the Leaky Cauldron," Janus Thicky replied. Old Tom nearly dropped his jaw when he saw me back. He thought I had perished in the Forbidden Forest. He was somewhat disappointed, as he had wagered I would meet my end there. After swallowing his food, he added with a hint of melancholy, "Barty Crouch Jr. has passed away, fearing the loss of the tavern's earnings this month." "You didn't place a bet on yourself?" Simon asked. "I did, but not a significant amount," Janus sighed, evidently regretting not having staked more on his own survival. "If it were me, I would have bet on myself. If I died, I wouldn't have to worry, and if I lived, I would reap a handsome profit," Simon remarked without hesitation. "You speak the truth. My intellect pales in comparison to yours. It's not too late to recognize one's limitations," Wendick chuckled. "By the way, when Jorson wakes up, do tell him that his share has been consumed." Simon shrugged, taking Alice's portion upstairs, knowing full well that Wendick preferred not to dine alongside her. And he had no intention of imposing or correcting this preference. "Blast it, Janice and Wendick, you both come here to mooch off my meal." Jorson appeared in the hall shortly after Simon had left, his expression darkening upon seeing the nearly empty table. He evidently caught wind of Simon's earlier comment. "Come now, Jorson. It's just one meal. Don't be so stingy." When Simon descended the stairs, he found Jorson sulking at the table, munching on the remaining bread and porridge. "You've had your fill, of course, you would say that." Jorson snapped, biting into his bread. "Who told you not to get up earlier?" Simon shrugged and began to examine the potion book, with Wendick leaning in to join in the study of their upcoming experiment. As for Janice, he returned to the tavern to continue his work, knowing he would be of little help if he stayed. Once breakfast had settled, the two ventured into the basement together. Jorson considered joining them, but ultimately decided against it, realizing he would be of no use there. Wendick was indeed an expert in potion making, even on his first attempt. His movements were remarkably deft. Simon assisted him by handling the potion ingredients and passing tools, diligently recording and analyzing the beauty potion. After more than an hour, they finally produced their first vial of beauty potion. Although its quality was not exceptionally high, Jorson was nonetheless quite pleased. He hastily sought out a test subject, knowing that before they could sell the beauty potion, they needed to ascertain its specific effects. Chapter 49. On how you became a horse after deliberation. The three decided against seeking a witch to test the beauty potion. To maintain the confidentiality of the endeavor, Jorson resolved to procure a muggle woman to serve as their experimental subject. Simon was well aware of wizards' attitudes towards muggles. Before his travels, he had a penchant for reading, and Harry Potter was the first physical book he ever purchased, leaving a lasting impression. Upon seeing the owl, he was reminded of Harry Potter. Who wouldn't he wish to transform a monotonous, dismal life? Simon was acutely aware that in the not-so-distant future, the Ministry of Magic would unveil a fountain adorned with carvings of centaurs, fairies, and house elves gazing up at a pair of wizarding couples. At the base of the statue, serving as its column, a group of stooped muggles would be depicted. The wizards' sense of superiority had never waned, even though they failed to acknowledge their numerical disadvantage, choosing instead to comfort themselves with laws aimed at safeguarding muggles from trouble. This era was no different. The Wizarding Council merely maintained a balance between the two factions, Jorson returned with an unconscious Muggle woman, likely in her 30s, her rough fingers and slender frame marked by a face that bore the scars of hardship. Reminiscent of Simon's own mother, a woman suffocated by the weight of life's burdens. The Muggle woman had presumably fallen victim to Jorson's sleeping spell and remained in a deep slumber even after being brought to the apothecary. "All right," Windian exclaimed eagerly. "Let us witness the effects of the beauty potion." Clearly, he was anticipating the results of his concoction with great enthusiasm. With that, he handed the potion vial to Jorson, who understood the cue and pried open the woman's mouth to administer the potion directly. Nothing. Simon scrutinized the woman's face, his brow furrowing. If the potion proved ineffective, he feared he might lose his composure, especially after risking his life for unicorn tail hair. No, perhaps its effects are simply slow to manifest. Windian also frowned. Though he had already entertained the possibility that not all potions exhibit immediate results, despite the common reputation of wizarding elixirs for their swift efficacy. Blast it. Jorson appeared somewhat flustered, evidently contemplating how to rectify his potential losses should the potion fail. The remaining unicorn tail hair was still valuable and could fetch a handsome price, particularly in light of the current scarcity. Well, I suppose it would be prudent to further consult the potion book, in hopes it may offer us a glimmer of hope. Simon mused, furrowing his brow as he turned away, as he had no habit of lingering over a woman's unconscious form. Windian also departed, leaving the task to Jorson. Half an hour later, while the two were engrossed in discussing the beauty potion, they were drawn to Jorson's piercing scream. It worked. It seems to have worked, Jorson exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Simon and Windic exchanged a glance, setting aside their quills as they approached. Simon observed a transformation occurring on the face of the unconscious woman. Her once coarse visage was undergoing a metamorphosis. The dryness, dehydration, and even the cracking of her skin resembled the shedding of a venomous serpent, albeit at a relatively slow pace. This process persisted for several hours, during which a thin layer of skin sloughed away, revealing a significant improvement in her complexion. The previous roughness had diminished, and her freckles had markedly reduced, rendering her appearance considerably more attractive. How long did it take? Simon inquired after documenting the changes. Approximately 3.5 hours, Windic replied, glancing at the hourglass. Can this potion be administered to her again? Simon asked. It should not be possible. A certain interval is required, Windic responded. Better than I anticipated. It should fetch a handsome price. Simon murmured. The current challenge is to perfect the potion, and we need to procure a high-quality container. I will find a solution for that. Jorson nodded, understanding that to secure a good price, certain essentials were paramount, particularly ensuring the product appeared upscale. As for the hapless Muggle woman, Jorson took her away, returning her to her original place. What transpired thereafter was beyond the concern of the trio. While effective, it must be acknowledged that such a process would be somewhat disconcerting for the majority of Muggles. Continuing his contemplation, Simon added, could we possibly alter the emitted scent of the beauty potion, perhaps infusing it with a hint of mint's freshness or the fragrance of roses? It must at least be enticing. That is worth exploring. Windic nodded, noting the suggestion, and the two descended into the basement. In the ensuing days, Windic successfully completed the formulation of the beauty potion, adjusting the recipe to imbue it with the scent of roses, albeit at the cost of slightly diminishing its efficacy. Simon was diligently training in the art of transformation spells. He had managed to transmute the flintlock pistol into an ordinary handgun. Yet its form was merely a manifestation of his mental recollection of what a handgun should resemble. Regrettably, this handgun remained inoperative. It was but an empty shell, devoid of any ammunition. More importantly, Simon was not an aficionado of firearms, and crafting such an item necessitated considerable experimentation. As for the issue of ammunition, it could potentially be resolved through a duplication spell. Simon had inquired with Windic regarding the intricacies of the duplication spell, but unfortunately, Windic was not well versed in the matter. Subsequently, Simon reached out to Porter to write to Fools Lomberton, yet it appeared that Fools Lomberton was also somewhat uninformed on the topic. Simon was only aware that the incantation for the duplication spell was duplicate in pairs, which implied he would need to invest considerable time to master such a spell. When Potter and his companions visited Simon, they shared some news. Gryffindor had decisively defeated Hufflepuff in their match. Although Simon was not particularly interested, he still offered his congratulations and divulged some information about the Forbidden Forest to the trio. Good heavens, you ventured into the Forbidden Forest ahead of us, Potter exclaimed, sipping his pumpkin juice, visibly displeased. He was evidently quite irked that Simon hadn't waited for their company. What were you doing in the Forbidden Forest? Weasley inquired with curiosity. I was in search of a specific ingredient. Unicorn tail hair, Simon replied without reservation, softly explaining. It's for brewing a potion. By the way, the intelligence potion you provided us last time was excellent, Pruitt remarked. Could you brew another bottle for me? It would certainly alleviate any concerns for the upcoming exam. Not a problem. I can prepare it for you at cost when I have the time. Did you encounter any trolls? I've heard there are werewolves as well, Potter said, his irritation with Pruitt's diversion evident. I did encounter them. The werewolves are quite formidable. They possess remarkable speed and a high resistance to magic. It is exceedingly difficult to vanquish them, except with dark magic. Even the stunning spell merely serves to repel them. Simon sighed as he gazed at Potter and his friends. There were 4 of us, including myself, and 1 perished in the Forbidden Forest. Had it not been for the subsequent appearances of trolls and centaurs, you might not be seeing me now. Simon briefly recounted the circumstances to them, omitting any mention of his encounter with the werewolf. Instead, he conveyed the inherent dangers and the dire state of the Forbidden Forest. He certainly did not wish for Potter and the others to hear his tale, only to venture into the Forbidden Forest and risk being bitten or devoured by a werewolf. Potter, feeling rather dejected, murmured, "It seems our strength is still insufficient." "Don't be foolish. Do you think werewolves are mere trolls?" Pruitt rolled his eyes, adding, "Worry not. In a few years we shall undoubtedly possess that strength." The prospect of going together in a few years sounds rather exhilarating. "I am quite eager to observe the centaurs," Wesley remarked with calm assurance. "Those centaurs won't attack Hogwarts students. They will certainly call you a fool." Simon interjected, "You will undoubtedly feel as though you have transformed into a horse." The 3 exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 50. The gap between intention and action, whether it be investigating matters or gathering intelligence. Both tasks are rather tedious, particularly for someone like Simon, who possesses scant experience. At times, he would spend 3 to 5 days without making any headway. After several busy days, Simon began to lament the absence of a soul-sucking spell to ease his burdens. Equally unfortunate was Janus Sitch, who, after traversing several towns, could no longer suppress his complaints. He was bewildered by Simon's intentions and regretted his decision to accompany him on this seemingly futile venture. Despite the tedious nature of these tasks, they were imperative for Simon. He required more intelligence to obtain accurate data, which would allow him to assess the forthcoming plans judiciously. Initially, Simon lacked a clear understanding of the purchasing power of the pound. His memories were still anchored in the time before his journey, alongside his experiences in the current academic year. Having spent years at the Sailor's Tavern with Old Tom, Simon had acquired coins that he initially believed to be shillings, only to later realize they were merely pennies. This oversight was due to Simon's complete lack of experience with money. His family had never afforded him the opportunity to handle it. Even his quill and ink had been procured through Old Tom's assistance, leading him to feel somewhat deceived in retrospect. After estimating his finances, Simon's mood soured. The value of a shilling in this era was far greater than he had anticipated, implying that the profit margins for beauty potions were considerably lower than he had hoped. As for why he referenced shillings instead of pounds, it was simply that individuals in this time rarely utilized pounds, much like one would not spend a $10,000 bill in the past. Of course, pounds did exist, reportedly crafted from gold and worth a fortune, akin to a wizard's galleon. Initially, Simon had thought that the amount he possessed was not substantial. Now he could only hope that the exchange rate between Muggle and wizard currencies would not be too disheartening. Otherwise, much of his plan could very well be doomed to failure. Currently, Simon and Janus resided temporarily on the upper floor of a tavern steeped in the scent of alcohol. Most patrons of this establishment were accustomed to the foul stench of sailors, who would revel in the tavern before embarking on their maritime adventures. The proprietor was a shrewd individual, converting the upper floor into a makeshift and at a reasonable price of just a few pennies per day. Though no food or drink was provided, Simon selected locations that were thriving towns, all situated by the sea, frequented by merchant ships, and characterized by a bustling populace, often a blend of varied backgrounds. In such circumstances, their arrival would go unnoticed, a necessity for their covert endeavor. Additionally, the prosperity of these cities indicated that the local lords would enjoy greater profits. Simon's confidence in the potential earnings was waning, and he found himself contemplating retreat. However, he skillfully concealed these feelings, never allowing them to surface in front of Janus, as he needed to exude composure and confidence to inspire those around him. Janus exhibited signs of restraint, instinctively tucking his hands beneath his cloak and gripping his wand, as if anticipating an attack at any moment. This apprehension intensified upon witnessing a commotion among drunken sailors at a tavern, one of whom had met a grim fate at the hands of his rowdy companions. The reality of the era was harsh. One could not expect the peace of Simon's previous life, for even in his former homeland, absolute tranquility was a fallacy he had long since accepted. The only concern now was how to navigate the aftermath should he need to draw his wand. Upon their arrival in the town of Conway, they witnessed a witch burning, the chilling cries of the victim leaving Simon with an unsettling impression. He recognized the condemned woman as merely an ordinary muggle, pleading for mercy in her final moments, a scene that was met with fervent approval from the gathered muggles, who seemed indifferent to the injustice as long as the victim was not one of their own. The duel lingered in Conway for 3 days. "It is time. Let us proceed to that direction," Simon declared, gesturing towards the nearby Conway Castle, rumored to be ruled by the affluent Talbot family. Lady Mary Talbot, the wife of the Earl, was the target of their mission. She was a woman in her early 30s, her beauty slightly diminished by age, and Simon had only glimpsed her through a telescope from afar. Despite their efforts, Simon and Janus had uncovered little useful information regarding the mistress of Conway Castle. It was known that before her marriage to the Earl, she had been of noble birth herself, akin to the intermarriage of pure-blood wizards, leading Simon to resolve to remain and test his fortune. Approaching Lady Mary directly appeared improbable, Thus their course of action would have to begin with the Earl. A prospect that complicated matters further, despite Simon's initial suspicions. One must prepare for the worst, Simon murmured as he gazed at the distant castle, outside the fortress. Several musketeers armed with long-barreled firearms posed a significant threat. A single volley could prove insurmountable, even for protective charms. The question loomed, who would take the risk? Ultimately, it fell to Simon, as he held little faith in Jolson or Janice to undertake such a daunting task. As noon approached, the two men reunited with Jolson, the apothecary, who eagerly inquired about their findings. We'll discuss it later, Simon replied, maintaining his calm demeanor, essential for the plans that lay ahead. With Jolson's assistance, they reappeared at the apothecary shop in Hogsmeade, the experience of apparition leaving Simon feeling queasy. This sensation is dreadful. I find it rather unsettling, he confessed, bending slightly and grasping a post to steady himself. You'll need to acclimate, my friend, Janice replied with a smile, though he too felt the effects, albeit less severely due to his greater experience. You speak the truth. I suppose I shall grow accustomed to it. In time, Simon murmured, rising and retreating inside to rest. Alice, busy organizing herbs, greeted him with joy, offering a warm embrace and a cup of tea. Thank you, Alice, Simon said gratefully, taking a sip and affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. Truthfully, Simon's knowledge of 17th century England was limited, with scant resources available. He preferred to avoid writing on subjects he did not fully grasp, recognizing that most people would share his unfamiliarity, if any inaccuracies arose. He welcomed corrections for the sake of collective understanding. As for the concept of a golden finger, it was understood to be a matter of probability, akin to a system capable of statistical analysis of data and intelligence to yield corresponding percentages, though the accuracy of such probabilities was merely relative. This ability tied closely to the protagonist's previous profession, and how these probabilities were derived would unfold as the story progressed, without dwelling too heavily on such intricacies. Chapter 51. The planning phase. Once the discomfort from apparition subsided, Simon turned to Jolson, who had entered the room. I need to organize the intelligence we've gathered this evening. Ensure when Dick can stop by. Things may not unfold as smoothly as we anticipate. Desiring wealth? Aiming for fortune? It is indeed possible, but it requires risk and investment. Much like a gambler whose losses may leave them empty-handed or worse, he cautioned. Do you think the nobility are fools? Conway is a significant town, and its ruler, the Earl Talbot, is undoubtedly shrewd. They're as greedy as any, and while Simon believed beauty potions could yield desired outcomes, the returns may be considerably diminished when dealing with such avarice. After a busy afternoon attending to these matters, Simon returned to rest, having skipped dinner. He had not enjoyed a proper respite in days, the collection and organization of information consuming much of his time and energy. Simon couldn't help but begin to reminisce about the tranquil life at Hogwarts. One evening, as Simon grew accustomed to his surroundings, when Dick and Janice had already arrived, Alice prepared a warm cup of milk for Simon, accompanied by bread and a slice of fried meat. As he ate, he engaged in discussions with the others regarding their predicament. One pressing question was, who would venture forth to deliver the items to the Earl Talbot or his lady? Another concern was the identity of the messenger. What persona should one adopt when negotiating with the Earl? There was also the matter of what to do if the courier were apprehended, and how to establish communication with the other party, should they agree to the terms. If their efforts were to fail, what contingency plans should be devised? Furthermore, should the recipient wish to monopolize the benefits of the beauty potion after acquiring it? How would they respond, and what subsequent strategies would be necessary? Choosing the location for the transaction posed another dilemma, as did the complications surrounding the church. By the Muggles' definition of wizards, they could easily be condemned to the stake. Even wizards themselves must exercise utmost caution. A wandless wizard is no different from an ordinary person. Simon lacked the ability to perform magic without a wand, a skill possessed only by a select few powerful wizards. Ultimately, Simon would still assume the role of the messenger, for a child posed the least threat to Earl Talbot. While a child's presence might also hinder entry to Conwy Castle, being wizards, they possessed sufficient means to ensure Simon's audience with the castle's lord was not an insurmountable task. Nevertheless, Simon needed to have backup plans in place, such as who would come to his aid should he encounter difficulties. He certainly did not wish to find himself cornered in the castle, facing a throng of armed soldiers alone. Additionally, they needed to determine the specifics of the agreed-upon time and place for the transaction, as well as who would be responsible for writing to Earl Talbot. After much deliberation, the group unanimously decided to utilize owls for communication, with the delivery scheduled for midnight, ensuring that the transaction venues remain variable. They could employ the forgetfulness charm and the stunning spell to choose the sites at will, but the church's involvement remained a concern. Ultimately, if successful, they needed to establish a lasting arrangement. How could they ensure that the Earl or his lady would resell the items? The allure of profit was essential, and it seemed to offer the potential to strengthen ties among the nobility or enhance their influence. The question remained, who would undertake the task of persuasion? Each matter was meticulously recorded, and through the intelligence Simon gathered, the possibilities multiplied. Coupled with additional contingency plans, the entire undertaking left Simon feeling utterly exhausted. Even overwhelmed by the sheer complexity of it all, Simon suddenly realized that even as a wizard, earning money through magic was not an easy endeavor. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that if he succeeded this time, he would secure a stable profit sufficient to support his acquisition of books, materials, and living expenses. With the mastery of more potent magic, life would inevitably become simpler. The others had unwavering confidence in Simon's series of plans. He had meticulously arranged everything, including contingency strategies. Windick had also consented to lend his invisibility, cloak woven from beast hair, as a final safeguard for Simon, while the others remained outside, prepared to assist him in times of trouble. Everything had been organized. All that remained was to execute the plan. There is a saying that plans cannot keep up with changes. Regardless of how thorough a strategy may be, unforeseen circumstances can render it utterly futile. No matter how astute a person may be, they cannot always avoid such situations. This was the reason Simon was entrusted with executing this adventurous plan. His ability to adapt to changes surpassed that of the others. After several days of preparation, the four of them arrived at the outskirts of Conway Town through apparition. Simon chose to act directly from the castle, primarily because he was uncertain when he would have the opportunity to confront Count Talbot or his wife outside. Fortune, it seemed, was a most unreliable companion. Although his actions deviated somewhat from the original plan, Simon proceeded to the castle, presenting himself as a vassal offering precious treasures to the ruler of his town. However, clad in the humble garb of a commoner and feigning a semblance of trepidation, he was intercepted amidst the laughter of the musketeers guarding the gate. What treasures could a mere peasant possess? They would not hesitate to reprimand anyone who dared to disturb the count's valuable time. Simon's expression was one of discomfort as he continued to capture the attention of the soldiers. Suddenly, Jorson and Windick appeared, swiftly subduing the two guards with a combination of a memory charm and a forgetfulness spell. Windick altered one soldier's recollection, instructing him to report inside, for without such intervention, Simon would scarcely gain entry to the castle. The memory charm is notoriously troublesome. Fabricating memories often results in numerous inconsistencies. The most common recourse employed by wizards is the forgetfulness spell, while the subsequent lives of those muggles remain outside their considerations. Before long, a middle-aged man attired in a butler's garb emerged, requesting to inspect the treasures Simon intended to present to the count. Naturally, this unfortunate fellow had also been subjected to Windick's memory alteration. Otherwise, Simon would have likely faltered at this juncture. After all, as a stranger, gaining admission was no trivial feat. Observing Simon being escorted into the castle, Jorson and Windick exchanged relieved glances, finally breathing a sigh of relief as the plan unfolded without incident. Regrettably, they possessed only a single invisibility cloak. Otherwise, Windick would have accompanied him inside. Their options were now limited. The remainder of the endeavor rested solely in Simon's hands. Fear not, for he shall prevail. Chapter 52, The Witch's Child? Count Talbot was not a man of leisure. Securing an audience with him was no simple task. Simon had been waiting in the hall for some time. His head bowed as he contemplated various strategies for the impending encounter. Who was he? After an indeterminate period, a composed female voice interrupted Simon's musings. A commoner claims that an alchemist has sent this child to present some items to his lordship. An alchemist? Lady Mary Talbot furrowed her brow, inquiring further. Where are the items? Alchemists are regarded as enigmatic figures. Some assert they can transmute base metals into gold, while others believe they can concoct elixirs of immortality. Yet, such claims are mere hearsay, as few have truly encountered them. A ceramic vial containing who knows what, and, oh, a letter as well, replied the butler, adhering to the fabricated memory crafted by Windick. Where are the items? Bring them to me. Lady Talbot commanded, her interest clearly piqued. Simon felt fortunate. Encountering Lady Talbot made matters considerably simpler. No woman could resist beauty. He lowered his head and retrieved a ceramic vial sealed with beeswax, along with a rolled parchment pinned by Windick. Raising both items high with reverent hands, the butler promptly took the ceramic and parchment from Simon, respectfully presenting them to Lady Talbot. What is this? An elixir of immortality. Such a delightful fragrance. Lady Talbot mused as she examined the exquisite vial, releasing a scent of roses upon unsealing the beeswax. Answer Lady Talbot's inquiry, the butler commanded sternly. I am uncertain. A rather enigmatic alchemist bestowed upon me a shilling as recompense to deliver these items to the Earl of Talbot, Simon stammered intentionally, projecting the image of a frightened child to outsiders. Nonetheless, a flicker of anxiety coursed through him, for once he navigated this hurdle, his task would be complete. How do you know he is an alchemist? He introduced himself as such, stating that if the Earl inquired about his name, I should inform the Earl he is an alchemist. What else did this alchemist convey? Lady Talbot's curiosity regarding the contents of the vial piqued. The notion of an alchemist entrusting a child with such offerings to her husband was inherently dubious. Moreover, the audacity of the alchemist suggested that the liquid within the vial was extraordinary. It seems he mentioned it was some sort of potion. Simon feigned deep contemplation, his voice trembling slightly, his very being quivering like that of a frightened child. The gentleman also indicated that upon reading the letter, the Earl would naturally comprehend everything. What is it, Mary? Just as Lady Talbot prepared to unroll the parchment, Earl Talbot emerged, frowning at his wife, who was on the verge of unveiling the contents. He had just received a report from the butler and had not paid much heed to the matter. A mysterious individual paid this child a shilling to deliver a vial of potion to you. Lady Talbot handed the unsealed letter to Earl Talbot, along with the vial of beauty potion. Earl Talbot glanced at the parchment, his expression shifting abruptly, before passing the letter to his wife. After perusing its contents, Lady Talbot's face radiated an unmistakable excitement, and she gazed at the vial with fervent curiosity, asking her husband, "Do you believe this potion truly possesses the miraculous properties described in the letter?" For the vast majority of women, a potion capable of enhancing beauty was an irresistible temptation. And what of the shilling? Earl Talbot did not respond to his wife's inquiry, instead fixing his gaze intently upon Simon. Simon's heart tightened involuntarily. He was acutely aware that the other party harbored suspicions toward him. Although he had come adequately prepared, this was undeniably an ominous sign. Simon's hand trembled slightly as he retrieved a half-silver shilling from the inner pocket of his garment, a currency he had acquired from the fairies through Jorson. He feigned hesitation for a moment, applying a gentle pressure with his fingers to exhibit a semblance of reluctance before presenting the half-coin. "Why only half?" inquired the Earl of Talbot, furrowing his brow. The mysterious gentleman stated that the other half would be provided upon the completion of the task. Simon replied in a hushed tone, his demeanor respectful yet laced with a hint of trepidation, akin to a commoner addressing nobility. It appeared that this ostentatious individual was indeed willing to part with his coin. The Earl seemed to perceive Simon's thoughts, dismissively huffing as he tossed the half-coin back to him. "So, it seems this so-called elixir of youth holds some merit." He turned his gaze toward his wife and continued, "However, to be on the safe side, we should have someone test the potion's effects first. One can never be too cautious regarding potential poisons." As he spoke, one of the guards beside the Earl drew a flintlock pistol and aimed it at Simon's head, coldly asserting, "This is not an item a mere alchemist would possess. There is no doubt that this lad is a messenger of the devil." "You are scaring him half to death," remarked Lady Mary with a hint of reproach as she observed the trembling Simon, gesturing for him to leave. "Now, you may take your leave." Afterward, she tossed Simon another shilling. "Thank you for your generosity, madam. I shall depart at once." Simon beamed, retreating cautiously. "Wait. This is a reward for me." The Earl called out to the already turning Simon, tossing him a gold coin. Simon deliberately swallowed hard, gazing at the gold coins that lay on the ground with a sense of reverence, yet he did not dare to pick them up. Instead, he spoke softly. "The gentleman warned me that if I were to take the Count's money without permission, I would be punished for my avarice." Simon had completed the task, and escaping from this place was the wisest choice. "Did you not just receive a reward from my wife? That was the Countess's reward, not yours." Simon uttered a statement that left everyone present in utter shock. Before they could comprehend his words, he swiftly vanished from their sight and immediately turned his cloak to shroud himself completely. "That child is problematic." Count Talbot furrowed his brow and instructed the guard beside him, "Go capture that child, but do not kill him. I want to see what mischief they are up to." The musketeer hurriedly ran in the direction Simon had taken but soon lost sight of him and promptly returned to report. "You claim you did not see that child?" Count Talbot's brow knitted further as he continued. "Keep searching. He must be hiding somewhere in the castle. We must find him. The child has vanished into thin air." Mary frowned. "I said he was troublesome. He might be a messenger of the devil." A hint of unease crept into Count Talbot's voice. "Don't be foolish, Gold. The devils of this world have already been vanquished by goddess messengers. At worst, he is merely the son of a witch. I dare say this must be a potion concocted by a witch." Mrs. Mary's tone quivered slightly, evidently anticipating the effects of the potion. "Should it truly possess the power to enhance beauty, I will capture him and burn that child as well." The unknown mystery always breeds unease. Count Talbot could only find encouragement through such thoughts. "Bring Bertha here." Mrs. Mary paid no heed to the chaos. She was more concerned about whether the potion would perform as described on the parchment. She turned to the steward beside her. "What is your command, madam?" Minutes later, a middle-aged woman approached and stood respectfully before Mrs. Mary. "Drink this." Mrs. Mary's voice trembled slightly. "Yes, madam." Bertha hesitated for a moment, but ultimately drank it down. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Mrs. Mary asked anxiously. "Nothing seems amiss, madam," Bertha replied, her tone increasingly uneasy. "All right, you need not do anything for now." Mary suddenly recalled what was mentioned in the envelope. The potion required some time to take effect. At that moment, outside Conway Castle, Wendick and Jorson, who were closely monitoring the castle's situation, frowned. Clearly, something troubling was happening within. The castle gates were closing, as if foretelling that Simon's plan had already failed. Failed? Jorson expressed a hint of disappointment. "It doesn't matter. I care more about whether the plan succeeded." Wendick also frowned, his voice tinged with disappointment. They had invested so much into this plan. "Oh, well, I shall inform Janice to create some commotion." Jorson, still somewhat dazed, muttered before remembering their purpose there, to support Simon inside the castle. "No need. I have already escaped." Simon appeared before them, slightly out of breath. He had removed the invisibility cloak and was heading towards the designated location. "Failed?" Jorson asked eagerly. "No, I encountered a greedy fellow." Let us retrieve Janice and return to Hogsmeade first, Simon replied, handing the invisibility cloak back to Dick with a smile. It worked splendidly. I suspect those fellows are still scouring the castle for me. Thank goodness you are safe, Dick sighed in relief upon Simon's return. What transpired? Janice rushed over after receiving Jorsan's message. I just saw what appeared to be chaos at Conway Castle. The gates were closed. Should we create some turmoil to aid Simon's escape? No need. I've already made it out. Let us return first, Simon said, stepping out from behind Dick with a smile. This time, we encountered a rather troublesome character. However, he will take the bait. Our lure is sufficiently large and enticing. I just fear he may choke on it. After speaking, Simon approached Jorsan and grasped his arm. Janice and Dick followed suit, and the four vanished through their attendant's apparition. Upon returning to the apothecary in Hogsmeade, Simon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Truthfully, being aimed at with a flintlock was quite stressful. After drinking some water, before Jorsan could dismiss Alice, he instructed the girl to set aside her work and head upstairs. I have delivered the potion to that fellow. And her ladyship was present to witness that letter. Simon inhaled deeply, trying to regulate his breathing before recounting the situation to his partners. Lady Mary Talbot seemed quite pleased. She even bestowed upon me a silver coin. Simon pulled the silver coin from his pocket and placed it before the three, continuing. She intends to have the maid try that potion. Once she comprehends its beautifying effects, she will crave it and subsequently persuade that wretched fellow for us. How do you plan to price it? Jorsan inquired. 100 pounds. At this exorbitant price, everyone gasped in astonishment. If it could truly fetch 100 gold coins, the profit would be staggering. Isn't that a bit steep? Jekas, a muggle-born, naturally understood the astronomical nature of such a price. Not at all, in fact. It's hardly high, considering Count Talbot will come with his musketeers to negotiate with us. Simon chuckled coldly, continuing, he won't pay. He may even resort to robbery, sending us to the pyre, or compel us to concoct this potion for him to profit. Thus, we must make Count Talbot realize how foolish his intentions truly are. Simon gazed at Dick and said, I require you to prepare an ample supply of potions, in conjunction with the sleeping spell, to incapacitate all his accomplices. That is certainly feasible, but why are you so certain he will proceed in that manner? Dick immediately acquiesced, albeit with a hint of confusion. While at the castle, he sought to retain me, so he must have begun to suspect my true identity. Although I believe I performed admirably, I surmise he is the type who would prefer to err on the side of caution rather than let a potential threat slip away. Simon's tone dripped with sarcasm as he continued, of course, for sustainable profit, we must engage in a discreet agreement with him, selling each bottle at 25 pounds. And he will market these beauty potions on our behalf. Why only a quarter? Jorsan frowned discontentedly, clearly unimpressed with Simon's pricing. How many individuals can afford such a potion? It's surprising you are still a muggle. Simon disdainfully shot a glance at Jorsan, retorting, if he wishes to take action against us, he must pay the price. Janice and Dick exchanged knowing glances and chuckled, Simon's scorn and self-assured demeanor rekindling their confidence in the scheme. 25 pounds is indeed a substantial sum for any noble or affluent merchant of this era. Nevertheless, they would be willing to purchase it. There are plenty of wealthy nobles and merchants, especially during this age of exploration. There will always be those with deep pockets. Moreover, the effects of the beauty potion are transient. After a while, to maintain its effects, one must reapply, akin to cosmetics, but more luxurious, a lucrative prospect. Although Simon and his cohort possess such a product, selling it proves to be a formidable challenge, and the Earl of Talbot represents the most promising market. In truth, you need not dwell on this, Simon reassured Jorsan. The risks we bear are far less than his. To some extent, we must concede certain benefits, otherwise, he will not take the bait unless you possess a means to compel him to serve our interests. Very well, I hope you are correct. Jorsan sighed heavily. When Simon proposed 100 gold coins per bottle, he felt he might lose his mind from sheer excitement. Yet, in an instant, the price was reduced to a mere quarter, which left him profoundly unsettled, akin to having a heap of gold coins before him while being permitted to take only a fraction. Jorsan was acutely aware that Simon's price was indeed exorbitant, yet it rendered the offer irresistible. For that scoundrel could likewise inflate the price of the beauty potion. Who knows how high it might climb? Chapter 54. Who was the prey after consuming the beauty potion? The transformation of the maid Bertha was indeed remarkable. However, the process of the potion taking effect was somewhat disconcerting. After all, anyone witnessing the thin layer of skin peeling away from her face would inevitably feel a twinge of alarm. Nevertheless, upon observing the changes in Bertha's complexion, Lady Mary cast aside her inner trepidation. The freckles and wrinkles on Bertha's face diminished significantly, and her skin transformed from parched to smooth and delicate, as if she had regained a decade of youth. Just as the sheepskin parchment left by Simon had described, this potion indeed had the power to restore one's youthful appearance, rendering them irresistibly charming. The maid's metamorphosis stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Lady Mary. She regretted bestowing the potion upon Bertha, realizing that had she used it, she would soon possess the enviable beauty coveted by all noblewomen. Jealousy and anger welled within her, and her loyal maid ultimately fell victim to her wrath. In the aftermath, The thought of acquiring this mysterious elixir of youth restored some of her spirits, though she soon began to regret her earlier violent act. However, this fleeting remorse quickly dissipated, and Lady Mary's thoughts became fixated on the enigmatic potion maker, imagining herself youthful and the envious gazes of others upon her. She could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Yet, her hopes remained unfulfilled. Several days passed without a word from the messenger, as if her wishes had sunk into oblivion. This left Lady Mary in a state of deep frustration, and she incessantly broached the subject with her husband, even attributing the messenger's delay to his earlier attempt to harm the witch's son. When will they finally contact us? Dear Mary, this is the 15th time you've asked today. You must remain calm. The awaited letter will arrive shortly, Talbot reassured his wife. How can I not be anxious? That miraculous elixir of youth, what Simon named it, will drive every woman to madness. The fervor in Lady Mary's gaze bore a hint of reproach towards her husband, clearly blaming his earlier recklessness for scaring off the messenger, perhaps even the witch herself. As for the alchemist, Lady Mary dismissed any notion that the potion could be attributed to him, firmly believing it to be the witch's miraculous brew. Be quiet, Mary. Your incessant chatter is driving me to distraction. Talbot shot her an irritated glare. Patience is key. I am certain our contact will emerge. They wish to sell us this potion. They are eager to obtain our gold, so they will reach out to us. For now, our only course of action is to wait. Have you not realized how this cursed potion has begun to drive you mad? Just then, Talbot's attention was drawn to the butler, Charles, who hurried towards them. What is it, Charles? He inquired, frowning. A maid discovered this letter while cleaning your study. It appeared out of thin air, the butler replied, handing the letter to Lord Talbot in a hushed tone. Very well, do not make a fuss about it, and ensure that maid remains silent, understood? Talbot gestured for the butler to leave. Once Charles had departed, Talbot triumphantly waved the sheepskin parchment before his wife, saying, Look, what is this? I told you he would contact us. In truth, Lord Talbot was equally intrigued by the potion, as his wife had stated. This wondrous elixir would send all women into a frenzy. The potential profits and benefits it could bring to the Talbot family were enough to entice him. Enough talk. Let us see what it says, Lady Mary urged, her eagerness to attain beauty palpable. Calm yourself. We shall acquire this potion. Trust me, Mary. Talbot unfurled the parchment and glanced at its contents. It bore a single sentence. Alchemy adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. To obtain this potion, you must provide sufficient pounds, and do not bring too many people. The parchment also included a rudimentary map marking the location of the transaction, 18, Oak Street. Cursed equivalent exchange. Lord Talbot summoned his butler and commanded, find out what 18, Oak Street is. It is a residential area for commoners, my lord, the butler quickly responded. However, it is also the most chaotic part of your domain, frequented by pirates, swindlers, and unscrupulous merchants. He certainly chose a fine location. Inform Walter that I require his gunmen. Have him await me in the hall. The steward promptly departed the courtyard to inform Captain Walter of the musketeers. What are you planning to do? Mary inquired, her tone laced with caution. There are no witches. Merely a band of pretenders seeking to exchange that mystical potion for our pounds. Do not fret. I shall apprehend them and compel them to produce this elixir for us. You will discover that a single vial is sufficient to offset our earnings for at least 2 months. Have you lost your mind? Mary clearly opposed this notion. What if they truly are witches? What about the church? Rest assured, I shall procure a vial of that potion for you. The Earl of Talbot confidently reassured his wife. They merely wish to obtain our pounds. No one can outsmart me. Mary was taken aback by her husband's audacity. Her concern was not for his safety, but rather for the potential attention this might draw from the church. Recently, a witch had been publicly burned in the town of Conway, and if they were to capture the witch responsible for crafting the potion, the consequences would be far from what Lady Mary wished to witness. The Earl of Talbot disregarded his wife's evident distress and hastened toward the hall, contemplating how to seize the potion's creator and exploit them for his own gain. If wielded correctly, this potion could yield immense profit, quickly elevating him to one of the wealthiest and most powerful nobles in all of England. The Earl did not entertain other considerations. As long as the individual remained in Conway, he was confident of capturing them. He immediately summoned his captain of musketeers and made the necessary arrangements. The Earl was not foolish enough to bluster. His musketeers would quietly encircle the transaction site, ready to apprehend the self-proclaimed alchemist at the opportune moment. Are you truly an alchemist? Let me verify that. The Earl's gaze fixed upon the parchment on the table, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 55, The Keeper of the Sword. Unbeknownst to the Earl, his series of reactions had already been anticipated by Simon. Oak Street, as the steward Charles had described, was indeed a particularly secluded residential area, frequented mostly by troublemaking outsiders, predominantly pirates and sailors, with the black market of Conway nestled within. In this age of exploration, one often found it impossible to distinguish between sailors and pirates. Driven by sufficient profit, sailors could easily transform into pirates. A group of cloaked figures meandered through the area, drawing little attention. Such occurrences were not particularly remarkable, as many preferred to conceal their identities, often merely attracting a few curious glances. Of course, There were those excessively driven by curiosity. However, that unfortunate soul quickly found himself overturned around the corner, collapsing like a heap of mud. Forget everything. Wendick was casting a forgetting charm upon the pursuer trailing behind. All clear, no one else is nearby. Janice and Simon stood watch, while Jolson, the only one capable of using the disillusionment charm among the four, maintained a lookout from a higher vantage point, sufficiently safeguarding them from numerous troubles. Naturally, all plans had been devised by Simon. In this era, Wendick and his companions exhibited ample caution, yet Simon, with his foresight from the future, understood that it was insufficient. He was acutely aware of how to ensure everyone's safety. After all, while he may not have experienced it firsthand, he had seen enough films prior to his transmigration. All right. Simon donned the invisibility cloak and nodded to Janice, signaling him to proceed. Alohamara, Janice whispered the incantation, unlocking the door for Simon. Once the door was carefully pushed open, Simon entered the residential area, cloaked in invisibility, to eliminate the muggles inside, donning Wendick's invisibility cloak primarily to avoid complications. As for the Earl of Talbot, he was likely just receiving the message and would require ample time to arrive and establish his defenses nearby. Within the cottage resided a couple, engaged in hushed conversation, completely unaware of the invasion by a group of wizards. The sight of the couple reminded Simon of his own family. He stealthily approached and cast a stunning spell on the man seated at the table, effortlessly bringing him down. Why the silence? The Muggle wife, busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, queried, only to be met with a flash of red light as the stunning spell successfully struck her. The second one down. Simon silently recited a phrase in his mind before extinguishing the flames in the hearth. As he turned to resume his inspection of the house, the creaking of wooden stairs echoed from above. A boy, of a similar age to Simon, appeared at the entrance of the hall. The child had already caught sight of his unconscious father, but before he could utter a sound, Simon's stunning spell struck him, rendering him utterly mute. The boy stumbled and tumbled down the stairs, but Simon swiftly employed a levitation charm to prevent the child from sustaining harm. He set the boy aside and ascended the staircase to assess the situation. All clear, come in. After several minutes of thorough examination, Simon beckoned his companions outside to enter the house. The wooden door was shut once more, and Simon removed his invisibility cloak, addressing Wendick. The child witnessed everything. Ensure his memory is erased. Additionally, administer a small dose of the forgetting potion to them, guaranteeing that this Muggle family remains unconscious while we occupy their home. Wendick handed Simon the prepared potion while he proceeded to wipe the boy's memory. Meanwhile, Janice retrieved a flask that had been readied earlier. And after Simon added the forgetting potion, he shook it slightly before prying open the mouths of the family members to administer the concoction. As for what would transpire when this family awoke, bewildered by their inexplicable slumber, it was no longer a concern for Simon and his companions. In this era, wizards were largely indifferent to the consequences of their actions. Although memory charms had been devised, their application remained rudimentary. Crafting a new memory was a laborious task, and unless absolutely necessary, wizards would not engage in such laborious and thankless endeavors. A simple oblivion charm sufficed to resolve the issue. In truth, it was only months after Simon's enrollment that he contemplated this matter. Initially, First Lomberton had employed a forgetting charm on his own family, compelling them to forget him. Yet, others were still aware of the circumstances. Later, Simon learned from other Muggle wizards that the majority handled the situation similarly. If their families could not accept the truth, they, like Simon, opted to sever ties with their Muggle households. The likelihood of reconciling with their families was almost non-existent for Muggle wizards. The efficacy of memory charms diminishes over time, often revealing cracks, and fabricating a web of false memories demands considerable time and effort. However, since Simon's family had forgotten even their own names and departed from their former lives in the small town, this issue faded away. The transaction site would be on the second floor of the house, and Simon cautioned Janice, "Do not touch anything here. We have ample provisions prepared. What is the status on Jorelson's end? I shall write to him at once." Moments later, a crackling sound resonated within the room as Jorelson appeared in the kitchen. Clutching a monocular and casually surveyed the corner where the family lay, inquiring, "Is everything resolved on this side?" "It is sorted." Simon and his companions gathered around the table, dining while discussing their forthcoming plans and necessary precautions. The lunch, though substantial, consisted of pre-prepared food that was somewhat tough, yet no one seemed to mind. If Talbot orders his riflemen to disperse and lay ambush, it indicates he intends to capture us alive. We need to use stunning spells to incapacitate his men and subsequently clear a room to contain them. Should Talbot arrive with a contingent of riflemen, we must rely on Wendick's potions to subdue them. Simon rapped his knuckles on the table, and due to his meticulous planning, everyone instinctively listened to his discourse, entirely disregarding any notion of him being merely a child. I hope he does not bring an entourage. That would draw too much attention. Simon cast a glance over everyone, cautioning, rifles can only fire one shot at a time and require extensive reloading. Therefore, as long as we remain vigilant, we should encounter minimal issues. Avoid injury. With that, Simon produced his flintlock pistol, transforming it to illustrate the weapon's mechanics, noting that Wendick, hailing from a wizarding family, likely possessed limited knowledge regarding such firearms. Simon was certainly not inclined to see his friend inadvertently meet a grim fate at the hands of a flintlock, albeit the likelihood was minimal. It was prudent to take precautions. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank, established by the Goblin Gringott, came into existence at an unspecified time, with some wizards commencing employment there as early as the 16th century. Chapter 56. The net tightens with a sudden crackle. Jorson materialized before the trio. Panting heavily as he exclaimed, approximately 50 adversaries have arrived, all armed with flintlocks. Half of them are lying in wait on the nearby streets, keeping a vigilant watch. I suspect they intend to capture us alive. Jorson unfolded a meticulously prepared map on the table, its surface marked with numerous locations where the musketeers were concealed. Indeed, the Earl of Talbot was not inclined to conduct negotiations in a conventional manner. Simon sighed in resignation. It seemed that only by inflicting some hardship upon the adversary would they find any semblance of tranquility. He raised his gaze to address everyone. Let us proceed according to the initial plan. Windick, remember your task. Speak less, for excessive chatter may betray your identity. The enemy is certainly not foolish. I am aware of what I must do. Windick replied, inhaling deeply and speaking with composure. Let us depart. Simon and Jorson exited together, their mission being to eliminate the nearby musketeers, while Janice remained outside, masquerading as a homeless vagabond, ready to provide cover for Windick at a moment's notice. Simon donned the invisibility cloak and stealthily approached the concealed location of the musketeers from behind, casting a spell of stupor to incapacitate them. Both Simon and Jorson executed their actions with remarkable agility. After bringing down the musketeers, Jorson led them to manifest their illusion, effortlessly transporting the unconscious bodies to a previously prepared dwelling. After all, should a passerby happen upon musketeers collapsed by the roadside, it could lead to unforeseen complications. How many is this now? Jorson muttered, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the frequent manifestations. The fifth squad. With that, Simon produced a quill and circled a point on the map. Moments earlier, he had surreptitiously pilfered ammunition from one of the musketeers and tucked it into his pocket. Simon was indeed running low on ammunition, and the deformation of the bullets was yet to be completed. He deemed it wise to conserve some for emergencies. Jorson remained silent, playing the role of a brigand, pilfering every coin from the musketeer's pouch, leaving not a single penny behind. So, there are still 3 squads? Jorson mused helplessly after vanishing with 4 soldiers. Simon pulled up his hood to shield his head and continued his hunt. Fortunately, fate was on their side. The snow had not begun to fall, allowing the invisibility cloak to work effectively. As darkness enveloped the sky, a group of cloaked figures appeared on Oak Street. Simon gazed at them from a distance. Knowing that a fat fish had taken the bait, he wondered what expression that arrogant count would wear upon discovering his men had all been taken down. Panic? Terror? Fear? He hoped the count would not be reduced to a quivering mess. Meanwhile, Count Talbot had led his men into the alleys of Oak Street, where some musketeers began to drive away the nearby vagrants. Get lost, beggar! A trembling Janice, huddled in a corner, was kicked down, and the small fire he had built was extinguished. Talbot commanded his men to clear the area of vagrants, evidently intending to capture Simon and his companions alive. Otherwise, he would not have prioritized stealth but would have come with a throng of musketeers and churchmen. In truth, the so-called vagrants amounted to just Janice, as the frigid weather rendered it fatal to spend the night outdoors. My lord, it's right here, someone said at the front of 18, Oak Street. A few halted their steps. Walter gestured to his subordinate, and a soldier knocked on the door. Receiving no response, he gently pushed the door, which surprisingly swung open. They quickly discovered the family inside was unconscious and deduced they were the owners of the house. This must be the place. The civilians have been incapacitated but not killed. Walter reported to Count Talbot as a dozen musketeers surged in, swiftly filling the interior. They failed to notice the peculiar expression on the face of the vagrant they had just chased away. Count Talbot ascended to the second floor with his musketeer captain and several confidants, clearly wishing to keep the matter discreet. He observed the cloaked figure shrouded in shadows and inquired, witch, pagan, or alchemist? Alchemist, Windick replied calmly, maintaining his composure despite being aimed at by several muskets. Talbot waved his hand, signaling the musketeers to temporarily lower their weapons. How do you prove your identity? I need not prove anything, Windick retorted with a hint of mockery. It seems you do not intend to complete this transaction. Why not? I simply dislike your approach. Shall we proceed in my manner? Count Talbot suddenly laughed, spreading his arms wide. Serve me, and I shall grant you infinite glory. Your so-called glory pales in comparison to alchemy. Windick coldly responded. That is not for you to decide. Talbot's expression hardened, yet he was not angered. Rather, he grew more curious about this individual. You cannot escape. My men have surrounded the area. You cannot even leave this room unless you wish to be delivered to the church to be burned at the stake. I am not a witch. Windick scoffed. I doubt your churchmen would be so blind as to mistake a man for a woman. Perhaps they would perceive you as a messenger of the devil, Talbot remarked, taking a seat opposite Windick without a moment's hesitation. That excuse is rather convenient. They have done so before, and many innocents have perished at their hands. One more won't matter. The boy who delivered my message, was he one of yours? My apprentice, Windick replied, remaining composed. You have not actually caught him, have you? What you are doing today is rather futile. You may attempt it. I do not wish for you to die here. Talbot raised his hand, and several muskets were aimed at Windick. In truth, they had been instructed not to fire unless in danger, as Talbot hoped to profit from this alchemist, and had no desire to kill him. Oh, is that so? You are quite confident. Windick's calm demeanor vexed Talbot slightly. Did all alchemists possess such madness, remaining unfazed even when threatened by firearms? Or perhaps he simply did not recognize what a musket was. Talbot himself could hardly believe it. He had thought a slight threat would suffice. Only to encounter someone seemingly unafraid of death. This could hardly be blamed on Windick. Born of pure-blood wizardry, he was unfamiliar with muskets. And while Simon had attempted to enlighten him, it was akin to a wizard threatening a muggle with a wand, an utterly bewildering experience, devoid of any fear. On Oak Street, Simon and his companion finally regrouped with Janice after clearing the nearby musketeers. The back door of Residence 18 was knocked upon again, and without anyone responding. The closed door was unexpectedly opened. Several bottles were suddenly hurled inside, shattering upon impact. As they shifted their gaze, potions rapidly evaporated in the air, causing the musketeers inhaling the smoke to succumb to confusion. The door burst open, and Cloak Jorson led the charge within. As the potion's effects took hold, he began casting spells of unconsciousness upon the soldiers. A few musketeers who attempted to flee were swiftly subdued by Simon and Jorson outside and dragged back inside. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the musketeers hesitated to fire, fearing friendly fire, a hesitation also influenced by Count Talbot's orders. Soon, all the musketeers lay sprawled on the ground. Hearing the commotion below, Talbot furrowed his brow, drawing his musket towards Windick and demanding, "What have you done?" "I merely allowed them a night's rest, nothing more." Windick's gaze sharpened as he raised his head to meet Talbot's, warning, "I am here to negotiate, not to cause harm. But should you or your men dare to fire upon me, I will choose to eliminate everyone, including you. Trust me. You would not wish to be at the mercy of a musket aimed at your head. You won't. No, I will. You are merely a noble I have randomly selected. Had it not been for my extensive need for gold for my alchemical research, I would not waste my time on this transaction." Windick spoke with a calm demeanor. "My time is precious." As he spoke, Windick produced an exquisite ceramic vial in full view and casually tossed it to the ground, shattering it. "It seems this transaction has failed. You destroyed it." Talbot was momentarily taken aback, and the other soldiers were equally stunned. Suddenly, the doors swung open without warning, and several musketeers aimed their weapons at the entrance, yet nothing occurred. Moments later, Talbot was horrified to see his soldiers collapsing one by one, including the captain of the musketeers. Simon entered from outside, casting a glance at Talbot before addressing Windick. "Those troublesome fellows have been dealt with. They likely won't awaken before tomorrow." In fact, when the door opened moments ago, Jorson, clad in a faintly discernible cloak, made his entrance into the room. Having incapacitated those musketeers, the appearance of Simon merely created an illusion for Talbot, maintaining a sufficient degree of mystery and pressure, which was undoubtedly crucial for the transaction at hand. As for Janice, his task was to keep watch downstairs. "Well, the troublesome fellow has been dealt with." Windick grinned and turned to Talbot, inquiring, "So, do you intend to proceed with this deal?" Talbot took a deep breath and suddenly burst into laughter. He was now certain that this self-proclaimed alchemist possessed some genuine skill. He asked, "What did you administer to my musketeers?" "A concoction that induces a state of unconsciousness upon detection," Simon interjected misleadingly. "Is that so?" Count Talbot paused, scrutinizing the oil lamp before him. He could discern nothing unusual, perceiving it as an ordinary oil lamp. In truth, he could see nothing amiss. It was merely a common lamp, emitting the characteristic acrid scent of burning oil. "May I pose a few questions?" Count Talbot suddenly spoke. Windick did not decline, gesturing for him to continue. "Can you truly turn stone into gold and create an elixir of immortality?" Talbot voiced his curiosity, for it was said that alchemists possessed the ability to transmute base materials. Yet none had ever witnessed it firsthand. "Someone has accomplished it," Simon scoffed, prompting Windick to respond. "It is said that centuries ago, an alchemist named Nicholas Flamel had the power to transmute base metals into gold and could concoct an elixir of immortality. Is it truly possible to achieve immortality?" Count Talbot inquired, puzzled. "It is said that both Nicholas and his wife are still alive," Simon replied, "though it has been quite some time since anyone has laid eyes on them." Simon's words filled Count Talbot with elation, while Windick and the concealed Jolson were taken aback, fortunate that the darkness concealed their surprise. "My mentor is researching the alchemical process of transmutation, which necessitates a significant investment of gold. Otherwise, who would share their findings with you lot?" Simon remarked disdainfully. "What can you offer me?" Count Talbot disregarded Simon's scorn and pressed on, for this was the matter of utmost importance to him. "The process is not simple. I will manage to create a few vials each month," Windick stated, tapping the table and pausing for a moment before continuing. "Given your recent actions, you will need to pay 100 pounds for the first vial. By the way, I only accept gold." "What? 100 pounds? Count Talbot, already feeling the sting of sacrifice, erupted in fury upon hearing the price. Windick raised his hand to silence him, proceeding, "Each month, I will ensure that you receive 4 to 5 vials, each costing 25 pounds. Remember, I only accept gold. How you handle the potions is your concern, but you must never expose me. Count Talbot calculated his potential gains and losses and ultimately nodded in agreement, finding the price somewhat acceptable. After all, with a markup, he would be able to generate a considerable profit each month. However, I must caution you about one thing. This potion cannot be used consecutively. You must wait 3 months or even 6 months between uses. Should you misuse it and encounter issues, do not blame me for the lack of warning, Wendick warned. Narrowing his eyes, I will contact you again. I hope that next time you bring gold instead of musketeers. Such matters are best not repeated, as everyone has their limits. Wendick stood up and exited the room, followed by Simon, leaving behind a room filled with unconscious musketeers and a dazed Count Talbot. A sudden crack startled Talbot, prompting him to rise and pursue, but nothing transpired. The alchemist and his apprentice had completely vanished after the sound. On the first floor, numerous unconscious musketeers lay sprawled. The events of the night made Count Talbot feel as if he were ensnared in a dream. The inventor of the flying powder was Ignatia Wildsmith, dating back to the 13th century with a ratio of 2 parts to 1 spoon. That night, Simon conducted a final analysis for the 3 individuals and advised Wendick to draft a magical contract favorable to himself. In truth, to secure a stable source of income for his magical studies in the near future, Simon had layered his safeguards. He not only shared the substantial profits from the beauty potions with others, with Talbot being one of the greatest beneficiaries, but also ensured that the other party would cooperate willingly in order to obtain more beauty potions. Simon also painted a grand vision for Count Talbot with Nicodemus Meller's transmutation of base metals into gold and the elixir of immortality. Who among the affluent does not yearn for a prolonged existence? The esteemed alchemist Wendick, known for his ability to concoct miraculous beauty potions, is currently delving into the secrets of transmutation. How far could the elixir of life be? By establishing a close partnership, one could naturally become a potential beneficiary of the elixir. The magical contract serves as a third layer of assurance, primarily aimed at preempting any unforeseen circumstances. However, this contract harbors certain loopholes, and Wendick possesses numerous strategies to circumvent any minor inconveniences it may present. The following day, Wendick and Talbot successfully inked the agreement, granting Count Talbot the rights to distribute the beauty potion, dubbed the Romance of Youth, in exchange for his loyalty. Should either party breach the agreement, they would face dire consequences. They returned with a substantial bag of gold coins, and the 4 of them celebrated exuberantly throughout the night. Upon awakening the next day, Simon descended the stairs to find the hall still in disarray. Jorson had risen early, seated in a chair, repeatedly counting the coins and muttering phrases like "we've struck it rich." In this era, 200 pounds is indeed a remarkable sum. Many Muggle commoners would struggle to amass half such wealth in a lifetime. Jennas and Wendick had also arrived early, both displaying none of the lethargy typical of a late night. They had plans to venture to Diagon Alley to exchange their substantial fortune for galleons, subsequently dividing it as previously agreed. Their excitement rendered sleep elusive, with Simon standing as the sole exception. The apothecary's fireplace was not connected to the flue network, as a single scoop of flue powder costs 2 sickles, a price Jorson found intolerable. In fact, for many wizards, the cost of a single journey requiring several nuts is excessively steep. They would prefer to learn apparition, with Jorson serving as a prime example. Simon and his companions could only materialize in Diagon Alley with the assistance of Jorson, as he was squeezed out of the rubber tube. Simon found himself standing on an unfamiliar street. It bore a resemblance to Hogsmeade, yet the thoroughfares were evidently more spacious, filled with the clamorous sounds of merchants hawking their wares, and vendors could be seen peddling their goods. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Wendick grinned at Simon. "It's even more bustling than I had imagined," Simon remarked as he surveyed Diagon Alley. Clearly, it was far more prosperous than Hogsmeade, boasting restaurants, shops, banks, and various other boutiques. According to Harry Potter's descriptions, this was the epicenter of the British magical world. Naturally, Janice chuckled. "I've only visited Diagon Alley a handful of times myself. The streets were alive with the movement of wizards. Yet there seemed to be a conspicuous absence of young children." Simon's presence here was evidently out of place, drawing curious glances from several onlookers. Perhaps most assumed that someone of Simon's age ought to be attending Hogwarts rather than being here. "Well then, let us head to Gringotts," Jorson eagerly suggested, striding ahead. "What do you wish to purchase, Simon?" Wendick inquired. "Books," Simon replied. "I require a considerable number of them. I plan to visit Flourish and Blots in hopes of finding what I need." He did not conceal his shopping intentions, producing a piece of parchment to continue, and clothing. "I wish to acquire several new garments, a fresh quill, ample parchment, 2 bottles of ink, and I also need an owl. Having an owl will facilitate communication with others. And when I have the leisure, I can correspond with First Lomberton regarding spell-related inquiries." As Simon recited his shopping list with precision, Janice was momentarily rendered speechless. While Jorson and Wendick exchanged astonished glances, it seemed Simon was not inclined to retain a significant sum of money. Nevertheless, Janice admired Simon's resolve. Despite being expelled from Hogwarts, he had not relinquished his pursuit of magical knowledge. Had he been in Simon's position, he might have succumbed to despair. Wendick too regarded Simon with an approving smile, appreciating his steadiness and eagerness to learn, a commendable trait, indeed. Yet, the thought of the situation incited greater dissatisfaction with the ancient figures whose machinations had disrupted his life. Had it not been for their intrigues, the storm that had engulfed him would have long since passed, leaving the headmaster, Fodisk, unscathed. While Simon had been forced to leave Hogwarts. Moments later, they navigated through the somewhat crowded streets and arrived at Gringotts. The edifice of the Wizarding Bank loomed tall, a striking white marble structure that stood out among the shops of Diagon Alley. Upon approaching, Simon noticed two wizards stationed as guards at the entrance. As the quartet passed through the first bronze door, the guards cast a discerning glance in their direction. The second door was made of silver, even if merely silver-plated. It demanded a considerable fortune. If it were solid silver, the wealth that Gringotts possessed was truly remarkable, prompting Simon to marvel at the goblin's affluence. The silver doors bore an inscription that read, "Enter, stranger, but beware of the fate that greed may bring. To take without labor will incur the gravest of punishments. Thus, if you seek to extract a fortune that has never belonged to you, thief, consider yourself warned. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution." Gringotts was not as Simon had envisioned. The goblins appeared somewhat unfriendly, exhibiting a palpable distrust towards the wizard guards. Behind the silver doors stood two goblin sentinels, wands in hand, casting unfriendly glances at the newcomers. In this era, it seemed that goblins still possessed the right to wield wands. Simon recalled that during Harry Potter's time, goblins were not permitted to use wands, despite their innate ability to perform magic without them. Simon followed closely behind several others as they entered a grand hall adorned with towering marble columns. Inside, a multitude of fairies occupied high stools behind an elongated counter. Some weighing coins on scales, others scrutinizing gemstones through magnifying glasses, while a few hastily recorded transactions in large ledgers. The vast wealth within the hall was enough to stir one's desires. Simon could even hear the sound of Jorson swallowing in anticipation. Countless doors lined the expansive chamber, presumably leading to various vaults. Jorson paused before the fairy operating the scales, placing a hefty bag of gold coins before the elderly sprite. The old fairy glanced at Jorson and his companions, then opened the bag to begin appraising the coins within. After a brief wait, once the valuation was complete, Jorson ultimately received 55 gallons along with a few sickles and nuts. Simon calculated that the exchange rate between the pound and the galleon was approximately 3.5 to 1. This rate exceeded his expectations significantly. He had received a total of 11 golden galleons along with 3 sickles. Perhaps it was only when the British East India Company unleashed its dominion upon the world, flooding England with gold, that the exchange rate between the pound and the galleon would begin to shift. Clarifications. 1. The golden finger refers to an advanced computing system related to Simon's role as a traveler. It is not akin to the systems found in typical narratives. It does not issue tasks but merely serves as a computational intelligence for data analysis, with numerous applications that will unfold later. 2. The sandwich has two origins, one from the 13th century and another from the 18th century. At least, that is the information I found during my research. 3. The term sauce here does not denote soy sauce. It can be likened to foie gras or caviar. In the text, it generally refers to meat or fish sauces, which are rather savory. 4. Simon's expulsion from school is a universal truth. Regardless of the circumstances, be it intentional or accidental, the administration is unlikely to allow one to continue. Of course, the headmaster, Fodisk, is merely a facade. I wish for the readers to accept this reality. Fodisk's character is embroiled in the turmoil of the Wizarding Council, where certain individuals wish to see him ousted from his position. Simon's predicament may serve as a tool for others to undermine him, and Fodisk merely seeks to distance himself from the issue. Simon, akin to an innocent bystander caught in a terrorist attack, can only lament his misfortune, though this analogy may be somewhat imprecise. The head of Slytherin, Gellert Rogier, is evidently aware of the situation, while the other heads possess limited insight, focusing their attentions elsewhere without any intent to malign anyone. If some perceive this as maligning, I can do nothing about it. Chapter 59. The second wand. It is said that Simon has now become a man of wealth. Nevertheless, he resolved to invite a few others to accompany him on a shopping excursion. Although the likelihood of robbery was diminished, possessing a substantial amount of money alone felt somewhat insecure. Jorson deposited his share of gold into Gringotts, where he maintained a small vault, and inquired if Simon wished to temporarily store his gold there as well. Simon politely declined and expressed his intention to go shopping, inviting Wendick to accompany him. Wendick eagerly conveyed his desire to purchase tools for potion making. Ultimately, Janice accompanied Simon on his shopping expedition. The two ventured into a clothing store, where Simon acquired several slightly oversized cloaks, as well as well-fitted garments and robes. Notably, he did not opt for the standard Hogwarts robes, which left the somewhat slender witch slightly taken aback, as she likely assumed that Simon was a prospective student for Hogwarts next year, though that was evidently not the case. The cloaks chosen by Simon were either deep brown or black, utterly belonging to the realm of the inconspicuous. He initially contemplated ordering some garments for Alice as well, but regrettably, it was impossible for Jorson to bring her along. After consulting the witch, Simon had no choice but to temporarily abandon this notion. Janice, on the other hand, had crafted a new outfit, which was far more splendid than Simon's. Together, they ventured to procure quills and parchment before heading to the Lihen bookstore. It is said that this bookstore has existed for quite some time. Following the Hogwarts book list for various grades, Simon began to order the books he required. It is noteworthy that in this era, all books were meticulously handwritten by magic, a process that demanded considerable time, rendering each volume exorbitantly priced. Simon's funds were insufficient to acquire many books. Fortunately, thanks to the volumes provided by one Dick, he could focus solely on acquiring what he needed. Janice, however, displayed a hint of impatience, expressing his reluctance to linger in the bookstore. After agreeing on a meeting point with Simon, he departed early, a move that Simon had anticipated, as he had intentionally sought to divert his companion. Simon spent a considerable amount of time at the Lihen bookstore, where he also placed numerous orders for books. Before leaving, Janice witnessed Simon making an advance payment for his purchases, which greatly pleased the proprietor. Prior to his departure, Simon requested a catalog list from the store. With only a few gold gallons left in his pocket, Simon ventured alone to the magical supplies shop, where he spent several sequos to acquire a brass scale from an elderly wizard, along with a silver dagger and several items that were missing from Jorson's laboratory. The elderly wizard was taken aback when he saw Simon promptly paying for his purchases, seemingly surprised that Simon was alone. Before Simon departed, the old wizard kindly advised him against venturing into the alleyway alone. Simon, of course, would not venture into Nocturne Alley, for that place is fraught with danger. He now stood before Ollivander's wand shop, surveying the establishment without the slightest hurried enter. If Diagon Alley is built around Gringotts, then Ollivander's wand shop undoubtedly stands as the most ancient structure within its confines. The wand has always been a source of concern for Simon. A wizard without a wand is scarcely different from an ordinary person. How could Simon possibly feel at ease without a reliable wand at his disposal? The proprietor of Ollivander's wand shop was an elderly gentleman, his hair a cascade of white, and his face a tapestry of wrinkles, resembling a man who teetered on the brink of the grave. Accompanying him was a young wizard, seemingly of a similar age to Windick. They appeared to share a familial bond. Upon Simon's entrance, their conversation came to an abrupt halt as they turned to regard him at the sound of the shop's brass bell. "Welcome." Young Ollivander cast a glance at Simon, then peered behind him, finding no one else. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Are you here to purchase a wand? A student of Hogwarts, perhaps?" "I require a wand," Simon replied, ignoring the young Ollivander's bewilderment and directing his gaze towards the elder. "Hogwarts can only provide me with second-hand wands. Now that I have funds, I hope to acquire a more effective wand, as that second-hand wand does not always heed my commands. After all, a second-hand wand belongs to someone else and lacks the familiarity of one's own." Young Ollivander had grasped Simon's circumstances. Only muggle-born wizards or impoverished ones would resort to second-hand wands, and Simon clearly belonged to the former category, while the latter would surely have an adult accompanying them. However, young Ollivander's curiosity was piqued regarding the source of Simon's funds, or whether he possessed any at all. "Oh, very well," the elder remarked, halting his grandson's speech with a glance. "Nonetheless, every wizard purchasing a wand here must undergo registration. My dear boy, would you mind sharing your name with me?" Simon replied calmly, "Of course, I'm Simon Green." Little Ollivander murmured Simon's name, suddenly scrutinizing him. "You weren't expelled, but what does it matter? Is there a rule here?" Simon furrowed his brow. "Even if I were expelled, I remain a wizard. Is that not correct? A wizard without a wand is no different from a muggle. One cannot expect to wield magic poorly through other means." Having said that, Simon placed 2 gold galleons on the table, recognizing little Ollivander's intentions and using the coins to silence him. "Of course, my dear boy, there is no such rule here." Old Ollivander paid no heed to the 2 galleons and began selecting a wand for Simon, while little Ollivander approached Simon, intrigued by the story of his expulsion. As cases of student expulsions from Hogwarts were quite rare, Simon remained silent, patiently awaiting his wand. Mr. Ollivander meticulously selected several wands, placing them before Simon. He attentively picked them up, trying each one in succession. After testing a few, he finally paused at one particular wand, feeling an exceptional affinity with it. His personal trial confirmed the connection was indeed more profound than that of the wand he currently possessed. Crafted from oak and adorned with a phoenix feather, Mr. Ollivander looked up at Simon and suddenly remarked, "You possess another wand, do you not?" "Yes," Simon replied, "but it does not suit me as well. At least not as comfortably as this one." He then inquired about the price, to which Mr. Ollivander responded, 1 galleon. Simon took a gold galleon from the table and, after expressing his gratitude to old Ollivander, departed from the wand shop. "Why, knowing that child already possesses his own wand, did you still sell him another?" Young Ollivander pondered, bewildered by his grandfather's decision. Old Ollivander remained silent, gazing intently at Simon's receding figure, his expression laden with contemplation. According to the current pace of updates, the new content is expected to be released around the 15th of this month, with the possibility of additional updates. Once it is published, there will be a period of 1 to 2 weeks for further enhancements, after which the subsequent update speed will depend on the subscription ratio. Given the current number of collections, I do not harbor high hopes for subscriptions. It appears that a greater number of readers prefer lighthearted tales or simplistic narratives. To be candid, while recently reviewing the comments, I merely chuckled upon noticing the issue regarding the number of ropes. As my middle school English was taught by my geography teacher, who candidly informed the class after graduation that he was, in fact, a geography major. Chapter 60, Potter's Invitation. Simon, your letter, Alice exclaimed as she hurried to the window, opening it to let in the owl that had tapped on the wooden board. This owl, named Pa, had been purchased by Simon during his recent visit to Diagon Alley, a name chosen by Alice, which the owl seemed to appreciate. And Simon paid little mind to such trivialities. The owl, weary from its journey through the snowstorm, was welcomed by Alice, who promptly filled its dedicated dish with cereal to help restore its energy. You've worked hard, Simon murmured, unsure if he directed the comment towards the owl or Alice. He unfolded the letter and began to read swiftly. It was a proposal from Professor Ward Croach, expressing delight in Simon's continued study of transfiguration. Several days had passed since the last beauty potion, and with a steady source of funds, Simon's life had stabilized. Aside from dedicating approximately half an hour each day to practicing potion-making materials, he began to invest considerable time in delving into the books he had purchased. In contrast to the first-year curriculum, which familiarized young wizards with magic, the second-year texts delved into more profound subjects, with an increasing breadth of knowledge. Likely, the professors did not expect all students to master these concepts. For instance, the 7th-grade spellbook included the Patronus Charm. In truth, in this era, the Patronus Charm is a rather intricate spell, with few witches and wizards capable of conjuring a corporeal Patronus. Simon also attempted this magic, but alas, only a thin veil of white mist appeared. He nearly bypassed the second-year spellcasting course, having already mastered the enlargement and reduction charms, as well as the stunning, obstructive, and disarming spells. With his new wand in hand, Simon found the learning of spells to be less arduous than he had previously imagined. He took 5 days to preliminarily grasp the application of these 2 spells. Presently, Simon's progress was rapid enough to reduce a chair to the size of his palm. Jorson often lamented this situation, as the chairs in the apothecary were perpetually insufficient, and the ones promised by Windic were forgotten amidst his potion research. In comparison to his spellcasting, Simon had made little headway in transfiguration. Transforming a flintlock musket proved to be more challenging than anticipated. He had attempted to disassemble the firearm and transform each part individually before reassembling it, but this endeavor posed a dilemma concerning precision, even if all components were successfully crafted. It did not guarantee the assembly of a functional handgun, particularly given Simon's lack of familiarity with such devices. Thad Crouch advised Simon to focus, suggesting that his failure to conjure intricate items using transfiguration stemmed from overthinking the internal structure of the objects, which detracted from his concentration and led to the spell's failure. The transfiguration professor further informed Simon that success required a considerable degree of confidence and rigorous practice, as this was a curriculum typically reserved for 4th-year students and remained exceedingly challenging for him at present. This statement unequivocally pinpointed the reason for Simon's failures in transfiguration. Was it a matter of insufficient level, an inability to allocate skill points, or perhaps an incapacity to unleash the abilities? With a hint of self-deprecation, Simon reverted the modern handgun-like object back to a flintlock musket and set it aside, deciding to refrain from further attempts for the time being. At that moment, the door swung open forcefully and Jorson hurriedly entered, followed by a group of wizards. One among them was being carried in, appearing injured, with a vague wound on his arm that seemed to have been inflicted by some clawing. Quick, Simon, fetch the white fresh and silver powder. Remember to grab some healing potions, Jorson exclaimed. Had he been bitten by a werewolf? Simon cast a hurried glance at the disheveled man before swiftly moving into the inner room, retrieving a pouch of silver powder from a row of drawers, and taking some fresh white fresh from the cradle, crushing it to mix with the silver powder before handing it to Jorson. Jorson promptly applied the mixture to the wound and tore a strip of cloth to bandage it. Just then, another familiar figure entered, and Simon quickly glanced at Alice, instructing, "Head upstairs, and remember to bring my books." "Jorson, how is Blaze?" An elderly wizard inquired urgently. "Not well. He has lost too much blood. I've managed to staunch the bleeding, but you must understand," Jorson did not finish his sentence. "Sometimes, allowing him to perish may indeed be a more suitable choice than attempting to save him. If he were to transform into a werewolf, the situation could become even more dire, as not everyone wished to confront the existence of living as a werewolf." Simon glanced back at Janice Jessie, who was entering the room, and murmured, "He has likely heard tales of my exploits in the Forbidden Forest and sought to test his fortune, only to encounter a werewolf." The patrons of the Hogshead Inn were well aware that Janice had struck it rich in the Forbidden Forest, as his recent lifestyle had indeed become quite opulent. He had not only acquired a new cloak and long boots, but also frequently boasted about his adventures within the forest, evidently leading some to take his claims seriously. His misfortune was truly lamentable. Simon moved to the hearth, retrieved the kettle of boiling water, and poured each of them a cup of warm water. Except for Janice, none possessed the inclination to drink. The unfortunate wizard's wounds had been staunched, and after receiving a few doses of a restorative potion, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. For Jorson had administered a life-saving elixir to spare him from excessive suffering. Jorson would never allow a werewolf to linger in the apothecary, even one who had not yet escaped the clutches of death. In truth, his options were exceedingly limited. The man who had been carried away was said to have perished the following day. Simon was uncertain of the details surrounding his death, only aware that Jorson attended the funeral. Indifferently, Simon reflected that the death of a stranger held no impact on him whatsoever. He merely penned a letter to Potter, cautioning him against venturing into the forbidden forest at this perilous juncture, and included the intelligence-enhancing potion that the three had previously requested. The reply took considerably longer than Simon had anticipated, and the correspondent was not Potter, but rather Weasley. He informed Simon that, due to an injury sustained by the Gryffindor Seeker during a skirmish with Slytherin, Potter had been compelled to take his place in the upcoming match against Ravenclaw and was currently engaged in intensive training, with the headmaster's consent. Enclosed with the letter were several sickles, designated as payment for the potion. A few days later, Potter did respond, expressing his delight at being too preoccupied to venture into the Forbidden Forest as he was busy preparing for Quidditch. He extended an invitation for Simon to attend his debut match and included 10 nuts as well. Simon smiled wryly. His friends were likely unaware of his newfound fortune. The Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts is situated near Hogsmeade and is open to visiting wizards. However, the caretaker, Cromaha Leslie, charges a fee of 10 nuts to these outsiders. Yet still, a considerable number of wizards flock to witness the Quidditch matches. Simon replied, expressing his intention to attend. He had never anticipated that he would return to Hogwarts in such a manner. Chapter 61, Alice's Dream. Simon no longer inquired about the matters of the beauty elixir. Each month, he received several gold gallons, and his life at the apothecary had become quite comfortable. During these days, Simon made significant progress under Wendick's guidance. He successfully concocted a fever-reducing potion. The practice of transformation continued, and he had just managed to convert living beings into inanimate objects, a feat that had unfortunately led to the demise of several unfortunate longhorn slugs. The snow began to melt, and March arrived silently, heralding the onset of warmer weather. Simon began to plan for a hot shower for himself. It must be said that spending an entire winter without bathing is quite difficult for someone like him to accept. Simon was fortunate. Jorson had left the apothecary for a few days, allowing Simon to execute his plan under the cover of night. The tables and chairs of the apothecary had been pushed aside, replaced by a large wooden tub that Simon had prepared to serve as a bath. He made use of the ample firewood he had gathered earlier, boiling water to fill the tub. As Simon soaked in the wooden vessel, sipping warm milk and humming a cheerful tune, he felt that his life was finally beginning to resemble something worthwhile. The tub contained various herbs meant for sterilization, as spring was a season ripe for the proliferation of bacteria, and falling ill would undoubtedly be a nuisance. Jorson's apothecary was never short of herbs, and Simon could easily spare a small amount without being detected. Medical practices in this era were quite rudimentary. Many ailments remained untreatable, even for the most skilled wizards. The Muggles fared even worse. Simon had heard that in the past, bloodletting was a common remedy for illness, truly a ghastly notion, as surviving such practices was a remarkable feat. In the spirit of cleanliness, Simon had made notable improvements to the apothecary since his arrival. With his face slightly flushed from the steam, he reclined comfortably, contemplating his future. There was no turning back. His focus now was on enhancing the quality of his existence and pursuing activities that brought him joy. As he grew older, Simon envisioned embarking on adventures to explore the world of yesteryear, a world he had scarcely traversed even within his own province. He dreamed of accumulating sufficient wealth to take multiple wives, which he found rather appealing. Perhaps he had lingered in the tub too long, for Simon's thoughts began to drift. Suddenly, he heard a noise from upstairs, a creaking of footsteps descending the stairs. To his surprise, Alice appeared at this hour. He had intentionally chosen to bathe while she was asleep, not wishing to seem too peculiar. "Simon, what are you doing?" Alice rubbed her eyes, astonished at the sight of the large tub in the hall, likely believing she had stumbled into the wrong place. "I'm bathing. I will be done shortly. Would you like to wash as well?" Simon replied, casting a warm smile towards the girl. She was a beautiful young lady, though her life was not particularly pleasant due to her muteness. "Is that all right?" Alice blinked in surprise. "Of course. Just wait a moment while I finish, and you can go upstairs to fetch some clean clothes," Simon assured her, thinking of her as a sister. As Alice ascended the stairs, he quickly dried himself, changed into fresh garments, finished the remaining milk, and heated more water to ensure the tub remained comfortably warm. "Why are you bathing now?" Alice inquired, her brow furrowed with confusion. "I'm feeling unwell." Simon chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Be sure to wash your hair too. When you're clean, you'll be even prettier." "Stop it." Alice brushed his hand away, likely feeling at ease with Simon, allowing her true self to shine without the embarrassment she often experienced around others. "I'm heading upstairs now. Call me when you're done, and I'll tidy up down here. By the way, we should go shopping for clothes tomorrow. It's been years since you had anything new," Simon remarked, gesturing towards the tub. "Why not test the water to see if it's suitable?" "Oh, no need for that. No one will sell clothes to me," Alice murmured softly. "Why not?" Simon frowned in concern. "They say they won't sell clothes to a mute." Alice's voice dropped even lower. "Has Phyllis taken you shopping?" Simon couldn't help but ask. My sister has her hands tied. She can only give me her old clothes. Alice clasped Simon's hand, touched by his offer to buy her new clothes. No one had ever treated her this way besides her sister. Don't worry. We will find a solution. Just wash up. We don't want you to catch a chill. If you need anything, call for me. Simon reassured her. Sighing inwardly as he realized that life as a mute was proving to be even more challenging than he had imagined. As he departed, Simon recalled Phyllis's potion. If necessary, he could disguise himself with it for their shopping venture. Surely, Phyllis had considered this possibility when she first concocted it. Upon returning upstairs, Simon did not sleep but sat in a chair, leisurely studying the Lumos spell. He endeavored to enhance the spell to provide a brighter and more stable source of light. Closing his eyes, he focused on amplifying his magical output. The light at the tip of his wand seemed to brighten, yet it also became somewhat erratic. He had no choice but to terminate the spell and start anew. At times, he couldn't help but marvel at Dumbledore's genius, who not only devised a method for the protagonists to convey messages, but also invented numerous spells. Creating a magical artifact akin to an electric lamp would likely pose little challenge for such a brilliant mind. Simon's thoughts began to drift, and upon regaining his focus, he realized he had nearly succumbed to slumber. The silence from downstairs suggested that all was still, prompting him to softly call out to Alice, yet receiving no response. This elicited a frown as he descended the stairs with his wand in hand. Alice lay comfortably asleep in the wooden tub, seemingly in a deep slumber, her hair unwashed. Simon felt a sense of helplessness as he hurriedly drained the tub, dried her body, and dressed her. Alice's physique was considerably weakened, although her recent diet had improved. The lingering issues from past years remained. It was, in fact, Simon's first experience dressing another, and he felt somewhat awkward about it. He was mindful not to dawdle. For while the weather was not overly cold, prolonged exposure could lead to illness. Ultimately, he cast a levitation charm on Alice and carefully carried her upstairs, placing her gently on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Satisfied with his efforts, Simon returned to rest, leaving the matters downstairs for another day. That night, Alice dreamt she had transformed into Cinderella, envisioning a handsome prince whisking her away, rescuing her from the clutches of her cruel and loathsome mother. Chapter 62. Meeting without recognition. Simon, is this truly all right? Alice anxiously tugged at Simon's sleeve, her face a portrait of concern. At that moment, the girl donned the wizarding robe and hat Simon had prepared for her, her small face taut as she followed closely behind him. Since Simon had been invited by Potter to watch a Quidditch match, he had promised to take Alice to Hogwarts for the game. Initially, she had eagerly anticipated that day, often engaging Simon in discussions about Hogwarts. However, when the day finally arrived, her demeanor shifted to one of palpable nervousness. As a mute, Alice faced an abundance of unfriendly gazes, rendering her character more fragile than that of her peers. Aware of her worries, Simon endeavored to encourage her. Don't you long to see your sister? Simon finally unveiled his trump card. Recently, Phyllis seemed preoccupied, having not visited Alice in quite some time. A few days prior, Simon had written to her, informing her of their plans to attend the Quidditch match, to which Phyllis had replied that she would make time to accompany her sister. The weather outside was fair, with a gentle breeze and warm sunlight. Simon held Alice's small hand as they walked out of Hogsmeade, heading towards Hogwarts. The girl appeared somewhat uneasy, having not ventured out of the apothecary in ages, and she nestled behind Simon. The Quidditch matches at Hogwarts typically took place between 10 and 11 in the morning. As Simon and Alice approached, they encountered several familiar faces, residents of Hogsmeade, including Tom from the second-hand shop. The spectators of the match were generally affluent wizards, akin to those who attend sports games or movie screenings in later eras. In his previous life, Simon had never sought a girlfriend, nor had he gone on dates. His outings to the cinema were confined to his university years, primarily with good friends from the dormitory. He had never imagined that after his reincarnation, he would find himself taking a young girl to watch Quidditch, a notion that struck him as amusing. Was this an unconventional form of a date? Simon had always believed that his emotional intelligence was lacking, which hindered his ability to find a girlfriend. It seemed that this perception was a consequence of his profession. Being an IT worker, coupled with financial constraints, certainly added to the challenge. Discarding unnecessary thoughts, Simon engaged in conversation with Alice, elucidating the intricacies of Hogwarts to help her relax. Before long, they arrived near the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts was in close proximity to Hogsmeade, and as they entered Hogwarts, they encountered the warden, Kermahar Leslie, whose expression resembled that of a corpse, as if someone owed him a few hundred galleons. The appearance of Simon and Alice elicited a moment of astonishment on the face of Kermahar Leslie, who likely never anticipated that among the attendees of the Quidditch match, there would be children present. Simon approached politely, greeting the caretaker before handing over 20 nuts. Under the caretaker's bewildered gaze, he led Alice towards the Quidditch pitch. As Kermahar Leslie watched Simon's retreating figure, he initially felt astonished, soon succumbing to deep contemplation. The child had just greeted him, yet he could not recall who this individual was. Moreover, why was the child clad in wizard robes, yet not enrolled at Hogwarts? Although Kermahar noticed that the robes differed slightly from Hogwarts uniforms, the notion of students from other schools did not cross his mind at all. Which student from another school would have the leisure to wander to Hogwarts, especially not during the Triwizard Tournament? Simon Alice was preparing to enter the Quidditch stadium when he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face outside. Simon? Leah Edwin called out hesitantly, as the boy before her was entirely different from the Simon she once knew. In the past, Simon had donned a tattered old robe, clearly a mark of poverty, which Leah had readily identified. However, the young man before her now wore a pristine robe, adorned with a gentle smile. Engaged in conversation with a girl in a pointed hat, entirely unrecognizable as a poor individual, which left her perplexed. It has been a while, Edwin. Simon turned to greet Leah, who, like him, hailed from a Muggle background, offering her a warm smile. You, Leah Edwin stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. My friend and I are here to watch the Quidditch match. Potter wrote to me last time, mentioning that he would be playing for the first time today. Simon explained softly. I have plans with a friend, so I want to be joining Gryffindor. Please let the other three know I'm here to watch the match. Are you still in touch with them? Leah inquired. I have maintained contact with them. Simon raised an eyebrow, not particularly concerned. Perhaps considering that a lack of contact might seem normal to a noble young lady like Leah Edwin. Suddenly, Simon raised his hand and waved behind Leah Edwin. The girl, bewildered, turned to follow Simon's gaze, curious about whom he was meeting. Soon, she spotted a senior student approaching them. Leah Edwin recognized her as well. It was Phyllis Selwyn, a well-known figure at Hogwarts, reputed for her prowess in potions and a favored pupil of Professor Lee Siva Prince. She belonged to a long line of pureblood wizards, drawing much admiration from her peers. Apologies for keeping you waiting. It has been a while. Simon greeted Phyllis as they arrived. We just got here. Phyllis embraced her sister, omitting any mention of her identity in front of Leah Edwin, and departed with Simon. How has Alice been lately? Phyllis finally asked once they had walked some distance away. Alice nodded. In truth, Phyllis could discern the changes in Alice without her saying a word. From afar, Phyllis had noticed, astonished by Alice's newfound vitality. She held Simon's hand, still hiding behind him, seemingly reluctant to shed her shyness. Nevertheless, the transformation was significant. In the past, the thought of Alice attending a Quidditch match at Hogwarts would have been unimaginable. Thank you, Simon, Phyllis remarked. Her expression a complex mix of emotions as she gazed at him. Even she had not anticipated that Simon, having departed from Hogwarts for merely a few months, would undergo such a profound metamorphosis. Not only had he acquired a considerable sum of gold to alter his circumstances, but he also displayed remarkable kindness towards Alice, almost eclipsing her role as an older sister. Phyllis suddenly found herself increasingly perplexed by this younger student. Curiosity about how Simon had amassed such wealth stirred within her. Yet she refrained from asking, aware that he would likely remain reticent. The trio made their way to the Ravenclaw viewing platform. Writing about daily life was relatively straightforward. One of the benefits of a multifaceted narrative is the opportunity to delve into the mundane. If one does not invest some effort into portraying these moments, the characters risk becoming mere decorative elements. Ravenclaw was a house where females prominently outnumbered males. Throughout their journey, Simon had scarcely encountered any boys. Phyllis led them to a secluded corner to sit. It must be said that the stands of Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium were rather spacious. Even if every student in the school were present, ample space would still remain. Phyllis was a well-known figure at school, and many recognized her. Simon, wishing not to intrude as a mere observer, chose to sit several rows behind them, granting the sisters room to converse. Of course, another reason for his decision was his desire to avoid attracting too much attention. In the dull moments preceding the Quidditch match, Simon retrieved a miniature notebook from the pocket of his cloak. Utilizing the enlargement charm, he restored it to its original size and began to review previously studied material. The notebook contained numerous spells that Simon had transcribed, which he had neglected lately due to his focus on the textbook. After flipping through several pages, his gaze landed on his prior notes, detailing all the spells he could recall from Harry Potter's book, including the Unforgivable Curses, the Cruciatus Curse, the Killing Curse, and the Imperious Curse. Simon turned another page, his gaze falling upon the soul reading spell. He lifted his head to observe the silhouettes of Phyllis and Alice engaged in conversation ahead. Simon had once harbored doubts about this girl, adept at deciphering the thoughts of others, and her proficiency with this particular incantation. Phyllis seemed to sense Simon's scrutiny and glanced in his direction, offering a faint smile. He averted his gaze, feigning interest in the Gryffindor spectator area, aware that avoiding direct eye contact would help him evade the soul reading. What is the matter, sister? Alice inquired. Nothing. However, it seems Simon harbors quite a few secrets, Phyllis replied with a knowing smile, continuing her discussion with her sister about recent topics. Upon hearing that Simon had braved the forbidden forest for the sake of a unicorn's tail hair, Phyllis furrowed her brow. She understood all too well the dangers lurking within the forbidden forest. Professors had recently ventured in multiple times to expel nearby dangerous creatures, preventing werewolves or trolls from encroaching upon Hogwarts. Moreover, it was rumored that older Muggle-born wizards had been warned to steer clear of that area during this period. What kind of person do you think Simon is? Phyllis suddenly asked. Their acquaintance was brief, and their interactions even fewer. Initially, she had entrusted her sister to Simon and persuaded their aunt, Lesiva, to aid him after his departure for studies. Simon had surmised correctly that Phyllis excelled in the soul reading spell, but he had erred in believing her skill was learned. In truth, she possessed an innate talent as a natural mind reader, adept at perceiving the thoughts of others. Few were aware of this, including the Selwyn couple, while Lasiva Prince was among the few privy to this knowledge. When Alice was 11 and had yet to receive her acceptance letter from Hogwarts, Phyllis, having discerned her family's thoughts, had reached out and persuaded their Aunt Lasiva to take Alice away. The Selwyns remained perplexed by this decision. Due to Phyllis's exceptional gift and her reticence, they ultimately abandoned the notion of harming Alice, treating her as if she had never existed, essentially, as if they had never born her. "Do you like Simon?" Phyllis asked again. Alice nodded, then shook her head. Feeling somewhat bewildered and offering no response to her sister's inquiry, the concept of romance had yet to infiltrate her memories. Phyllis, too, recognized that Simon regarded Alice merely as his younger sister, despite Alice being the elder by a couple of years. At times, Phyllis found Simon to be a rather peculiar individual. Even when addressing her as a senior, he never truly regarded her as such, often relating to her as if they were of the same age. According to Alice, Simon had even befriended a young wizard in his 20s. Phyllis understood that age differences could create barriers, a reality she and Aunt Lasiva experienced. Yet Simon seemed to transcend this, igniting Phyllis's curiosity. Phyllis longed to penetrate Simon's thoughts, to delve into his memories and uncover the roots of his matured disposition. Yet she was aware that Simon remained cautious of her, and should she overstep, he would likely detect her intrusion, turning them into adversaries. At that moment, the Quidditch players began to enter the field, capturing everyone's attention. Phyllis waved to Simon, signaling him to join her in watching the Quidditch match. As Simon observed Alice mimicking her movements, he drew out his wand, shrinking his notebook and tucking it into his pocket. He then settled beside Alice, gazing at the Quidditch players soaring high above, searching for Potter's position. The commentator was vociferously shouting, leaving Simon to wonder if amplification spells existed in this era. He was greatly impressed by the commentator's robust voice, especially considering the absence of loudspeakers in this time. Ralston Potter, a first-year seeker from Gryffindor, stood out among the players, noticeably shorter than the rest. However, he was evidently the focus of attention, with mixed opinions circulating about his abilities. Some speculated he would excel, while others anticipated his imminent fall. The Slytherins were particularly vocal in their disdain, likely due to previous altercations with Potter and his friends. Yet, it must be said, Potter's flying skills were remarkable. Shortly after the match commenced, he scored a swift goal, silencing the Slytherin jeers. Following the eruption of cheers, Phyllis turned to Simon and inquired whether he preferred Gryffindor or Ravenclaw to win. As a friend, he did not wish for Potter to lose his first match. Simon indirectly answered Phyllis's question, contemplating what it would be like if he were on the field himself. Surely, he would still be her friend. Phyllis's inquiry was sharp, and she appeared as cunning as a fox at that moment. "I still hope for Potter's victory, for I was once a Gryffindor student," Simon responded without hesitation. "But you are no longer one. You were seated in the Ravenclaw stands," Phyllis remarked, a victorious smile gracing her face. In truth, even if he wished for Ravenclaw's triumph, their chances of winning were rather slim. Simon's gaze remained fixed on the Quidditch pitch as he continued. "The outcome of the match is inherently uncertain. Merely wishing for one side to win does not guarantee their success." Phyllis's expression froze momentarily, surprised by Simon's unexpected reply. At that moment, Gryffindor scored again, inciting another wave of cheers from their supporters. Just as Simon had stated, the outcome of the match remained unpredictable. His desires alone could not influence the outcome. The Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor concluded with Gryffindor's seeker capturing the Golden Snitch, resulting in a devastating defeat for Ravenclaw. Despite their utmost efforts, they faltered under the pressure, influenced by Potter's performance, which widened the score gap and left them disoriented, unable to showcase their usual prowess. Phyllis was somewhat disheartened by Ravenclaw's lackluster performance as the trio exited the Quidditch pitch alongside other students, for outsiders were not permitted to linger at Hogwarts post-match. Before departing, Simon and Phyllis discussed Alice, who had informed them that the Polyjuice potion was ready. Initially, Phyllis had intended to brew the potion to take Alice out for a fun outing, but her plans were delayed when Professor Lasiva Prince required her assistance with a potion she was developing. Subsequently, Phyllis became preoccupied with other matters, and with Simon looking after Alice, she felt no urgency to remember her initial intentions. "I will be free next week. Let us venture to Diagon Alley," Phyllis suggested after a moment's consideration. "As it happens, I am passing by to fetch some essential potion ingredients for Professor Lasiva." Simon was quite taken aback by the invitation, as he felt like a true outsider compared to the two sisters. "Do you have any extra potion?" he inquired. "Could you spare me some?" "What do you need it for?" Phyllis asked, her curiosity piqued as she squinted her eyes. Simon averted his gaze, muttering, It's too troublesome to brew. I have other uses for it." In reality, the brewing of Polyjuice potion requires at least 2 months, involving some rather rare ingredients, such as African snake skin and powdered bicorn horn. "I will consider it," Phyllis replied, not dismissing him, which relieved Simon. "You need to find a girl of similar height to Alice," Simon reminded her before leaving. "Otherwise, the custom-made clothing may not fit." "I already have someone in mind," Phyllis exclaimed, grinning like a mischievous fox, pointing towards a group on the right. "You know that girl over there, right?" That girl? Simon questioned, turning his head in the direction Phyllis indicated, quickly realizing who she meant. Leah Edwin? He mused, comparing Leah's height to Alice's, noting that Alice appeared akin to an 11 or 12-year-old girl due to her prolonged malnutrition. Yes, that Gryffindor girl. You know her, don't you? Go ask her for some hair. Phyllis said without a moment's hesitation, as if it were the most ordinary request. Wouldn't it be more fitting for you to approach her? Simon countered, perplexed. He doubted he could ask for hair without being perceived as strange. Wouldn't it seem odd for a stranger to ask you for hair? Phyllis replied. I think it would be even stranger for me to approach her. Simon sighed heavily. Now realizing Phyllis's intent, she was merely seeking to retaliate for the earlier incident, deliberately placing him in a difficult position. Really? Phyllis grinned at Simon's hesitation, finally revealing her trump card. I will give you a vial of polyjuice potion. She urged. Hurry, she is about to leave. Whether we can go to Diagon Alley next week depends on your performance. Simon suddenly felt that it would be prudent to maintain a distance from Phyllis in the future. He did not believe that Phyllis was incapable of obtaining a strand of the girl's hair. Rather, her actions seemed solely motivated by a desire to vex him. Likely due to Ravenclaw's recent humiliating defeat. Simon, Alice implored, her gaze beseeching as she looked towards him. The little girl remained blissfully unaware that it was her own sister. With her haughty demeanor, who had caused this predicament for Simon. Very well, please wait a moment. Simon briskly jogged over, quickly catching up to the departing Leah, and greeted her with a friendly demeanor. Is there something you need? Leah inquired, her expression one of surprise at Simon's sudden approach. Their relationship was rather casual, not even qualifying as friendship. Could you spare me a strand of your hair? Simon directly requested, having perceived the shock in Leah's eyes. He hastily added an explanation. Phyllis, my senior, is concocting a potion that requires a strand of someone else's hair, and she has asked me to procure it. Simon did not believe his emotional intelligence was sufficiently high to deceive Leah Edwin. His plan was to straightforwardly communicate the situation, as clarity often fosters better understanding than circumlocution, significantly enhancing the likelihood of success. Leah Edwin remained silent, her lips pressed together as she scrutinized Simon from head to toe. Relieved that she did not regard him with a peculiar gaze, Simon exhaled softly. What is your relationship with Senior Felice Selwyn? Leah Edwin suddenly inquired. Relationship? Simon was momentarily taken aback before responding. You are aware that Professor Lesiva Prince once summoned me to handle raw materials. In truth, it was not a form of confinement or punishment, but rather a selection process. Had I not been expelled from Hogwarts, Felice would likely have become my senior. He continued. After my departure from school, she also extended her assistance to me. Thus, we may be considered friends. At the moment Leah Edwin turned to leave, Simon mistakenly assumed she was angry. However, to his surprise, she handed him a strand of hair, saying, All right, here you go. Thank you. Simon replied, carefully placing the hair into his handkerchief and expressing his gratitude as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, a hand emerged from behind, resting on Simon's shoulder. Simon, where have you been? I didn't see you. Potter is quite upset. Weasley exclaimed, emerging from behind Simon and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Wearing an expression of mock dismay. I was in the Ravenclaw stands, accompanying a friend, Simon explained, tucking the handkerchief into his pocket. Ralston flew splendidly. I knew he would win the match. Have you struck it rich recently? Pruitt remarked, having noticed Simon's brand new cloak. Well, Weasley exclaimed, his eyes widening as he realized Simon's transformation. I made quite a fortune during my last venture into the Forbidden Forest. A small handful of unicorn tail hair fetches several sickles, and I found quite a bit, so I have indeed prospered. Simon naturally refrained from mentioning the potions. The four had previously agreed to keep that matter a secret, redirecting discussions toward the Forbidden Forest instead. You truly are audacious. Potter has had his share of grievances about you. Remember to treat us to a meal next time, Pruitt jested, fully aware that he was not serious. As they all understood Simon's situation. All right, but do take it easy on me. Otherwise, I shall be stuck washing dishes for a week, Simon replied in jest. Pruitt and Weasley burst into laughter, while Leah Edwin watched the trio with a hint of envy before quietly turning away. Simon cast a glance toward Phyllis's position and noticed that she and the others were still waiting for him. He quickly devised an excuse to make his departure. I must take my leave. Otherwise, if the administrator spots me, he might well chase me out of the school with a broom. And please remember to send my regards to Potter. After bidding farewell to Pruitt and Weasley, Simon approached Phyllis, passing on Leah Edwin's hair to her. After exchanging farewells, he departed the school with Alice, heading back to Hogsmeade. Chapter 65, Polyjuice Potion. When Dick and Janice appeared to be quite occupied lately, having not visited the apothecary for some time. Even Jorson had taken on an air of mystery, frequently disappearing and leaving the shop for Simon to manage. With Jorson absent, Simon relished the newfound leisure, allowing him ample time to practice new spells without the need for secrecy. At present, he was honing the use of the soul-sucking curse, targeting a black rat he had recently captured. As one of the unforgivable curses, the soul-sucking curse was not an indication of Simon's affinity for dark magic. Rather, he appreciated the convenience it offered. In the event of traversing the Muggle world, this curse would undoubtedly prove invaluable for lethal tasks and swift escapes. With it, many endeavors would become significantly simpler. As for the notion of human rights, he dismissed it. Such concepts were absent in this era. Or else countless unfortunate women would not have met their demise as accused witches. Learning the soul-sucking curse did not imply Simon's desire to become a dark wizard. Dark magic does not equate to dark wizards. Even Dumbledore wielded dark magic. Simon believed that whether one became a dark wizard hinged upon the intentions of the spellcaster. Protecting oneself was paramount, for witches remained vulnerable in the Muggle realm. Even with the ability to cast spells, exposure would swiftly label them as heretics, leading to an assault by a throng of Muggles. A single shot from a firearm could easily fell a wizard skilled in the shield charm, and a multitude could overwhelm even the most adept. Ultimately, wizards who lost their wands could not escape the grim fate of being burned at the stake. Another reason for not succumbing to the dark wizard path was the obvious disdain dark wizards faced from their peers. If Simon wished to live a peaceful life, he understood the necessity of avoiding certain troubles. As for determining one's status as a dark wizard, the criteria were straightforward: the ability to conjure a Patronus. According to a tome on wizarding history that Simon had procured, it was widely believed that only those with pure hearts could summon a Patronus. Wizards capable of conjuring a corporeal Patronus were often elevated to the ranks of the Wizarding Council. For instance, Headmaster Fodisk, reputedly a Hufflepuff, served as a prime example. Dark wizards were inherently resistant to the influences of dark entities, their hearts steeped in malice. Even Dementors struggled to affect them in the short term, rendering the casting of a Patronus unnecessary. Should they attempt to do so, they risked the spell backfiring, resulting not in a Patronus but in repulsive maggots. Historical accounts abound of dark wizards being devoured by these vile creatures after attempting to cast the Patronus charm. They would never dare to risk such an endeavor, nor would they pursue the knowledge of the charm. Thus, a widespread belief emerged that the ability to summon a Patronus indicated one was not a dark wizard. Similar to his pursuit of the soul-sucking curse, Simon's interest in learning the Patronus charm lay in its practicality. If he could successfully summon a corporeal Patronus, it would undoubtedly afford him significant advantages in navigating the wizarding world. This was as crucial as the Obliviate, Memory Charm, and Soul-Sucking Curse were in the Muggle realm. Exorcism. Simon once again attempted the spell on the Black Rat. Having tried several times without any signs of success, he evidently had yet to grasp the technique. The Soul-Sucking Curse represented Simon's first venture into the realm of dark magic, and he harbored no expectations of immediate success. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Alice sprang to her feet and hurried to answer the door, revealing Phyllis, who had arrived for their agreed outing to Diagon Alley. "Jorson is absent?" Phyllis inquired. Noticing his absence and glancing quizzically at Alice, who nodded in response, she quickly gleaned the answer from her sister. "He has been quite mysterious lately. I have no idea what he's up to," Simon remarked as he tossed the rat back into its cage. "I hope you haven't forgotten to prepare the polyjuice potion you promised me." "Here." Phyllis produced a glass vial and handed it to Simon. "I'm not entirely certain how long a dose of polyjuice potion lasts." As Simon prepared to break the wax seal, the young woman cautioned, "If you do not intend to use it soon, it is best not to break the seal, just in case." Simon shrugged, tucking it into his pocket. Naturally, he refrained from expressing his concerns about Phyllis potentially playing tricks on him. It was merely a matter of prudence. Phyllis then retrieved another bottle, pouring a small cup of polyjuice potion for Alice. The concoction appeared as a viscous sludge, bubbling slowly. After adding Leah's hair to the potion, it transformed into a clear golden hue. "It may cause slight discomfort," Phyllis remarked, handing the cup to her sister. "Just bear with it for a moment." Simon also gave Alice an encouraging glance, and the girl took the cup and drank the potion. Soon, Alice's face contorted, as if she were enduring great pain. A few minutes later, she had vanished, replaced by the visage of Leah Edwin. "Alice?" Simon attempted to inquire. "It is I," Alice said, reaching to touch her cheek. The features of Leah Edwin were as striking as Alice's, the only difference being that Alice's figure appeared more slender and pitiable, evoking sympathy. "Well done, it's perfect." Phyllis joyfully took Alice's small hand and proclaimed, "Without further ado, let us set off at once." "Simon, how do I look now?" Alice remained still, anxiously seeking Simon's opinion. "You should exude confidence, lest you reveal any flaws," Simon sighed. Though her tone resembled that of Leah Edwin, this incarnation bore an unmistakable hint of Alice's fragility. "I will do my best," the girl beamed with a charming expression. The trio departed from the apothecary, heading towards the Hogshead Inn. As they could not apparate, they would have to utilize the inn's fireplace and flue powder for their journey. The atmosphere of the Hogshead Inn remained as dismal as ever. A strange odor permeated the air, the dust on the floor seemed untouched, and the chairs were dilapidated. A few cloaked figures were gathered at the counter, engaged in conversation over their drinks. As Simon and his companions entered, Janice Sitch was at the counter, using a tattered cloth to wipe a wine glass. It was quite unfathomable how the patrons could bring themselves to drink from a glass that had been cleaned with such a rag. It was utterly revolting. I seemed to catch a whiff of the fragrance of youthful blood. A pallid man draped in a cloak suddenly turned his head, casting a glance in Simon's direction, his gaze landing upon Phyllis. "This is hardly amusing, Loken." Janice shot a fierce glare at the vampire, then greeted Simon and his companions, inquiring, "Are you here for a drink as well?" "It's hardly a wise decision." We intend to make use of the tavern's fireplace. After scanning the vampire and sensing no hostility, Simon chose to disregard him. 10 nats for a single use. Janice warmly guided Simon and his companions to the fireplace at the back of the tavern, handing him a jar filled with flu powder, advising, "It's your first time using this, isn't it? Be sure to articulate your destination clearly, and whatever you do, do not exit through the wrong fireplace. I shall go first, followed by Leah, and Phyllis last." After tossing Janice a sickle and a gnat, Simon turned to Phyllis and said, "I shall depart now." With that, he pinched a handful of sparkling powder and approached the hearth, casting the powder into the flames. With a whoosh, the fire transformed into a vivid green. Rising higher than anyone present, Simon stepped straight into the flames, shouting, "Diagon Alley." The flames surged around him like a hot wind. Simon felt as though he were being plunged into a whirlpool, his body spinning rapidly, the howling sound in his ears deafening. This sensation bore a resemblance to apparition. The swirling green flames inducing a sense of dizziness, while the remnants of breakfast churned in his stomach. It was uncertain how long he had been in this state. But his vision continued to whirl until Simon could vaguely glimpse the street beyond the fireplace. Simon nearly stumbled on the street, bracing himself to stand upright, and caught sight of the wizarding shop across the way. He had successfully arrived at Diagon Alley. Chapter 66. The wizard and the mute can in the fireplace was situated in a rather secluded corner of Diagon Alley, where the foot traffic was sparse. Not everyone possessed the means to afford the exorbitant price of flu powder. 10 nuts, in this era, constituted a small fortune. Which is precisely why that fellow Gears was so exceedingly enthusiastic. The trio's occasional borrowing of the flying powder could sometimes equate to half a day's earnings of the tavern, while a substantial mug of ale required merely the price of a single gnat. After a brief wait, Alice emerged from the fireplace, tumbling heavily to the ground, her appearance utterly disheveled, with considerable soot adorning her attire. Simon extended his hand to lift the girl from the ground, gazing at the pale-faced Leah, and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I feel a bit unwell," Alice replied, coughing lightly, clearly having choked on the flu powder during their travel. "Let me clear that up for you," Simon said, retrieving his wand from his pocket and gently tapping Alice, casting a charm to remove the residual powder from her attire. At that moment, Phyllis emerged from the fireplace, evidently accustomed to the method of travel provided by the flu powder. She approached her sister, brushing off the last remnants of soot from Alice's clothing, and turned to Simon, saying, "All right, let's first head to Madame Malkin's robe shop. Do you have anything you need to purchase?" "I intend to visit the Leaky Cauldron bookstore. The books I ordered some time ago should be ready. Picking them up will save me a canute, and I might also find some new titles I require," Simon contemplated. "However, that can wait. Let us first assist Alice in acquiring new clothes. After all, it is safer to act together, and I cannot bear to leave you sisters here alone." "It seems you think yourself quite formidable," Phyllis retorted with a smirk, adding, "By the way, you truly are a bookworm, aren't you?" She scrutinized Simon anew. Having learned from her sister about the considerable sum of galleons he spent at the Leaky Cauldron on various books, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, it was reassuring that Alice was now also engaging with some books to pass the remaining time. Indeed, knowledge is power. Simon smiled in response. "You certainly do not resemble a typical Gryffindor," Phyllis remarked, taking Alice's hand as they followed Simon, who, in a sense, acted as their gallant protector, albeit one whose age appeared somewhat unreliable. Madame Malkin had a slight recollection of Simon, her esteemed client. A few months prior, he had purchased an array of garments from her shop, which had kept her quite busy, ultimately requiring the assistance of several long-eared owls to deliver the items to him. Now, seeing him accompanied by two lovely girls sparked her interest, particularly as one of them sported somewhat worn attire, hinting at the prospect of another lucrative sale. In a corner of the shop, Simon settled down, observing Felice's sister in selecting garments. His gaze drifted to the street outside, where a stall drew a crowd. The wares unknown to him. Shopping is an innate inclination of women, particularly when it comes to clothing. After a lengthy wait, Simon withdrew his notebook, perusing its contents, the atmosphere around him growing somewhat oppressive. It wasn't long before a faint drowsiness enveloped him, only to be dispelled by the sound of his name being called. "Are you ready?" Simon inquired, turning towards Alice. The girl nodded in gratitude, having selected a complete new outfit for herself. "Quite lovely," he remarked, reaching out as if to tousle Alice's hair, then hesitating as Leah's countenance struck him as somewhat unfamiliar. Felice had procured an array of clothing for her sister, spending a total of 1 golden galleon and 10 sickles. It must be said that she possessed considerable means, paying without so much as a flutter of her brow, which piqued Mrs. Winifred's curiosity about their backgrounds. After all, they appeared to be of an age still attending Hogwarts. Even for affluent wizarding families, such an expenditure was significant. They had squandered a fair amount of time in the clothing store, and by the time they emerged, it was already noon. The two decided to indulge in a lavish lunch at a nearby restaurant, costing merely 5 nuts. Just as their conversation was gaining momentum, Felice abruptly rose, announcing her intent to visit the apothecary first, before rejoining Simon at the Riken bookstore. As Simon watched Felice hastily retreat, a puzzled expression crossed his face. He did not believe her departure to be without reason, for the path to the apothecary did not lead in that direction. Clearly, Felice had encountered some matter or individual she wished to evade. Simon. Alice's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Simon turned his head to glance at the girl, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, realizing that something was amiss. As he turned, he noticed a number of wizards approaching from a distance, among whom were some acquaintances of Alice. Simon also spotted a familiar face. It was Wendick, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time, walking alongside a wizard adorned with a pointed hat. Do not look up. Continue eating. With me here, nothing will go amiss. Remember, you are now Edwin. Do you understand? Simon turned his gaze towards the pale-faced Alice, gently grasping her hand and whispering a reminder. Alice nodded slightly, yet her hand trembled, unsure whether it was from fear or some other reason. As Wendick approached, he noticed Simon dining outside and exclaimed in surprise, Simon, what brings you here? Long time no see. Simon greeted Wendick and cast a glance at the wizard beside him. Continuing, I came to fetch a book and purchase some raw materials. Moreover, that cursed cauldron of Jolson's was burned through recently, so I had to make a trip to Diagon Alley for a better quality one. Wendick inquired, and who might this be? My friend, do not underestimate him. He is quite the little genius. Wendick chuckled, clearly not intending to introduce Simon. His gaze then fell upon the girl beside Simon, and he furrowed his brow slightly. Before remarking, it seems your potion-making skills have improved significantly of late. Simon was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief silence, he began to comprehend the implications of Wendick's words. It seemed he had attributed the matter of the compound potion to Simon, and evidently, with Wendick's intellect, he had already begun to harbor suspicions upon noticing Alice's unusual demeanor. As an expert in potions, he was well aware of the existence of such concoctions. Meanwhile, the wizard beside him was left utterly bewildered. Simon shrugged dismissively and inquired, shall we sit down together for lunch? This indeed was a commendable suggestion. Wendick, with a hint of jest, remarked, having recently faced multiple failures, my finances are nearly depleted, and now I find myself seeking someone to share a meal with. He then composed his expression, continuing, however, I have some matters to attend to at present. Let us defer this for another day. What a pity, Simon replied lightly, observing the departing figures of the two. Turning back to resume his meal, he noticed the slightly trembling Alice and promptly grasped her hand, offering her gentle words of comfort. Lifting his gaze to the two silhouettes vanishing into the crowd, he could not help but furrow his brow, pondering the identity of the male sorcerer who had been with Wendick. Chapter 67. Guardian, you have arrived at a most opportune moment, Simon remarked, eyeing Phyllis as she comforted her sister. He ventured, is that male sorcerer your father? You have indeed guessed correctly. Phyllis did not appear surprised. Instead, a faint, melancholic smile graced her lips as she murmured, Trellis Selwyn, the father of Alice and me. Had I not left earlier, he would have likely begun to suspect Alice's true identity. It seems Wendick has surmised Alice's identity, Simon suddenly stated. Phyllis's countenance turned ashen, but she quickly reassured herself, he is your friend, is he not? If he intended to speak, he would have done so by now. Simon maintained a calm demeanor, recognizing that Wendick had frequented the apothecary numerous times and must be acquainted with Alice. Should Wendick divulge this matter, it would likely spell the end of their friendship. Wendick Wendridian, Phyllis suddenly recalled, and with a touch of self-mockery, added, in fact, he could be considered a relative. He is engaged to one of my cousins. Why mention this? Simon inquired, puzzled. Do not place too much faith in your so-called friendship. After all, how long have you truly known one another? In the face of certain matters, this bond is exceedingly fragile. Phyllis spoke softly, her keen insight into human nature revealing a deeper understanding than most. Perhaps my father is already aware of this situation. He is not a fool. He merely chooses to overlook it for certain reasons. For a family of wizards, the emergence of a mute is undoubtedly a disgrace, and he would not desire this information to become widely known. Simon, contemplative, nodded slightly and turned to Alice, offering her comfort with the words, do not worry. Everything will be all right. However, Alice's condition did not improve much after that. Simon hurried to retrieve a book from Lehan's bookstore and resolve the issue concerning Phyllis's ingredients. The two then returned to Hogsmeade through the fireplace at the Broken Cauldron, with Phyllis covering the cost of their return journey. The potion brewed by Phyllis lasted only 4 to 5 hours, and upon their return to the apothecary, Alice had regained her former appearance, albeit with red, tear-stained eyes, a testament to her sorrow, while Phyllis was upstairs comforting her. Perhaps they should not have ventured to Diagon Alley. Nevertheless, Simon understood that certain events are inevitable. What is meant to happen will eventually unfold. In the evening, Wendick unexpectedly appeared at the apothecary, seemingly engaged in a hushed conversation with Jorson about something mysterious. Upon Simon's descent from the stairs, their discussion abruptly ceased. Wendick presented Simon with a book regarding potions. The restorative potion was indeed concocted by Phyllis, Simon explained, even if I wished to try my hand at brewing it, I lack the necessary rare ingredients. Wendick paused momentarily, then chuckled, pushing the book towards Simon. With your talent, if you apply yourself in this area, you will undoubtedly become a commendable potion master. The two engaged in further discourse regarding potions, but when Simon mentioned that Phyllis was still in the apothecary, Wendick swiftly concocted an excuse and departed. He knows my abilities. Simon mused. As he escorted Phyllis away, the girl disdainfully remarked, "You must have noticed as well. Soul reading?" Simon voiced his curiosity. "Indeed, soul reading," Phyllis replied, her expression one of pride. "However, I am naturally gifted. Such a talent is truly enviable," Simon thought. As he began to attempt to shield himself, each time their gazes met, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. He could empathize with her feelings, after all. No one enjoys being scrutinized, and her gaze was rather intrusive. "This is not a talent to be envied," Phyllis suddenly interjected. "While it is quite practical, being easily perceived is not advantageous. You have noticed that I have few friends at Hogwarts, for I can effortlessly discern their thoughts, which often leads to a distaste for their pretentious facades. Not everyone possesses the ability to shield their thoughts." Simon chuckled. "You should temper your habit. Seeing through others can be off-putting. You are aware of mental shielding?" Phyllis's gaze flickered, only returning to the present when Simon's wand was pressed against her neck. "Very well. Mere curiosity," she conceded. "Invasion of others' thoughts is hardly a commendable notion," Simon stated calmly, feeling as if his memories had been rifled through. "Best not to make it a habit, or we might not even remain friends," he warned, retracting his wand and feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "I dare say your Patronus must be a cat," he jested. "How do you know?" "Forming a corporeal Patronus is quite challenging," Phyllis retorted. Suddenly, she raised her wand, drawing a circle in the air and exclaiming, "Guardian Spirit." A magnificent silver leopard sprang forth from the tip of her wand, elegantly circling before dissipating into a cloud of silver smoke. "All right, you win." Simon's lips twitched at the corners. Was Phyllis subtly indicating that he was no match for her? In truth, Simon wanted to argue that a leopard is indeed a member of the feline family. "You are frustrated. You truly are a petty man," Phyllis muttered. "I simply dislike overly assertive women," Simon shrugged. "And do refrain from delving into my memories again, or else," Phyllis added. "You have already surmised, haven't you?" "Everyone harbors their own secrets," Simon replied with a knowing glance at Phyllis before turning back to the apothecary. "Once a secret is known, it ceases to be a secret." "A secret, you say?" Phyllis murmured, tucking her wand away as she headed towards Hogwarts. Chapter 68. I am a professional. As spring arrived, life blossomed anew. And after enduring the harsh winter, the vegetation began to flourish. The apothecary entered a bustling phase, as the Muggle wizards of Hogwarts also commenced their activities. Springtime proved to be an ideal season for plant transplanting, ensuring that the prices for ingredients sold to the apothecary would rise significantly. However, Jorson had delegated the task of interacting with students to Simon, while he himself busied himself with unknown matters. Early in the morning, having just finished breakfast, Simon sat on a wooden bench outside the apothecary, basking in the sun. This was not an act of laziness. He awaited the arrival of the Muggle wizards. For today was Saturday, and they would regularly appear at this hour. He occasionally engaged in conversation with a few residents of Hogsmeade, having established friendly relations with the local wizards during his time at the apothecary. Before long, a large group of Hogwarts students appeared in Simon's line of sight, their numbers astonishingly vast. However, there was little to be done about it. The Forbidden Forest was perilous, and professors had temporarily barred entry, leaving the Muggle wizards to seek out opportunities nearby, as every bit of coin was still valuable. "Jorson is absent again?" Kelvin furrowed his brow, glancing at the list Simon held. "This time, the required ingredients are considerably fewer than last. I am merely responsible for relaying the message." Simon shrugged, indicating that complaining to him was futile. Kelvin said nothing and simply departed with the list, the handwriting unmistakably belonging to Jorson. Observing the retreating figures of the group, Simon stifled a yawn and lazily rose, stretching his limbs. He recalled the first time he was entrusted with such responsibilities. The Muggle wizards had looked utterly bewildered, likely never having anticipated that their junior would become one of their superiors. Subsequently, these individuals created some troubles for Simon, only to find themselves slightly reprimanded when he pointed out their shortcomings, eliciting a stunned silence from all present. In time, these fellows learned their lesson and ceased to argue with Simon, who lost interest in troubling them, having once experienced poverty himself and empathizing with their struggles. The morning typically brought no customers, so Simon retreated to the yard, where Alice was watering the flower bed with a kettle crafted by him. The flower bed was adorned with roses, as Simon had suggested planting some, given that rose petals were a key ingredient in beauty potions. Jorson had also concurred to allocate a small section of the medicinal field for the flower bed, resulting in the flourishing rose garden that now existed. Simon was indifferent to whether it was raw material or not. He proposed to cultivate this small flower bed, primarily to provide Alice with some tasks to occupy her time. Spending her days in the apothecary managing raw materials would inevitably stifle the girl. Simon, there's trouble. A goblin has appeared in the flower bed." Alice rushed over to Simon, her face etched with urgency, as if something dire had transpired. "Don't worry, I can handle them," Simon assured her, striding towards the rosebush. Suddenly, he bent down and seized a goblin by the ankle, lifting it upside down. Goblins, commonly known as garden goblins, as their name suggests, tend to emerge in the gardens of wizards. These diminutive creatures possess rough, resilient skin and a bald, round head resembling a potato. However, These peculiarities were not the most astonishing aspect. To Simon's surprise, the goblins could speak. Indeed, these beings were capable of uttering words. Initially taken aback, Simon found the goblin in his grasp, kicking and thrashing with its calloused little feet, incessantly shrieking, "Let me go! Let me go!" Remarkably, it spoke in English, albeit with a rather peculiar accent, yet still intelligible. Simon lifted the goblin above his head, swinging his arm in a circular motion before casting it into the air. While employing a spell would have been a swifter means of expulsion, he found this method rather amusing. Occasionally, Alice would lend a hand, as this arrow was woefully devoid of merriment. Moreover, goblins served as significant subjects for his experiments, although it might be deemed somewhat inhumane. Simon utilized these creatures to practice his forgetting and soul-snatching spells. Regrettably, he had yet to achieve success with the goblins, perhaps due to their skin possessing a robust resistance to magic or some other factor. However, he did manage to successfully cast the sleep spell. Simon had long harbored doubts about his spellcasting methods, believing they were the root cause of his failures with the 2 incantations. At noon, Potter and his companions appeared outside the apothecary and invited Simon to join them for an outing. Initially, they had intended to visit the Hog's Head Inn, but ultimately, at Simon's suggestion, they decided to embark on a hunting expedition together. This season, the nearby plains were teeming with wild hares, and the taste of hare meat was quite delectable. Simon had yet to experience roasting meat since arriving in this world. In fact, he had only recently learned of the abundance of hares in the vicinity after witnessing his neighbor return home with one. Potter and his friends expressed great enthusiasm for the hunt and readily agreed to Simon's proposal. They soon discovered numerous hares nestled among the grass near Hogsmeade. Yet these clever creatures swiftly darted into their burrows at the slightest hint of danger. By the time the group arrived, the hares had vanished without a trace. "I can't take it anymore," Potter exclaimed, bending slightly with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. They had chased a single hare for what felt like an eternity, only for it to elude them, which was exceedingly frustrating. "It seems we shan't be feasting on hare meat today." Simon shrugged, glancing at his companions with a nonchalant demeanor. He continued to tend to the campfire he had set up, evidently unfazed by the turn of events. "You don't seem particularly disappointed," Weasley inquired tentatively. "It's just a hare." "I refuse to believe you couldn't catch one." The 3 exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Pruitt retrieved his wand, magically restoring a branch to its original form, and then tossed a plump hare at Simon's feet. "Weren't you saying you didn't catch anything?" Simon said, curiously inspecting the hare and looking towards his friends. "With Pruitt's spell, we managed to ensnare it in a net," Weasley replied with a wry grin. "I never realized catching a hare could be so challenging." "You're pulling our leg?" Potter exclaimed, evidently oblivious to their ruse, casting a mildly frustrated glance at Simon and mumbling, "What a cunning fellow." "All right, let's not delay any further. Let's begin the roasting," Simon declared. Retrieving various jars and bottles of seasonings from his pack, Simon Lissow severed the rabbit's artery and dug a pit for it to bleed out. Instead of opening its abdomen, he hung the rabbit from a tree to skin it. In previous times, he would have hesitated to act so boldly. However, after his experiences with various peculiarities at Lasiva Princes, his resilience had considerably strengthened. Pruitt watched Simon's actions, swallowing hard as he handed over a wooden basin, while Simon expertly sliced the meat with a knife. Beside them, Wesley utilized a water charm to cleanse the blood from the strips of flesh. Potter had prepared wooden bowls for each of them, and the forks were also conjured with a transfiguration spell, which had taken him considerable effort. The 4 gathered around the crackling campfire, as Simon placed the meat strips onto the glowing iron grill. With a sizzling sound, the meat quickly turned a vibrant red. It appeared promising. Potter rubbed his hands together, eager to partake. "Just a moment. Let's ensure it's thoroughly cooked first." Simon was keen to avoid any potential parasitic infections. Cooking the meat was a necessary precaution. He retrieved the seasonings he had prepared earlier, mixed them in a wooden bowl, and brushed the concoction onto the roasting meat with a conjured brush. A pungent aroma wafted through the air, causing the 3 beside him to wrinkle their noses in dismay. "Is this really palatable?" Pruitt expressed his skepticism. While this era had roasted meat, it seemed the concept of barbecuing was unfamiliar. "Of course, you'll see soon enough," Simon replied, flipping the meat and continuing to grill it, while the smaller pieces were skewered with wooden sticks and set aside. Simon began to slice the onions and mushrooms, roasting them alongside the rabbit meat. "Where did you learn all of this?" "It's delicious," Wesley couldn't help but ask, savoring the tender rabbit meat. "I'm a professional," Simon replied earnestly, only to break into laughter shortly thereafter. "I should have brought some ale," Potter lamented, imagining how delightful the roasted meat would be paired with a fine brew. Pruitt, meanwhile, was swiftly devouring the skewers, seemingly enamored with them. Nearly half of the skewers had vanished into his stomach. "I say, remember to save me some," Simon remarked, his own eating pace not lagging behind. They were quickly competing for the food, and while a single rabbit was ample for the group, many parts remained unutilized due to improper preparation. Once the barbecue concluded, Simon buried the remnants of the rabbit, extinguished the campfire, and restored the wooden bowls and forks to their original state. In the afternoon, they collectively returned to Hogsmeade. "By the way, Simon, Do remember to visit us during the summer. My family has already agreed. Potter extended an invitation before departing. Simon merely smiled faintly, refraining from immediate acceptance. He was no longer a student at Hogwarts, and visiting Potter's home could prove inconvenient. In a certain sense, Simon was a miscreant expelled from school. Chapter 69. The Betrayal Crisis. The four parted ways at the entrance of Hogsmeade, with Simon returning to the apothecary alone. A clean basket in hand filled with skewers meant for Alice. Satisfied with the barbecue, he felt compelled to share the delightful fare with others. As for Jorson, that fellow had inexplicably vanished the previous night, leaving his return uncertain, so Simon dismissed thoughts of him. Upon knocking on the apothecary door and being greeted by Alice, Simon smiled and handed her the basket. "What is this?" Alice inquired, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma of roasted meat. "Skewers I saved for you. Do try them while they're warm," Simon said, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. "Delicious. Did you make this?" Alice exclaimed, taking a bite and swiftly filling her mouth with the roasted meat, gleefully covering her face as she chewed. However, she did not finish it all, leaving some for Simon. "I've already eaten. This is all for you." Simon chuckled, donning gloves as he prepared to process the remaining herbs for the day. It wasn't that Alice was unhelpful. Rather, it was unnecessary. Simon needed to practice handling raw materials daily, and he had become quite adept at it. Just as Alice finished the last skewer, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Jorson with a grim expression. He seemed to carry an aura of gloom, instantly dampening the room's cheerful atmosphere. Behind him was Windick. Equally downcast, the cause of their distress was unclear. Startled, Alice hid behind Simon, afraid to speak. "You go upstairs first," Simon whispered. After she ascended, he asked, "What happened?" "The Muggle has betrayed us." Jorson paced anxiously by the table, clearly agitated. Simon furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he turned his gaze towards Windick. The latter let out a bitter chuckle and explained, "Janice has been captured by the Muggles." Upon hearing this news, Simon's initial reaction was disbelief. It was difficult for him to imagine that the Earl of Talbot would willingly relinquish a fortune to pursue them. However, the expressions on both of their faces bore no semblance of deceit. Countless possibilities flashed through Simon's mind as he refrained from speaking, patiently awaiting their explanations. Jorson had not returned the previous night, presumably due to this very matter, but why had they chosen not to inform him? Or rather, why were they only disclosing this information now? What secrets were they concealing? Soon, an unsettling possibility dawned upon Simon, causing the muscles in his face to twitch slightly as he sighed inwardly, realizing, indeed, they still regard me as a child. Last night was the appointed time for the transaction. It was only after we discovered Janiz's absence that we recognized something was amiss. Subsequently, Jorson and I ventured to Conway Town, only to uncover that the Earl of Talbot had betrayed us, having captured Janiz with the aid of the church. Simon paid little heed to why Janice was trapped. Surely, the wizard could have escaped with relative ease. However, instead of pursuing that line of inquiry, he posed another seemingly trivial question. What of Count Talbot? Due to the curse of the contract, his visage and form had been grotesquely altered, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of his own men, felled by the very weapon you referred to as a flintlock. Truly, he reaped what he sowed. Simon scoffed, for betrayal exacts a toll. We must rescue Janice, Jorson suddenly exclaimed. Simon remained silent, refraining from inquiry or any desire to question. He merely turned his head quietly to gaze at Jorson, who immediately felt a sense of discomfort. Windick, too, did not utter a word, and the atmosphere within the apothecary grew increasingly peculiar. Although they were not well acquainted with Count Talbot, betrayal necessitates a motive. Could it be that their dealings had been discovered, prompting the other party to assist the church in apprehending the alchemist? Such a scenario seemed exceedingly unlikely. Alternatively, one could speculate that betrayal might yield greater benefits for Count Talbot. In Simon's previous world, there existed a saying, loyalty is merely a wager. And when the stakes are substantial enough, the notion of loyalty becomes irrelevant. Clearly, the latter scenario appeared more plausible. However, the means to acquire greater profit was evident: the beauty elixir. Should no one else be capable of producing the beauty elixir, it would become a rare commodity, allowing Count Talbot's potions to fetch an exorbitant price. Of course, this presumes he possesses a sufficient stockpile of the elixir to amass wealth. Thus, it is not difficult to surmise that the three of them, concealing from Simon, sold a substantial quantity of beauty elixirs to Count Talbot, resulting in today's betrayal. Observing Simon's silence, as he simply regarded them quietly, Jorson could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, I know you must have a way to save him, do you not? Simon remained silent, quietly pouring himself a glass of water, as if he had not heard their previous conversation. Did you even hear that? Jorson nearly shouted, only to be silenced by Simon's piercing gaze, which shattered his last shred of hope without a word. You guessed it? Windick forced a bitter smile. Speak up, Simon insisted. Explain the situation, otherwise, I cannot assist you. The circumstances appeared to align with Simon's suspicions. Windick had sought additional support from the Galleons for potion research, leading the trio to sell a greater quantity of beauty potions to Earl Talbot. The reason for Janice's capture was, ironically, his failure to adhere to Simon's random exchange locations, resulting in him being ambushed without a chance to escape. How many potions did you sell? Simon suddenly inquired. Approximately 50, Jorson replied without hesitation. How many? Simon reiterated. All right. 70, Jorson muttered. How many? Simon repeated once more. With a furrowed brow, Jorson prepared to state another number when Windick interrupted him. A total of 125 potions. Windick glared at Jorson, exhaling in resignation. The last 5 were taken away, and we did not receive payment. Oh, no wonder he betrayed us. Those potions could make him quite wealthy, Simon remarked, smirking at Windick. Ensure you give me my share. Windick sighed. Retrieving a small pouch of coins along with a key and a piece of parchment, handing them to Simon. I have left you 12 galleons, 10 sickles, and 5 nuts. The remaining 150 galleons are secured in a vault in your name at Gringotts. By the way, opening a vault requires 5 galleons, the most basic kind. This is the key, along with a signed contract from the goblins. The contract is a goblin's oath, ensuring they will not misappropriate wizards' wealth, else face dire consequences. Windick, fearing Simon's disbelief, added, goblins' contracts cannot be forged. Ah, very well. Simon accepted the key, transforming it into a jump rope and tying it around his neck. He was astonished at his sudden wealth, likely surpassing some impoverished wizarding families. Aren't you angry? Windick tentatively asked. Had this incident not occurred, you would have kept it from me. Of course, I would be angry, Simon replied nonchalantly, fully aware that if he were not a 12-year-old boy, they likely would not have dared such actions. Now, expressing anger seemed futile. In fact, they had disrupted his plans, had they not? I distinctly warned you not to sell too many potions at once. Did you consider this possibility? Windick could not help but inquire. Who knows? Simon shrugged. All right. Can we discuss rescuing Janice? Otherwise, he will be burned at midnight. Jorson felt disheartened. This money was contributed by him and Windick. They had pulled together 167 galleons. A considerable sum, and asking Jorson to part with it felt almost unbearable. Moreover, Janice's share was included in that amount. Damn it, if he dies. How will I recover that money? Chapter 70. Saving Janice. In truth, rescuing Janice from the Muggles should not prove too difficult. Simon pondered briefly and devised a straightforward plan. As long as Jorson donned an invisibility cloak to infiltrate the Muggle prison, he could simply apparate Janice away once he located that fool. Indeed, the execution of this plan posed minimal challenges. With the invisibility cloak and apparition, any wizard wielding a wand could easily outmaneuver the Muggles. However, the executing wizard must exercise caution and cleverness, understanding how to conceal themselves. Although the invisibility cloak provided cover, carelessness could still lead to detection by Muggles. The issue is, Janice was captured while wearing the invisibility cloak, and we have lost Windick's cloak. Jorson exclaimed helplessly. If we had an invisibility cloak, we wouldn't need Simon's assistance. Is there no way to borrow one? Simon surmised this possibility, recalling Potter's invisibility cloak, instinctively believing it could be lent to them. However, after calculating the time, he realized the owl's round trip would be tight. Even if Potter were willing to lend out the family heirloom, there was no certainty they would receive it in time. Moreover, Simon had no intention of borrowing Potter's cloak. After all, it belonged to someone else. That seems unlikely. Windick sighed, acknowledging that invisibility cloaks were rare magical artifacts, and they tended to lose their effectiveness over time. By the way, where is that fool Janice being held? Simon suddenly remembered an important inquiry. In the basement of the church, where numerous monks and soldiers are guarding him. Windick quickly replied. He had already figured out these simple matters, but he was less certain about the number of soldiers stationed at the church. Then how about we storm in directly? Simon proposed another simple plan. Indeed, this approach is rather straightforward. Jorson concurred with Windick's thoughts, stating that it should not be challenging to subdue the monks and soldiers from the shadows, allowing them to boldly escort Janice away. Absolutely not. Jorson immediately dismissed the idea. After Earl Talbot's death, most of the soldiers guarding the town are stationed nearby. I cannot guarantee we won't be brutally attacked if we breach their defenses. Not us. But you. Simon coldly corrected, for he had never intended to take such risks. As for Janice's fate, to put it plainly, being burned alive would be his own fault. While we wait for Janice to be led to the pyre, we could cast the constricting flame spell, and then Windick and I could use the smoke screen charm to create a great commotion. Providing Jorson with the opportunity to sneak in during the chaos and apparate Janice away, Simon quickly formulated a new plan. You probably don't realize this, but due to Earl Talbot's death, we are already being watched by the Wizarding Council. If we recklessly create chaos, inciting a conflict between Muggles and wizards, even if we successfully rescue Janice, someone will likely come looking for us the next day, Windick said with a wry smile. As his father was a member of the council, making him acutely aware of this fact. The Wizarding Council? I thought they would come after us once Earl Talbot turned into a monster due to the curse of the contract, Simon remarked with a smirk. Harboring little fondness for the council. That won't happen, as both parties agreed to sign the contract. However, a noble transforming into a monster in plain sight does indeed pose complications for us, Windick quickly clarified. The Wizarding Council prefers to avoid excessive conflict between wizards and Muggles. But if we proceed as you suggest, I suspect a group of wizards will be knocking on our door. And if we do? Simon inquired with curiosity about the hefty fines that would be imposed, and how they would dispatch numerous wizards to alter the memories of witnesses or render them oblivious to those recollections. After exchanging glances, Wendick and Jorson sighed in resignation, expressing their hope that he could devise a more discreet method to rescue Janice. Having finally acquired a substantial sum of money, neither wished to forfeit such monumental gains. Very well, the final option, Simon declared, tapping the table. The potion of transmutation. We can have Jorson consume the potion to infiltrate the church, and then use the apparition charm to escort Janice away. But we lack the potion. Brewing the concoction requires at least 2 months, and time is of the essence. Jorson lamented in disappointment. He now regretted having returned the gold crown to Simon, yet these were merely his own unrequited thoughts. After all, they were obligated to pay Simon a sum each month, a burden that would grow increasingly daunting with the passage of time, inevitably leading to exposure. Simon curled his lip and reminded, "Who says we don't have it?" After saying this, he took the gold coins upstairs and casually retrieved the potion that Felice had given him, placing it before both of them. This concoction could probably sustain them for several hours. Simon turned to Wendick and said, "However, I still need this, so it won't be provided free of charge. Wendick must brew some potions afterward to compensate for my loss." "Deal, let us set off." Before Wendick could respond, Jorson answered for him. "Is that how you plan to go?" Simon frowned. "Are you prepared to spend some time in prison? However, I do have a rather clever idea. You could simply feign being a wizard caught and be imprisoned alongside Janice. Then, we can leave together, saving time and effort." "Why didn't I think of that?" Wendick exclaimed, realizing this was indeed the best approach. "Stop joking. If they don't capture you alive, or if I get shot with a flintlock, it won't be worth it." Jorson also seemed reluctant to employ such a risky tactic. After all, he was the one who would be taking the risk. This was no jest. In any case, Wendick should first concoct some fire-resistant potions, just in case. Simon finalized the plan. "Jorson and I will scout for information first. And at dinner time, Jorson will come to escort you over, at which point we will confirm the final plan. After all, plans are filled with uncertainties. It's best to prepare adequately to avoid panicking when faced with changes, lest Janice bear the brunt of it." With the temporary plan established, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wendick went to the basement of the apothecary to prepare potions, while Simon and Jorson went to change clothes. "All right, don't worry." Seeing Alice's worried expression, Simon comforted her, adding, "Jorson and I need to step out for a while. We might not return until tomorrow." "Where are you going?" Alice asked anxiously. "A secret. When I return, I'll bring you something. By the way, keep this for me until I come back." With that, Simon took the key from around his neck and placed it around Alice's, reminding her, "No one else can have this key but me." Alice grasped the key with both hands and nodded vigorously in assurance. "I will." "Simon, are you ready?" Jorson's voice called from downstairs. "Almost there, don't rush." Simon turned to the attic to change into a set of Muggle clothing, which he had previously purchased for himself. They looked rather respectable. Certainly not like that of a pauper. He had bought them just in case, to prepare for the plan, never anticipating they would come in handy at this moment. Jorson's attire was somewhat worn, and the two standing together might lead others to assume that Jorson was Simon's servant, a notion most would likely entertain. Thus, Simon decided to let Jorson temporarily masquerade as his attendant. Using the guise of a servant, Jorson led Simon out of the apothecary. Once his vision cleared, they found themselves standing outside on a secluded plain, not far from Conway Town. "There are some things to be mindful of. I'll explain as we walk," Simon said, suppressing the discomfort from the apparition. In the afternoon, on the streets of Conway Town, Simon and Jorson walked one after the other. They frequently overheard the hushed whispers of locals discussing how last night the Lord had been transformed into a monster by a devil's envoy, following the death of Count Talbot. The atmosphere in Conway Town had grown somewhat oppressive, a sentiment both could sense. As they passed a fruit stall, Simon paused to glance at the vendor. A typical Western white man with a weathered face, likely a farmer. The stall sold fruits resembling green jujubes. He casually inquired about the price, selected a few jujubes, and tossed the vendor 2 pennies. Handing the jujubes to Jorson, he took out a handkerchief to wipe off the dust and remarked, "I just heard that Conway Town captured a devil's envoy. I wonder if the legendary devil has horns and wings?" Jorson remained silent, while Simon continued to speak. "I've never seen a devil in my life. Do you know what it looks like?" "No idea." The fruit vendor chuckled nervously. "They say the monks captured it, and it's currently locked in the church. The priests are set to purify it tonight." "Oh, where will they burn it?" Simon asked casually, biting into a jujube, which unleashed a bitter taste in his mouth. "Ugh, what is this horrid thing? How can it taste so terrible?" The taste was not the point. Simon merely intended to divert the vendor's attention, hoping he would disclose the information Simon sought, eager for him to leave, as no small business owner wishes for returns. Sure enough, the vendor appeared anxious, evidently fearful that Simon might demand a refund, hastily responding, "It's in the square ahead. The monks are already preparing firewood." "Let us go take a look," Simon muttered, tossing the jujube aside and striding forward. Simon had previously visited Conway Town Square, where a gallows used to stand. However, now, alongside the gallows, there stood a stake, piled high with firewood, with several soldiers armed with flintlocks idly chatting nearby. There were few passers-by. So Simon did not approach, but merely slowed his pace to speak a few words with the somewhat distracted Jorson before they headed towards the church. Scouting was essential. They did not draw near the church, which was heavily guarded, with several gunmen stationed outside. Perhaps due to the Lord's death, the atmosphere among the musketeers felt rather somber. After all, it was they who had shot the Lord-turned-monster. Observing the heavily fortified church, Simon subtly furrowed his brow, contemplating the possibility of breaking in. "What are we doing here?" Jorson asked, puzzled as they were monitoring near the church. Lacking any experience, Jorson did not comprehend the purpose of Simon's actions. "Need I spell it out?" "I'm considering how we should enter." Simon lowered his spyglass and glanced at Jorson, suddenly feeling as though this fellow might not be using his head. Even with the potion, one must contemplate who to transform into. He handed the spyglass to Jorson. "Are you planning to go in as an ordinary person? Be careful not to get riddled with bullets." There were no fewer than 20 soldiers training near the church, and it was uncertain how many more were inside. However, if executed properly, it wouldn't be difficult for Windick and Jorson to breach the premises. After all, they were in the shadows, and all they needed to do was take down their opponents one by one, but that wasn't the approach they could take. "Aren't they priests or soldiers?" Jorson asked, confused. "Transform into a priest. I reckon only a priest could gain entry." Simon pointed toward the priest conversing with the soldiers at the entrance. "So what are we doing here?" Jorson questioned further, perplexed. "If you transform into a priest, and they ask you questions, how will you respond?" Simon coldly stared at Jorson. Failing to answer could mean exposing his identity. Wouldn't that raise suspicions? "What should we do?" "I brought you here to observe the potential troubles, so you could be mentally prepared." Simon, harboring a modicum of disdain for Jorson, chose to disregard his concerns, reasoning that it was not he who would be venturing forth, so why fret unnecessarily? Jorson was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the one embarking on this perilous journey was none other than himself. Indeed, he had not contemplated this matter until now, yet. The fact remained that Simon could not conjure illusions, leaving him as the sole adept in the art of illusion among the trio. At this revelation, Jorson's composure began to unravel. He had been preoccupied with strategies for persuading Simon to engage in another lucrative venture post-rescue of Janice, oblivious to the immediate predicament at hand. "What should I do if I encounter these issues?" Jorson hastily inquired, casting an expectant glance at Simon. After all, Simon's previous plan had been remarkably flawless, allowing them to amass considerable wealth with ease. "You will have to rely on your wits, I'm afraid. Our time is far too limited to gather intelligence. And I cannot devise a better strategy," Simon lamented, spreading his hands in resignation. In truth, the most effective course of action would be to storm the church directly. We are wizards. Overpowering these individuals to rescue Janice should pose no significant challenge. However, Windick's caution made Jorson hesitate. He was unwilling to provoke the Wizarding Council or engage in reckless gambles. The prospect of being exposed by a Muggle was indeed alarming, for he could not bear to confront the threat of a Muggle firearm, and Janice's life was certainly not as paramount as his own. "Let us find a place to rest, and then you can fetch Windick. I still believe a surprise attack is the way to go." Utilizing Polyjuice Potion to assume the guise of one of those musketeers would catch them off guard quite easily. After all, a stealthy ambush would undoubtedly be simpler than any other approach. Simon revised the plan. As for what course of action Windick and Jorson ultimately chose, that was no concern of his. After all, he would not be the one executing it, nor would he be the one facing peril. Their covert ambitions to pilfer his achievements could only incite Simon's ire. They would have to bear the consequences of their own making. Even if Janice were to perish in the flames, Simon would not feel remorse. He had indeed done his utmost, and ultimately, it was Jorson and Windick who would decide his fate. Chapter 72. The reckless Windick. I do not concur with this approach. Windick immediately dismissed Simon's revised plan with a shake of his head. "Very well, decide as you will." Simon paid little mind to this matter, immersing himself in the meal before him. It must be said, this era indeed favored the affluent, as they secured a lavish dinner from the tavern owner for merely 3 shillings. Although they had dined on roasted rabbit at noon, the subsequent reconnaissance had drained Simon's strength considerably. Jorson furrowed his brow, ultimately remaining silent. He understood that to reclaim those damned galleons from Janice, he would need to take risks. As a figure approached, the trio halted their conversation, all wearing frowns. They had already secured the upper floor, and someone ascending was clearly a breach of the tavern owner's agreement. In light of the Janice incident, they all instinctively felt aversion toward such intrusions. The individual sat opposite the trio, and several serving staff brought forth food to place on the table. Just as Jorson prepared to speak, Simon intervened, silencing him. Simon found the individual before him dressed rather peculiarly. Although clad in Muggle attire, there was an undeniable sense of incongruity about it. Windick had once appeared similarly, but with the assistance of Simon and his companions, his Muggle garb had at least begun to seem acceptable. If this person were indeed a wizard, it would not be surprising for the tavern owner to permit his entry. A simple obliviate spell could remedy any situation. The stranger was also scrutinizing the trio, a look of astonishment crossing his face. One might wonder if he too presumed they were graduates of Hogwarts. Simon refrained from mentioning the term wizard, as it was prudent to minimize such references in the Muggle world to avoid drawing attention. Merely the mention of Hogwarts sufficed for Wendick to grasp the implications. It was evident that Wendick had also discerned the truth. This individual was indeed a wizard. Unbelievable. Wendick stared intently at the stranger, harboring concerns that he might be affiliated with the Wizarding Council. Could it be that Jorson had also noticed Simon and Wendick exchanging glances, leading him to realize that something was amiss? Surely, they could not overlook whether the other was a wizard. However, if this individual were a representative of the council, would it be necessary for them to engage with him? As Jorson nearly voiced his true thoughts, Simon swiftly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Upon noticing Simon's gesture, Jorson instantly recognized the folly of his previous words and promptly swallowed his impending statement, obediently sealing his lips. That child is correct. I too am a graduate of Hogwarts. The stranger's ears seemed particularly keen, as he waved jovially towards Simon and his companions, declaring, I heard that the emissaries of the devil were discovered here, so I thought I might join the excitement. He squinted slightly at Simon and remarked, You must still be of school age, I presume? You may consider me a premature graduate, Simon replied nonchalantly. So, are you merely passing through? Unaware that we have reserved the second floor? I initially intended to ask the Muggles to vacate the premises. He gestured toward the window. For the view here is quite splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Peggy Windlin. He spoke without a hint of embarrassment. His suggestion to evict the others clearly implying the use of a memory charm to send them on their way. Simon discerned from the expression of the other party that he was likely not lying. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a lingering sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered this individual before. Wendick Windridian raised a hand to gesture towards himself, introducing himself before indicating Jorson. This is Jorson Fergus, and the last young man is Simon Green. Simon squinted slightly and interjected before Wendick could continue. I have heard of you, the infamous Killer Green. What an honor indeed. Simon's lips twitched ever so slightly. He despised that moniker. Simon's gaze remained fixed upon Peggy Windling, scrutinizing her from head to toe, when he suddenly inquired, Have we met somewhere before? Peggy Windling furrowed her brow in contemplation and replied with uncertainty, I cannot recall. A few months ago, in the town square of Conway. Simon attempted to prod further. Wendick and Jorson were left momentarily bewildered. You were there too? Peggy Windling regarded Simon with surprise. That left quite an impression on me. It affected my mood for several days. Simon finally recognized where he had encountered her, and his expression shifted to one of discomfort. It seems my performance was quite effective. Peggy Windling chuckled triumphantly. Indeed, it was remarkable, but I am curious as to why you chose to do that. As the two engaged in conversation, Jorson and Wendick found themselves utterly perplexed by the unfolding dialogue. Have you heard of the eccentric Windling? Peggy Windling inquired. The one who was burned, etc.? You cannot possibly be that person. Indeed, she is my great-great-great whatever grandmother, Peggy Windling replied with a proud grin, addressing the trio. At present, I am endeavoring to surpass her record. The corners of Simon's mouth involuntarily twitched. The diviner Wendelin, often referred to as the eccentric Wendelin, was reputedly fond of being set ablaze. It was said that she had willingly allowed herself to be captured in various disguises no less than 47 times, thus earning her the moniker of the oddball. Are you here merely to witness the spectacle? Wendelin mused, reflecting on the tumultuous events that had transpired. She had not anticipated that this individual would possess greater audacity than herself. At that moment, the trio had already ascertained that they were not members of the Wizarding Council. Simon contemplated the intentions of the other party and sighed. That unfortunate soul is our friend. Poor fellow. Wendelin paused, seemingly grasping a deeper nuance. Indeed, poor fellow. Wendick replied with a wry smile. Thus, we have resolved to rescue him before events unfold. Moments ago, we had assumed you were sent by the council to spy on us, Jolson articulated. No, I merely passed by. I later decided to linger for the spectacle. Wendelin expressed surprise at the unfolding situation and furrowed his brow, inquiring, What do you intend to do? We already have a plan, Jolson retorted irritably, as he was displeased to discover that the executor was none other than himself. Pray tell, how did you manage to escape? Simon suddenly asked. The stunning spell. Wendelin answered without hesitation. Does it allow for apparition? Yes. Why do you ask? I propose a rather unexpected idea. How about you assist us in substituting our unfortunate friend? Simon suggested. We can offer you 10 gold coins along with additional support. We have prepared the polyjuice potion, so you need not worry about disguise. Additionally, we have fire-resistant potions. Even if burned, you shall have no issues escaping, thus embellishing your own tale, while we rid ourselves of this council nuisance. Peggy Windlin glanced at Wendick and Jolson, clearly skeptical of Simon's words, viewing him as merely a child. Nevertheless, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted. It was a sum he could scarcely amass after months of labor. It is indeed a commendable proposal, Wendick concurred, though Jolson hesitated. You can have Janice pay, Simon asserted without a moment's thought. He can afford it, as you well know, and this could serve as a lesson for him. Very well, I consent. Jolson nodded, recognizing that it was worth the risk without requiring him to venture forth. But how shall we ensure this fellow does not abscond with the coin? Chapter 73. The successful escape Jolson and Peggy Winland entered into a simple magical contract, effectively safeguarding the fairness of their transaction, ensuring neither party could default, Winland taking the money without action, or vice versa. After dinner, Simon revised their plan and shared it with the other three. The four stealthily infiltrated a priest's residence, employing a stunning spell to incapacitate the unfortunate man, allowing Winland to deftly strip him of his garments and procure a strand of hair. Winland, adept at transfiguration spells, managed to alter his visage and stature to bear a striking resemblance to the priest, albeit through a rather arduous process. Meanwhile, Jolson utilized this interval to interrogate the unfortunate priest, seeking to ascertain the whereabouts of Windick's invisibility cloak. The answer was unsatisfactory. The priest seemed oblivious to the existence of such a cloak, implying that Janus might not have been wearing it at the time of his capture. After losing his value, the unfortunate man was once again rendered unconscious. How does it appear? Winland mused, grasping the priest's hair and comparing their features, pride swelling within him. I possess great confidence in my transfiguration spell. I am certain I can deceive others without the potion. A splendid transformation spell, Simon unabashedly praised, before adding, if all is in readiness, let us commence. They hastily departed, leaving the unfortunate soul behind. Moments later, Simon and his companions lay in ambush not far from the church. Watching as Winland successfully deceived the guards at the entrance, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips. Do you know the location of Janus's transaction? Simon seized a moment to inquire of Jolson, suspecting that Janus might have hidden the invisibility cloak prior to his capture. After all, an invisibility cloak does not render one invisible. It still produces sound when in motion. Thoroughly searching the transaction site would surely reveal Janus beneath the cloak. That fool should realize that if Windick and Jolson sought to rescue him, employing the invisibility cloak would be the simplest method. I do not know. Jolson's expression remained somber, having recalled the matter upon Simon's prompting. Previously, the three had instinctively assumed that Janus must have lost the cloak upon capture. But what if he concealed the cloak at the transaction site? I am equally in the dark. Windick furrowed his brow. Regardless, the prospect of recovering the invisibility cloak was promising, lifting his spirits considerably. Once we locate that fool Janus, we should be able to retrieve the cloak. Simon sighed subtly, offering Windick a word of comfort as he continued to observe the happenings at the church, muttering, I wonder how Winland is faring. At that moment, Winland was embodying the demeanor of a priest, swaggering into the church. He quickly discerned that the number of guards inside exceeded his expectations, ruling out the possibility of apparition, as it would undoubtedly attract the attention of other muggles and jeopardize his subsequent plans. He refrained from engaging in conversation, clutching a Bible as he proceeded to the basement, feigning an intent to impart divine teachings to the devil's emissaries before their impending demise. The basement was guarded by 2 musketeers, who approached Winland upon his entrance, only for the faux priest to swiftly produce his wand, casting a forgetfulness charm on each. As the soldiers succumbed to the spell's silence, Winland unlocked the iron door. Janus was confined within, his hands still bound, and upon seeing Winland, a look of astonishment crossed his face. You still appear quite spirited, Winland remarked, as he gently tapped Janus with his wand, which silently unbound his ropes. You are Jolson? Janus exclaimed joyfully. I knew you would come to rescue me. Shoo. Winland placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, then, amidst Janus's astonished gaze, began to disrobe, frowning as he addressed the bewildered young man. What are you dawdling for? Remove your garments. Oh, disrobe? Janus replied, somewhat perplexed, yet he ultimately refrained from questioning further. Escaping this place was paramount. After they exchanged clothing, Winland plucked a hair from Janus's head and placed it into the pre-prepared polyjuice potion. Once the potion was ready, Winland reminded Janus of the precautions to take upon departure, then produced the previously prepared potion for him. Though it was barely a sip, it would suffice for a few minutes. Janus transformed into the guise of a priest and nervously exited the church's basement. It must be said that Janus was fortunate. Aside from pausing briefly to converse with a musketeer, he successfully left the church, perhaps due to his anxiety, his steps faltering slightly. Not long after Janus had exited the church, the muscles in his face began to contort as the potion's effect waned. He reverted to his original appearance, anxiously glancing about, before vanishing into the streets under the cover of night. Upon reaching the rendezvous point, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. It seems your luck has held. In the dimly lit alley, Simon and his companions silently appeared before Janus, who was clad in a priest's robe. The sudden change left the young wizard momentarily bewildered, soon transforming into overwhelming joy. Welcome back. The trio embraced him warmly. Wait, who was that guy just now? Janus inquired, releasing Jolson. A newly acquainted wizard, Simon replied, wearing an expression that seemed to anticipate the question. Do you remember the witch who was burned to death last time? That was him. You mean? Janus gasped, recalling his previous foolish mistake, and looked at Simon and the others with gratitude before sheepishly apologizing. I'm sorry, it's my fault for messing things up. You truly created quite a mess, Jolson retorted, casting a disapproving glance. Now you owe me a hefty sum of galleons. We'll settle that later. Janus paused, quickly understanding the situation as he glanced at Simon, his expression turning awkward. Where's my invisibility cloak? Wendick cut in before he could speak. At that moment, I was cornered by them. I managed to evade danger using the invisibility cloak, but when I tried to leave, I was trapped again. Ultimately, I had to hide the cloak in a room of a muggle house, thinking you would retrieve it to save me. Good grief. How could we possibly know where you were conducting business with muggles? The trio exchanged exasperated glances. The location was chosen by Janice, the one responsible for engaging with muggles. So how could they possibly know the precise whereabouts? Janice stood there, momentarily stunned. First, wake that priest, modify his memory, and return your clothes, Simon reminded them. We promised Wendick that once we rescued you, we wouldn't interfere with his plans. On the dark street, Janice wore a grim expression. Fully aware of the price Simon and his companions had paid to save him. Yet, instead of feeling grateful, he was more miffed. That amounted to 10 galleons. And most importantly, he would have to foot the bill. I believe Jorlson could have easily resolved this issue. You had even prepared that potion that allows one to assume another's appearance. Janice couldn't help but voice his discontent, particularly as he remembered he had to return the portion of galleons he had previously pocketed from Simon. If only I hadn't been caught, Janice sighed inwardly, never contemplating the underlying causes that led to this predicament. Although he was thankful to Wendick for saving him, it was impossible for him to feel entirely satisfied, as it was his money being spent, akin to having flesh cut from his own body. Are you referring to the polyjuice potion? Wendick scoffed, explaining. That's Simon's private stash, only a single vial, and it's not available for free. Noting Janice's conflicted expression, Wendick added brusquely. You won't need to pay for that. Hearing he wouldn't have to bear the cost brought relief to Janice. Don't complain, mate. Your luck is already rather favorable. Simon paused, turning to the glum young man to offer comfort. A small expenditure to avert a significant crisis is quite a bargain. A small expenditure? At Simon's encouragement, Janice felt his face fall. He attempted to muster a smile but failed miserably, his pained expression eliciting laughter from the trio. You make it sound easy, but it's not your coin being spent, Janice muttered in discontent. You ought to be grateful to Wendick. Had that fellow not appeared, you would have had a 30% chance of being burned alive. Simon's expression turned serious, his gaze sharp as he reminded Janice, this is a mistake you made. Don't blame others. I advised you to change locations for every transaction, considering such potential issues. Defeated, Janice hung his head, speechless. He indeed had botched the situation. Don't be disheartened. At least you're lucky to be alive, Simon reassured him. If those soldiers had gone on a rampage and killed you, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to save you. Even with money, you wouldn't have a life to spend it. As he spoke, Simon rummaged through his coat pocket and handed Janice the jujube he had purchased earlier. This is a gift for you. How sincere, Janice muttered, yet he took the gift. Biting into it, the tartness made his teeth ache, and he shivered involuntarily. Doesn't it feel good to be alive? Simon suddenly burst into laughter. You're right. At least I'm still breathing. Janice bit down harder on the jujube and murmured, being alive feels wonderful. Jorlson and Wendick exchanged glances, both chuckling. Simon was correct. Merely surviving was already a significant achievement. Having rescued Janice while evading potential troubles with the Wizarding Council, their spirits were lifted. And the profits from the beauty potion had ultimately earned them a substantial gain. By the way, shouldn't we check on that fellow in the church basement? Janice still harbored some concern. Although the man was merely a hired hand, he had saved him after all. No need to worry about him. The group continued onward, seeking a secluded place for their exchange, with Simon carelessly jesting, that man is more experienced than you, even if he were sent to the stake. He'd find a way out. Don't say I didn't warn you. The death of Count Talbot has stirred quite a commotion, drawing the attention of the Wizarding Council upon us. Wendick sighed. Paying him was not only to rescue you, but also to have him divert the Council's attention. He actually agreed? Janice was taken aback. The Wizarding Council was a troublesome entity. Why wouldn't he? He received a handsome payment and got a chance to act recklessly. The Muggles will believe he was burned to death, and the Council will likely only issue him a couple of warnings. As the group turned into a secluded alley, Janice asked, what do you mean by acting recklessly? Everyone, gather close and hold on tight. Jorlson warned, and a wave of dizziness swept over them. When their vision cleared, they found themselves in the priest's home, where the unfortunate soul lay unconscious on the floor. Hand me that Bible. Simon quickly surveyed the surroundings and turned to Janice, saying, oh, and take off your clothes and put on a cloak. It's best if you don't reveal your whereabouts right now. Oh, here. What do you need this for? To return it to its rightful place, the cross. Simon took the Bible and silver cross from Janice before heading toward the study. Turning back to Wendick to remind him, modify his memory carefully. Don't be careless, and ensure he doesn't notice any inconsistencies. Understood. Wendick responded with a nod, drawing his wand to alter the unfortunate priest's memories. Upon entering the study, Simon immediately extracted his wand, casting a duplication charm on both the Bible and the crucifix on the table. Thanks to his repeated practice, the charm was successful, and upon inspection, he found that the text within the Bible remained intact. He intended to take the authentic items, leaving behind the replicas. In times of necessity, these two objects could easily deceive many. In the future, if Simon traversed the Muggle world, he would find himself considerably more equipped. After all, who would suspect a heathen or a wizard carrying a Bible and wearing a crucifix? Should he encounter trouble from the church or soldiers? A mere display of these items would proclaim him a devout believer. Who would dare label him a heathen or a servant of the devil? After shrinking the items to fit in his pocket and returning the replicas to their original place, Simon left the study to inquire about the location of the transaction with Janice, as they needed to retrieve Wendick's invisibility cloak. Once they departed, the unfortunate priest regained consciousness. Gazing ahead in confusion, after a few moments, he recalled his circumstances. According to the memories altered by Wendick, the priest picked up the Bible and crucifix from the table, uttered a brief prayer, and hurried off to the church. His memories were intact, even including the moment when he had used the Bible to purify the servant of the devil. Constructing these memories had cost Wendick considerable effort, as evidenced by the sweat beading on his forehead, a testament to the difficulty of the task. Janice observed the priest's retreating figure, stealthily following the trio into the enveloping night. Chapter 75. A minor punishment. Moments later, the four burst into an unsuspecting Muggle residence, and with a flash of red light, the entire family succumbed to the incapacitating spell. Indeed, this was the location of Janice's earlier transaction, and this family had often been subjected to such enchantments. After a thorough search, they still could not locate the invisibility cloak hidden by Janice. Ultimately, they resorted to interrogating the Muggles, discovering that the cloak had been found by one of the children, who had also uncovered its secret and hidden it away. Once they located the elusive cloak, Wendick efficiently cast a memory-erasing charm on the family, cleaning up the aftermath. It was said that the Oblivion charm was a veritable tool for nefarious deeds. What shall we do now? Leave? Janice was eager to return to Hogsmeade, having grown weary of lingering in this town. We still need to wait for Wendick to extricate himself and return the remaining 5 galleons to him, Jorson replied tersely. And one more thing. Simon stifled a yawn. Fatigue weighing heavily upon him after the long day. Had it been another time, he would have been fast asleep by now. What is it? The others turned their attention to Simon. Jorson, you must go to Conway Castle and retrieve all the beauty potions you traded away. No, leave her a few bottles. Simon yawned again, turning to Jorson with a reminder. The castle likely has few guards at this hour, but you should still take the invisibility cloak. Act swiftly and leave no traces or flaws. Why? The trio appeared puzzled. 3 fools. You allowed so many beauty potions to slip away. How shall we profit from them in the future? Simon shot an exasperated glance at the trio, adding an explanation, and let us give the traitors a small punishment too. As for what would become of the Talbot family, that was of no concern to Simon. No, I mean, why leave them a few bottles? Jorson questioned, still perplexed. One must not be too ruthless. We need Lady Mary to promote our beauty potions. Simon retorted, dismissing Jorson's inquiry. The Earl of Talbot is dead. We can always find another. As long as there is sufficient profit, those nobles will be eager to collaborate with us. Oh, I see. Truly, Simon is remarkable. Wendick marveled, appreciating how Simon adeptly resolved matters and even planned for the future, proving to be exceedingly reliable. This was my doing. I should be the one to go. Janice volunteered, clearly contemplating additional matters. Can you perform apparition? Simon saw through Janice's intentions, responding curtly. If you get caught, do not expect us to rescue you again. Fine. I shall go. Jorson evidently shared Janice's thoughts. Remember, act swiftly and leave no flaws, Simon cautioned again as Jorson departed. Jorson waved his hand, assuring them not to worry, and vanished with the invisibility cloak. And what about us? What shall we do? Janice asked, gazing in frustration at the spot where Jorson had disappeared. He felt a sense of dismay for missing this opportunity to recover his losses. However, Simon had his reasons for sending Jorson, and he found no grounds to argue against it. Let us watch the show. I am curious how Wendick will extricate himself. Simon gazed toward the town square, recalling how he had overlooked Wendick's means of escape during the witch's burning. When they arrived at the square, a crowd had already gathered, and Simon spotted Lady Mary among them. What would this noblewoman's reaction be if she discovered someone had raided her home and stolen her precious beauty potions? She would likely rush back to the castle in a frantic panic. The Muggles murmured amongst themselves, entirely oblivious to the presence of Simon and his companions. Wendick had been bound to the stake, his head bowed to conceal his expression from the Muggles. The priest stood beside the stake, delivering a fervent speech, inciting the crowd to vent their anger and blame all calamities, misfortunes, and diseases on this servant of the devil, declaring him responsible for the horrific transformation of innocent Talbot into a monster. Burn him! Burn him! The crowd roared in unison as the church's clergy ignited the wood beside the stake, flames erupting with fervor. Soon, the servant of the devil let out a piercing scream, and the church's priests began to organize a hymn, the crowd's long-suppressed emotions now finding release as they sang melodious hymns, attempting to drown out the wretched cries of the condemned. Concealed within the crowd, Simon and his companions exchanged glances, their cheeks twitching as they witnessed Wendick casting a spell to freeze the flames as they ignited, though his hands were bound. It was astonishing that he possessed the ability to perform wandless magic. Furthermore, Windic had likely consumed a fire-resistant potion, even if he could not cast spells. He would not perish in flames. Simon believed that this individual, had he been in a previous life, would have effortlessly secured an Oscar for his performance. The screams persisted for several minutes until the flames engulfed Wendelin, silencing his cries, while a distant hymn continued to resonate through the night. The execution of the devil's emissary endured for an extended period. After the firewood was consumed, only a charred corpse remained on the pyre, which 2 soldiers subsequently carried away for burial. Could he truly be dead? As Simon and his companions melded into the dispersing crowd, concealing themselves in a shadowy alley, Janus voiced his concern. His complexion remained somewhat pallid, evidently shaken by the earlier spectacle of the burning devil. It was inevitable. That group of muggles was utterly deranged. No, that is not the case. I know where he is. Follow me, Simon replied with a smile, his escape seeming quite unexpected. What about Jorson? Windic furrowed his brow, inquiring how they would reunite with him. Do not worry, he will find us. How can you be so certain? A voice suddenly interjected. Jorson emerged from beneath his invisibility cloak, presenting himself before the trio. How was the harvest? Noticing the pleasant expression on Jorson's face, Simon surmised the outcome must have been favorable, yet he still posed the question. I only found 89 bottles. Jorson replied, shaking his bag that bore the enchantment of concealment. As per your instructions, I left her a few. Come, let us seek out Wendelin. Simon was the first to exit the alley, heading toward the outskirts of the town. In a different street, 2 soldiers carried Wendelin's lifeless body toward the outskirts, accompanied by a monk bearing an oil lamp. Upon leaving the city and arriving at a desolate wilderness, prepared to dig a pit for the charred remains, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. One by one, the soldiers and the monk collapsed, as a figure cloaked in invisibility, Jorson, silently emerged against the backdrop of the pitch-black night. As Simon and his companions emerged from their hiding place, they scrutinized the charred corpse before them. All right, Wendelin, rise up. I know you are not dead, Simon declared. I must say, that was quite a clever ruse. Suddenly, the scorched body inexplicably sat up, turning its head to gaze at Simon and the others. A chilling smile spreading across its face. How did you know? I thought I was well concealed. No one should have discovered me. Simon scoffed. If you had truly disappeared, there would be no corpse left, just a pile of ashes at most. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Wendelin's abrupt resurrection still quickened his heartbeat. It was not only Simon who was startled. Jorson and Windic shared his trepidation, while Janus was notably taken aback, his reaction somewhat exaggerated. After all, witnessing a burnt corpse suddenly rise was undeniably disconcerting. I must ask, could you revert to your original form? This is rather frightening, Janus complained, his dissatisfaction evident. My apologies. Wendelin responded, retrieving his wand and swiftly removing the charred exterior. In no time, he restored his appearance and donned a cloak, deftly catching the pouch of coins that Windic had carelessly tossed. He counted the coins with a grin that nearly split his face. Your transfiguration spell appears to be quite impressive, Simon remarked, his interest diverging from that of the others. Wendelin was arguably the most skilled practitioner of transfiguration Simon had encountered, second only to Professor Ward Crouch. If possible, Simon hoped to glean some knowledge from him. However, he reminded himself that in this world, no one owed anyone anything. Contemplating the potential price he might have to pay for such assistance. I have put considerable effort into mastering this, Wendelin boasted, a proud smile gracing his features. You can perform wandless magic? It seemed you didn't use your wand when casting the fire conjuration spell. Simon complimented again. It was a rare feat for a wizard to wield magic without a wand. Indeed, it took me 2 years to master the fire conjuration spell without a wand. Wendelin replied, clearly pleased with Simon's admiration, as it was one of his bragging rights. The others exchanged slight grimaces, pondering the caliber of individuals they were dealing with. This place is unsuitable for conversation. Let us find another location, Windic suggested, gesturing to the 3 beside him. The group made their way back to Hogsmeade. However, they did not return to the apothecary, opting instead for the 3 broomsticks to enjoy some drinks. Both Jorson and Windic believed it was essential to help Janus recover from his shock, while also celebrating his safe return. Simon decided to return to the apothecary first, to assure Alice of his safety. As anticipated, the girl was still awake. Shortly after he knocked, the door swung open. Alice rushed into his embrace, eagerly inquiring what he had brought back for her. Here, the key. Alice released her hold on Simon, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness as she lowered her head, returning the key that hung around her neck. Thank you. Simon accepted the key and tucked it into his pocket, then casually offered her the jujubes he had previously purchased. Just as Alice was about to take a bite, Simon quickly intervened. Glutton, that is not how you eat this. He affectionately ruffled her hair, proceeded into the house, and prepared a bowl of salt water. He sliced open the jujube flesh, letting it soak in the salt water for a while, hoping to diminish its astringency. It should taste quite delightful afterward. Alice sat beside him, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at the bowl of jujubes. It's quite late now. You should return to sleep. We can enjoy it in the morning. I still need to visit the Boar's Head Tavern. After tidying up, Simon ascended the stairs to grab the bag Windick had given him before heading to the tavern. Upon his arrival at the Boar's Head, Old Tom was pouring large mugs of ale for everyone, a look of surprise crossing his face as he beheld Simon. Likely taken aback by his unexpected presence at such an hour. The tavern was nearly empty at this late hour, with only their small group present. And Old Tom had evidently been roused from sleep. "Give me a cup of hot milk and prepare some food for everyone." Simon placed 3 sickles on the counter. "It would be best to have some roasted meat and bread." Observing Simon's actions, Wendelin's eyes twitched slightly. He had never imagined a child could possess such wealth. Wait a moment. Wendelin suddenly realized that they had even paid Janice 10 gold galleons. As he spoke, Simon barely flinched, clearly unconcerned about the money. Was it merely an illusion? Why did he feel that they all seemed quite affluent? Old Tom was quite pleased. He had earned at least 10 sickles that night, equivalent to a day's wages, and was astonished to discover when this group had become so generous. Simon's expenditure further surprised him. Janice, the miser, was drinking the tavern's finest wine? And Jolson, that stingy fellow, was willing to part with his coins? Merlin Beard, what on earth had transpired today? The group chatted until the early hours of the morning, dispersing at around 3 o'clock. Simon intentionally lagged a few steps behind as he exited the tavern, waiting for Wendelin to catch up. This reckless individual was somewhat inebriated but noticed Simon awaiting him, regarding him with curiosity. "I wish to learn something from you," Simon murmured, forestalling any hasty refusals. "Do you know why Janice was captured? Why we possess wealth?" Observing Wendelin's astonished expression, Simon continued, "Promise me. I can persuade the others to allow you to join our grand enterprise." Wendelin's eyes narrowed in contemplation, seemingly weighing the possibilities of Simon's words. He queried with uncertainty, "Will they agree?" "I will convince them," Simon replied calmly. "You should find this evident." "I agree." Wendelin nodded enthusiastically without hesitation. "Meet me at the apothecary the day after tomorrow. You know where it is. As for our arrangement, you should know how to present it outwardly." Simon fixed his gaze on Wendelin, kindly stating, "Then, I shall see you the day after tomorrow." "What a peculiar fellow," Wendelin muttered before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Simon quickened his pace to catch up, and Jorson furrowed his brow as he inquired, "Do you have business with him? Recruit him into our ranks." Before Jorson could respond, Simon interjected, "Just give him half of what I receive." "Is he trustworthy?" Jorson asked, still skeptical. "As long as the money is involved, he will be reliable. For he will desire this lucrative opportunity," Simon replied, stifling a yawn. "Moreover, let Windick draft a magical contract for our final assurance." "Why choose him?" Jorson still seemed puzzled and asked, "Is it because of his shape-shifting abilities?" Simon remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, this was not the primary reason for the discontent. Today, Simon retrieved his share of the gold from Jorson, and regardless of the circumstances, all 3 harbored some dissatisfaction, making it inevitable that their attention would be diverted. Empathizing with the situation, if Simon were in Jorson's position, he too would likely be reluctant to part with his share, even though they all understood that they had unjustly kept what rightfully belonged to their companion. At present, it was not prudent for Simon to amass too much wealth, as he was ill-equipped to safeguard it. His manuscript was now ready for publication. Given its niche appeal, the number of collections had surpassed his expectations, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Initially, he had embarked on writing this book purely for the joy of creation, in the words of some. It was merely a self-indulgent endeavor. Ultimately, once it was published, there would be no need for monthly votes, blades, or gratuities, no need to squander anyone's money. Furthermore, he did not rely on this book for sustenance, so he need not be overly concerned with such matters. If readers enjoyed it, they could support the legitimate version upon its release. If not, there was no harm done, and they could part amicably. As for the book, it was projected to consist of approximately 4 volumes, totaling around 800,000 words. It remained uncertain whether additional volumes would be added. Lastly, the first volume would soon conclude, and he invited readers to guess the identity of the final boss. Those who guessed correctly would receive a prize. Chapter 77. The Good Samaritan. The news that Wendelin was to join their small group surprised both Windick and Janice. However, persuading the others was not a daunting task, as there was no real issue of profit distribution at play. Naturally, the trustworthiness of this daredevil could only be secured through the constraints of shared interests and magical contracts. Finding a new employer for the beauty potion proved less challenging. After Simon distanced himself from the matter, they successfully deceived a nobleman, following Simon's previous plan. This task was relatively straightforward, as the beauty potion had evidently gained traction within noble circles. Tempted by substantial profit, the noble hesitated only for a few seconds before decisively signing the magical contract. Of course, the likelihood of betrayal was low, and Wendelin, acting as an intermediary, relayed Simon's words to the unfortunate count. With a stable buyer secured, the others were able to maintain a prolonged sense of joy. After concluding matters related to the beauty potion, Wendelin, as per their agreement, visited the apothecary daily to teach Simon the transmutation magic in which he excelled. If one were to consider the orthodox wizards of the Wag Crouch Academy, Wendelin would likely be deemed a wild sorcerer, imparting knowledge distilled from his own experiences. Simon did not wholly accept everything. Instead, He would meticulously record the knowledge he found perplexing. Every few days, he would reach out to Wag Crouch through letters for guidance. The transformative professor was somewhat taken aback by the content of Simon's correspondence, yet he earnestly provided answers, generously praising Simon's talent for transformation within his letters, which left Simon feeling somewhat embarrassed. Simon's sole endeavor was to continuously absorb Wendelin's expertise regarding the transfiguration spell and to transform these insights into his own knowledge. In this regard, he achieved remarkable success. Through the cerebral intelligence system, he adeptly mimicked and deduced the probabilities of Wendelin's transfiguration magic. In a mere fortnight, Simon mastered the art of transforming a teacup into a hamster, subsequently gifting the adorable creature to Alice. The girl, with her fondness for charming things, was naturally delighted to receive Simon's offering. Over a month later, Wendelin found himself dismissed, or rather, he resigned of his own accord. He could no longer discern anything further to impart to Simon, especially after witnessing Simon's triumphant execution of the conflagration spell. After which he fervently endeavored to attempt wandless casting. Wendelin immediately declared that it was time for him to resign. For his services during this period, Simon compensated Wendelin with 2 golden galleons as a substantial reward. Seated by the hearth, Simon reached into the fireplace where the conflagration spell was released. He felt no searing pain, only a delightful tingling sensation. The flames no longer posed a threat to him. Although Simon harbored a slight regret for not mastering wandless casting of the conflagration spell, he possessed the self-awareness to understand that such proficiency would require several more years to attain. After all, he was still quite young, and his control over his innate magical abilities was far inferior to Wendelin's. Wendelin himself had expended a considerable amount of time to master wandless magic, and Simon did not expect to achieve it in a short span. Upon exiting the apothecary, Simon gazed at the descending sun, stretched languidly, greeted his neighbors, and began to meander through the charming little town. In truth, Simon had initially wished to learn apparition from Wendelin. Possessing such a skill would render travel effortlessly convenient, an omnipotent gateway to anywhere. However, Wendelin outright refused, believing Simon to be too young to undertake the complexities of apparition. In the realm of Harry Potter, apparition is a skill reserved for adult wizards, likely due to the fact that only after reaching adulthood does a wizard's magical power stabilize sufficiently to support such advanced techniques. For those who are inexperienced or unskilled, it can be perilous. Apparition, when mishandled, poses the risk of losing a part of one's body, which is one of the reasons Wendelin was averse to its use. No one wishes to encounter the horror of bodily dislocation, as such an outcome, without assistance, could signify demise. Simon could easily envision the sheer horror that would ensue if a person's upper body were to vanish, leaving the lower half stranded in place. Simon leisurely strolled around the town, basking in the glow of the sunset and the evening hues, while also fostering cordial relations with the local residents, as he intended to reside here for some time and naturally wished to maintain amiable connections. Upon Simon's return to the apothecary, he was astonished to discover that a guest had arrived. Professor Lesiva Prince? Simon inquired tentatively. As the individual turned around, Simon beheld a countenance marked by indifference. Indeed, it was the potions professor. It appears you are faring well here, Lesiva Prince remarked, her gaze scrutinizing Simon with a hint of surprise. She then coldly asked, "Have you neglected your studies in potions?" "I have consistently devoted myself to my studies," Simon replied earnestly, his gaze unwavering. His progress in potion-making had significantly surpassed that of the majority of Hogwarts students. "Phyllis mentioned that you successfully brewed an intelligence potion?" Professor Prince interjected suddenly. "You must remain vigilant of Jorson. That fellow is more avaricious than you might imagine." Simon was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such words from the other party. He nodded in appreciation, then deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Is there something of great importance that Professor Prince is here for?" Lesiva Prince's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction, remarking that Jolson had forgotten to deliver the raw materials to her. "What has he been up to lately? Such an occurrence has never happened before." "I'm not entirely sure," Simon replied, shaking his head helplessly, indicating his ignorance. Although he cohabited with Jolson, their relationship could only be described as cordial. They refrained from prying into each other's personal matters. "When Jolson returns, please inform him that I have already paid a visit," Lesiva Prince stated before turning to leave. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall began to dissipate immediately following Professor Prince's departure, as if she were a personified embodiment of low pressure. "Aunt Lesiva has finally departed." Her expression was quite fearsome, Alice remarked, gently patting her chest, displaying an expression of trepidation. "It's just that her aura was overwhelmingly strong. Professor Prince is a good person. She has been of great assistance to me during my time at school." Simon unreservedly bestowed a commendation upon her, then softly reassured Alice. "Regardless, I owe my presence at the apothecary largely to this professor's support." Simon felt genuine gratitude for the assistance rendered by Professor Prince and would not forget her kindness. Indeed, Aunt Lesiva is a good person, Alice reflected, recalling the positive changes in her life since Simon's arrival, and she too felt immense gratitude towards Professor Prince, awarding her a commendation as well. Chapter 78. Unrequited love is a malady, by the way. Pa has returned. Here is a letter from your sister. Alice pulled out a piece of parchment from her pocket and handed it to Simon. He opened the letter and skimmed the contents, noting that Phyllis had declined to provide him with another compound potion, which was indeed unfortunate. Wendick had been preoccupied with his own affairs and had yet to commence the preparation of the compound potion, leaving Simon somewhat exasperated. As he was well aware that concocting such a potion was a laborious endeavor, Simon also contemplated the possibility of concocting a polyjuice potion himself. However, he pondered over the availability of the necessary ingredients. He was not particularly concerned about the prospect of failure. As Hermione had already mastered the art of brewing the potion by her second year, Simon did not believe that he would easily falter by merely following the prescribed steps. At worst, the outcome might simply be of inferior quality. Nonetheless, acquiring powdered unicorn horn and fragments of African snake skin posed a considerable challenge. He wondered if he might procure them through Jorson, especially since enlisting Wendick's assistance in persuading Jorson should not prove to be an arduous task. Simon perused the tome of potions, contemplating the intricacies of the compound elixir, when the door to the apothecary swung open abruptly, and strode Jorson, looking rather disheveled, clutching a few roses in his hand. As he reached the edge of the table, he carelessly tossed the flowers onto its surface, his demeanor suggesting a sense of despondency, as though he had recently encountered some form of setback. Professor Princess came looking for you. She appeared somewhat displeased, Simon remarked, attempting to remind him. Oh, by Merlin S. Beard, I completely forgot about that, Jorson exclaimed, who had just settled into a prickly chair. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and hurriedly exited the apothecary, followed by the sound of crackling as apparitions manifested outside. Simon and Alice exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Simon, do you think Jorson has experienced a heartbreak? Alice inquired softly as she arranged the roses on the table, placing them into the vase conjured by Simon's transformation spell. Why do you say that? Simon responded, a hint of surprise evident in his gaze. However, as he recalled Jorson's facial expressions and reactions from earlier, his attention shifted back to the roses, and a look of realization washed over him. It is indeed a possibility. Perhaps his confession did not go as planned. Poor fellow. Alice, when Jorson returns, refrain from asking him anything or speaking too much, Simon suddenly advised with a serious demeanor. Why? Alice questioned, puzzled. It is said that men who have suffered heartbreak tend to be emotionally unstable, so I believe it is best to allow him some space to regain his composure. Simon replied, his expression conveying a sense of helplessness. Has Simon ever experienced heartbreak? Alice inquired curiously. Never. Simon's face twitched slightly, and he replied with a hint of exasperation. I haven't even found a girlfriend yet, so where would I have the opportunity for heartbreak? Then may I be Simon's girlfriend? Alice shyly lowered her head, having mustered considerable courage to voice her previous statement. Upon hearing this, Simon was momentarily taken aback. Hearing such words from a little girl of 3 or 4 years left him with an odd sensation of being out of touch with the times. Is that not acceptable? Alice's demeanor shifted slightly, a hint of disappointment in her voice. All right. Simon patted Alice's little head, responding somewhat dismissively, but this can only happen when Alice grows up. But I am older than you. Alice feigned dissatisfaction, pouting, yet a faint smile still graced her face. Simon suddenly recalled that he seemed to be younger than Alice, however. Due to his age prior to the transition, he had always perceived himself as an adult, consistently viewing Alice as his younger sister. Now, she appeared somewhat precocious for her age. Their conversation did not last long. As Jorson returned, his breath still somewhat labored, likely having attended to a task assigned by Prin. He sank into a wooden chair, gasping for air, his gaze fixating on the roses in the vase. A surge of anger welled up within him, prompting him to angrily sweep the vase to the floor. Alice, startled, let out a shriek and dashed upstairs. Encountering some misfortune? Simon inquired, casting a glance at Jorson. His expression unchanged. Heartbroken, are we? What does a mere child know? Jorson lamented, cradling his head in his hands and resting it on the table, exuding an air of not wanting consolation. Perhaps you could use a pint of beer? Simon suggested, maneuvering to the storage room to retrieve a cup from the wooden barrel filled with beer, placing it before Jorson. You are quite right. I indeed require some beer, Jorson murmured, grasping the cup and draining its contents. Simon promptly brought the barrel over and set it beside him, allowing Jorson to indulge heartily. Simon had no intention of paying him any mind. As he turned to ascend the stairs, he was called back by Jorson. Simon, what do you think a man should do to win a woman's affection? Jorson murmured instinctively. How would I know? Simon rolled his eyes, inwardly contemplating whether Jorson had indeed faced a romantic setback. You could brazenly pursue her, facing rejection once, twice, thrice, perhaps in time, she will understand your feelings. Simon offered a straightforward suggestion. Also, you are wealthy now. Let her know you are a man of means. What if she is already married? Jorson's question caused Simon's expression to stiffen. A bitter smile tugged at his lips as he surmised the situation, thinking to himself, you don't expect me to suggest you engage in infidelity, do you? As they drank, it was predominantly Jorson who spoke, and once he became inebriated, Simon easily extracted the truth from him. Indeed, Jorson had suffered a heartbreak. Recently prosperous, he had mustered the courage to confess his feelings to a long-time crush, only to discover she was now married with children. The story unfolded like this. Long ago, Jorson's family served a noble household, and he had harbored a secret affection for the daughter of his employer, their bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Later, Jorson attended Hogwarts, resolute in his ambition to win her heart. Now, having achieved a measure of success, he returned home. Yet he was in his 30s. Could he truly expect her to have waited for him? Moreover, whether she had feelings for him was another question entirely. In summary, it was a tale of unrequited love, a melodramatic saga. Jorson, the protagonist of this narrative, was indeed a pitiable singleton. How unfortunate he is. Alice couldn't help but murmur, having secretly descended to eavesdrop on their conversation while Jorson was intoxicated. Shoo! Simon gestured for silence, extinguishing the fire and leading Alice upstairs. Cases of unrequited love abound. Jorson was but one among many. Simon held no sympathy for him and would never suggest that Jorson engage in an affair. In truth, the union of muggles and wizards presents its own set of complications. Ultimately, it is the wizard who must adapt to the muggle world, rather than the other way around. Furthermore, given that she belonged to the nobility, the chasm between aristocrats and commoners was insurmountable prior to constitutional monarchy, unless Jorson ascended to nobility himself. What hope did he have of winning her affection? It was a laughable notion. In the following days, Jorson's spirits remained low, delegating the trivial matters of the apothecary to Simon while he sought solace in the 3 broomsticks, drowning his sorrows. Simon felt no obligation to intervene in Jorson's affairs, offering little more than a few words of comfort when necessary. As summer approached, the weather grew increasingly oppressive, with swarms of mosquitoes becoming a nuisance. The sanitation of this era left much to be desired. Simon and Alice devoted 2 full days to thoroughly cleaning the apothecary, both inside and out. He employed transfiguration and duplication spells to craft a makeshift mosquito net for himself. The attic was also restructured, now the cleanest and most organized space in the apothecary. One cannot help but acknowledge the disparity in eras. The application of transfiguration provided Simon with significant convenience. Otherwise, accomplishing such cleanliness with the technology and standards of this time would be exceedingly challenging, demanding vast resources and labor. This is the true advantage of magic. Simon once again focused his attention on the courtyard path of Jorson. He meticulously pruned a tree within the yard, shaping its branches and leaves into a sunshade reminiscent of an umbrella. Additionally, he took the time to concoct a herbicide to eradicate the surrounding weeds. Regrettably, the odor of the herbicide was exceedingly unpleasant, lingering for several days before dissipating entirely. The chairs and tables intended for relaxation were rather rudimentary. Prior to his arrival at Hogwarts, Simon had been an apprentice carpenter, so crafting rudimentary furniture posed no challenge for him. However, Simon discovered an even simpler method. He employed the transfiguration spell to transform the pruned branches into components for chairs, allowing him to swiftly assemble a basic reclining chair, all the while honing his skills in transfiguration. Mastery of magic necessitates frequent practice, akin to acquiring proficiency in a foreign language. The completed reclining chair resembled a child's toy constructed from building blocks. Simon further enchanted it, successfully creating a slightly rough-hewn recliner. When the pre-transformed and post-transformed objects bore a close resemblance, the transfiguration spell proved easier to execute. The sole complication arose when an object underwent multiple transformations. Reverting it to its original state became a formidable challenge. Simon's recent endeavors have borne fruit. He dedicated merely half an hour to craft 2 reclining chairs and a circular wooden table. Regrettably, the tree is not particularly large, casting a rather limited shade. While the weather is still bearable at present, one can only anticipate the sweltering heat of summer. Simon then invested an entire day constructing a rudimentary trellis in the garden, attaching it to the tree, and subsequently planting grafted grape seedlings atop it. He generously applied a rejuvenating agent and a rooting compound to assist in their growth. These 2 substances are essential for vegetation cultivation, knowledge Simon acquired from Jorson, and they elucidate why the prices of certain plants, as discovered by Muggle wizards at Hogwarts, tend to be rather low. It is evident that without proper transplantation, survival hinges upon potions, and one must not overlook the costs associated with these elixirs. Thus, this distinction is crucial. After completing these tasks, a fortnight has elapsed. Now, one must simply await the growth rate of the grapevines. Once the trellis is fully adorned, it will transform into a natural courtyard. Simon often had Alice bury some decayed leaves at the roots of the grapevines to aid their growth. The girl, however, found joy in this task and even looked forward to asking Simon when they might be able to taste the grapes. "It seems this year may not yield any," he replied, "but when the season arrives, I shall procure some for you." Simon chuckled as he gently patted Alice's head. "That is annoying. Don't touch my head. It makes me dull," Alice complained, pushing Simon's hand away. Simon gazed at Alice's adorably pouting expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. He cherished the atmosphere they shared, relaxed and heartwarming. However, he soon immersed himself once more in the study of transfiguration spells. Inspired by the concept of transformable furniture, Simon devoted several days to meticulously altering firearm components, ultimately assembling a modern handgun. Of course, this contraption was not functional. Its structural integrity remained uncertain, and even if he managed to create bullets for a test shot, it was likely to explode upon firing. The ammunition, however, was readily available, bullets salvaged from earlier encounters with musketeers, which Simon had attempted to reshape into modern handgun rounds. Despite the mismatch in caliber, Simon was unconcerned as he loaded them into the magazine. Once everything was prepared, Simon proceeded to transform the entire handgun, completing the final step. Moments later, an oddly shaped pistol materialized before him, its magazine ejected to reveal a bright yellow bullet, now adjusted to the correct caliber. Although he had accomplished the task, the question of whether this device was operable lingered. Simon needed a suitable location to test it, confident that the issue of ammunition could be resolved with a duplication spell. "Alice, I'm stepping out for a moment," he informed the girl before hastily departing. Upon exiting the apothecary, he fortuitously encountered Phyllis, the sisterly figure who was likely searching for Alice. "Alice is in the yard. I have something to attend to," Simon quickly stated, disregarding Phyllis as he hurried away. Approximately 10 minutes from Hogwarts lay a dense thicket, seldom frequented by others. Previously, Simon had practiced the shatter spell here, and now he prepared to test his firearm. Gripping the handle firmly, he aimed at a nearby tree, slowly curving his fingers to squeeze the trigger. With a resounding bang, gunfire erupted, startling a flock of birds into flight. To Simon's relief, the weapon did not explode. He had feared that pulling the trigger might result in a catastrophic malfunction or a misfire. He stowed the gun and approached the tree to inspect the bullet lodged within the trunk. Yes, I have succeeded. I have finally succeeded," Simon exclaimed in unrestrained joy. With this new device in his possession, he felt a significant boost in his sense of security. In this era, flintlock pistols could only fire a single lead ball and required substantial time to reload. If not for the long-barreled flintlock, their lethality diminished drastically beyond 3 or 4 meters. The handgun, however, presented a different reality. Even a wizard could fall victim to its unexpected threat. Simon had not forgotten the perilous encounter that nearly cost him his life. Having experienced such danger firsthand, he understood it better than most. Seizing the moment of his enemy's surprise, a well-aimed shot to the head could swiftly turn the tide. And he knew that when he pointed this weapon at someone, few would grasp the true menace it represented. Simon could even envision himself wielding dual pistols, sweeping them towards his adversaries, causing them to scatter in a frenzy. Of course, this was merely a flight of fancy. Simon was still young, and the recoil of the handguns left his wrists aching, even when he gripped them with both hands. Chapter 80. The Tide of Cheating? With the replication spell, bullets for the pistols were in endless supply. The saying that there is a certain romance inherent to manhood holds true, and Simon found himself utterly enamored by this notion. He even went so far as to create a target to practice his shooting accuracy, adjusting his grip to discover the most effective way to hold the firearm. Ultimately, after emptying 3 magazines, he settled upon a grip that suited him well. His right hand firmly grasped the gun while his left rested against his wrist, mitigating the impact of the recoil. After practicing outdoors for an extended period, his wrist ached from the strain, leading him to hastily return to the apothecary, only to find that Phyllis had already departed. Alice appeared to be in good spirits, engrossed in a book, likely a gift brought by Phyllis for her sister. After applying a warm compress to his wrist, he rummaged through Jorson's medicine cabinet to find a remedy for the swelling, which provided him with considerable relief. During dinner, he was interrupted by a sudden owl, delivering a letter from Potter inquiring whether he had any means to concoct a memory potion. A memory potion? Simon paused, searching his mind for information related to this elixir. It seemed to be a substance capable of enhancing one's recollections. However, such valuable items typically shared a common trait. They were exceedingly expensive. The preparation of a memory potion required the feathers of a rare bird known as the silence bird, with prices calculated per feather. This bird, adorned with blue spots, appeared to inhabit South America and necessitated a sailing vessel for transatlantic transport to reach England, thus rendering it particularly costly. This, in turn, implied that the expenses associated with the memory potion were extraordinarily high, and the price was beyond reckoning. Simon fetched a quill, uncertain of Porter's intentions with the memory potion. All he could do was articulate his concerns and persuade him to abandon the notion of utilizing such a concoction. He inscribed a few lines on the reverse of the parchment, then sent the owl away with his response before resuming his meal, engaging in delightful conversation with Alice. After dinner, Jorson had yet to return. Simon was utterly oblivious to the considerable attention that his exchange with Potter garnered among the students at Hogwarts. The Gryffindor common room was occupied by a throng of upperclassmen, all pureblood wizards on the cusp of their graduation examinations, including a few muggle-born wizards. In this era, there was no formal NEWT, National Wizarding Examination, yet Hogwarts, or rather the Wizarding Council, still employed some method to assess the impending graduates. After all, maintaining the smooth operation of the Wizarding Council required not only members but also wizards to serve within it. The council in England could only thrive by incorporating exceptional graduates from Hogwarts. In the magical realm, it was not customary for wizards to disregard the elderly. However, young witches and wizards would only earn respect upon reaching adulthood. Many Hogwarts graduates aspired to join the Wizarding Council, for a prestigious job meant the potential to earn a greater sum of galleons. Although most wizards of this age lived in relative self-sufficiency, the allure of wealth and status was universally appealing. Galleons were indeed a valuable currency, a coveted asset. Is something amiss? Can your friend procure us some memory potion? An anxious pure-blood wizard inquired of Potter. They dared not utter the term "blood," for they were in need of assistance, and such a remark would likely provoke discontent among Potter and his companions. With a stoic expression, Potter handed a parchment to an upperclassman and turned to depart. The phrase "exorbitant price" pierced the hearts of many, for they were still students with scant pocket money. It was unreasonable to expect them to produce 10 sickles or a single galleon to purchase a vial of memory potion. The cost was simply too steep. Even those with an income were unlikely to indulge in such a luxury, as they understood the challenges of earning money. While memory potion could indeed enhance one's recollection, it was unrealistic to expect a single vial to resolve all academic challenges. Most Hogwarts graduates struggled to achieve commendable grades, and Muggle-born wizards often performed abysmally, with merely passing marks deemed exceptional. Rumor had it that when Janus graduated, he received a string of P.S., poor, and even an abysmal tea-troll in potions. However, few managed to pass potions, as the subject required the acquisition of materials and posed significant challenges in preparation. Muggle-born wizards typically floundered, lacking the funds to procure ingredients. And even if they scavenged to gather them, their handling of said materials was often subpar. Simon, a Muggle-born wizard who had the potential to excel in potions, found himself expelled. Thus, this discipline appeared to be largely inaccessible to Muggle-borns. It was said that the potions professor was among the very few to pass the final examination with distinction, which contributed to the popularity of her concoctions. Not only were her potions renowned for their efficacy, but generally, no one wished to consume potions of dubious origin, fearing they might be fatal. Even in the shadowy markets of Nocturne Alley, transactions involving potions necessitated verification of their effects, coupled with a solid reputation. As examinations approached, it was too late for last-minute cramming, leading most to pin their hopes on the prospect of cheating with potions to navigate the written tests. If memory potion was unavailable, why not consider intelligence potions? Enhancing one's intellect was certainly a viable alternative. The distinction lay in one being a permanent boost and the other a temporary enhancement. Graduates began inquiring with Potter, seeking to acquire intelligence potions at a lower price from Simon. The examiners likely had not anticipated that a multitude of examinees would enter the examination hall bolstered by various enhancements. That evening, Simon received a letter and order form from Potter, accompanied by an explanation. They truly know how to play the game, he mused, reflecting on the early existence of cheating. However, Simon refrained from making any unilateral decisions and intended to consult Jorson upon his return, for he was merely an employee and saw no need to overstep his bounds. Ultimately, the matter of profit was of little concern to him, and he was equally indifferent to Potter's intentions, as it was not meant for their use. Thus he felt no urgency. Before retiring for the night, Alice requested a story from Simon, while Phyllis presented her sister with a book entitled The Tales of Beetle the Bard. Simon flipped through the pages and soon realized that it was a fairy tale from the world of wizards. He discovered the tale of the three brothers within the book. The Elder Wand, the Invisibility Cloak, and the Resurrection Stone, which are known as the Deathly Hallows, truly exist. Simon is perhaps one of the few privy to this secret. Alice, however, merely regarded it as a tale, and after listening to the story, she fell asleep. She rested beside Simon, undisturbed by mosquitoes thanks to the presence of a mosquito net, and slumbered soundly until Simon set up a similar arrangement for himself. The following day, when Jorson returned, Simon discussed the cognitive enhancers with him. The latter appeared considerably more cheerful, as it was indeed a substantial deal, and he nodded in agreement without hesitation. On that very day, the first batch of cognitive enhancers made its way into Hogwarts, ensuring that nearly all the pureblood wizards on the brink of graduation would possess a vial. They desperately needed commendable results to validate their excellence, ensuring a smooth graduation and securing favorable grades, which were pivotal for their future endeavors. In early June, the graduates of Hogwarts faced their final examination before departure. The examiners were members of the Wizarding Council, tasked with assessing the quality of Hogwarts graduates and selecting candidates for the Council's reserve members. Among the few subjects tested, the potions examination saw scant attendance. Candidates lacking sufficient materials were exempt from the assessment, resulting in abysmal evaluations. A handful of pureblood wizards fared poorly in this regard, leaving the elderly examiner shaking her head in disappointment. In the UK, the number of renowned potion makers is limited, and this field is notably insular. Fortunately, in other subjects, the students of Hogwarts exhibited commendable proficiency, which elicited faint smiles from the other proctors. However, following the conclusion of the examinations, those elderly figures found little to smile about, as an anonymous individual revealed that several pureblood wizards had consumed cognitive enhancers prior to the tests. This revelation ignited a controversy over examination malpractice. How should this matter be addressed? If the pureblood wizards of this graduating class collectively engaged in cheating, Hogwarts and the entire British magical community would find themselves in disgrace. The headmaster clearly pointed out that cognitive enhancers were not classified as prohibited substances during the Wizarding Council's graduate assessments. Thus, to some extent, the students' use of cognitive enhancers during examinations was not deemed illicit. With this escape route, the examiners chose not to pursue the matter further, as it was indeed a fact. Ultimately, the issue faded away, and in the aftermath, cognitive enhancers were officially listed among the banned potions for examinations, prohibited from use at any point during testing, lest it be considered cheating. Given the scale of the medication incident, the Wizarding Council felt compelled to investigate the source of the potions. Consequently, Jorson's apothecary encountered minor troubles. Following the graduation examinations, his shop underwent scrutiny by members of the Wizarding Council, who sternly forbade him from selling any cognitive enhancers to Hogwarts during the examination period. Jorson was thoroughly disheartened, cursing the Wizarding Council in his heart, lamenting the difficulty of earning a modest profit. Curiously, the disgruntled council member, seemingly with nothing better to do, decided to test the potions sold by Jorson. Fortunately, no substandard potions were discovered, and inquiries were made regarding the source of the cognitive enhancers. As Jorson was not a potion master, when questioned about the origin of these enhancers, Jorson distanced himself from Professor Lesiva Prince, redirecting suspicion towards Windic, a potion expert who could likely concoct cognitive enhancers without difficulty. As for Simon, he deemed it best to remain silent on the matter, knowing that if potential buyers were aware that the potion they consumed might have been brewed by a mere 12-year-old child, they would likely refrain from purchasing from Jorson's shop in the future. As a result, Jorson felt inexplicably aggrieved, and while drowning his sorrows in drink, he made sure to lament to those around him, complaining about the trouble Simon had caused him. Trouble? No, this is not trouble. This is a splendid opportunity. Do you understand? Simon scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips as he continued. You could leverage this opportunity to promote the apothecary. Promotion? Everyone was taken aback. Yes, promotion. This shop could gain a stellar reputation, especially since even the Wizarding Council recognizes the quality of its potions. Undoubtedly, more wizards would be inclined to purchase your products. Simon's words left Jorson momentarily stunned, and the others were equally unprepared for such a statement from him. Most found it difficult to comprehend the workings of Simon's mind, as ordinary individuals would scarcely entertain such thoughts. This was indeed a noteworthy observation. After contemplating Simon's plan, Windic nodded and elucidated the matter to the others. Simon undoubtedly aimed to use the Wizarding Council as a mere facade, while others may be oblivious to the nature of Jorson's apothecary. Any wizard from Britain would be well aware of the Wizarding Council, which is, after all, considered the official organization for wizards. The apothecary, endorsed by the Wizarding Council, boasts unquestionable credibility and quality in its potions. Jorson's apothecary serves as a substantial, albeit free, advertisement. If advertising existed in this era, he would not even need to pay for it. Windic, too, seizes this opportunity for recognition, as the approval of the Wizarding Council for the potions at Jorson's apothecary undoubtedly affirms the value of Jorson's concoctions. As for Simon, the orchestrator of this affair, he remains indifferent. To some extent, he has achieved his goal. Now, it is prudent for him to remain discreetly hidden. Ginnas, a master of boasting, partners with Winlin, often discussing the thrilling events in taverns, regaling listeners with tales of the excitement. True to Simon's expectations, Jorson's apothecary flourishes, its business thriving and even surpassing that of the apothecary in Diagon Alley. With a modest profit, Jorson is elated, particularly about the promising future of his shop. Windic, in good spirits, begins supplying potions to the apothecary, generating a steady income while accumulating wealth for his potion experiments. No one ever complains about having too little money. Simon, too, reaps considerable benefits, not only in monetary gains but also by assisting Windic, learning numerous potion-making techniques in the process. Although the profits from beauty potions are substantial, they pale in comparison to the bright prospects of the flourishing apothecary. The shop's burgeoning success is undoubtedly a favorable omen, as potion sales increase. The apothecary seems poised for expansion, even causing Ginnas and Winland to feel a tinge of envy, lamenting their past failures to master potion making. The mass production of potions signifies a demand for raw materials, and Simon seizes this opportunity to present his proposal to Windic, who agrees to add powdered bicorn horn and fragments of African tree snake skin to their purchasing list, allowing Simon to brew his own compound potions as a supplement to the potion he initially contributed, with ambition swelling alongside confidence. Jorson begins contemplating the hiring of a skilled potion master to eliminate the competition from Diagon Alley and monopolize the lucrative market. However, despite his deliberations, Jorson has already interviewed several potion masters, none of whom have met his expectations. Not to mention Windic's potion-making prowess, Jorson even suspects that Simon, a mere 12-year-old wizard, possesses superior skills in potion-making compared to them. This is hardly surprising, given that both Professor Lesiva Prince and Jorson are graduates of exceptional merit, truly regarded as prodigies in the field of potions. As for Simon, Jorson believes that being chosen by two geniuses signifies his own brilliance, a fact Simon has substantiated through his abilities. The dilemma lies in the fact that their relationship is merely collaborative, and this partnership feels unreliable, leaving Jorson somewhat disheartened. Chapter 82. Restless eyes bang, bang, bang. A sudden volley of gunfire echoed across the plains, causing several wild rabbits, previously engrossed in foraging among the tall grasses, to halt their activities and perk up their ears, alert to the surrounding commotion. The rabbits quickly scattered, darting into the nearest burrow. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached from a distance. It was Simon, pursuing a wild rabbit and attempting to shoot it with his pistol. Unfortunately, his aim was less than accurate, and after emptying a magazine, he had yet to score a hit. Simon was acutely aware that relying solely on his marksmanship to strike a moving target was rather impractical. Nonetheless, this exercise served merely to hone his shooting skills. Truth be told, as a sorcerer, the sight of him wielding a firearm in one hand and a wand in the other was somewhat amusing. However, amusing as it may be, the handgun represented a formidable asset for Simon. Both spells and bullets possessed the capacity to take a life, yet for Simon at this juncture, the handgun was evidently the more suitable instrument for his lethal endeavors, particularly when confronting sorcerers or dark wizards who surpassed him in strength. An unexpected bullet would undoubtedly prove far more effective than a barrage of spells. By the time he drew his pistol, it was likely that his adversaries would be utterly bewildered by the unfamiliarity of the weapon. Simon considered his abilities to be quite remarkable, far surpassing those of his peers. However, he was acutely aware of the considerable gap that existed between him and the adult wizards. Since his last venture into the Forbidden Forest, where he encountered werewolves, Simon had come to recognize his vulnerabilities. The only course of action available to him was to leverage his strengths, for it was through this that he could better safeguard himself. Pausing momentarily, Simon deftly replaced the magazine in his pistol and rubbed his slightly sore wrist. He took a sip from his water pouch and gazed at the swiftly disappearing rabbit, letting out a sigh of resignation. Indeed, it proved to be somewhat challenging. Perhaps it was time to adopt a different approach, he murmured to himself. He resolved to capture a rabbit for a barbecue, determined not to yield easily. After more than an hour, breathless and fatigued, Simon finally succeeded in catching a wild hare, collapsing onto the grass to catch his breath. It was only through this experience that he comprehended the arduous effort Potter and his companions had expended to catch a single rabbit. Casting a glance at the rabbit, rendered unconscious by a stunning spell, Simon exhaled in relief, raised his gaze to the position of the sun, and turned to make his way toward Hogsmeade. Upon returning to Hogsmeade with the levitating hare, Simon greeted several familiar faces with ease as he headed towards the apothecary. He intended to enter through the backyard, as Alice would likely be there, and he was certain she would be delighted to see the rabbit he had brought back. However, as Simon stepped into the yard, he found no sign of Alice. He closed the wooden gate behind him and prepared to investigate what Alice might be doing when, suddenly, he heard a loud crash emanating from within the apothecary, followed by the sound of something shattering upon impact with the floor. Taken aback, Simon set down the unconscious rabbit and withdrew his wand, stealthily approaching the back door of the apothecary. As he pushed open the door and entered quietly, Simon beheld a hooded wizard pointing a wand at Jorson, who lay collapsed beside a wooden rack. The dark-cloaked wizard, sensing his presence, abruptly turned to face Simon, narrowly evading the stunning spell that Simon had cast. In a swift motion, he brandished his wand, unleashing a malevolent curse that hurtled towards Simon, only to be deflected by the shield charm he conjured. Simon continued to cast spells, shattering the surrounding tables and chairs with a disarming charm, successfully forcing the opponent away from Jolson. The dark-robed wizard likely never anticipated that a mere child could prove to be such a formidable adversary. As he retreated from Jolson, he used a spell to deflect the disarming charm aimed at him, sending Simon flying away. An unidentified incantation struck Simon, shattering his iron protection spell and propelling him through the air, causing his wand to slip from his grasp. However, the dark-robed wizard soon found himself in a state of shock as he realized that Simon, instead of retrieving his wand, swiftly drew an odd object from his belt and aimed it at him. Before the wizard could discern what it was, a gunshot reverberated through the room. The wizard's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared ahead, only to collapse helplessly to the floor, a gruesome hole appearing in his head. The dark-robed wizard was dead, having been shot in the head. Had he not hesitated for that brief moment, perhaps he would have exercised more caution and avoided his fate. Yet, Simon had calculated this perfectly. For most wizards, the loss of one's wand renders them nearly harmless, as very few can cast spells without one. Unfortunately, the dark-robed wizard seemed oblivious to the existence of a flintlock pistol, and even if he were aware, Simon's weapon bore no resemblance to one. In truth, a Muggle's flintlock pistol poses minimal threat to wizards unless there is overwhelming numerical superiority. The effective range of a standard flintlock pistol is merely 3 to 4 meters, with poor accuracy and insufficient power, easily countered by an iron protection spell. Regrettably for the dark-robed wizard, Simon wielded a handgun. Though poorly made, it could effectively reach distances of 20 to 30 meters, compounded by Simon's recent design practice. The dark-robed wizard's demise was not unjust. It was simply a consequence of his lack of combat instinct. With a precise shot, Simon delivered a fatal blow that could easily eliminate 70% of careless wizards. Upon witnessing the black-robed sorcerer fall, Simon exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. He lifted his gaze towards Jolson, who lay slumped against the cabinet, and inquired, "Hey, are you all right?" Jolson remained in a daze, his eyes fixated on the lifeless body sprawled on the floor, his expression one of utter shock. "Where is Alice?" Simon pressed again. Noticing Jolson's lack of response, Simon raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Jolson's face. "Where is Alice?" he demanded, glaring fiercely at Jolson. What is the story behind this black sorcerer? Indeed, Simon had branded this figure as a dark wizard. Who else would possess such audacity to invade another's home with murderous intent? "Did you kill him?" Jolson murmured in disbelief. "Of course. Otherwise, would you have preferred waiting for him to kill you?" Simon had already discerned something amiss in Jolson's demeanor, yet he pressed on, undeterred. "Where is Alice?" "She is safe, hiding upstairs," Jolson replied, articulating each word slowly. Simon, suppressing a wave of nausea, lunged towards the cabinet housing the potions and retrieved a vial of sedative, consuming it before procuring 2 additional vials for Jolson and Alice. "First, calm down. I will check on Alice," he instructed, placing the potion before Jolson as he hastily ascended to the 2nd floor. There, he found the girl trembling in a corner, fear etched across her face. Upon seeing Simon at the door, she rushed into his embrace. "It's all right. Don't worry. I'm here," he reassured her, gently stroking Alice's head to soothe her fraying nerves. Before administering the sedative, the book had been submitted for publication. However, I am not well acquainted with the procedures at the publisher, so I cannot ascertain the timeline. It appears the response may be rather slow. If it is not published today, the 2nd update will be provided at 9 in the evening. Should it be accepted, there will be 5 updates. As Alice gradually stabilized after taking the sedative, she succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Before descending, Simon took the precaution of replacing his handgun's magazine with an empty one. Jolson remained rooted in place, vacantly staring at the corpse. "Speak. What is the story behind this fellow?" Simon inquired, scrutinizing the figure of the black-robed sorcerer, noting the lifeless expression and the gaping wound on its head, which churned his stomach and elicited a sense of revulsion. "I don't know," Jolson replied curtly. "Regardless, we must dispose of the body," Simon sighed, appraising the likelihood of Jolson's deceit. Whether or not Jolson was lying had become inconsequential. Without waiting for a response, Simon drew his wand and began casting a transmutation spell on the corpse. After 2 attempts, he succeeded in transforming the body into a heap of bones. "What are you still doing? Come help me move it to the wilderness for burial," he commanded. "Oh," Jolson, abruptly roused from his stupor by Simon's nudges, hurriedly retrieved a basket filled with herbs, preparing to toss the eerie remnants inside. Simon used magic to cleanse the bloodstains from the floor, as he wished to spare Alice the gruesome sight upon her descent. The 2 hurriedly busied themselves, and once their task was completed, they ventured outdoors to the wilderness beyond Hogsmeade, where they dug a deep pit to bury the remains. "What was that you used?" Jolson inquired curiously. "I mean the thing that killed him. It's a modified flintlock pistol." Simon tossed the firearm to Jolson, who noted that Simon had already replaced the magazine's bullets prior to their ascent. "Is this really a flintlock?" Jolson asked, astonished as he examined the weapon, even mimicking the motion of pulling the trigger. "Indeed, it is. Remember our encounter with the werewolf in the Forbidden Forest? I specifically prepared this for such creatures. I never imagined it would be used on this unfortunate soul," Simon replied, a look of relief crossing his face. "Had that bullet not dispatched him, we would have surely faced dire consequences." "Oh," Jolson pondered Simon's words, realizing that the flintlock could only fire a single shot. He understood that, despite its apparent potency, an ironclad charm could withstand it. The unfortunate victim, however, was oblivious to its nature and succumbed without defense. "I doubt I would have guessed it was a flintlock either." Jolson mused inwardly. "Now, do tell me what transpired," Simon said, fixing his gaze intently on Jolson. "I truly do not know. I do not recognize him." Jolson's expression revealed lingering unease as he returned the pistol to Simon, evidently recalling the moment Simon had used it to obliterate a man's head. "Sigh. I may have surmised a possibility," Simon murmured. "What possibility?" Jolson couldn't suppress his curiosity, failing to notice Simon's demeanor. "It could potentially be that Voldemort Taylor's father hired a dark wizard to eliminate me," Simon speculated uncertainly, already resolving to place the blame squarely on old Taylor's shoulders. Regardless of the truth, who is Voldemort Taylor? Jolson asked in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the revelation. "Do you remember how I was expelled from Hogwarts?" Simon countered abruptly. "You seem to have killed a muggle wizard during a duel?" Jolson recalled, remembering Simon's notorious reputation as a killer and the ruthless execution of a dark-robed wizard, which sent a shiver down his spine. Indeed, this individual was unflinching in his willingness to take a life. That muggle wizard was named Voldemort Taylor. He hailed from a family of muggle merchants. His father was a wealthy businessman rumored to have dealings with pirates, selling their plundered goods. Simon explained as they walked toward Hogsmeade. "But how could a muggle possibly hire a dark wizard to kill you?" Jolson questioned, still bemused. "Money can persuade even the most reluctant of souls, especially when it comes to dark wizards. We can engage and trade with muggles, and so too can other wizards. Those lurking in the shadows, for the right price, are willing to undertake such endeavors," Simon retorted with a smirk. inwardly mocking himself for how easily he had spun this tale, nearly convincing himself in the process. Jolson paused, momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. So, you're saying this is all your fault? Do not direct your fury at me. Simon shot back, glaring at Jolson. Did you not hear me say it was merely a conjecture? Besides, you are still alive, are you not? I nearly perished. Jolson exclaimed, visibly agitated. At least you are still breathing. Simon reiterated. Let us return. I hope Alice does not awaken prematurely. Your conjecture is surprisingly accurate. Jolson's voice was hoarse, seemingly convinced by Simon's hypothesis. That was merely speculation, not necessarily the truth, Simon cautioned coldly. It could very well be that your pressure on the apothecaries in Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley has led some of those shopkeepers to hire dark wizards for revenge against you. I have never engaged in such unscrupulous acts. Jolson protested. Simon disdainfully averted his gaze, fully aware of the misdeeds orchestrated by Jolson. To a certain extent, Simon himself functioned as an accomplice. Upon returning to Hogsmeade, Alice remained in a deep slumber, having missed lunchtime, while Simon and Jolson hastily consumed a meager meal, continuing their discourse on the matter at hand. What do you intend to do? Simon inquired, harboring no expectations for Jolson to provide a viable solution. This question merely served to convey that, in the absence of a brilliant idea, he might as well heed his counsel. What can I do? My mind is a chaotic whirlwind, all thanks to you, who acted before the other party could fully articulate his thoughts, Jolson retorted. Blame me? Simon couldn't help but roll his eyes at Jolson, sarcastically remarking, should I have waited until he flipped you over to examine your head before dispatching him? Regardless, I still believe the possibility you mentioned holds considerable weight. If I were in your position, I would go to any lengths to exact revenge on the murderer of my kin. Jolson unceremoniously shifted the blame onto Simon. This was a blatant evasion of responsibility. Frankly, Simon even suspected that the man might not have been sent by Old Taylor to eliminate him, as the adversary appeared unfamiliar with his identity. Otherwise, the dark-robed wizard, upon spotting the boy in the apothecary, should have deduced that he was indeed the target. However, Simon had just observed a look of astonishment in the opponent's eyes, clearly indicating that he did not expect to encounter him here. Nevertheless, this was not of great consequence. Or rather, it was a development that Simon found rather agreeable. In any case, with Voldemort Taylor dead at his hands, his father would undoubtedly pursue vengeance relentlessly. Simon began to harbor concerns for the safety of his family. Although Professor Voles-Lomberton had assured him that the matter had been resolved, it was rumored that everything would be uniformly launched on Friday, and he had stumbled upon an astonishing revelation regarding the unfortunate deceased. Chapter 84, The Vengeance Scheme. Although this era was marked by an exceedingly primitive flow of information, making it a daunting task to locate an individual, Simon was acutely aware that if someone genuinely sought to find his parents, it was indeed possible for them to succeed. After all, Old Taylor would undoubtedly know Simon's name and could easily trace his previous residence. This was hardly a challenge. Although the Green family had relocated, former neighbors still remained. Anyone who had interacted with Simon would eventually yield some clues. While this world lacked photographs, it possessed a form of art known as portraiture. If Old Taylor was truly intent on locating the Green family, he would have other means at his disposal. Unless, of course, Simon's family had departed from England. But in reality, they still resided within its borders. Thus, Simon's desire to see Old Taylor dead stemmed not solely from Voldemort Taylor's intent to murder him. Rather, it was a matter of mutual destruction that had arisen following Voldemort Taylor's unexpected demise during their duel. From Voldemort Taylor's character, one could easily infer Old Taylor's disposition. He was certain to seek vengeance against both Simon and his family. Simon never expected a greedy capitalist to show any mercy. Old Taylor was wealthy. He could easily invest time and resources to locate his family and then eliminate them, perhaps even disposing of their bodies in the wilderness to quench his thirst for vengeance. Simon was determined to prevent such an occurrence, having made extensive preparations. What are you thinking? Jolson complained. If that's the case, we're in a bit of trouble. Simon sighed deeply, revealing a bitter smile of resignation. This time he had failed, and it was likely that a more formidable challenge was imminent. Old Taylor had probably already discerned his whereabouts, and the next confrontation would be upon them soon. What did you say? Jolson appeared frightened, nearly leaping from his chair. Old Taylor has plenty of money. Acquiring my head would be a trivial matter for him. Simon smirked slightly, emphasizing the word money with a particular weight. Let us not forget he is a prominent merchant. 100 gold galleons means little to him. I wonder how much my head is worth. Perhaps 80 or 100 gold galleons. After all, that dark sorcerer has been searching for quite some time. Over half a year now. What should we do? Jolson urged anxiously. I don't want to go through this again. To resolve this predicament, we must eliminate Old Taylor. Simon uttered, his words dripping with menace, causing Jolson to shudder involuntarily. Do you know where Old Taylor resides? Jolson pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. Undoubtedly. He had tasted the sweetness of success during the last robbery at the Count's castle. From Simon's tone, it seemed this time they were targeting a fat sheep, a notable merchant. No less. His name was on the list of sellers for the beauty potions Windlin selected last time, Simon clarified. In truth, Simon had suggested this to Windlin. Although he had only obtained the name of the city from Leah Edvin, he had added the address to the list of agents for the beauty potions. And the affluent merchant Old Taylor was among the options. Even if Jolson and Windick discovered this, they would be oblivious to Simon's intentions. As it was part of his mission, wouldn't this provoke the Sorcerer's Council? Jolson pondered. Old Taylor is a demon emissary. Simon quickly provided an excuse, stating that he had been burned to death by the church. What did that have to do with them? His property had been consumed by flames, leaving him with nothing. Jolson's eyes sparkled with newfound determination as Simon swayed him. All right, let us do it. Jolson smirked, as if he had made a significant resolution. However, I want 70% of the spoils. Aren't you considering involving others? Simon regarded Jolson with skepticism, feeling that relying solely on the two of them for such a significant endeavor was unwise. It's precisely because it's a major undertaking that we must keep it under wraps. Do you intend to make this widely known? Jolson displayed an expression of helplessness. If he hadn't nearly killed me, I wouldn't true. Simon interrupted Jolson's feigned excuses. But let us settle for a 60-40 split. You take 60. And I take 40. I'm helping you. Jolson retorted, displeased. Without me, you wouldn't even be able to deal with him successfully, Simon replied calmly. Let us not forget I just saved you. Damn it. Fine. We'll do it your way. When do we set off? Jolson inquired. Tomorrow, Simon announced. Prepare tonight. We'll commence our actions tomorrow to avoid drawn-out complications. I suspect he will realize his failure within a month and hire another dark sorcerer to trouble us. But we will have ample time to eliminate him and seize his wealth. Simon began to confide in Jolson about his nefarious scheme. Their initial step was to spread rumors, to fabricate tales that would paint the Taylor family in a most sinister light, thereby attracting the attention of the church. Simon had devised a method to transform himself into a devil's apostle. All he required was a slight modification to his exterior. The addition of demonic horns or a tail would suffice to secure his position on the cross of the devil's envoy. They would act swiftly, before the church could intervene, ensuring that Old Taylor would be captured and dispatched to the stake, thus bringing their endeavors to a fiery conclusion. As Jolson listened to this wicked plot, he felt a tremor coursing through his body, unsure whether it stemmed from excitement or some other emotion. Before we proceed, we must acquire Windick's invisibility cloak, Simon reminded him. Seek him out for a loan, and ensure you prepare a sufficiently large vessel to carry our spoils. Simon pondered for a moment and remarked, the pouch for my seamless expansion spell is rather insufficient, and your contribution is certainly inadequate. Allow me to take care of this matter. With that, Jolson hurriedly departed to attend to the ensuing tasks. Simon gazed intently at the pistol in his hand, murmuring to himself, this matter seems to be unfolding more smoothly than anticipated. Indeed, wealth captivates the heart. Suddenly, he could not suppress a laugh, covering his face as he chuckled. When did he begin to calculate his steps so meticulously? He had merely sought a refuge, a place to learn magic at Hogwarts. Yet, when did the tides begin to shift? Perhaps it was the day Voldemort Taylor sought to take his life, only to meet his demise at Simon's hand. The very day he was expelled from Hogwarts. Simon had already realized that living the life he desired was no longer an option. The enmity of a murdered child is a grudge that cannot be overlooked. One can only imagine the fury of Old Taylor, mourning the loss of his son. Thus, for the safety of my family and for my own, it is best you perish. After all, was it not you who instigated this conflict? You seek death, and I shall grant it to you. Simon tightened his grip on the pistol, his gaze chillingly resolute. Chapter 85, Sleeping Beauty? By evening, Alice had awakened. Her demeanor significantly improved compared to before, likely due to the years of anxiety and fear that had fostered a more fragile disposition than her peers. The rabbit Simon had caught was spared from the pot. Instead, he confined it to a cage, intending to prepare it later as a delicacy for their celebratory feast. Moreover, having just blown apart another skull, he found himself somewhat repulsed by the thought of consuming meat. For Simon had yet to cultivate the callousness necessary to feast amidst the fallen. Dinner was simple. Midway through their meal, Jolson arrived in haste, bringing with him the items Simon had previously requested. Among them was a large, seamless expansion bag, reputedly purchased at great expense from a skilled alchemist. In addition, he had acquired several potions that were not available at the local apothecary, including a revitalizing elixir. Simon could not help but reflect on the fact that, in pursuit of this unexpected fortune, Jolson was indeed quite relentless, managing to gather everything within a remarkably short span of time. That said, employing the concealment expansion charm to create a contraption akin to a space bag presents certain challenges. Retrieving items can prove to be rather cumbersome. After all, as the quantity of items increases, one must sift through the clutter to locate the desired object. Almost every potion master would prepare a bag to store the raw materials for potions they encountered during their travels. Simon also possessed a small leather pouch, which Windick had procured for him at the cost of approximately 5 golden galleons. The interior space was rather limited, yet it sufficed for Simon's needs. After dinner, he commenced drafting his plan, meticulously documenting the potential events that might unfold and the steps necessary to execute his revenge. Furthermore, he utilized his intelligence system to assess the probability of success for the strategies outlined in his plan, subsequently eliminating any unsuitable elements and replacing them with more viable alternatives. Tomorrow, Jorson and I shall embark on a journey, Simon stated as he tucked away the parchment, turning to the girl on the bed. During our absence, you must take good care of yourself. Simon's destination? Alice shuddered slightly, unable to restrain her inquiry. Simon placed his finger to his lips, softly hushing Alice, signaling her to remain silent. If one day Jorson returns, and I am not here, do not inquire with him about my whereabouts. Instead, write a letter to your sister Pa, informing her of my absence. Simon discerned the unease in the girl's eyes, sighed gently, and retrieved the key to Gringotts from his pocket, presenting it to Alice. This is my most treasured possession. While I am away, I entrust it to you for safekeeping. Please hide it well, and return it to me upon my return, if you would be so kind. And remember, apart from Phyllis, do not let anyone else know. Alice nodded earnestly. Good. Simon fastened the key, which was tied with a rope, around her neck, brushed her hair aside, and kissed her forehead. Do not dwell on it too much. Go to sleep now. The following day, after organizing their belongings, the two arrived at the town of Kingston upon Hull through apparition. Jorson masqueraded as a physician skilled in using herbs to treat external injuries, while Simon acted as his apprentice. Their purpose in Kingston was to seek a herb capable of healing weapon wounds in a short time. In truth, should anyone question their identities, Simon could easily resolve such concerns, as he carried fresh white willow bark, sufficient to treat ordinary wounds. Kingston, a bustling port city, had long been one of England's largest trading hubs, with many residents affectionately referring to it as Hull. However, prosperity often breeds a mix of characters. Merchants, pirates, and other nefarious individuals frequently roamed its streets, leading to a strong military presence that deterred lawlessness, unless one desired a noose around their neck. Following their plan, the two checked into an inconspicuous inn. Simon, well versed in the art of gathering intelligence, swiftly ascertained the exact location of Old Taylor's estate. Known as a prominent merchant, Old Taylor owned a vast manor, making inquiries about him a straightforward endeavor. Of course, Old Taylor possessed some noble lineage. Otherwise, his wealth would not have secured him a place in such a thriving city. Had Old Taylor known that the enemy who sought vengeance for his son roamed beneath his very nose, he would undoubtedly have lavished gold upon the guards to enlist a battalion of musketeers to eliminate Simon. Alas, Old Taylor remained blissfully unaware of his impending doom. On their first night in Hull, Simon and Jorson initiated their plan. Cloaked in invisibility, Jorson incapacitated a maid in Old Taylor's estate using a stunning spell and forced her to consume a large vial of the living hell potion. Those who ingested this potion would fall into a deep slumber, appearing as though they had perished. Simon recalled the tale of the enchanted sleeping beauty, whose fate was similarly sealed by a witch's potion, while the prince, a wizard, revived her with a kiss. Regrettably, the prince for this unfortunate maid would never arrive. The next day, the maid's lifeless form was discovered by patrolling servants, and the news quickly reached Old Taylor. Summoning a physician to examine the maid, Poppy, he received the grim confirmation. She was indeed dead, without any visible wounds or traces of poison. No one could ascertain how she had met her demise, and her passing was ultimately deemed an unfortunate accident. Unable to uncover the truth, Old Taylor was left in a state of agitation, ultimately resigning himself to have her body buried while demanding silence from all witnesses. Unbeknownst to Old Taylor, he had fallen into the trap laid by Simon. Monitoring the estate from nearby, Simon and Jorson were acutely aware of the unfolding events. Once Old Taylor's servants had taken Poppy's body for burial, Simon and Jorson stealthily followed, exhuming the maid from her grave. An insidious plot was quietly taking shape, as everyone understood their ultimate objective. As for the Wizarding Council, there was no need for concern. The wizard's efficiency had yet to reach such heights. It would not be until the matter escalated that they would take notice, by which time the two would have erased all traces and departed from the city, leaving no suspicion upon them. Chapter 86. The ones who rise from the grave. Are you planning to use the maid's resurrection as fodder for a rumor? In their inn, Jorson consumed the meal just served by a servant while quietly discussing their subsequent plans with Simon. He clearly was not lacking in intelligence, having already surmised Simon's intentions. However, he remained somewhat astonished, as initially he believed Simon aimed merely to spread rumors, yet Simon's methods appeared far more sophisticated than he had anticipated. Indeed, the sight of the maid's corpse returning to life will surely create quite a stir in this city. A mocking smile curled at Simon's lips as he continued. What do you think their reaction will be? Will they regard the unfortunate maid as a witch? A harbinger of the devil? Without hesitation, Jorson replied, recalling the recent incident involving Janice, which had illuminated the animosity some muggles harbored toward wizards. Are you planning to have her burned at the stake? He inquired. No. We do not intend for her to perish easily. It is crucial that she appears to survive the flames, for only then will the uproar be truly monumental, Simon stated, his expression one of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Now, we must find an unfortunate witness, ideally a greedy sailor, to experience the spectacle of the corpse's revival firsthand. Simon paused momentarily, tapping his fingers on the table as he spoke. This task is meant for you. How do I proceed? Jorson inquired, perplexed. It is quite simple. Simon whispered a couple of phrases into Jorson's ear. The latter cast a dubious glance at Simon, questioning, will this truly work? Absolutely. My only concern is that I might frighten that unfortunate soul to death, Simon replied confidently. All right, let us descend and select our hapless companion. In the dead of night. On the outskirts of hell, a drunken middle-aged man staggered toward the surrounding woods. Not long ago, Jack had learned from a traveler that a rare plant had been discovered nearby, reputed to heal wounds rapidly and possibly erase scars. Thus, he ventured forth, hoping to find some and barter it for a little extra coin to support his household. Unbeknownst to this unfortunate fellow, a figure cloaked in invisibility trailed behind him, Simon, who quietly cast a confusion spell on Jack, ensuring he wandered along the path Simon had devised. Meanwhile, Simon had already alerted Jorson via owl. They had previously calculated the timing, and Jorson would act at the opportune moment. A minor smoke spell infused the still night with an extraordinary essence as Jack approached Jorson's hiding spot, causing him to halt abruptly. The inebriated Jack froze in astonishment as, under the luminous moonlight, a hand suddenly emerged from the earth, struggling desperately to claw its way out. This scene resembled a malevolent spirit attempting to escape from the depths of hell. With a piercing scream that shattered the silence of the night, Sailor Jack fell to the ground, his drunken stupor evaporating in an instant. Scrambling backward, he paid no heed to the dampness that had formed beneath him. Frightened nearly out of his wits, he crawled hastily toward Kingston, muttering incoherently. Nearby, Simon let out a sigh of relief. At least the unfortunate sailor had not fainted. If he had died from fright, it would have posed a significant dilemma. All right, rise now. Simon approached Jorson, whispering, this method of fright is quite effective. I observed that timid fellow nearly wetting himself. Your trick is indeed remarkable, Jorson exclaimed, emerging from the earth, merely covered by a layer of loose soil. Had the unfortunate soul been more observant, he might have detected the ruse. However, in such a state of terror, how could one expect the frightened individual to scrutinize the details? I anticipate that Kingston will soon be in an uproar. We must maintain our momentum. Simon chuckled with satisfaction. Turning to Jorson and instructing, go fetch that maid. I shall prepare a stimulant potion. Remember to use a cleaning spell to remove any debris from her and yourself. I understand, Jorson muttered without a hint of complaint. A few minutes later, Jorson utilized a levitation spell to extract the maid from her concealed thicket, diligently removing the leaves and twigs from her before they collectively placed her in the pit excavated by old Taylor's servant, ensuring to cover her with a layer of soil, leaving only her face and one hand exposed. Simon donned the invisibility cloak and administered the amplitude potion to her. After a while, the maid Bobby slowly began to recover from the effects of the hellish concoction. She soon realized, to her horror, that she had nearly been buried alive. With a terrified scream, she struggled to rise from the pit, scrambling towards the direction of Kingston City, where familiarity might offer her a semblance of safety. It was evident that this unfortunate maid was equally terrified. I just heard another scream. Jorson emerged from his concealed spot, smiling as he remarked to Simon. She appears to be quite shaken. This reaction is entirely understandable. Anyone would respond similarly upon awakening to find themselves on the brink of being buried alive. Be sure to erase any footprints as you depart. I suspect the church officials will come to investigate here tomorrow, and rumors of resurrected corpses will begin to circulate throughout the city. Yet, what does this have to do with old Taylor? Before Jorson could express his confusion, Simon offered an explanation. Indeed, it won't be long before everyone knows it was old Taylor's maid, Simon stated flatly. Once she survives the execution by fire, it will be difficult for old Taylor to remain anonymous. Prepare the fireproof potion. Soon, it will be your time to act. Simon disregarded Jolson's astonished expression, turning to gaze at Kingston City with a profound look, and remarked, however, I am rather curious. When she is sent to the pyre and the citizens witness her miraculous escape from the flames, I wonder what expressions will grace their faces. Jolson's lips quivered slightly, his imagination already painting that chaotic scene. Undoubtedly, there would be utter pandemonium. This fellow truly had a penchant for dark humor. Regardless, old Taylor could not evade his entanglement in this affair. After all, she was his maid, and he would certainly be implicated. Jolson was aware that Simon had further machinations in store for him, intending to ensnare that individual deeper into this murky situation. With just a slight maneuver, Simon had the entire populace of the city at his beck and call. It was nothing short of terrifying. In the realm of HP, magic and electricity interfere with one another, which is one reason why Hogwarts prohibits the use of electronic devices. That very night, Jack was discovered by the patrolling watchman, and this unfortunate soul endured several slaps before he managed to clarify the situation. However, the news he shared was so shocking that the watchman resolved to escort him to the church. The following day, the tale of the resurrected corpse began to circulate within a limited circle, with Jolson as its architect, having spent a few shillings to ensure a group of individuals spread the rumors clandestinely. The unfortunate Jack had purportedly witnessed the resurrection of the dead in the outskirts of Hull, prompting a throng to flock to the so-called site of revival. Among them were the church's priests and monks. Yet, just as the residents of Kingston excitedly debated this matter, they soon realized with dread that the situation was far from straightforward. The maid, Poppy, had been discovered, Her family had previously been informed of her inexplicable demise. Seeing their daughter alive naturally sparked a horrific uproar. This poor wretch, still reeling from shock, was swiftly apprehended by the church's monks due to her family's denunciation. Various signs indicated that the woman returned from the dead was indeed the one Jack had seen emerging from the grave. This incident detonated like a bomb in the tranquil waters of Kingston Harbor, causing the previously calm port to erupt with chatter. More and more individuals engaged in discussions about the occurrence, and despite the priest's attempts to quell the spread of rumors, their efforts proved futile. New whispers emerged about Poppy's identity as a maid, and soon all fingers pointed towards Old Taylor. Subsequently, rumors began to circulate that Old Taylor was in league with the devil, and that Maid Poppy was merely a tragic victim, her soul having been sacrificed to the devil, with her resurrection resulting in a soulless body. A plethora of bizarre rumors targeted Old Taylor, yet no one realized they were being deliberately incited. However, following the maid's resurrection, an atmosphere of fear enveloped the city, and as rumors spread, they grew increasingly peculiar and diverted from the original topic, yet still aimed at Old Taylor. Even his rivals seized the opportunity to undermine him, alleging that the Taylor family had accumulated their wealth through dealings with the devil. Who wouldn't he take advantage of a misfortune? As for the individual disseminating these rumors, he hurried to a secluded alley to meet his employer. Removing his cloak revealed a face marked by cunning and deceit. I have completed the task you assigned. What about the payment afterward? Of course, what's extra is for you. Remember to keep it confidential, Jolson said, tossing a coin pouch to the man. Naturally, I am aware of the customs here. Should there be more opportunities like this? Feel free to seek me out. The man replied with a grin, opening the pouch to count the shillings. Unexpectedly, Jolson drew his wand and cast a memory-erasing spell, hitting the man directly. He stepped forward, reclaimed his pouch, and deftly relieved the fellow of every penny he possessed. What a miser, Jolson muttered. Never mind. On to the next. You truly are the epitome of opportunism, Simon remarked with a smirk, reminding him, do not forget the main event tonight. I certainly haven't forgotten. Speaking of which, are you planning to orchestrate a grand chaos in the city? Jolson replied as they walked, feeling that Simon's scheme was rather chilling, especially for the unsuspecting muggles who might be left terrified. The more disorder there is, the better our chances of slipping through unnoticed, don't you think? Simon said with a stoic expression. Only then can we execute our final plan without arousing muggle suspicion, allowing us to absolve ourselves of all blame. I suddenly realize you are indeed the true demon, Jolson murmured. Likewise, the two exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. In an effort to contain the fallout from this incident, the priests and the Earl of Warwick, who oversaw Kingston, conferred and resolved to swiftly eliminate the source of this calamity, aiming to quell the ensuing chaos and restore the port city to its former glory. On the evening they captured Poppy, the monks and musketeers began setting up the pyre in the square, informing the citizens of Kingston that the wicked witch would be burned alive that night. However, they remained blissfully unaware that Jolson had infiltrated the church's basement at that very moment, successfully concealing himself with an invisibility cloak, armed with a fireproof potion. He planned to administer a considerable dose of this potion to the unfortunate maid just as the church's monks prepared to escort her away. As night fell, numerous muggles congregated in the square, witnessing the monks binding the still disoriented maid to the pyre. The subsequent events mirrored those of Janice, the declaration of her crimes, the incitement of the crowd, the lighting of the pyre, and the singing of hymns. Terrified by the prospect of being buried alive, and now facing the imminent threat of being burned at the stake, Maid Poppy completely lost her sanity. She screamed in horror, and due to the effects of the fireproof potion, she was not burned by the flames. However, this only intensified her madness, as she struggled and screamed, her plight imbuing her with a terrifying aura that deeply etched itself into the hearts of the onlooking muggle populace, instilling fear and prompting them to sing hymns more fervently in an attempt to quell her screams and their own terror. Almost there. Simon, hidden in a corner, gestured to Jolson, reminding him, be cautious when you use the smoke charm. Do not expose yourself. Understood. Jolson nodded, pulling up his invisibility cloak to shroud his form, vanishing from sight. Moments later, a peculiar fog suddenly enveloped the square, causing everyone to gasp, for it was undoubtedly an ominous omen. As the flames consumed the pyre, Poppy's garments ignited, and she screamed in terror, desperately striving to break free from the ropes that were about to burn through. In a stunning display, she burst forth from the burning pyre, engulfed in flames, and dashed into the crowd, her blood-curdling screams sending shockwaves through the gathered onlookers. This horrifying spectacle plunged the square into utter chaos. The air was rent with piercing screams, weeping, curses, and furious shouts as the populace fled in terror, pushing and trampling one another. Fear was spreading, and so too was death. No, no, seize her, capture that witch. She must not escape, the priest cried out in rage. Yet their followers, monks and soldiers alike, were unable to navigate the chaotic throngs, helplessly watching as the burning maid made her escape. Chapter 88. Divine guidance had hell's curse befallen them? The witch-burning incident resulted in numerous spectators perishing in the ensuing chaos, casting a dreadful shadow of death over the city of Kingston. All fingers pointed towards Old Taylor. The middle-aged man, just now informed of the calamity, was consumed with fury, yet found himself utterly powerless. After all, the events of this night were too bizarre. Even though old Taylor suspected that this affair might be linked to sorcery and realized that his enemies were orchestrating a series of maneuvers against him, he remained bereft of any means to act. No one would dare entertain such absurdities, nor could anyone bear to listen. After all, the maid named Bobby belonged to his household. In that moment, old Taylor wished fervently to hang that wretched maid himself, yet it was too late for such actions. Under the pressure of the crowd, the church was compelled to organize a visit to old Taylor's estate late into the night, a development that certainly did not bode well for him. Little did he know that his vengeful enemy had already stealthily infiltrated his residence. As he watched the priest arrive with a retinue of monks, Simon could not help but smirk faintly. He was prepared to push his adversary towards demise. As for sympathy, what was that? Such a sentiment ought not exist in the face of one's enemies. Just as anticipated, the monks began to ransack old Taylor's estate, seeking clues regarding his alleged sacrificial dealings with the devil. But alas, they were destined to find nothing. Observing the monks rummaging through his abode, old Taylor's face turned ashen with anger, yet he was powerless to intervene. He could not thwart the priests and monks from searching his residence, for doing so would imply guilt. Only by allowing them to investigate and confirm his innocence could he hope to extricate himself from this predicament. Unfortunately, Simon had no intention of granting old Taylor such reprieve. All his meticulous machinations had been set in place for this very night. Simon was hiding beside a tree in the courtyard, quietly waiting for the patrolling monk to pass by. His patience soon bore fruit, as the moment he heard approaching footsteps, his plan commenced. A middle-aged monk, wandering around the courtyard, suddenly noticed a pale light emerging against the dark night sky. Puzzled, he looked around, confirming the absence of anyone nearby, and heightened his vigilance as he approached. Soon, he detected a faint metallic scent of blood in the air. As he bent down to pick up the source of the light, he discovered a cross lying on the ground. Upon lifting it, he felt a sticky substance on his hand, and when he inspected it, he was taken aback to find it smeared with blood. Was this blood? The monk was uncertain. But upon bringing his hand closer to his nose, the unmistakable scent of blood overwhelmed him, causing him to shudder slightly. He quickly stood up and scanned his surroundings. With the oil lamp he held, he noticed a crimson hue on a nearby tree, revealing a six-pointed star formation encircled in blood, a sight that sent chills down his spine. This must be a sign from God, he murmured to himself, gripping the cross tightly. I must inform Pastor Gray of this at once. Others must be made aware. His face was etched with fear and anxiety as he looked around once more before hastily departing. Unbeknownst to the monk, the light he had seen was not divine guidance, but rather a signal orchestrated by Simon. The illumination was merely a result of a luminescent spell cast by Simon's wand. While the bloodied cross was a product of a duplication spell, the blood on the cross was simply taken from a hapless individual who had been spreading rumors. And the tree's arcane symbol was also a deliberate addition by Simon. This was sufficient to instigate suspicion towards old Taylor from the church's clergy. It seems nearly complete. Simon murmured to himself. He needed to do little more than prompt the pastor and monks to doubt old Taylor. However, such scant evidence would hardly suffice to bring about old Taylor's downfall. Yet, Simon, being a sorcerer, had the means to fabricate evidence. He could use a transformation spell to give old Taylor fangs, horns, or even a tail, rendering him more devilish in appearance. At that point, only the foolish would fail to associate him with the demonic, which would be enough for the pastor to condemn him to the stake. Have you succeeded? Jolson inquired, stepping forward nervously as he saw Simon appear. The plan is unfolding quite successfully, Simon replied with a smile. Though the pastor may not act immediately, he has certainly begun to suspect old Taylor. Jolson exhaled deeply, feeling relieved. Their efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. He rubbed his hands together, eager to take action. Whether the monk would inform Pastor Gray of the incident immediately or wait until they departed from old Taylor's estate mattered little. Simon preferred the latter, as any precaution taken by the monk could complicate their plans. Fortunately, his hopes were realized. The middle-aged monk, considering certain circumstances, chose not to reveal his findings right away. Instead, he waited until all had returned to the church before discreetly presenting the bloodied cross to Pastor Gray, recounting the discovery in the bloodied symbol on the tree. You did well. Pastor Gray responded gravely. Old Taylor is indeed in league with the devil. His power may be more fearsome than that of the maid. We must gather more evidence and allies to ensnare these wicked beings. If Simon had heard these words, he would have found them amusingly fortuitous, as events seemed to unfold even more effectively than he had anticipated. At that moment, he and Jolson were observing the church's activities, and upon confirming that the pastor had no immediate intentions of taking action, they resolved to strike against old Taylor that very night. Under the cover of darkness, Jolson, cloaked in invisibility, stealthily approached old Taylor's estate, quietly opening the grand door and slipping inside. It appeared that tonight was ripe for their endeavor. The night was deep, the moon obscured by clouds, and the streets were eerily silent. The Taylor family's residence, once bustling with the commotion of church officials, now lay quiet, the murmurs of servants fading into the oppressive stillness. Jolson moved effortlessly, the invisibility cloak rendering the estate completely accessible to him. In no time, he had infiltrated the interior. silently incapacitating the patrolling servants with spells of unconsciousness. Having neutralized the external defenses, Jolson and Simon meticulously inspected every corner of the estate, using their spells to render every individual they encountered unconscious to prevent any unforeseen complications. Of course, old Taylor was the sole exception, if he were to be incapacitated, who would lead them to the Taylor family's riches. While Simon's objective was to eradicate this family and eliminate potential threats, for Jolson, it was the wealth of the Taylor family that held his interest. Eventually, they located their target in the master bedroom, accompanied by a woman. Simon ruthlessly raised his wand and cast a stunning spell on her. Jolson quickly stepped forward and seized the slumbering middle-aged man, delivering a series of sharp slaps. "Who are you?" After receiving several blows, old Taylor found it nearly impossible to return to slumber. He was abruptly roused from his shallow sleep, uneasily regarding the two figures before him. He never imagined that someone could silently intrude upon his bedroom. What were the guards doing? He had already resolved to dismiss all of them once this crisis had passed. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Simon Green." Simon assessed the middle-aged man, who bore a slight resemblance to Vort Taylor, and introduced himself with a smile. "I trust you understand the purpose of my visit. I am Jorson Fergus." Jorson chimed in casually. "You? How dare you come into my territory? Why are you still alive?" Old Taylor stammered, suddenly recalling who Simon was, and fixated a venomous glare at him. "The enmity of a slain child is irreconcilable." "Then, that dark-robed sorcerer was sent by you to kill me?" Simon inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "I assume you have dispatched someone to seek out my family as well? As for your family, I have hanged them all, leaving their corpses to rot in the wilderness." Old Taylor bellowed at Simon. "Oh, those who lie must pay a price." A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flashed in Simon's eyes as he drew the flintlock pistol he had casually taken from a guard, theatrically loading powder and lead before old Taylor, revealing a cruel smile as he asked, "Tell me, would you prefer it be your left foot or your right?" "Stop. What do you intend to do?" Old Taylor, startled by Simon's pistol, exclaimed in a panic. "Oh, the left foot then?" Simon lifted the pistol and pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing the left leg of the woman on the bed. However, due to the stunning spell, she remained blissfully unconscious, merely staining the bedding with blood. "What on earth do you want?" Simon's tone was icy as he continued. "Now, tell me, how do you wish to die? Shall I break your limbs and let you suffer, or perhaps a slow strangulation? Burning to death seems agreeable too. I've heard that wet cloths placed over the mouth can lead to a slow suffocation, reputed to be the most agonizing death of all." "No, don't kill me." "You can't kill me." Old Taylor's earlier bravado evaporated. He realized this youthful boy was not lying. He genuinely wished him dead. The mere presence of the boy here indicated that the guards outside had been dealt with, emboldening him to brandish his weapon without fear. "Before you die, you will tell me what I wish to know." Simon continued, once again loading powder and lead, aiming at old Taylor's hands as he inquired, "Which arm shall it be?" "No, please. My men Haven-T found your family. They are still alive." Old Taylor shrieked in terror, recognizing the boy before him as a devil. The courage to snatch the flintlock from him completely vanished. "See, isn't this delightful?" Simon flashed a triumphant smile at Jorson and said, "Now it's your turn to ask questions. Would you like me to lend you this?" With that, Simon fired a shot at old Taylor's feet, causing him to jump and nearly collapse. "No need. I have a better method." Jorson grinned widely, raising his hand to deliver a series of slaps to old Taylor's face, his expression stern as he demanded, "Now, where is the money hidden?" You are." "Yes, a robbery." "No, I will never tell you, even if it costs me my life." Old Taylor roared in fury, knowing that the money was his lifeblood. Surely there were secret chambers and hidden passages here, once found. His fortune would be easily located. Simon spoke in a calm tone, as if he had anticipated this. "Shall I interrogate him?" "No, I have a simpler approach." Jorson tossed old Taylor onto the bed, drawing his wand and declaring, "I remember the incantation for the Cruciatus curse." Instantly, a wretched scream filled the room as old Taylor curled up like a shrimp, his body racked with convulsions. "Speak honestly. If you wish to avoid experiencing the Cruciatus curse again, answer my questions, and I shall spare you." Jorson flashed a chilling smile. Seeing that old Taylor had no intention of yielding, he waved his wand once more, inflicting the curse again, the cries echoing painfully in the air as old Taylor nearly lost consciousness. "I must insist that you don't kill him in a fit of excitement," Simon cautioned, observing Jorson torturing old Taylor with the Cruciatus curse. Simon remained wary of Jorson's use of the unforgivable curse. "My apologies, I was just overly excited." Jorson's face betrayed no hint of remorse. "In the study, please. I beg you, stop tormenting me." Old Taylor sobbed, tears and snot streaming down his face. He realized he might as well reveal the location of the secret chamber. Simon efficiently cast the stunning spell, rendering him unconscious. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter, their curiosity piqued by the Taylor family's wealth. "Let us go. I can scarcely contain my anticipation." Jorson turned to leave, but was halted by Simon. What could possibly be more important than uncovering that fortune? "One step at a time. Let us first complete what needs to be done," Simon advised. "Leave no traces. Do you wish to attract the attention of the Wizarding Council?" "I almost forgot." Jorson slapped the back of his head. How is your transfiguration spell coming along? Simon turned to Jorson and inquired. Mediocre. Jorson shrugged dismissively. You handle this. Simon did not decline. He raised his wand and began to cast a spell on old Taylor's teeth, a feat that was not particularly difficult, resulting in 2 fangs protruding from the jaw. However, these fangs appeared somewhat diminutive. This is rather simple, he murmured. With a gentle tap of his wand on the fangs, he uttered the incantation for enlargement. The fangs swelled in size once more, and he suddenly remarked, I find that I possess a certain artistic talent. The corners of Jolson's mouth twitched slightly. Yet he ultimately refrained from urging him on. Simon once again began to cast spells upon old Taylor, causing 2 horn-like protrusions to emerge from his forehead. Although they were merely slight horns sprouting from his brow, he did not mind. He waved his wand several times, and soon 2 fingers' length of horns adorned his forehead. Behold! This fellow was increasingly resembling a demon. Simon chuckled with delight and remarked to Jorson beside him, Let us first cast him into the hall. Then we shall see about his riches. I can scarcely contain my excitement. Jorson stepped forward, using his wand to hurl the slumped old Taylor into the hall. With the unconscious spell cast upon him, they had no fear of his escape. At Simon's suggestion, Jorson began to scour the surroundings for anything of value. After all, the 3 of them had 3 bags, ample enough to carry away all the treasures. As a wealthy merchant, old Taylor's collection of vases and other decorative items was undoubtedly of significant worth, necessitating careful handling, for some items were fragile. As they gathered their spoils, the duo finally arrived at the study. Jorson, unable to contain his eagerness, employed a shattering spell to obliterate everything within the study. Wood splinters flew about as books and ornaments cascaded to the ground. Just as old Taylor had indicated, a secret chamber lay concealed behind one of the bookshelves, and the 2 beheld a dark door revealed by the explosion. Jorson blasted open the door and ignited the scattered books with a spell to illuminate the space, leading the way inside. The chamber was spacious, only slightly smaller than the study outside, and it housed several large chests arranged neatly, alongside wooden shelves displaying precious collectibles. Jorson could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed forward to open one of the chests, gazing at the gleaming gold and silver coins within, nearly beaming with joy. Quick! Quick, come help me fill the bags. Jorson's breaths quickened, and he urged Simon to assist him, all the while murmuring, We struck it rich. We struck it rich. In that moment, upon witnessing such unexpected wealth, Jorson nearly forgot everything else, overwhelmed with joy. He felt immense gratitude for heeding Simon's advice to purchase a large, seamless expansion bag. Simon moved swiftly, directing his wand to shrink the chest and place it into Jorson's bag. Even in its diminished form, the chest remained heavy, necessitating the use of a levitation spell for movement. As the treasures of the secret chamber were gathered, Simon became certain that the Taylor family was utterly finished. Even if there were any remaining loose ends, they would not stir any significant trouble. Old Taylor's rivals and enemies would take care of the rest. Who wouldn't revel in a chance to strike a fallen foe? The 2 men meticulously searched every corner of the chamber, ensuring that no valuable items were overlooked. Once satisfied, Simon turned to exit, all the while outlining his plan to incinerate the estate, obliterate all evidence, and arrange for the church's people to discover Jorson. By the way, have you yet fed him and the fireproof potion? Furthermore, these coins cannot be exchanged for galleons all at once. It must be a gradual process over several years to avoid attracting the attention of the Wizarding Council. As Simon spoke, he keenly observed Jorson's facial expressions. Why? Jorson paused momentarily, only to grasp the significance. After all, converting such a vast sum of gold into galleons would be conspicuous. Should the Wizarding Council take notice, 2 individuals suddenly possessing substantial wealth would undoubtedly become targets, a scenario fraught with peril. Oh, I certainly am not that foolish. Jorson rambled on about riches. Yet his features twisted ominously in the shadows, revealing a cruel and dangerous smile. However, before that, perish in your own schemes. Suddenly, Jorson drew his wand and mercilessly cast dark magic at Simon. The shift was so abrupt that there was scarcely time for a reaction. Nevertheless, Simon had anticipated this. As Jorson incanted his spell, he had already bellowed for the protective armor. Yet, the armor spell proved inadequate against the piercing curse, and Simon felt every nerve in his body throb with pain, unable to suppress a groan of agony, though he did not lose his fighting spirit. The armor may not have shielded him entirely from the unforgivable curse, but it did mitigate its potency. Why? Jorson's disarming spell struck true, sending Simon's wand flying from his grasp. He roared at Jorson, reaching for his belt in an attempt to draw his firearm. Unfortunately, as he brandished his pistol, it was once again knocked from his hands by Jorson's disarming spell before he could take aim or pull the trigger. Why resort to such extremes, all for mere money? At that moment, Simon resembled a wounded beast, howling in fury at the man before him, his complexion ashen, seemingly resigned to despair. Of course, it is for the money. Is that not reason enough? Jorson glared at Simon with a menacing expression. Hand over your bag as well. Are you mad? All for this pittance? A grimace crept onto Simon's face, revealing his disgust. You would attempt to kill me for such a trivial sum? Despite being on the brink of destitution, how can you speak as though you possess great wealth? Jorson disdainfully spat to the side. You must understand, I am merely here for revenge. This money holds little value to me. Simon softened his tone, tempting Jorson, if you desire it, you may take all of it. After all, it rightly belongs to me. Jorson flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth. Shallow, money can be earned. Simon endeavored to maintain his composure, stating, you must have witnessed my capacity to generate wealth. With this money, we could soon multiply our fortune many times over. Lies. Jorson was intrigued, yet he did not lower his wand. The East India Company. What is that? A corporation poised to colonize and plunder across the globe. Surely you understand that there is no swifter route to wealth than thievery. Simon cast a tempting bait. Warning. Without me, your success is impossible. Is it? I do not share your belief. Jorson displayed a malevolent smile, impatiently waving his wand and threatening. If you wish to avoid experiencing the piercing curse again, divulge the general plan. Are you not afraid I might deceive you? Amidst the initial chaos, Simon had regained his composure. Do you truly have such confidence in your ability to execute the entire plan independently? Spare me the chatter. If you wish to escape further suffering, speak. Jorson unleashed a piercing curse near Simon, likely fearing that a direct hit would silence him permanently. Hence he refrained from aiming properly. Greedy fool. Simon smirked internally, yet remarked, I can write down the steps for you. But I am curious as to why you wish to kill me. Why not? Jorson erupted in laughter. You have been using me from the start. Do not presume I am unaware. Perhaps you are clever and skilled in your manipulations, but do not assume others are fools. Fools. No, never. Simon glanced at the wand lying nearby. He did not retrieve it, his expression growing ever more indifferent as he continued. This has merely been mutual exploitation. Did you not also acquire a significant fortune? It is simply a fair transaction. I seek revenge, while you reap wealth. Thus, all has transpired with your tacit consent. Has it not? You are indeed cunning, resorting to such laughable rhetoric to disguise your true nature. Cunning? No, the cunning one is you. Jorson suddenly burst into laughter. You never trusted me from the outset. This specially crafted flintlock was prepared for me, was it not? He picked up the discarded pistol and fired a shot beside Simon. The loud bang startled Simon, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Jorson pulled the trigger several more times, discovering the weapon was empty before tossing it aside. Bursting into laughter, had it not been for that unfortunate Drake, I might have truly fallen for your scheme. Drake? Who is that black wizard? Simon hesitated, already suspecting who Jorson meant. A black wizard? No, Drake is no black wizard. He is a member of the Wizarding Council. A greedy man. He learned of my secret and sought to extort me after discovering my newfound wealth. Jorson's expression twisted with anger as he stomped his foot. Continuing, that despicable Drake dared to threaten me. I intended to subdue him and alter his memories. I was quite surprised when you suddenly appeared and killed him with that flintlock. A member of the Wizarding Council? Simon paused, furrowing his brow, sensing that there were matters he was yet unaware of. What secret? You certainly have a penchant for verbosity. Now reveal your plan. Jorson impatiently redirected the conversation back to his concerns. Speak? That is not so easily articulated. Procure me a quill and parchment, and I shall write down the plan for you. Simon shrugged, returning to the previous topic. What compromising evidence do you possess? Jorson tossed the quill and parchment to Simon with a sinister grin. Nothing much. I merely dispatched a Muggle noble family. So, you killed your first love? Why go to such lengths? Simon sighed. Perhaps it was the inflation of wealth that had inflated Jorson's ego. Your cooperation has indeed taken me by surprise. As Simon meticulously penned his plans, he incessantly articulated, I demand a dignified demise. I wish to duel with you. And I desire that you imprint my death within that duel. Do you believe this to be feasible? Jorson erupted into laughter at Simon's naivety. Though I am aware I am no match for you, dying at the hands of your wand is far more honorable than perishing in a cowardly manner. Simon, seemingly resigned to his fate, continued, by the way, there is also Alice. Grant her a modest sum to ensure she can live out her life in peace. For you lack nothing in wealth? This sentiment sounded remarkably like arrangements for his own demise. You are on the brink of death, yet still have the time to concern yourself with others. I must admit, I am beginning to admire you, for this is a feat many cannot achieve. Jorson acquiesced. Very well, provide me with the complete plan, and I shall agree to duel you. Of course, Jorson had no intention of honoring this agreement. Once he had the plan in hand, he would strike Simon down. This man was far too cunning, and Jorson feared Simon was merely biding his time to devise a countermeasure. However, without his wand or a flintlock, Jorson doubted Simon could stir any tempest. Thus he felt he had the leisure to converse while awaiting the so-called plan. Under different circumstances, Jorson would never have believed such a scenario. Yet Simon's series of profitable schemes had left a profound impression on him. He was willing to wait a few more minutes, as the situation was already firmly within his control. By the way, you never explained why you wished to kill me? Simon paused, lifting his quill to gaze at Jorson, and suddenly chuckled. You are not afraid of me, are you? You are exceedingly cunning. It would be better for you to perish. Jorson abruptly acknowledged this truth. I fear that one day you will bring about my demise. What an honor that would be, Simon retorted disdainfully. Pushing a piece of parchment forward, here lies half of the plan. Would you not care to examine it? Jorson deftly caught the quill as it floated into his hand. furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the steps. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Simon making a motion to retrieve something. It was too late for Jorson to intervene. A weapon identical to the flintlock he had just seen was now aimed directly at him. I prepared too. Simon rose from the ground, his face slightly contorted in malice. You may test whether your spell will kill me first, or if my bullet shall find its mark upon you. Damn it, you were deceiving me all along. Jorson roared in fury. Deceiving? Not at all. I would never engage in such treachery. The plan is undoubtedly genuine. With that, Simon pulled the trigger. If you win, you may certainly attempt it. However, Jorson, ever vigilant, cast a spell, invoking the shield charm, which successfully deflected the bullet. Soon after, Jorson's pallid visage turned grotesquely fierce, prepared to deliver an unforgettable punishment to this man who had lost his support. Just as he raised his wand, without even completing the incantation, a cacophony of gunfire echoed throughout the room. Simon delayed a second after firing, then unleashed another bullet. Without the protection of the shield charm, it pierced Jorson's body. Blood sprang forth. His anguished cries were swiftly drowned by the relentless gunfire. Jorson's expression froze, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to fathom that the flintlock could fire more than one bullet. Why had he only fired once before? In his final moments, a thought flickered through Jorson's mind. Everything that had transpired was merely Simon's ruse. Cunning fellow, were Jorson's last words as he succumbed to death, gunned down. His eyes left wide open in disbelief. It is advised against skimming through this, as one may miss crucial details. Most may have forgotten that the protagonist possessed two wands. For Simon, this was a high-stakes gamble. Had the opponent chosen to kill outright, he would have lost, rendering all prior preparations moot. Of course, he dared to wager because of his unique insight into Jorson's character, confident in his victory as he was the protagonist. Chapter 92. The End of Flames. As Simon emptied the magazine of bullets, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, the flames roaring around him, illuminating his pale, youthful visage. I'm still alive. I have triumphed. Simon struggled to his feet, drawing forth his second wand, casting a series of stunning spells toward Jorson. He then disregarded the ache in his wrist, swiftly reloading his firearm, rising to deliver 2 more shots to Jorson's head, only relaxing once he was certain the man was utterly dead. Gazing at the blood-soaked cranium, Simon felt no joy in victory, but rather a spasm in his stomach, prompting him to squat down and vomit. He expelled nearly all the contents of his evening meal, the nauseating sensation finally subsiding. It was unexpected that events would culminate in this manner. Simon regarded Jorson's lifeless body with a complex expression. Had the man not harbored murderous intent and not ambushed him from behind, Simon would have welcomed a peaceful coexistence. In this world, no one owes another anything. Simon understood this better than anyone. Thus he offered Jorson the wealth he desired in exchange for the protection and resources he needed. However, he ultimately underestimated Jorson's greed. The moment Jorson launched a sneak attack with the piercing curse, Simon resolved that he would not allow the man to live. He did not consider himself merciful enough to forgive someone who had attempted his life. If someone wishes to kill you, what would you do? No one could provide Simon an answer, but he had discovered his own long ago. It is to eliminate the threat without any mercy. As for the unfortunate soul who suffered the brunt of his first lethal shot, Simon felt no concern. Anyone who believed a 12-year-old wizard could vanquish an adult sorcerer would surely be ridiculed for their folly. Simon's age would serve as his greatest disguise. Were he still at Hogwarts, he would merely have completed his first year as an underage wizard. What does a first-year student truly comprehend? At most, they might manage to cast a few minor curses. As for murder, that is utterly inconceivable. The two are not even on the same plane. Jorson, in his 30s, possesses over 2 decades of magical experience, a depth of expertise that Simon, a novice who has only just begun to explore the realm of magic, cannot hope to match. Even if Simon were a prodigy, no amount of time and effort invested within a year could bridge the vast chasm that separates their magical prowess. However, it is evident that Jorson remains oblivious to the adage, when strength is lacking, intellect must compensate. Simon understood better than anyone that he could not possibly match the adult wizards in a magical confrontation. Therefore, if he wished to achieve victory, the only thing he could rely on was wisdom that transcended the era. In his duel with Voldemort, Simon had already recognized the formidable threat posed by firearms. Many wizards were oblivious to the nature of flintlock guns. Even Simon himself had nearly met with disaster. Undoubtedly, this could serve as a trump card, which is why Simon had been diligently studying the transfiguration spell, hoping to transform the flintlock pistol into a firearm reminiscent of the one from his previous era. Even during the age of Harry Potter, no wizard would have contemplated such matters, for all wizards instinctively believed in the reliability of magic, placing their trust in it above all else. This was akin to muggles failing to comprehend the essence of magic. They did not recognize the threat of a wand. Just as wizards were oblivious to the danger posed by a muggle gunshot, let alone face a weapon surpassing their time, even if they witnessed it firsthand. Wizards would struggle to grasp its significance, at best feeling a vague sense of bewilderment. This was the loophole, a substantial advantage for Simon. Observing the slightly warm muzzle of the pistol, Simon could not help but sigh. It must be acknowledged that the transfiguration spell was a remarkable magic. capable of animating the inanimate, and a pistol was certainly within its realm. However, the complexity was somewhat beyond his expectations, without the insights gained from Wendelin regarding transfiguration magic. Simon might not have succeeded. Initially, Simon had prepared the firearm not to confront Jorson, but rather to defend himself against the dark wizard sent by Old Taylor to kill him. Regrettably, the first casualty of the pistol was not the dark wizard, but an unfortunate member of the Wizarding Council. Following that incident, Jorson grew wary of the pistol. Yet, he remained unaware that Simon had intentionally left him with the impression that the firearm could only discharge a single bullet. The ironclad charm could easily deflect the bullet from the pistol. When Jorson believed that Simon's weapon no longer posed a threat, he would inevitably let his guard down, abandoning his defenses to counterattack, and that moment would prove to be the most lethal. Undoubtedly, the recent battle confirmed this. Simon began to rummage through Jorson's belongings in search of anything of value. Gold coins, collectibles, all of which were his spoils of war, even including Wendick's invisible cloak. As for Jorson's wand, Simon had no intention of keeping it. Each wand was unique, a testament to a wizard's identity in the magical realm. He forcefully snapped the wand in two and cast it into the nearby flames. Everything had come to an end. He murmured as he retrieved his own wand and pistol, which had been knocked from his grasp by a disarming spell, and slowly exited the study. Pausing at the doorway, he raised his wand and softly intoned, "Flames ablaze." A torrent of fire erupted from the tip of the wand, engulfing the study along with Jorson's lifeless body entirely. Had Simon failed, it would have been he who perished within. Alas, Jorson paid the price for his greed. He was defeated, stripped of everything, including his very life. As the victor, Simon had claimed it all, yet a smile eluded him. Without Jorson as a shield, he realized he would now have to confront myriad troubles, making even a return to Hogsmeade exceedingly difficult. He was merely a 12-year-old child, and the complications that accompanied his age were sometimes insurmountable, even for magic. Simon began to set fire to the Taylor family mansion, allowing the raging flames to completely consume the place before using his wand to levitate the unconscious Old Taylor and exit the estate. Before departing, Simon drew a large magical circle on the ground using the blood from an unfortunate guard, then cast Old Taylor into its confines. The blaze quickly roused the nearby residents. As they rushed to extinguish the flames, they would discover Old Taylor lying on the ground. Simon was confident that upon seeing him, the onlookers would be thoroughly frightened by some aspect of Old Taylor. As Simon had anticipated, the grotesque visage of Old Taylor was perceived by the Muggles as that of a devil, ultimately being taken away by the church's priests, who planned to burn him alongside the wicked witch the following afternoon. In the bustling streets, Muggles hurriedly joined the firefighting efforts, oblivious to the shadowy figure that quietly slipped away. Thus, the first volume of the story reached its conclusion. In truth, the transfiguration spell could easily transform a cup into a mouse, and conjuring a handgun was not particularly remarkable. It was merely that no wizard had attempted it before. Its difficulty unknown. This reluctance stemmed from the wizard's attitudes towards Muggles, who generally placed greater faith in magic. In fact, even a peculiar figure like Arthur Weasley had only a limited understanding of Muggles, let alone other wizards. Chapter 93. New troubles. Having witnessed Old Taylor's capture and his subsequent transport to the church by the priests, Simon did not rest until he had seen him perish. The infamous Taylor family becoming entangled with the devil sent shockwaves throughout Hurl. As Simon had predicted, Old Taylor's adversaries began to take advantage of the situation, resorting to underhanded tactics such as spreading slanderous rumors that circulated among the Muggles. Simon could overhear discussions about this matter at any time. As dusk fell, Simon, weary and fatigued, quietly blended into the crowd. He looked up at the two figures on the gallows, a pleased smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Old Taylor was to be executed, hanged to death. Amidst the cheers of countless Muggles, the priest severed the ropes, sending Old Taylor and his maid, Boppy, on their final journey. Perhaps due to the previous incident of burning a witch, the church opted not to incinerate the two directly, instead choosing to hang them and then burn their bodies along with the gallows. Watching the gallows consumed by flames, Simon silently turned and departed. Now, he needed to return and rest well, contemplating how to journey to London, for that posed a significant dilemma. Simon is woefully unfamiliar with England, and venturing directly to London is no trifling matter. In this era, there are neither trains nor long-distance buses, let alone express trains. As for heading straight to Hogsmeade, Simon had not contemplated this issue. Hogwarts was enchanted by the four founders, rendering it unmarked on any map. Could it be that Hogsmeade, situated adjacent to Hogwarts, was exempt? It seems implausible that the four founders would allow such a glaring oversight. After losing contact with the magical world, Simon's only recourse was to venture to the Leaky Cauldron and then traverse the Floo network to Hogsmeade. Jolson's death posed a significant dilemma. He needed to concoct a plausible excuse. Wendick was a meticulous individual, and the others were not fools. It would be exceedingly difficult to deceive them with lies, which could exacerbate tensions between both parties. Their prolonged absence would undoubtedly draw Wendick's attention, as well as that of the potion's professor, Lesiva Prince. However, Simon's relationship with her was rather tenuous, so he couldn't rely on her assistance. As for Alice, even in their absence, she should manage well enough. Moreover, Phyllis would certainly take good care of her sister. Damn it, why hadn't he brought the owl with him? Simon felt a wave of frustration. Had he merely devised an excuse to take the owl along, he might have circumvented the current predicament. He had entirely entrusted the task of writing to Peggy Wendland, hoping she would come to his aid. How infuriating it was that such a critical oversight had occurred. Simon let out a resigned sigh. Casting aside distracting thoughts as he reclined on the somewhat musty sheets, he took a moment to rest, allowing himself to attain a state of complete calm. As for the door, he had sealed it with a spell, ensuring that no muggle could intrude upon his sanctuary without alerting him. It was best to rest well and contemplate his escape upon awakening. Placing his wand and pistol beside his pillow, Simon drifted into a deep slumber. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility of his sleep. He sprang up, cautiously approaching the door, and whispered, "Who is it outside?" "We are the guard, tasked with hunting down the remnants of the Devil's Envoy. All newcomers to Kingston in recent days must undergo inspection." A gruff voice boomed from the other side of the door. Simon was momentarily taken aback and promptly replied, "I shall open the door at once. Please wait a moment." With that, he retrieved a basket filled with herbs and, from his pocket, produced a crucifix to hang around his neck before unlocking the door. Outside stood two soldiers clad in red coats and gray trousers, armed with long-barreled flintlock rifles. Worry etched across Simon's face as he anxiously inquired, "Could there be other remnants of the Devil's emissary? Are you alone?" One of the musketeers leaned in to survey the room and, furrowing his brow, asked, "Old Gran mentioned there were two individuals here. Where has the other middle-aged man gone?" "Are you referring to my teacher?" Simon hesitated before responding. "My teacher has gone out to gather herbs. The recent dreadful occurrences have frightened me, and I have fallen ill, which is why I remained here. Look, my teacher left his most treasured crucifix with me." With that, Simon trembled as he clutched the silver crucifix, softly reciting verses from the Bible, embodying the essence of a sincere believer. "What brings you here?" The soldier who had questioned Simon now appeared convinced. However, just as he was about to depart, another soldier suddenly interjected with a query. "Gathering herbs," Simon replied, shivering slightly, his unease palpable. "My teacher excels in treating wounds from swords and knives. He is here in search of an effective herb." He gestured towards the adjacent basket brimming with medicinal plants. "My hand is injured. Can you assist me?" The musketeer raised his right hand, revealing a wound that resembled a gash from a blade. Simon suddenly awakened to the realization that this individual sought free treatment, which explained the earlier remarks. However, a fee of 10 pennies was still required. "If you are willing to inform me where I might procure a carriage, I would gladly offer my assistance in your treatment without charge." "What do you need the carriage for?" the injured musketeer inquired, furrowing his brow. "Naturally, it is to depart from this cursed place as swiftly as possible. I should have warned the teacher to refrain from lingering here. This town is exceedingly perilous. Having witnessed so many dreadful occurrences, I have heard tales of that devilish envoy, rumored to possess fangs and dual horns." Simon used a silver spoon to crush the white root and placed it upon a clean strip of cloth. When mentioning the Devil's emissary, Old Taylor, he would occasionally grasp the crucifix and murmur prayers aloud, ensuring all could hear him. "When the teacher returns, I must implore him to help me escape this place. The Devil's emissary has been purified." However, he posed a question, "Are you not in search of the remnants of the Devil's emissary?" With this observation, Simon deftly bandaged the port, revealing a suitably smug expression. "The teacher has remarked that my skill in dressing wounds has greatly improved. By the way, avoid water for 3 days, and there should be no significant issue." "Thank you. There is a place near the West Gate where one can rent a carriage, owned by the Christian family. However, borrowing a carriage would require considerable wealth, which I suspect you may not possess." Upon hearing this, Simon donned a bitter expression. "Fear not. For at least hell remains secure. The Devil's emissaries have been purified, and the so-called remnants are merely conjecture, aimed at preventing disturbances from outsiders." Perhaps due to Simon's ministrations, the injured soldier's demeanor toward him had markedly improved. This, of course, was likely linked to Simon's gracious decision to waive the soldier's medical fee of 10 pence. One can only hope. Grasping the cross around his neck, Simon murmured softly. After sending the two soldiers away, he exhaled in relief and removed the cross. Just moments ago, he felt akin to a seasoned actor, deserving of an Oscar or similar accolade. Chapter 94. A flaw in perfection. A lengthy journey necessitates ample provisions of water and food. Simon possessed 3 seamless expansion bags, each capable of holding sufficient supplies. However, the primary concern remained the perishability of the food. Simon was still uncertain about how long it would take to reach the next city, particularly in this era, where traveling by horse-drawn carriage could require 10 days or even a fortnight. The worst part was that he had yet to ascertain the precise location of London. What if he were to take a boat? Kingston was a coastal town, and he should be able to find a ship bound for London. Curse it! How he wished for a soul-binding spell. Must he really seek someone to guide him? Yet doing so could invite unnecessary complications. Simon recognized that, given his age, attempting to embark on a ship without the assistance of an adult would likely prove troublesome. Moreover, he had never boarded a vessel before, and the prospect of seasickness loomed large. How vexing it was, would he indeed have to traverse the land? Simon mused to himself, pondering how he might procure a carriage and a map. Damn it, All of this was the fault of that fool, Jorson. He couldn't help but curse the deceased Jorson once more. Suddenly, an odd sound emanated from the window, prompting Simon to stride over. Upon opening the window, he was greeted by an owl perched at the edge. It was Paws, delivering a letter from Alice. Splendid! Elation surged within Simon. The owl's timely arrival was nothing short of fortuitous. With the owl at his disposal, he could reach out to Wendelin and request her to come collect him. Now, the challenge lay in concocting a suitable excuse. Alice's letter inquired about Simon's return, likely due to her growing anxiety over his prolonged absence. Nevertheless, Simon had no time to respond to Alice. He retrieved a quill and parchment, commencing his letter to Wendelin. Meanwhile, two musketeers who had just exited a tavern were intercepted by a young man, who inquired, "Did you happen to see an owl? Who are you?" One soldier frowned, scrutinizing the young man. "The guard of Miss Edwin. I haven't seen one." The two soldiers exchanged glances, shaking their heads. They could discern from the young guard's tone that he was of noble lineage, and thus, they felt compelled to exhibit the requisite respect when addressing a noble. Whoever sees it will be rewarded with a shilling. Should anyone dare to deceive, they ought to be aware of the consequences. The young guard, at the behest of the noble lady, produced a silver coin and loudly inquired of those nearby. "I saw an owl fly into the window on the right side of the tavern," a man boldly proclaimed. "Indeed, where there is a generous reward, there will be brave souls. Scott, let us proceed inside," Miss Edwin instructed her guard, striding purposefully toward the tavern. Guard Scott tossed the shilling to the informant. At that moment, Simon was diligently penning his letter when he suddenly heard footsteps in the corridor. The next instant, there was a knock at the door once more. Simon glanced at Pass and then at the urgent knocking on the door, instantly sensing that something was amiss. He quickly grabbed the letter and retreated to a corner, draping an invisibility cloak over himself, vanishing from the room in an instant. Simon dared not conceal the owl beneath his cloak, for should the creature become restless, it could potentially expose him as well. Moreover, he was acutely aware that time was no longer on his side. Simon's actions were remarkably astute. In the next moment, the wooden door was violently kicked open, and several individuals hastily stormed into the room, among them two musketeers whom Simon had encountered earlier. Had they uncovered something? A flurry of thoughts raced through Simon's mind as his gaze fell upon the intruders. The owl, it had been right here just moments ago. One of the cloaked figure's guards remarked while inspecting the quill pen on the table. But where has it gone? To Simon's astonishment, the cloaked figure turned out to be a woman. "I don't know, but I have a method to draw it out," Scott declared, his eyes scanning the surroundings before suddenly drawing a flintlock pistol from his belt and aiming at the owl perched on the table. However, the shot merely startled the creature into flight. Seeing that Pa was unharmed, Simon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next instant, the man produced another flintlock pistol and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger on the soaring owl. The bullet pierced through the owl's body, bringing about its untimely demise. Simon's expression froze, his face ashen, radiating an ominous low pressure. These individuals had audaciously slain his owl, the sole means through which he could communicate with the wizarding world. "You all deserve to die?" he exclaimed, swiftly drawing his wand and casting a stunning spell on the two soldiers behind him, rendering them utterly incapacitated. As for the guard who had killed Pa, Simon drew his pistol and shot the vigilant guard, who was drawing his sword, with precision, executing him as cleanly as if he were avenging the death of his own messenger. To avoid revealing the presence of his invisibility cloak, he exited the room and only removed it after stepping out of the line of sight, pretending to enter from outside, glaring at the only remaining figure in the room. "You actually killed Scart?" the girl said, somewhat surprised, her tone devoid of anger or sorrow, merely astonished. "You have slain my messenger," Simon said vehemently. "Even if I were to kill all of you, it could not compensate for its significance." After eliminating the young guard, Simon gradually regained his composure. He needed to keep his cool and discern what these people sought from him. If it were due to the remnants of that damned devil's messenger, Simon would need to devise an alternative plan. The cloaked woman removed her hood, revealing a striking red-haired girl, perhaps only 2 or 3 years older than Simon. The red-haired girl looked at him politely and said, "Greetings, alchemist. I did not expect our first meeting to be so unpleasant. I apologize that my subordinates killed your messenger." The red-haired girl was quite talkative, introducing herself. "My name is Sherry Edwin. What is your relation to Leah Edwin?" The surname reminded Simon of a noblewoman from his time. "Cousin," the red-haired girl replied without hesitation. "Leah Edwin is my cousin." "You're lying. Her hair is golden." Simon exposed her falsehood. "I did not lie. Leah is merely an insignificant branch. Her father is blonde and married into the Edwin family," she clarified. "No, I misspoke earlier. Leah Edwin has brown hair." "So you were lying just now," Simon asserted, gazing into her eyes. "What a cunning little creature you are. I am indeed her cousin. And I am certain Leah Edwin has blonde hair." The red-haired girl easily pierced through Simon's thoughts and curiously asked, however, "I am quite intrigued as to how she came to know you." "That is none of your concern. What do you want from me?" Simon inquired impatiently. "I wish to make a transaction with you." "What do you wish to acquire from me?" Simon scrutinized the beautiful red-haired noblewoman before him. Frankly, her presence was formidable, and her composure remained unshaken even after Simon had dispatched her guard, showing no signs of feigned bravado. He silently rated her highly for her tenacity. I need the elixir of youth, Sherry stated as she stepped over the guard's corpse, approaching Simon. Her eyes appraising him as she articulated her purpose. I know you possess it. Do you truly believe that after what just transpired, such a transaction remains feasible? Simon replied with a sardonic smile, seemingly mocking her naivety. In truth, he only wished to dominate the atmosphere, seeking to seize the initiative in their upcoming negotiation. Anything is possible. I can offer you pounds or other valuables, the red-haired girl said without a trace of hesitation. I require none of those, Simon rejected outright. Indeed. He was in no shortage of wealth, as the accumulated riches of the Taylor family resided mainly in the seamless expansion pouch at his belt. What, then, do you desire? Sherry inquired with curiosity. I am quite curious as to how you came to know about me. Simon needed clarity on this matter, lest he attract unwelcome attention in the future. Of course, you are quite famous. Sherry suddenly laughed. You have certainly made quite a mess of the Talbot family. Miss Mary hired a renowned painter to create a portrait of you, and many noblewomen are already aware of your existence. They also know that the alchemist of the elixir of youth communicates through owls. When I first saw the owl, I was quite astonished, and I decided to test my luck, which turned out to be fortuitous. A portrait? Simon furrowed his brow and asked, is it a good likeness? Not quite. You are more handsome than I imagined, she replied. Handsome? Simon couldn't help but chuckle, retorting, do you not find it rather inappropriate to describe a 12-year-old boy as handsome? I thought all gentlemen appreciated such flattering remarks from women, Sherry responded, her demeanor devoid of any embarrassment, continuing the previous topic. So, this should not pose much of a challenge for you, and in return, you could gain a noble ally. I am not like that greedy fellow from the Talbot family. Nor am I the fool old Taylor. Trust me, having a competent noble friend will make certain matters much simpler. You are quite the adept negotiator, Simon admitted, continuing, however. Do not place the blame for recent events upon me. Such probing is undoubtedly unwarranted. Very well, I suppose that has nothing to do with you, Sherry said, though her expression conveyed a knowing understanding that contradicted her words. Think what you will. Simon thought with a cold laugh, questioning whether he truly appeared so foolish. I am curious. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Simon endeavored to imbue his words with menace. And what of your teacher? Sherry displayed no fear. Deftly sidestepping the topic, I heard from the tavern owner that your teacher should be with you as well. My teacher has departed ahead of me, Simon sighed internally, feigning anger as he bellowed. That owl was left as a means for me to communicate, yet you have killed it. Your acting skills are utterly pathetic, Sherry scoffed, dismissing him with a flick of her lips before changing the subject. I dare say you were quite pleased with your performance in the past. Simon's lips quivered slightly. Did this fellow possess the ability to read minds? Very well. You have triumphed, you cunning red-haired fox. With his facade uncovered, Simon resolved not to continue the charade. He regained his former calmness and composure, gazing expressionlessly at the troublesome individual before him, and stated, your foolish guard has caused me considerable trouble by forcing me out and killing my messenger. I truly require your assistance now, and I can offer you a vial of youthful romance as recompense. I expected you would threaten me, Sherry remarked, somewhat astonished as she looked at Simon. Upon hearing his earlier words, she suddenly found it difficult to gauge him. Threats are futile. That fool has already paid with his life for killing my messenger. Simon's tone was eerily calm as he recounted the demise of the unfortunate soul, as if he had merely squashed an ant rather than taken a life. Now, without a messenger, I must make the journey to London myself to seek someone. Whom are you seeking? Sherry inquired curiously. That is of no concern to you. I require you to arrange my travel to London and provide me with a map. Simon laid out his demands directly, asserting that they were negligible compared to a vial of beauty potion. In return, you shall receive a vial of youthful romance. The journey to London is quite long. I can assist with arranging transportation, Sherry replied, her brow slightly furrowed. After a moment's hesitation, she added, however, I cannot help with the map. Here you go, Simon said, retrieving a vial of beauty potion from Jorson's inconspicuous bag and handing it to Sherry. He fixed her with a piercing gaze, warning her of the consequences. Alchemy follows the principle of equivalent exchange. To gain, one must give. Should you dare to violate our agreement, I need not remind you of the fate that awaits you and your family. I hope you are as clever as you appear and do not become some fool. Of course, it is a deal. Sherry accepted the potion, uncorked it, and inhaled the scent of roses, confirming that Simon's offering was indeed genuine. You may leave now. Inform me when we are ready to depart. Simon urged her, needing time to process the events that had transpired. And what will you do with the bodies? Sherry suddenly asked before departing. That is my concern. You should focus on completing our transaction as swiftly as possible. With that, Simon waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to leave. I will come to find you this afternoon. Sherry turned and exited. Once the door was securely shut, Simon sank into a chair, his gaze falling upon the lifeless owl and then the three fallen figures. A surge of anger welled within him. He drew his wand and cast the forgetfulness charm on the two soldiers. Having never attempted this spell on muggles, he was uncertain of its effects. But this presented an opportunity. To ensure the spell's efficacy, Simon repeated the incantation multiple times, not concerned with whether they would forget everything and become simpletons. As for the young guard's corpse, He employed the transfiguration charm to transform it into a bench. The tavern owner could ponder the inexplicable appearance of a bench in the room and how to dispose of it. That was not Simon's concern. Is this akin to defeating a monster and acquiring loot? Simon mused as he bent down to pick up the fallen dagger. A self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he stowed it in his inconspicuous bag. This place was no longer safe. He must depart and prepare for his journey. Regardless of the reliability of that noble girl, he needed to be ready for travel. Chapter 96. A fortuitous encounter with bandits. Why are you here as well? On the bumpy carriage, Simon glared intensely at the red-haired girl opposite him, a barely perceptible frown forming on his brow. This situation seemed quite different from what he had envisioned. Oh, did I not mention that this is my carriage? Sherry replied with a playful smirk. Resembling a fox that had successfully stolen a chicken. Reclining languidly on the soft seat, she explained. I happen to be returning to Bedford and can conveniently give you a ride. Not to mention, my carriage is far superior to an ordinary one. Perhaps you are looking for a bodyguard as well? Simon's expression became somewhat rigid. He felt as if he were being toyed with. Unfortunately, you made me kill Scott. Sherry elegantly spread her hands, feigning a look of helplessness. The journey back to Bedford is long and fraught with danger. Wouldn't it be safer for us to travel together? You sly red-haired fox. Simon silently cursed. He had always prided himself on his intellect, yet this encounter had bested him. You would make a fine merchant. Simon shifted the topic. With your keen observation and intuition, you could easily succeed in trade. I think so too. But my family does not wish for me to pursue that path, Sherry replied with a hint of regret. It seemed she spoke the truth. For Simon could discern no deceit in her words. The Edwin family did not seek a successful merchant daughter. They required an obedient one to maintain their status and image. This sentiment carried a tinge of bitterness. However, if you were willing, you could invest in me, Sherry boldly proposed. I am currently raising funds. If you would entrust me with the agency for youthful romance, I would be willing to split the profits evenly. You likely do not realize its true value. To each their own. Simon waved his hand, offering no further comment. He leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Though the cushions were soft, the jostling carriage was far from comfortable. The journey from Kingston to the next village would take at least half a day. In this era of England, the population was not dense, and it was not uncommon for a bandit to suddenly appear in the wilderness. After all, this was a noble's carriage. Clearly transporting a person of considerable worth, abducting its owner could yield a substantial ransom. However, they were not easily captured. The young guard accompanying the red-haired girl was the sort capable of taking on several foes single-handedly. Had he not been caught off guard by Simon's ambush, he likely would not have fallen so easily. The carriage was spacious, with a compartment that could accommodate a person curled up inside, pulled by 4 fine horses. It moved at a leisurely pace, stopping several times along the way for rest. At noon, their meal was simple, dried rations, some white bread, and cured meats. They gathered around a campfire to eat, while Simon provided his own provisions, unwilling to trust the others. As he put it, if they had poisoned the food, he would not know how he had perished. The coachman was named Tom. Indeed, just Tom Cook. It was a common name, one shared by many. Tom Cook was a competent servant, ensuring everything was in order, yet he seemed to harbor little fondness for Simon. He remained silent, only refraining from questioning Simon because Sherry had permitted him to board. By the way, I still do not know your name, Sherry suddenly inquired while enjoying her meal. Is it important? Simon retorted, of course it matters. Sherry replied with utmost seriousness, cultivating valuable friendships is one of the essential lessons for nobility. A valuable friend. Are you referring to me? Simon couldn't help but engage in self-deprecating humor. He had a vague understanding of what it meant to deal with so-called valuable connections. Isn't that the case? Sherry winked and continued. To be honest, among my peers, I have yet to find many who can hold a conversation with me. You are one of them. A precocious little girl? Simon dismissed her, turning to board the carriage, leaning back against the seat to rest. Meanwhile, his mind was occupied with strategies for the return journey and potential troubles he might encounter along the way. Even at night, Simon was unable to sleep soundly. He harbored an instinctive wariness towards Sherry. Alone in the world, surrounded by strangers, how could one possibly drift into slumber? Their journey had been relatively smooth. They had not faced significant difficulties and had already passed through 7 villages and 2 small towns, having just completed their supplies in the last town before departing. Simon once inquired of Shirley why she did not take a boat. Clearly, the speed of circumnavigating by sea would be considerably faster. However, Shirley's response was, Bedford is not a port city. Simon nearly choked, wishing to question why they did not take a ship to the nearby port city before transferring to Bedford. After 5 days, the two had developed a preliminary understanding of one another. Shirley, a loquacious young lady, approached Simon with a clear intent, yet he remained indifferent, and they managed to exchange a few words. At the very least, the tedious journey was alleviated by their conversation. On the afternoon of the 6th day, they finally encountered a moment of excitement. Miss, it's bandits. What do we do? Uncle Tom shouted anxiously, desperately wielding his whip in an attempt to shake off the marauders pursuing their carriage. Alas, the cumbersome carriage could hardly match the speed of the galloping horses. It's up to you now, alchemist, Shirley said, her expression devoid of concern. instead wearing a mocking smile directed at Simon. Tell me, what do you think will happen if the bandits catch you? Simon suddenly inquired. They wouldn't mind taking you as a hostage for a hefty ransom. That's impossible. Shirley replied, shaking her head. Not to mention the long distance still ahead to Bedford. Without a ransom, they could sell you to someone else. With your delicate skin and form, a little training would render you a competent maid, Simon remarked with a mischievous grin, eager to witness her reaction of horror. However, Shirley merely curled her lip disdainfully and reminded him, Alchemist, we are in the same boat. If I sink, you will surely be dragged down with me. With that, Shirley reached beneath her seat and retrieved 2 flintlock pistols, skillfully loading them with ammunition, clearly unwilling to gamble her fate on Simon's abilities. Your movements are remarkably proficient, Simon taunted. After all, it is unsafe to venture out alone. One must always have means of self-defense. Once she finished loading the pistols, she prepared to load the next one. Have your servant stop the carriage. I will deal with those unfortunate souls. Now that is splendid news. Upon hearing Simon's words, Shirley swiftly opened a small window behind her and called out to the driver, Tom, stop the carriage. As the carriage came to a halt, a group of fierce-looking men descended upon them like ravenous sharks, surrounding the vehicle. Tom, the driver, was yanked from his seat, a flintlock pistol aimed at his head. As several bandits rained blows upon him, knocking him to the ground, a slightly lean middle-aged man climbed onto the driver's seat, preparing to commandeer the carriage. Meanwhile, a scarred bandit rifled through Tom's pockets, stripping him of every penny and even removing his clothing, which he carelessly discarded aside, unable to fit, before mounting a horse. In the next moment, everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated that the supposed noble, who should have been trembling in the carriage, would actually emerge. And to their astonishment, it was a mere boy of 12 or 13. We've caught ourselves a mere child. The leader of the bandits, his face marred by scars, appeared particularly menacing as he brandished a curved sword in one hand and a flintlock in his belt. Boy, get in the carriage. You are now our prize. If you wish to live, obey, the bandit leader threatened, waving his sword to intimidate Simon. However, his words faltered as he noted Simon's peculiar attire and the odd staff he was pointing at him. Sleep, Simon intoned, casting a spell upon the unsuspecting bandit leader. The unfortunate man was struck by the enchantment, collapsing backward without a sound. Another bandit, startled, reached for his flintlock, only to be sent flying by an unseen force, causing his weapons to slip from his grasp. He toppled from his horse, which, startled, reared and trampled the unfortunate bandit, sending him sprawling to the ground. The unfortunate soul was likely left with little more than half his life. Nevertheless, his cries caught the attention of the last remaining bandit, who brazenly drew his flintlock and fired at the boy who had effortlessly dispatched 2 of his companions. To his astonishment, the bullet ricocheted off, kicking up dust as the frightened horses bolted, dragging the carriage away. Moments later, a gunshot echoed across the wilderness, and the last bandit tumbled from the carriage, a gaping hole in his head. The shooter was none other than Shirley, who had cleverly utilized a hidden door in the carriage to eliminate the unfortunate driver. Everything transpired too rapidly. Tom, who had been lying on the ground feigning death, sprang up in shock, seeing the fallen bandits in the retreating carriage. He hastily disregarded his disheveled state, seizing a horse to hasten his pursuit. After several minutes, Tom caught up with the carriage and calmed the startled horses before steering it back. Shirley descended from the carriage, her face pale as a sheet, likely experiencing the weight of taking a life for the first time. Sensing Simon's gaze upon her, the red-haired girl stifled her discomfort and, regaining her composure, turned to Simon to complain, "Your guard is quite inadequate. You let one slip by." Simon shrugged, dismissively asking, "What do you intend to do? Aren't they all dead?" Sherry, perplexed, inquired further. "No, those 2 are not dead. I merely rendered them unconscious." A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Simon's face as he suggested, "You could give them each a shot with your flintlock and experience the thrill of blowing someone's head off." "No, thank you. I lack such morbid inclinations," Sherry retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Simon. "You wouldn't dare kill, would you?" However, she quickly regretted uttering those words, for she had witnessed Simon eliminate his own guard with ease, and the act of blowing someone's head off was certainly trivial for him. "Let's hang them all." Sherry shifted the topic to mask her earlier blunder, casting a final judgment upon the bandits without an ounce of sympathy. "Tom, you do it. Just hang the bodies from this tree." "What a cold-blooded woman," Simon quipped sarcastically, turning to return to the carriage. He held no concern for the fate of the bandits, had it not been for his advantageous surprise attack. He would have been at risk himself. At the moment he was targeted by the flintlock, Simon felt his heart race, and he muttered, "Who would have thought that being young isn't entirely a disadvantage?" These bandits were not fools. Their possession of horses indicated this was not their first robbery, and they were evidently seasoned in their trade. It could be said they were unjustly defeated by Simon. Nonetheless, one could only blame their ill fortune. What they presumed to be a plump target turned out to be a collision with gunfire. "How did you accomplish that just now?" Sherry followed Simon into the carriage, her curiosity piqued. "That's none of your concern," Simon replied coldly, unwilling to pursue the topic further. "So, you are the legendary wizard?" Sherry tentatively asked. "I heard my cousin suddenly vanished last year and went to some magic academy." An unmistakable probe. Simon offered no reply, choosing instead to lie back and rest, ignoring her, for this astute girl was clearly attempting to ascertain some truths from him. Yet, Simon had already deduced one thing. This girl named Sherry might indeed have some connection to Edwin. Is that stick-like thing your weapon? I saw it glow earlier. Sherry pressed on, undeterred, even reaching for Simon's wand. Expecting Simon to stop her, she was surprised when she easily seized the wand. As she examined Simon, she mused. Could it be that my assumptions were incorrect? Haven't you heard that curiosity killed the cat? Simon coldly regarded the noble girl, disliking her probing nature. Some questions are best left unasked. So, you admit it? The girl felt a twinge of triumph as she toyed with the wand, contemplating how to extract knowledge of its usage from him. Fainting, Sherry suggested, aiming the wand at Simon and reciting his earlier words, which he had spoken in a low tone, but she had heard clearly. Regrettably, there was no response. Enough. Hand it to me. As Simon reached for the wand, Sherry suddenly pointed the flintlock at him, declaring, What will you do without this weapon? Chapter 98. Games and the table turn. What do you think I should do? Simon asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Sherry. Being a clever woman, Sherry certainly did not genuinely intend to attempt shooting herself with the flintlock. At least, she would never do so without confirming the weapon could indeed kill him. You caught me, Sherry said, curling her finger around the trigger, yet no lead bullet was discharged. Just as Simon suspected, this was merely a test. She sought to ascertain whether the bullet posed a threat to him. In recent days, the two had been probing one another, with every word spoken, every action taken, and even every expression laden with temptation, misdirection, and testing. This phenomenon stemmed from the pride and tenacity of both intelligent individuals. Frankly, as a transmigrator possessing knowledge and wisdom far surpassing this era, Simon felt a sense of pride. He did not believe he would be outmatched by a precocious young girl and ultimately chose to accept her challenge, merely to alleviate the tedium of their journey. Sherry was evidently a proud girl as well. As an elite among nobility, she did not believe she would be bested by a boy several years her junior. Even if he were a mysterious alchemist, neither party believed they would lose this game. In reality, their mutual probing had yielded little, resulting in a stalemate that persisted to this moment. Yet, while Sherry remained excited about finding a worthy opponent, Simon had grown weary of the game. He suddenly realized that clever individuals could sometimes be quite insufferable. Had Sherry been holding a flintlock loaded with bullets, Simon could very well have been shot. Though the odds were perhaps 1 in 2, or even less, the feeling of having a gun pointed at him was exceedingly unpleasant. Even the smallest chance could still manifest. In an ephemeral moment, Simon saw his own reflection in the red-haired girl. Perhaps he finally understood why Jolson was so intent on eliminating him. It was not merely about the money, but rather fear. Jolson feared him, just as Simon worried about that 1 in 2 chance. A cunning individual would never feel secure, especially as an enemy. Only when the threat of death was eliminated could one find peace. The distinction between him and Jolson lay in Simon's ability to see through Sherry, whereas Jolson had failed to decipher him. Where has your cleverness gone? I allow you to take it, which indicates I am not afraid of you, Simon said as he accepted the wand from Sherry, continuing, Moreover, I despise being threatened with a gun. Regardless of whether it is loaded, you have crossed a line. I apologize. I merely... What about the other one? Simon interrupted her defensively, inquiring. He had only heard 1 gunshot, implying that Sherry possessed another flintlock filled with bullets. Very well, it's right here. Sherry, gazing at Simon's cold demeanor, reluctantly opened a nearby compartment, retrieving another flintlock and placing it before Simon. Simon lifted the flintlock pistol and fired a shot at the bandit's lifeless body, which had just been hung on the tree by Tom. The bullet exploded upon impact with the corpse's abdomen. However, the sound of the gunshot terrified Tom, causing him to drop to the ground in a frantic bid for safety. Moments later, as Tom finally caught sight of Simon with the raised weapon and grasped the situation, he could not help but mutter a stream of curses. Simon cast aside the discharged flintlock pistol before Sherry, coldly remarking, I eagerly anticipate stripping you of your garments and hanging you like a salted fish to dry upon a tree. There shall be no second chance. Sherry smirked slightly. She discerned that Simon's words lacked the essence of a threat. This man, even while expressionless, had brutally slain his guards, demonstrating a complete disregard for human life. Nonetheless, the flintlock pistol might still pose a threat to him, though its efficacy remained uncertain. Now, you shall face your punishment, Simon declared as he slammed the car door shut, yanking the contemplative Sherry closer to him. He instructed her to lay across his lap, then raised his hand to deliver a sharp blow to her backside, the resounding sound echoing throughout the vehicle. Sherry, taken aback by the unexpectedness of his actions, felt as if a spirited game had been abruptly overturned, scattering pieces in disarray. I find you to be an utterly bothersome girl. I suspect your family does not appreciate such cleverness in you, Simon continued, indifferent to her plight, his hand remaining relentless in its motion. He had no intention of continuing this game, opting instead to overturn the table entirely. Not everyone will tolerate your provocations. Do not forget that we are merely strangers. Simon offered no respite for the struggling girl, intensifying his actions. How infuriating. Sherry fumed, witnessing his unscrupulousness while feeling powerless to resist. In a fit of anger, she bit down on his left hand. With him having disregarded the rules of the game, she resolved not to adhere to them any longer. Suddenly, Simon felt a sharp pain in his arm. Turning his head, he noticed the red-haired girl, resembling a small dog, biting her hair and furrowing her brow, yet her hands continued their relentless motion, striking her backside repeatedly. To be honest, he was indeed startled when Sherry pulled the trigger moments ago. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from outside as the bandit, trampled by the horses, finally breathed his last after Tom had delivered a punishing kick. Perhaps the only fortunate bandit leader, he suffered little pain, succumbing to unconsciousness before being hanged. Tom, satisfied, clapped his hands, spat at the 3 grotesque corpses of bandits hanging from the tree, and returned to the driver's seat, resuming the journey towards their destination. If he were aware of the unfolding events within the carriage, one could only speculate how he might react. As the carriage suddenly lurched forward, the 2 occupants within were thrown together, their balance compromised by the earlier force. The red-haired girl released her grip, nearly collapsing atop Simon. "How much longer do you intend to rest upon me? Get up," he exclaimed. "You possess no semblance of a gentleman. Do you not know that one should not strike a lady's backside?" Sherry paused, nearly incensed, yet dared not raise her voice too loudly for fear of being overheard by Tom outside. A lady would never behave like a small dog, nipping at others. "Oh, right. You are not a small dog, but rather a little fox." Observing his wound, Simon couldn't help but grumble. "Do you often bite indiscriminately, to the point of drawing blood?" With that, he retrieved a piece of white herb from his bag. "What is this?" Sherry inquired, her curiosity piqued. "It's white herb, a medicinal plant that facilitates rapid healing without scarring." Simon began to explain, but the slender stalk was swiftly taken from his hand by the red-haired girl. After examining it closely, she asked, "How is this used?" "Simply crush or chew it and apply it to the wound." Simon gestured with his hand, indicating for her to return it. Suddenly, Sherry plucked a few leaves, chewed them, and then placed them back on the handkerchief, pulling Simon's left hand towards her to assist in bandaging the bite wound. "All done," she declared, tying a lovely bow before extending her hand towards Simon. "This is for the compensation for striking my backside." At the mere mention of the word backside, a faint blush crept across the girl's cheeks. Simon paused for a moment and casually retrieved a piece of fresh fruit he had previously sold to her. "Is this it?" Sherry blinked, regarding Simon with the expression of a miser. "What else do you expect? Enjoy your fruit." "Miser," she muttered, feeling dejected after realizing she would not obtain what she desired, and bit into the fresh fruit. "Do not engage in such unequivocal probing," Simon suddenly remarked. "It is truly distasteful and repugnant. If you wish to prove your superiority over me, procure a chess set in the next town to pass the time." The progression of this narrative may diverge from what some individuals presume, as it is decidedly not a fantasy. Furthermore, there is rather unfortunate news. The stock of manuscripts has been entirely depleted, and this chapter has just been penned. Whether subsequent updates will occur at dawn, or if there will be 3 updates daily remains uncertain. Chapter 99. Has Simon died? During the interval when Simon and Jolson departed from the apothecary, when Dick, Janice, and Wendelin had all visited the apothecary in search of Jolson, they also inquired of Alice. But upon ascertaining that no useful information could be gleaned from her, they were compelled to leave a message and take their leave. Simon's disappearance filled Alice with an overwhelming sense of unease. After receiving no word from the owl pa, the girl mustered her courage and, with Potter's assistance, sought Simon. At last, her elder sister, Phyllis, made contact. "Sister, Simon, he's missing. I don't know where he has gone," Alice cried, collapsing into Phyllis's embrace, her sorrowful sobs recounting the events of the past few days. "Do not weep. Tell me what has happened," Phyllis urged, trying to soothe her distraught sister. The mysterious vanishing of Simon and Jorson had cast a shadow of foreboding over Phyllis. "Did Simon mention where he was going, or what he intended to do before he left?" she inquired. "He didn't, he say. I wrote to Simon using Pa, but he has not returned for several days," Alice replied, her tears subsiding as she strained to remember that day. "Oh, before he left, Simon told me that if Jorson returned and he did not, I should write to you. But Jorson has T come back either. They both seem to have vanished." Phyllis furrowed her brow deeply, discerning something troubling in Alice's words. She pressed further. "Did he say anything else?" "No," Alice shook her head, then recalled the key she always carried with her. She removed it from around her neck and handed it to Phyllis. "This is what Simon left for me. He said it was his most treasured possession and asked me to keep it safe until he returned." Phyllis accepted the golden key, her expression tightening as she recognized its significance. It was a key to Gringotts, yet she could not fathom how Simon had acquired the means to possess a vault there, which would imply a considerable fortune. Was it possible that Simon had met his demise, entrusting the key to Alice before his departure? Phyllis would not divulge her suspicions to Alice. Instead, she comforted her, saying, "Simon must have gone to a distant place, which is why the owl has not returned yet. Do not worry. I will enlist Aunt Lasiva's help to locate Simon and Jorson." Once she had calmed her sister, Phyllis gazed thoughtfully at the key in her hand. Initially, she had merely hoped that the somewhat unreliable Simon would look after Alice. The boy had indeed shown kindness towards Alice, even considering her well-being. The funds in Gringotts seemed to be his provision for Alice in the event of his misfortune, ensuring that she could lead a more comfortable life. Phyllis did not wish for Simon to be in peril. She desired her sister's happiness. Yet, it now appeared that Simon might be in trouble. And this matter was undoubtedly connected to Jorsen, for he would not have left such suggestive words behind otherwise. Phyllis promptly wrote to Windic Windarian, her friend and business partner, as he was likely one of the few who might know the whereabouts of the two. That evening, Windic hurried to the apothecary. Upon seeing the key Phyllis presented, he frowned. "This is the key I gave to Simon. How is it in your possession?" Simon left the key with Alice, Phyllis replied candidly. "I suspect he may be dead." Windic was taken aback by her words and immediately pressed for details. "What has transpired? This must be connected to Jorsen." Phyllis recounted Simon's last words to Alice. Those who are not foolish might discern the hidden meaning within his statements. If he is dead, it surely relates to Jorsen. Given Simon's intelligence, he would have deduced certain truths, which is why he entrusted the key to Alice, possibly hoping that we would seek vengeance on his behalf and provide Alice with a substantial inheritance. Phyllis's fingers tapped restlessly on the table as she scrutinized Windic, knowing instinctively whether he spoke the truth or not. The pressing question remained: where was Jorsen? Windic pondered aloud. Today marks the 9th day since he vanished. Yet he has not returned. The apothecary's wealth is nearly all he possesses. He would not willingly abandon it. However, the mystery surrounding the owl's absence remained. Alice's owl had not returned for several days. Even if Jorsen was unreachable, the owl should have returned by now, while Phyllis hoped for Simon's survival. The evidence suggested otherwise. Undoubtedly, that owl has met its demise at the hands of another. If Simon were alive, he would have received the letter and replied through the owl. Even in trouble, he would likely have sought our aid. The owl's failure to return strongly indicates Jorsen's involvement in its demise. But why would Jorsen wish to kill Simon? Windic queried, still perplexed. It stands to reason that Jorsen owes his current wealth to Simon's assistance. He has no motive to act against him. Regardless, we must find them first. Whether it be Simon or Jorsen, locating one should lead us to the other. That may prove challenging. My owl has been unable to locate Jorsen. Windic shook his head. Jorsen may be dead, or he might be employing a disillusionment charm or a shielding charm to evade detection by the owl. If Jorsen truly intended to kill Simon, they had not considered any possibility of Simon's survival. A novice wizard, having trained for merely half a year, stood no chance against a seasoned wizard in his 30s. While they had contemplated the possibility of Simon being the one to kill Jorsen, such a hypothesis seemed implausible. Otherwise, Alice's owl would have already found Simon and delivered his plea for help. Regardless, Simon is my friend and an important partner. I will find a way to locate him. Windic declared, rising from his seat. If he has indeed been slain by Jorsen, I will uncover the truth, and if Jorsen deserves punishment, I shall avenge Simon. Now, I must gather some allies and ensure the owl remains in contact. Then I shall leave Simon's fate in your hands. Phyllis sighed, feeling a measure of satisfaction with the cunning Simon, as he had genuinely cared for her sister. If Simon were to perish, how would she break the news to Alice? What would become of her sister in such a case? Chapter 100. The Black Death. Simon was entirely unaware that he had been branded with the label of a dead man. He had spent over a month aboard the carriage. And now, the distance to Bedredden, no, to London, was steadily diminishing. Inside the stifling carriage, a somewhat drowsy Simon was engaged in a game of chess with the red-haired girl, Sherry. Her skills in the game were impressive. Without the assistance of the intelligence system, Simon found it exceedingly difficult to triumph on the chessboard. Well, you've lost, Sherry declared triumphantly as she surveyed the battlefield of pieces, having successfully cornered Simon's king, which filled her with a sense of superiority. Of course, perhaps it was the joy of having found a worthy opponent that contributed to her elation. This marks her 30th defeat. The girl puffed out her chest like a victorious rooster. You certainly won, Simon conceded readily. They had played a total of 45 games. With the aid of the intelligence system, Simon had managed to win 5, while the rest were a gradual improvement in skill through practice. Indeed, although he could easily overwhelm his opponent with raw ability, it would hold little significance. Compared to his previous self, Simon's chess prowess had advanced remarkably. We should be nearing the next town. After spending many nights in the carriage, the fatigue of their travels left Simon feeling somewhat disheveled. He longed to reach the next town and enjoy a good night's sleep. We must be close, Sherry said, stifling a yawn. Her earlier joy in winning now overshadowed by weariness. She opened the window behind her and called out, Tom, when can we expect to arrive at the next town? We should arrive by noon, Miss Edwin. Tom replied, his focus unwavering on the reins, beads of sweat adorning his brow. In no more than 7 days, we will return to Bedford. At their current pace, Simon estimated that it would take at least another 2 weeks to reach London, and he would then need to spend additional time locating the Broken Cauldron Tavern. However, as the carriage drew nearer to London, Simon's spirits began to lift. He was finally going back, and he wondered if Alice would be worried about him. As for the matter concerning Jorsen, Simon had already devised an excuse. Regardless of the circumstances, he could lead a stable life, study magic, and pursue activities that brought him joy. The wealth he had acquired from Old Taylor was sufficient for him to enjoy a lifetime of comfort. Once he reached adulthood, he could venture beyond England, but until then, He needed to accumulate strength, for it was only with strength that one could secure safety. As noon approached, the town Tom had mentioned came into view. About half an hour later, the carriage gradually rolled into the small town. "Miss Edwin, something seems amiss in this town." Tom's voice carried a hint of anxiety and unease as the carriage came to a halt. Simon opened the carriage door and stepped out, immediately struck by a foul, decaying odor. Looking around, he was taken aback. The streets lay strewn with people, lifeless or barely clinging to existence, while some men attempted to barricade doors and windows. Panic, silence, decay, and the stench of death permeated the air of this town. Upon witnessing this scene, a horrifying thought crossed Simon's mind. Plague. Could this town have succumbed to the pestilence? Simon witnessed several individuals carrying a corpse from a few meters away, presumably preparing to take it for burial. As the lifeless arm of the body slipped down, he was horrified to see the darkened hand, sending a chill down his spine. Leave the city. Quickly. Have your servant depart at once." He shouted at Shelley, immediately sealing all the doors and windows of the carriage. "What is happening?" Shelley asked, her complexion pale. Based on Tom's words and Simon's reaction, she suddenly conjured a terrifying realization. "It is the plague. This town is afflicted by it. We must leave at once." Simon's words shattered the last glimmer of hope in the young girl's heart. Without hesitation, she turned and shouted to the coachman outside, "Tom, leave this place with utmost haste." Tom shuddered, desperately urging the horses onward, but the narrow streets, cluttered with corpses, rendered it impossible to turn the carriage around. Their only option was to forge straight through the town. The carriage barreled through, careening past the panicked crowd, finally escaping the city. This place was beyond salvation. After covering several hundred meters away from the city, Simon instructed Tom to halt. "Why? Shouldn't we leave immediately?" The very mention of the plague evoked a primal fear, synonymous with death across epochs. In this era, the plague was utterly incurable. "Fool, we cannot leave yet. If we are carrying the plague, we would unleash a dreadful calamity upon other cities." Simon brandished his wand, casting a stunning spell to temporarily incapacitate the bewildered Tom. "What do you intend to do?" Shelley gasped, startled by Simon's actions. "I merely wish to prevent him from panicking and fleeing," Simon replied, his arm trembling slightly as he spoke hoarsely. "You must comprehend the terror the plague embodies. If it spreads, everyone shall perish. For now, we can only wait here for 5 or 6 days. If no symptoms arise, it will signify we have not contracted the plague. If symptoms do manifest," Simon revealed a grim smile, "then we shall die here." "Die here." The cruel words turned the once composed noble lady's face ashen. "Do not fret. You are safe as you have not ventured outside. Unless I contract the plague, your chances of falling ill are minimal." "Tom's odds are similar to mine," Simon remarked, casting a glance at Tom. "Children possess weaker immunity than adults. So you had best pray I remain uninfected. Otherwise, you likely cannot escape." "What are you saying?" Shelley exclaimed, frightened and bewildered by Simon's words. "I do not expect you to understand," he replied, lamenting his misfortune of stumbling upon a plague-ridden town. "Had I only bypassed the city, what shall we do about supplies?" Shelley, having regained her composure after the initial panic, inquired. "I have ample provisions to sustain us during this period, so you should continue to pray." Simon drew his wand, clearing a space for rest nearby. "This is magic. You guessed correctly. I am indeed a wizard." Simon decided to reveal the truth. "You wield magic, can't you?" Shelley looked at him with hopeful anticipation. "What do you think magic is?" Simon replied softly. "Currently, the plague is utterly untreatable. It will only vanish under 2 circumstances. Either all infected individuals perish, eliminating the contagion, or all afflicted persons and corpses are incinerated. Are you suggesting we burn this town?" Shelley was taken aback. "What about the living? Do you understand how the plague spreads?" Simon sneered. "It proliferates because, in fleeing infected areas, people carry the disease elsewhere. I recently saw a corpse with a half-blackened arm. This is highly indicative of the Black Death." Simon's expression darkened, though he was not well versed in the Black Death. He knew it originated from fleas on rats, responsible for a cataclysmic pandemic across Europe, a near-extinction event. The London Plague, Black Death, began in June 1665. In this age, the plague is virtually insurmountable. Employing a fire spell, Simon cleared a patch of grass and retrieved herbs to repel insects from his enchanted pouch, igniting them to create a smoke barrier. Settling upon a stone, he uncorked a vial of calming elixir and drank deeply. No matter the circumstances, he needed to regain his composure. A heated mind could exacerbate their dire situation. "What are you drinking?" Shelley inquired, her expression tense. Though she would not entrust her life to a stranger, she had no other choice but to place her faith in him as best she could. Simon indeed possessed an enigmatic ability that eluded her comprehension. When Sherry observed Simon extracting a vial from his bag, she momentarily believed it to be some wondrous elixir. "Is that what you have?" Simon responded, shaking the bottle in his hand. "It's a tranquilizer. Consuming it will soothe one's emotions. I want a bottle, regardless of its nature." Sherry was resolute in her intention to procure one from Simon. "What do you intend to barter with?" Simon suddenly inquired. "You, of all people, remain so miserly at a time like this. We might very well meet our demise here tomorrow," Sherry retorted with a dissatisfied pout, producing a pouch of coins from her pocket and tossing it before Simon. "As for the coins I carry, I think not." Who knows if you are afflicted with the plague? I cannot accept your possessions. Simon jested, attempting to deflect attention from his own concerns through banter, while simultaneously placing 2 vials of tranquilizer on the ground. One for him. I hope this fellow regains consciousness without succumbing to emotional turmoil. Simon took a step back, raising his wand and pointing it at Tom, who had fallen victim to his stunning spell, uttering the incantation, "Revive," swiftly. The unconscious Tom began to regain consciousness. Sherry, with a dissatisfied huff, approached, picked up her coin pouch, and took a vial of calming potion for herself. Taking a deep breath, she held another potion as she walked towards Tom. "Miss, what has happened to me?" Tom asked, his face a mixture of confusion and fear, his voice trembling slightly. Surely I cannot be. Not yet confirmed, at least not now. First, drink this to calm yourself. We must remain here for the time being." Sherry replied, placing the vial on the ground. Mimicking Simon, she shook her empty bottle and said, "I've already taken mine." The miserly alchemist has been surprisingly generous with his potions. "Alchemist?" Tom questioned, following Sherry's gaze until it landed on Simon, who stood nearby, leaving him momentarily stunned. It turned out that the boy who had hitchhiked with him was indeed an alchemist. No wonder Sherry had consented to his company. However, he appeared rather young for the role. After consuming the calming potion, Tom felt his emotions stabilize as he listened to Sherry's account. As long as he did not fall ill in the coming days, he need not worry about contracting the plague. With a sigh of relief, he began to anxiously check his own condition. "Miss Edwina, our remaining food is insufficient to last 5 or 6 days. Tom suddenly recalled their food situation, his expression turning bitter. "We can barely last 2 days. Any more would leave us wanting. Do not fret, that alchemist will assist us in procuring provisions." Sherry winked at Simon, inquiring, "Right, Mr. Alchemist?" Sherry refrained from addressing Simon as a wizard, knowing it would only heighten Tom's anxiety. Ever since Simon mentioned their stay might extend 5 or 6 days, Sherry had contemplated the food issue, confident that he had a solution. "I have brought ample dry bread, water, and jerky, sufficient to sustain us through this period," Simon disclosed without reservation, beginning to retrieve a change of clothes from his bag. He advised the two, to be safe, "You should both change your attire and dispose of these garments, although such measures may prove futile." Simon was determined to do everything within his power to prevent any fleas from taking residence on them. Now, they could only hope that the Black Death would not spread through the air. Sherry was momentarily taken aback, watching as Simon began to remove his shirt, her expression freezing in shock. What are you doing?" Sherry stammered, nearly covering her eyes in fright, but peeking through the gaps between her fingers to see Simon's actions. "What are you doing?" Tom quickly interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Sherry. "Fool, go change your clothes and come over here, if you have fleas on you. You might very well contract the plague next," Simon retorted, stepping back to create distance, continuing, "Of course, believe it or not, it is your choice. And keep at least 3 steps away from me." "Nonsense. The Black Death is God's scourge upon us, a punishment for sinners," Tom proclaimed loudly. "Fool. That is the result of your kind indiscriminately slaughtering cats, leading to an explosion in the rat population." Simon's expression darkened as he continued. "Why am I even wasting my breath on you?" Simon, enveloped in herbs, fumigated himself and the entire cart. He paid no further heed to the individuals around him. As long as he remained unscathed by the plague and returned safely to Hogsmeade, the fate of these muggles was of no concern to him. The wizarding population was sparse, residing far from towns inhabited by muggles, and nearly all possessed cats or owls. Thus, the Black Death was unlikely to infiltrate wizarding villages. As for these people, as long as he survived, their demise was inconsequential. As night descended and shadows deepened by the flickering campfire, Shirley and Tom had changed their garments and purified their bodies with herbs. They maintained a respectful distance from one another, consuming their provisions, while Simon resolutely drank only boiled water, relegating the bread and jerky to the pot to concoct a porridge. Was there truly no remedy for the Black Death? Could nothing be done? After finishing her portion, Shirley anxiously glanced at Simon, yearning to glean more information from him. In the face of a plague, even unparalleled wisdom is rendered futile. No remedy. Simon's tone was chillingly harsh as he set down his wooden bowl and fixed his gaze upon the fire. "All we can do now is pray that we do not contract the Black Death. I am not ready to die." Shirley, sorrowful, lowered her head, lost in her thoughts. "Do you think I wish for death?" Simon glared fiercely at the noble girl. "My misfortune is a consequence of your actions. Had your guards not slain my messenger, do you believe I would be entangled in this predicament? Forgive me. What use is an apology?" Simon's penetrating gaze swept over the two of them. "I must remind you, if you notice any abnormalities in your health, you must speak up immediately. Your death is of no consequence. Do not burden us. Until we ascertain safety, none shall escape. Consider the dreadful repercussions of potentially spreading the plague elsewhere. What if someone has already left the town, bringing the plague to other places?" Shirley's complexion darkened with dread as she posed the question. "I can only ensure that I do not spread the plague. The well-being of others is beyond my control," Simon replied with a derisive chuckle. "If the selfishness of individuals transmits the Black Death to other regions, then England shall face dire consequences. Perhaps half the population will perish, directly or indirectly, due to the plague. Do not worry, no one has left this small town. An elderly voice suddenly resonated in their ears amidst the crackling fire. Simon instinctively sprang from the stone, drawing his wand and cautiously directing it towards the source of the sound. Who are you? Based on the voice that had just materialized, Simon had already ascertained that the figure was a wizard. He found it difficult to fathom why he would encounter a wizard in this place. If one were to associate this wizard with the Black Death, a terrifying conclusion might emerge. Shirley, who stood beside Simon, evidently pondered this issue as well. Trembling and shrinking behind him like a frightened little kitten, the flames blazed fiercely. With a wave of Simon's wand, the ground ignited with a fierce blaze, illuminating the darkness, allowing Simon to finally discern the terrifying visage of the individual before him, a figure reminiscent of the monstrous sorcerers from fairy tales. I am Ziegmont Bark. Perhaps my name rings a bell, rasped the old wizard. I know who you are, the author of the Book of Potions, Simon replied. His confusion evident as he regarded the potion master, his wariness unyielding as he inquired, Yet, how is it that you still live? What brings you here? Is it possible that this plague is your doing? No, it is not I who caused this calamity. In truth, I am striving to save the inhabitants of this small town, the old wizard responded, a hint of bitterness lacing his voice. This tale is rather lengthy. A surge of alarm coursed through Simon as he raised an eyebrow. Are there matters that are unsuitable for these muggles to hear? With that, the old sorcerer flicked his wand, casting 2 spells that struck Tom and Sherry, who were standing behind Simon. Do not be alarmed, child. I harbor no ill intentions. He croaked, his frail condition evident. I wonder if you would indulge this old man with a few stories. I am all ears. I once had an old friend named Ectus, an expert in potions. One day, tragedy befell him when his family was slain by a dark wizard. In his quest for vengeance, he delved into dark magic, and after achieving his retribution, he became ensnared by it. Dark magic? You mean to say it is not the Black Death, but rather some form of sorcery? Simon interjected, his curiosity piqued. If it is not the Black Death, then perhaps it is not as dire as I had believed. After all, dark magic does not possess the same contagious nature as a plague. My apologies. I had assumed it was the Black Death, Simon admitted. The old wizard bore no resentment towards him and continued, I ventured to the place where Ectus resided, attempting to persuade him, but alas, it was too late. By the time I arrived here, the muggles were already exhibiting peculiar symptoms. Ziegmont Bark's voice was tinged with resignation. The muggles are suffering and dying in agony, and I have racked my brain in vain to find a cure. I cannot ascertain whether this affliction is the result of dark magic, as those who succumb to the infection exhibit certain symptoms of corporeal decay. Contemplating the symptoms of the deceased, Ziegmont furrowed his brow deeply. I endeavored to treat them, yet I could find no remedy, and all the patients succumbed to their suffering. It is very likely what you refer to as the Black Death. Can you enlighten me about this ailment? You must have been here for quite some time. How have you managed to evade infection? I have not evaded it. I too have been infected. Ziegmont Bark replied with a wry smile. I merely employed a method to suppress the affliction. In truth, the symptoms have plagued me, and my time may be running short. Simon's sudden fright caused him to instinctively take a step back, relieved that the 2 parties were at a safe distance. As far as I know, the Black Death is incurable. Simon managed a bitter smile. It is a plague caused by fleas from rats, and contact with the afflicted or contaminated objects can lead to infection. Currently, there are only 2 effective methods to halt the plague, waiting for everyone to perish or incinerating everything to prevent the spread of the Black Death. There are no other alternatives. Is there truly no antidote? The old wizard asked in anguish, as Simon's suggested methods would undoubtedly result in the demise of all the townsfolk. Centuries ago, the Black Death had already reared its head, capable of ravaging entire nations in a matter of days, even extending its reach to other lands, claiming countless lives. Fortunately, you have maintained control over this area. Otherwise, it would not be long before this nation faced a catastrophic disaster. Alas, the old wizard sighed deeply, as if he had made a decision, and shifted the topic. What brings you here? Given your age, you should still be attending Hogwarts. I have been expelled, Simon said with a rueful smile. Due to certain circumstances, I lost my messenger and was forced to walk to the Leaky Cauldron in London. Leaving was for the best. Hogwarts stifles exceptional students. Ziegmont Bark scoffed disdainfully, clearly harboring significant prejudice against Hogwarts. Regrettably, my time is limited. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to take you on as my apprentice. Your potion skills must be quite commendable, I presume. Ziegmont Bark cleared his throat and muttered, This dreadful plague is tormenting me. With that, he produced a vial from his pocket and took a sip. Continuing, I reside on the distant island of Hemitra in the Heshadiri archipelago. If you have the chance, do visit. By the way, should you ever encounter Axtus, please inform him that his choices have cost him his last friend, though I do not hold it against him. Ziegmont Bark, as if settling his affairs, spoke while retrieving a box from his pocket, placing it on the ground. Inside are 2 keys, 1 silver leading to Hemitra Island, and 1 wooden leading to Diagon Alley. Why are you giving me this? Simon inquired. Perhaps it is fate, Ziegmont Bark murmured. And thank you for providing clarity, allowing me to pass on without regrets. I can no longer make use of these items. You should still be untainted by the plague, As for that muggle over there, I can already sense the sin of death upon him. I shall take him with me before I depart. Good luck, my child. I know you two have a passion for potions, and I hope you can inherit my knowledge in this field. Missing the potions championship at the magical school is one of my greatest regrets. Zygmunt Bach summoned Tom to his side with a spell, saying, I have always dreamed that one day, a tome of potions would accompany a great apothecary to victory in the championship. And I now feel that dream is being realized. You may find more detailed information in my cottage. I hope you can help me fulfill this wish. I shall do so, provided I do not succumb to this plague. I assure you, and I thank you for your assistance. Simon bowed deeply to Zygmunt Bach, who smiled as he apparatted away with Tom. The fan count has finally reached 1,000. While it may seem insignificant compared to the previous book, it is still quite gratifying. Those jumping to subscribe might miss this chapter, which is laden with foreshadowing concerning future developments. Allow me a moment to critique the recommendation system of the platform. I received a recommendation letter last week, and about 2 weeks later, the official arrangement was made. I had assumed this book was being promoted for release. It seems I cannot grasp the humor of the platform. Lastly, I have caught a cold. So there will be no second chapter tonight. As for a potential third chapter, that remains uncertain. After Zygmunt Bach's departure, Simon felt a sudden disorientation. It was exceedingly difficult for him to associate the plague with dark wizards. Could it be that dark wizards of this era had become so depraved? What is the Black Death? A terrifying plague. Once it spreads, it signifies mass extinction, potentially sweeping across all of Europe. Even the infamous Voldemort pales in comparison to such horror. Calm down, Simon murmured to himself. Regardless, this most perilous dark wizard has no bearing on my life. Indeed, as long as the unfortunate do not include me, all is well. Simon is no Harry Potter, nor is he any savior. The deaths of muggles do not concern him in the slightest. Simon directed his attention to the box left behind by Zygmunt Bach before his departure. It was a pitch-black wooden box containing 2 door keys. However, Simon dared not recklessly seize it. After all, the old wizard had succumbed to the Black Death. Who could ascertain whether this object harbored any malevolent viruses? The mere thought was terrifying. It was wise to exercise caution. Nevertheless, Simon felt a surge of joy, for he now possessed the key. In just a few days, once he confirmed that he had not contracted the Black Death, he could pass through the portal and venture to Diagon Alley, ultimately returning home. Indeed, he was finally liberated from the anxiety of the arduous journey. There was nothing left to worry about. He could finally return home. Simon raised the box with his wand, contemplating how to disinfect it without damaging the door key. What method would be most effective? The simplest way to disinfect would be to incinerate it, directly eliminating any germs and viruses. However, he was uncertain if this approach was reliable. If the door key were to be ruined, he would find himself in a truly lamentable situation. Abandoning the idea of fire, Simon resolved to pursue a more complex method, boiling a pot of water and immersing the item within. As for the iron pot, he could easily procure one using a transfiguration spell, and he had ample water reserves at his disposal. Yet, he was taken aback to learn that Tom had been infected. Simon regretted having kept his distance from the man. A glance at the carriage filled him with trepidation. Tom had never come into contact with the afflicted, yet he had still contracted the plague. The Black Death was indeed terrifying. This place was no longer safe. A thorough disinfection was imperative. In truth, Simon was mistaken. Tom had interacted with the townsfolk during a crisis, but due to the urgency and his deliberate concealment, this fact remained undisclosed. People often harbor a sense of luck. Unfortunately for Tom, he was not so fortunate. Simon had already awakened the unconscious Sherry with a spell. The red-haired maiden, dazed, rose from the ground and murmured in confusion, "What has happened to me?" "Do not worry, he is not an enemy." Zygmunt Bach merely sought to treat the residents infected with the Black Death, but he failed. Upon hearing this, Sherry's expression froze, and as she lifted her gaze, she was startled to see flames in the distance. The infected town is on fire. Zygmunt had set the town ablaze, and he was too weak to prevent the residents from fleeing their homes. Simon hesitated, choosing not to voice his thoughts. While somewhat cruel, the old wizard's actions were justified. Did he choose to kill everyone in the town? Sherry was nearly stunned by the brutality of this notion. The town housed at least 1,000 souls. Would they all perish? Zygmunt had no alternative. If he did not act, the plague would swiftly spread, bringing calamity upon all. Simon paid her no mind, directing the box into the pot, while using a spell to extract the 2 keys from within. The door key was triggered upon contact, necessitating special handling. Otherwise, Simon would have incinerated the black box long ago. If I had not acted, I would have burned the town as well. What are you boiling? Sherry, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from pursuing the topic further. After scanning their surroundings for the coachman, she inquired, "Where has Tom gone?" Zygmunt mentioned that Tom had been infected with the Black Death, which is why he took him away before leaving. "Are you joking?" Sherry was aghast. "What do you think?" "He is dead." "Yes, he has likely perished in the flames." Simon remained focused on the pot, praying that the door key would remain intact. "By the way, you should avoid touching Tom's belongings," he cautioned. "What about us?" Zygmunt suggested that they had not yet been infected. However, as a precaution, They should wait a few more days to observe any changes. Simon looked up to meet Sherry's gaze as he replied, I mean, how do we get home? Sherry's voice trembled. Having lost Tom, her last loyal servant, how would she return to Bedford? Neither she nor Simon could drive, being born into nobility. Sherry was acutely aware of the malice that lurked in people's hearts, and the thought of her potential downfall sent shivers down her spine. Home? I have already devised a way to return. Simon discerned her concerns. You wouldn't abandon me, would you? Sherry suddenly grasped Simon's arm. Her fears of the plague overshadowed by her anxiety of being left alone. You won't leave me behind, will you? She reiterated. At that moment, the red-haired girl had lost her former composure and cunning, transforming into a trembling figure fearful of being forsaken. You can accompany me to London, Simon replied calmly. Given our time together, if we are both well in a few days, I shall take you to London. London? Sherry's eyes sparkled, though she looked at Simon with confusion, asking, how will you take me to London? With this, Simon gestured towards the pot's contents. You can only hope it hasn't been ruined. And we must avoid contracting the plague. As for what you intend to do in London, that is not my concern. Do not expect me to serve as your gallant protector. I might assist you in writing a letter to your father and leave you some money. The rest depends on your luck. Sherry exhaled in relief. Their relationship had been somewhat distant, and it would not have been surprising if Simon had chosen to abandon her. Just moments earlier, she had been racking her brain to devise a way to persuade him. To her astonishment, Simon had agreed without imposing any unreasonable demands. Thank you. Thank you, Simon. You are truly a gentleman. Sherry's eyes glistened with tears as she threw herself into Simon's embrace, hugging him tightly and planting a gentle kiss on his cheek to express her gratitude. Chapter 104, Risky Ventures? I am hungry. Sherry set down her chess pieces, mumbling softly. After several days spent in the wilderness, this pampered noblewoman's spirits had waned. She accepted the bread Simon offered and, after taking a bite, scrunched her face into stays as she inquired, when can we leave? The day after tomorrow. Simon lifted his piece, signaling Sherry's defeated king. You have lost. The current situation was not too dire. They examined their health daily and had yet to discover any signs of infection. Nonetheless, they could not afford to be complacent. For no one knew if the Black Death might lie dormant within. They would wait a few more days to see. Could you please soften the bread? It is too hard to chew. The girl grimaced at the dry crust, muttering, I miss my previous life. You shall return soon. Simon had begun to stoke the fire near a makeshift stone oven. After using a water spell to cleanse the iron pot, he filled it with water and commenced cooking. Magic was truly wondrous. Having spent these days with Simon, Sherry had witnessed the marvels of magic more than once, and now she found herself envious of her cousin. If only I could cast spells too, Simon. Would you teach me magic? Muggles lack magical power and cannot cast spells. Simon explained matter-of-factly. Thus, even if I were to instruct you, it would be futile. What is a muggle? Sherry could not help but inquire. It is a term used to describe those who cannot perform magic, Simon warned, fixing his gaze on the red-haired girl. You should refrain from discussing wizards with others. My forgetfulness charm is not yet perfected, and I do not wish to inadvertently turn you into a fool. Simon had no intention of taking risks. It would be a pity to squander such a rare talent. However, he was resolute in keeping his identity as a wizard concealed. What would happen if it were revealed? Sherry inquired. Can't you fathom it? Simon replied, stirring his spoon slowly to prevent the food from burning. The last time I witnessed someone meet their end by fire was quite unfortunate. Even a noble would not escape the relentless pursuit of the church if their wizardry became known. Well, you're right. Magic is indeed fearsome, Sherry admitted, feeling a tinge of jealousy toward the calm demeanor of this boy. Why was he able to confront such adversities with such composure? Was it solely because he was a wizard? If she were a wizard too, perhaps she could face the current challenges as bravely as Simon did. In truth, while Sherry hesitated to acknowledge it, her time spent with him had compelled her to recognize Simon's exceptional abilities. He was indeed more adept at discretion than she was. She attributed this prowess to his wizardry, believing he possessed some arcane power. All right, let us prepare for our meal, Simon declared, extinguishing the fire and handing a wooden bowl filled with food to Sherry before attending to his own meal. Time flew by, with the two of them often engaged in chess within the makeshift pavilion fashioned from a carriage. At night, they rested there as well. Is it true that there are passers-by in this vicinity? Simon harbored suspicions regarding the possible influence of the old sorcerer's magic. Once we part ways after arriving in London, we shall never meet again, correct? Shirley suddenly inquired. Indeed, we shall not meet again. Thus, you may rest assured, as long as you keep our secret, the curse shall remain dormant. Is there truly a curse? Shirley retorted. Certainly. I would not conceal such matters from you. Otherwise, how do you suppose Talbot transformed into a monster? Did you cast a spell upon me? Shirley pressed further. I would not resort to such methods. But I am capable of taking a life, just as I did with old Taylor. Simon's voice took on a cold tone, aware that she had likely surmised the truth. Hence he chose not to obfuscate. Shirley indeed connected the dots, realizing that old Taylor's transformation into a devil was linked to Simon, as it was far too coincidental. Especially with the connection to Talbot. You would kill me too? If you were to breach our agreement, I would be compelled to end your life myself, Simon declared, furrowing his brow deeply. Therefore, it would be prudent for you not to cause me any trouble. I never imagined that a wretched portrait could lead to such significant complications. As long as you take me to London, I shall uphold my promise. By the way, Simon, do you truly intend to refuse my collaboration regarding the potions? I have withdrawn from the matters of potions. My companion is managing that aspect. Simon delicately declined. What a pity, Shirley lamented, her mood darkening at the mention of potions. The vial you gave me is likely beyond saving. However, if I can safely return home, everything will have been worthwhile. I shall not provide you with another vial. Simon stated coldly. You are well aware of that. I held no expectations. I merely wished to express my frustration. Shirley muttered. In truth, you desire me to invest in you, do you not? Simon suddenly discerned her ulterior motives, causing her expression to stiffen in embarrassment, clearly caught off guard by Simon's insight. What harm is there in that? You must understand the importance of seizing every opportunity, Shirley insisted. Opportunities must be fought for. I do not believe I have erred in my approach. What can I gain from this? If I invest in you, what shall I receive in return? Simon inquired. My friendship. Shirley replied without hesitation. I anticipated you would mention your love. Simon jested. In the eyes of the nobility, marriage is merely a transaction. Shirley huffed in dissatisfaction, expressing her displeasure at Simon's jest. Should you provide sufficient benefits, my father would unhesitatingly marry me off to you. As she spoke of this matter, a hint of melancholy seeped into her tone. As a member of the nobility, you are unlikely to hold any esteem for one of plebeian origins. With your capabilities, it should not be difficult to attain noble status in the future. Shirley suddenly proclaimed, I can assist you. I have no interest in marrying into your family. I did not mean that. Shirley glared fiercely at Simon, fully aware that he was teasing her, yet she restrained herself, akin to how she had once tested Simon, merely engaging in a verbal sparring match. I shall undoubtedly become a wealthy merchant, a lady of nobility. I shall consider it. Investing in you is not out of the question, Simon mused, continuing. However, I cannot shake the feeling that it may yield no returns. If I incur losses, I shall offer myself to you. Shirley declared in a fit of pique, confident in her abilities, much like Simon. What is it that you wish me to do? Simon dismissed her vexation, his thoughts drifting to Alice at the apothecary, pondering how she fared now. Chapter 105, The Key in Diagon Alley Splendid. I have not contracted the Black Death. I am finally safe and can leave this dreadful place. At this moment, even the most refined noble maiden could not help but exclaim joyfully upon confirming her immunity to the plague. Let go, let go, Simon exclaimed, feeling as though his very bones might shatter under the exuberant grasp of the girl who was pulling him up and down. I apologize. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Shirley quickly released her hold, casting an embarrassed glance at Simon. Now, how shall we depart from this place? Through the key, Simon replied, surveying the surroundings he had inhabited for several days, letting out a sigh. I shall tidy up here before we leave. Simon released the famished horses with a cutting spell. And then, in a blaze of flames, he incinerated everything, including the chess set and the carriage they had used. What a pity. For there would be no worthy adversary left. Sherry murmured softly as she watched the boy wielding his wand, setting the world ablaze. Let us proceed. This method may indeed be somewhat uncomfortable. Simon tucked his wand into his pocket and retrieved the wooden box given to him by the old wizard. It was a two-tiered box, each layer containing a door key. You must hold my hand, and when I count to 3, we shall both place a finger on this wooden key, and it will transport us directly to Diagon Alley, Simon instructed once more. Understood. Sherry nodded, indicating her comprehension. Then let us begin. Simon grasped Sherry's hand, placed the door key on the ground, and as he extended his finger, he exclaimed, 1, 2, 3. Simultaneously, they reached out to touch the key, as if an invisible hook had tugged at them, lifting their feet from the ground and spinning them into the air. Simon could sense Sherry by his side, and together they soared forward like a gust of wind, their surroundings obscured. His index finger remained firmly attached to the key, as though it possessed a magnetic force, drawing him closer and closer until thud. His feet landed heavily on the ground, causing him to stumble and fall. Sherry fared worse, collapsing directly beside him, while the wooden door key tumbled a short distance away. Child, are you all right? A voice suddenly resonated in his ear, and a hand pulled Simon up from the ground. Thank you. Simon rose awkwardly, reaching into his pocket to retrieve his wand, scanning his surroundings with confusion. He found himself in a secluded alley, next to a middle-aged woman in her 30s, slightly plump. May I ask who you are? Diana Doddridge, proprietor of the Broken Cauldron. Thank you, ma'am. I wish to check on my friend. Simon, still dizzy and feeling nauseous, barely caught her name. Did you arrive via apparition? No. That doesn't seem right. Is it the key? Diana's gaze fell upon the wooden key, her brow furrowing slightly. She clearly did not believe they had used apparition. However, noticing the boy's wariness, she refrained from pressing further. Sherry, are you all right? Absolutely dreadful, Sherry replied, struggling to rise but failing. Ma'am, I think my friend needs to rest. Simon pressed his hands against his head, shaking himself to regain clarity. He then produced the sickles from his pocket and offered it to her, saying, Is this enough for lodging? You needn't offer so much, child. Diana looked at the sickles with surprise, pondering their identities. No, please, do not hesitate. We may require further assistance. I need two owls, along with some water and food, as we plan to depart this afternoon. Simon continued. I believe my friend may need some time to recuperate. Would you kindly help her up? Oh, certainly. Child, are you all right? Diana extended her hand to assist Sherry. Simon wielded his wand and placed the door key into the box before following Diana into the house. Externally, it appeared to be a modest tavern. Yet the interior was far more spacious than he had anticipated. Two patrons were seated within, sipping their drinks, both casting surprised glances at Simon and his companion. Diana, who are these two children? One of them inquired. I'm not sure. They seem to have used the door key and are now a bit overwhelmed by it. Diana replied with a hint of exasperation. I'll take them upstairs to rest. Children, don't push yourselves. Diana expressed her concern, glancing at Simon, aware that he was struggling to maintain composure. This is rather unfortunate, Simon mumbled, downing the water in his cup, only to immediately regurgitate it. I apologize. I shall clean this up with a spell. He endeavored to regain his focus, attempting to stabilize his emotions. Madam, could you kindly procure 2 owls for me? The cost is of no concern. Don't be foolish, child. Sending a letter will cost merely a canute. Diana replied as she used a cleaning charm on Simon's mess before stepping out of the room. Are you all right? Simon asked, seated on a chair. Observing the red-haired girl reclining on the bed, knowing she was still conscious. I feel nauseous. I never imagined wizarding travel could be so distressing. Shirley's complexion was pale, and she appeared somewhat dizzy, fortunate that they had not eaten anything that morning. Where exactly are we? The Leaky Cauldron in London, Simon explained after sipping some water. We have arrived in London. Let us rest for a bit, and in the afternoon, I shall escort you away from here. Shortly, that lady will bring the owls. If you wish to write, you may send a letter to friends or relatives here. Have we really made it to London? Shirley asked, a hint of disbelief in her tone. Indeed, we have. At that moment, a knock echoed on the wooden door, and Diana entered, accompanied by 2 gray owls. Simon retrieved several nuts and handed them over, but Diana waved them away with a smile. Your earlier payment is more than sufficient. Madam, does the Leaky Cauldron have a flu network? I need to make a trip to Hogsmeade. Simon continued his inquiry. Certainly. Child, just let me know when you need it. Diana said with a smile. Excellent. I may need to use it when I leave this afternoon. Simon took out a quill and swiftly wrote on parchment. I will return shortly, Simon. He then sent the owl off with the letter. After a brief respite at the Leaky Cauldron to recover from the disorientation of the door key, Simon took Shirley back to the Muggle world after they had lunch. Before departing, Simon produced a small, bulging leather pouch from beneath his cloak and handed it to Shirley, unable to suppress a smile at her astonished expression. Congratulations on persuading me. Consider this my investment in you. Wishing you luck, clever little fox. Thank you. Shirley was at a loss for words and gently embraced Simon. Both were acutely aware that once they parted ways here, they would likely never meet again. The notion of investment was merely a poor excuse. Simon's so-called investment was essentially a fleeting gesture, one he did not mind at all. Whether it was beauty potions or gold coins, Simon lacked nothing now. These things no longer held the significance they once did. As for whether the astute red-haired girl would succeed as she claimed, Simon could not say. He could only assist her to the best of his abilities. After their simple farewell, Simon turned and left. Moments later, a carriage halted nearby. Shirley conversed briefly with the driver before boarding and departing. In a dim corner, Simon watched the carriage vanish before he turned back to the Leaky Cauldron. After more than half a month, he was finally able to return home. I loathe this method of travel, Simon exclaimed as he stumbled from the fireplace. His body covered in soot, coughing from the smoke. Be careful, mate, don't. The initially grumbling voice abruptly ceased, replaced by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Before Simon could even rise, someone grasped his shoulders and hoisted him from the ground. The speaker was Janice, the young wizard gazing in astonishment at the disheveled Simon, eagerly asking, "Where have you been lately?" When Dick said, Janice swallowed the words, "You're dead. You're nearly crushing my bones," Simon complained, reaching into his pocket for his wand, ready to retaliate if Janice did not release him. "Apologies, mate. I'm just so thrilled you're alive." Janice quickly loosened his grip, embarrassed, and scratched his head, realizing his previous exuberance. He swiftly changed the subject, asking, "What happened with you and Jorelson? We've been searching everywhere for news of you. I am quite alive. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here." Simon shot Janice a glare and grumbled, "Any matters can wait. I need to return home for some much-needed rest. I haven't had a decent sleep in days." Regardless of Janice's thoughts, Simon maneuvered around him and exited the tavern. At this hour, the Hog's Head Inn was devoid of patrons. Upon stepping onto the familiar path, Simon felt his tense emotions begin to ease. He quickened his pace and soon spotted Alice in the distance. The blonde girl had noticed him and rushed into his embrace. "I'm back." The midday sun blazed, casting the street in solitude. "Wonderful. I thought Alice's little face would be drenched in tears," she said, her words choked with emotion. "Enough with the tears. I'm here now, aren't I?" Simon gently patted Alice's back and took her hand as they walked towards the apothecary. Once home, Simon and Alice shared stories of the happenings during his absence. To Simon's astonishment, he discovered that his warnings left for Alice had led everyone to believe he had been eliminated by Jorlson. No wonder Janice had reacted as he did earlier. That fellow was likely busy writing letters to others. Initially, Simon had not intended to mislead anyone. He merely sought to provide Alice with an avenue of escape should he meet an unfortunate end. He never anticipated it would yield such unintended consequences. Be good. Don't cry. Simon comforted the girl while pouring hot water into a wooden basin, preparing for a relaxing bath to soothe his body before indulging in a restful sleep. As for other matters, they could wait until after his slumber. After cleansing himself and drying off, Simon donned a loose nightgown. He waved goodbye to Alice and ascended the stairs to rest, too weary to tidy up the bathing basin. The attic remained pristine, as Alice had kept it clean in his absence. It felt delightful to be home, reclining upon his familiar bed. Simon felt the cool breeze gently caressing his face as he slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, at the Hogshead Inn, Janice had already penned letters to Windick and Gwendolen, conveying the delightful news of Simon's return. By evening, both received Janice's correspondence and hastened to the apothecary, only to be informed by Alice that Simon was asleep. They chose not to disturb his rest, understanding that Simon had evidently endured considerable hardship to arrive at the inn, especially after the loss of Jorlson's assistance, which compelled him to seek refuge by the fireplace in Diagon Alley before returning to Hogsmeade. The three of them were engrossed in discussion at the Hogshead regarding the implications of Simon's return in the absence of Jorlson. They were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Jorlson was dead, and it was likely that Simon bore responsibility for his demise. This revelation left them all profoundly shaken. The killer truly lives up to the reputation, Gwendolen remarked, only to be met with a stern glare from Windick. Regardless, they were certain that Simon would provide them with an explanation. He would. Simultaneously, Phyllis, who had just been dining, received Windick's letter. The young witch tucked the letter into her pocket, feeling quite pleased. After all, Simon's return alleviated her sisterly concerns regarding Alice. What is it? The potions professor inquired of his promising student. He has returned, Phyllis replied, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips, only to be replaced by a frown as she added, however, I suspect Jorlson has perished. This indeed posed a significant dilemma. The potions professor, however, appeared unfazed, remarking, it seems we shall simply need to find another. Could we sell that house to Simon? Phyllis hesitated before suggesting, I believe he can afford the price. After a lengthy pause, the potions professor finally responded, not a single galleon less. Chapter 107. Inheritance. Simon opened his eyes, still hazy from sleep, to find himself in a dimly lit room that felt remarkably familiar. Suddenly, his expression stiffened as he sensed a slight movement beneath the covers. Soon, a small head emerged from the thin blanket, revealing Alice's tender little face. Are you awake, Simon? Alice nestled in Simon's embrace, radiating warmth like a little furnace in the approaching summer heat. However, Simon did not mind this cozy sensation. He could feel the concern in the girl's tone. I'm awake. I slept so well. He squinted and lazily yawned before pulling back the blanket and sitting up. Has anyone come to see me? Janice and the others came looking for you, Alice replied, pouting slightly, clearly not fond of those three individuals. Oh, let's get up and have breakfast. I'm hungry, Simon said as he rose. Jorlson is no longer here. From now on, it will just be the two of us living together. Do you want to live with me, Alice? Yes, I would love to. I like you the most, Simon, Alice exclaimed, wrapping her arms tightly around him and burying her head in his chest. All right, let us fill our stomachs. I'm already starving. Simon noticed Alice's quiet sobs and sighed inwardly, gently stroking the girl's head before taking her hand to descend the stairs together. To celebrate Simon's safe return, Alice had prepared a delightful array of food. However, their warm mealtime was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Windick and his companions, who seemed to have timed their visit perfectly. They were overjoyed to see Simon unharmed and enthusiastically offered him their well wishes. After breakfast, the four of them gathered in the hall, and Simon took the initiative to recount recent events. You might have guessed it, since I am still alive. Jorlson must have met his demise. He discreetly observed the reactions of the others, which were rather subdued, as if they were hearing of a mere chicken being slain. Why did Jorlson want to kill you? Windick asked, voicing the question that weighed on everyone's mind. Why? Simon's lips quirked slightly as he coldly replied. Perhaps it was because I used Jorlson to execute my revenge plan. Half a month ago, old Taylor hired a dark wizard to kill me. But fate had it that Jorlson crossed paths with that dark wizard and nearly fell victim himself. Fortunately, I returned just in time, and together we vanquished that unfortunate dark wizard. In retaliation, we conspired to eliminate old Taylor, and then he turned against me. Honestly, the experience of the heart-crushing curse was quite unbearable, Simon recounted nonchalantly. However, his words caused a palpable tension in the atmosphere. After all, for a minor wizard to employ the heart-crushing curse was utterly unforgivable, even for many adult wizards who might not withstand such malevolent dark magic. How did you defeat him? Janice couldn't help but inquire. Of course, it was with this, Simon replied, producing a flintlock pistol and placing it on the table with a smirk. Jorlson thought that by taking my wand and using the heart-crushing curse, he had rendered me powerless to resist. Little did he know, he was unprepared for the flintlock pistol. A lead bullet struck his heart, and he died instantly. Wendick gaped in astonishment, giving Simon a thumbs up in support. In truth, there may have been another reason why Jolson sought to kill me. I know he had murdered a family of Muggle aristocrats over some romantic entanglement. Perhaps he intended to loot and flee. Simon's tone held a hint of mockery, knowing the secret and using him for my revenge. It was only natural for Jolson to wish me dead. A heavy silence enveloped the room as they contemplated Jolson's character and the veracity of Simon's claims. It was indeed true that Jolson had ruthlessly employed dark magic to slay a family of Muggle aristocrats, yet he had escaped conviction due to insufficient evidence. Regardless, his demise was a consequence of his own making. Simon swiftly absolved himself of any guilt. What do you plan to do next? Wendick suddenly inquired. What else can I do? I will continue to live here. I have nowhere else to go. Simon replied with a resigned smile. The money Jolson left behind, along with the profits from the beauty potions, should suffice until I reach adulthood. That's good to hear. Wendick nodded in agreement. However, this house doesn't seem to belong to Jolson. Simon's expression stiffened as he abruptly inquired, what must I do if I wish to continue residing here? Wendick reassured him. I will look into the owner of this property and negotiate with them. They should be willing to relinquish it. It won't require much, as the wealth left behind by Jolson is more than sufficient for your needs. By the way, although Jolson has passed, his belongings remain, and being a Muggle-born, he had no relatives. Who will inherit this fortune? If Simon, the one who ended his life, were to become the heir, it would indeed be rather ironic. You are not a qualified heir. However, with a little effort, the Wizarding Council could certainly acknowledge you, thereby alleviating much of the hassle. Wendick gently patted Simon's shoulder in consolation, adding, having acquired such a fortune without effort is quite fortunate. Simon shook his head, indicating his indifference. Though inwardly he had cursed the members of the Wizarding Council, these individuals were even greedier than he had imagined. What shall become of this apothecary? Does anyone intend to take it over? Simon asked, surveying the room. The others exchanged glances, but no one responded, clearly uninterested. Very well, then. The apothecary shall close. After all, I cannot sustain it alone. Simon remarked dismissively, then continued, what about the beauty potions? The beauty potions can continue, but our source of raw materials is quite troublesome, Wendick replied with a hint of resignation. In that case, we shall share Jolson's portion. I propose you take 40%. And you must handle all matters regarding raw materials and production yourself. I will merely take a small sum, if you believe I am taking too much. I can forego my share, as the original portion is enough for me. Simon decisively relinquished his share of the profits. No need for that, it is rightfully yours. Without your plan, we would not have earned such a substantial sum. At that moment, the door of the apothecary was rapped upon, and Phyllis strode in, casting a glance at everyone before fixing her gaze on Simon. This house belongs to Aunt Lisiva, and I have devised a solution for you. With that, the golden-haired girl produced a scroll from her pocket and placed it before Simon, saying, you need to pay 100 galleons. And the ownership of this house will be yours. I am willing to cover this sum. Without hesitation, Simon agreed, understanding that Phyllis was assisting him out of consideration for her sister. If it weren't for Alice, I wouldn't bother helping you, she remarked. Satisfied with Simon's perceptiveness, Phyllis thought to herself that dealing with clever individuals was indeed a relief. Chapter 108. My territory, my rule at the end of June in Hogsmeade. The weather was oppressively warm, inducing a sense of drowsiness. On the 7th day after returning to Hogsmeade, the apothecary was undergoing a thorough cleaning in preparation for the sweltering summer ahead. Alice, you should take a break for a while, Simon said, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow as he addressed the girl beside him, who was diligently sweeping the floor. Simon was meticulously inspecting the structural layout of the apothecary, adhering to the principle of my domain, my rules, as he prepared to undertake a significant transformation of his living environment. The living conditions of this era were undeniably dismal, and previously, Simon had not given much thought to his situation. However, circumstances had changed, and he no longer felt compelled to endure discomfort. Simon also indulged in some water. Alice handed him a cup, and as they surveyed the freshly cleared master bedroom, both were quite pleased with the fruits of their labor after a busy morning. Nonetheless, Simon had no intention of residing in Jolson's room. The windows were far too small. While winter was manageable, the summer heat made the space unbearably stuffy. Initially, Simon had contemplated creating an opening in the wall to slightly modify the room, but reality dealt him a harsh blow. He was disheartened to discover that making alterations to the stone cottage was quite challenging. Any attempt might result in structural collapse. The architectural wisdom of wizards had always defied logic, and Simon humbly acknowledged that he did not possess the requisite skills, at least, not yet. The hall and kitchen had been meticulously reconfigured, and Simon had even managed to carve out a bathroom. As for Jolson's bedroom, it had been repurposed into a storage room for potion shelves and properly processed raw materials. Simon had also moved the potion-making area there. He was planning to relocate from the attic to a room adjacent to Alice's, which previously housed clutter. Simon had his eye on the window in that room. While winter might be chilly, summer was refreshingly cool, and it overlooked the garden. Just as they were discussing how to arrange the room, A sudden knock echoed from the apothecary door. Who could it be? As Simon pondered this, he heard Potter's voice outside. Hey, I heard you mysteriously vanish for a while, and we were all quite worried about you. Potter stepped forward and embraced Simon, glancing at the somewhat disheveled hall. Are you deep in spring cleaning? Sort of. It's been a while since I've seen everyone. Come in. Simon shrugged and opened the door wider, curiously inquiring. What brings you here? ISNT school on break. We just finished our exams, so it was a breeze. The intelligence-enhancing potion works wonders. Weasley flashed Simon a knowing grin. Where have you been lately? Pruitt asked. I ran into a bit of trouble. I took a tour around England and nearly exhausted myself. Would you care for some fruit? I've had a small windfall recently, so I'm finally able to host without worrying about doing the dishes. Simon casually interjected, not wishing to delve into that topic further. Potter and the others noticed Simon's reluctance to discuss it and refrained from pressing further. Honestly, you're such a foodie. You always manage to whip up something new every time we meet. Potter speared a piece of fruit with his fork and took a bite, shivering at the delightful chill. You've really outdone yourself. Your spells have become even more impressive, Pruitt remarked. I can't help but feel like we're learning magic at your school rather than our own. Exactly. Weasley nodded vigorously, his mouth full of fruit. Could you please eat a little slower and leave some for us? Potter rolled his eyes. Apologies, it's just too delicious to stop. Blame this sweltering weather. Weasley defended himself as his hands remained in motion. The small platter of fruit was swiftly devoured, and the group began to chat about recent events. The school year is almost over, and students are preparing to head home. Potter suddenly said, Do you remember that thing I mentioned last time? What thing? Simon asked. Taken aback. I'm inviting you to spend the summer at my house, Potter replied with a smile. My family would be thrilled to have you. Well, Simon hesitated. Can't get away? Potter raised an eyebrow. Not at the moment. Simon sighed, spreading his hands. As you can see, I'm still organizing this place. What about the original owner? I believe his name was Jolson? Weasley queried. He is deceased. This is my home now, Simon sighed. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Weasley offered an apology. That's all right. It's all in the past. Simon waved his hand dismissively. So, you inherited his estate. Pruitt finally grasped why Simon had mentioned his recent financial gain. Once you've settled in here, I'll have my family invite you over for a few days. Potter declared, steering the conversation back with an air that left no room for refusal. Simon remained silent, deftly diverting the conversation. How do you all leave Hogwarts? He inquired. Do the professors handle the transportation, or do family members come to Hogsmeade to collect you? No, we will use a portkey to return, Pruitt explained. However, when we first arrived, our families used apparition to bring us to Hogsmeade. From then on, it is said that we always use portkeys. Although I've heard using them can be quite uncomfortable. Indeed, it's rather unpleasant. I've experienced a portkey, and the sensation was utterly dreadful, so brace yourselves. Simon recalled his own unfortunate experience with a portkey and couldn't help but express a hint of schadenfreude, saying, perhaps Potter will enjoy it. It's more exhilarating than apparition. Potter and his companions busied themselves tidying the hall, showcasing their recent mastery of spells. In truth, they accomplished little more than moving some furniture. The remainder of their time was spent recounting amusing anecdotes from Hogwarts. The only source of regret among the group was Slytherin's victory in this year's House Cup. Upon discussing this matter, the trio clenched their teeth, clearly aware that Slytherin students had employed rather unscrupulous tactics. Potter and his friends did not linger for long, as they planned to visit the Hogshead Inn. Don't worry about me. I will take care of myself. Alice emerged, looking at Simon. However, not just yet. We must first settle our home. Simon ruffled Alice's hair and continued. Tomorrow, we shall go to Diagon Alley together to acquire an owl, as Paws has passed away. Alice hesitated but eventually spoke. Simon, I would like a cat. Of course, we can certainly find one. Simon's expression stiffened at the thought of involving his sister. Can we take my sister with us tomorrow? Is that not permissible? Alice appeared slightly disappointed. Very well, I shall write her a letter. Chapter 109. The cat. As the summer holidays neared their end, Phyllis did not decline Simon's suggestion, promptly agreeing and sending him a reply. The following day, Phyllis arrived with the prepared polyjuice potion. I feel it unnecessary, Simon interjected as Phyllis retrieved the potion. His previous experiences had shifted many of his views. He believed it unnecessary for Alice to continue consuming the polyjuice potion. Even if it was a dud, there was no need for subterfuge. Phyllis ultimately did not press the matter, though she was quite taken aback by Simon's decision and felt a twinge of disappointment, for Alice had acquiesced to Simon's choice. Her sister no longer clung to her as she once did, no longer seemed to need her as she had before. Phyllis could not comprehend the allure this boy possessed that had so quickly captivated her sister in merely 6 months. She scrutinized Simon but ultimately abandoned her probing. She understood that Simon would not appreciate her attempts. She herself disliked being seen through, and there was no need for their relationship to sour, leaving Alice awkwardly caught between them. The trio traveled to Diagon Alley via the Floo network from the Hogshead Inn, as Simon had not considered using the portkey in hand. In unnecessary circumstances, he certainly did not wish to experience the disorienting sensation of a portkey again. It was simply too dreadful. Simon first visited Gringotts, depositing the wealth he had acquired from Old Taylor into his vault. ensuring that the treasures hidden within his unnoticeable extension bag remained undisclosed. He had another matter to attend to at Gringotts, the wealth of Jorson that had been stored there. Unfortunately, that fortune had severely diminished, now reduced to merely 1/3 of its original value. By paying this price, Simon secured his rightful inheritance. Although he could have clandestinely appropriated this wealth, it was unnecessary to invite trouble upon himself. Spending a bit of money to resolve Jorson's issues was a shrewd transaction. After all, Old Taylor's assets were of paramount importance. However, Simon couldn't help but lament the Wizarding Council, a gathering of vampires who, regardless of the era, seemed to be inescapable. With matters at Gringotts settled, Simon met up with his sisters at a nearby beverage shop. The two sisters bore a striking resemblance. Yet their temperaments were markedly different. The younger sister, Alice, was rather timid, while the elder sister, Phyllis, was excessively assertive. They represented two extremes. "Have you resolved everything at Gringotts?" Phyllis inquired. "Yes, let us head to the magical creatures shop." Simon replied with a smile directed at Alice. "I wonder if we can find a cat with a raccoon lineage." "Why seek a raccoon-blooded cat? I don't believe a regular domestic cat is lacking," Phyllis remarked, her lips curling in disdain. "Raccoon-blooded cats are typically more intelligent," Simon retorted, casting a glance at Phyllis. Clearly, a raccoon lineage would not suit Alice. It could be too perilous. Phyllis remained silent, having already formulated her objections upon hearing Simon mention a raccoon-blooded cat. She had not anticipated Simon's deep concern for Alice's pet. She assumed he merely wished to procure a simple domestic cat. The magical creatures shop was nestled on the outskirts of Diagon Alley, concealed in a rather obscure location. Without the guidance of Diana, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, they would have struggled to locate it. According to her, the establishment dealt in various contraband magical creatures. "Found it. I never imagined such a place existed in Diagon Alley," Simon mused, gazing at the modest sign above, momentarily speechless. Had he merely glanced, he could have easily overlooked it. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man adorned with a pointed hat, who appeared somewhat astonished as Simon and his companions entered. "I hope to find a raccoon-blooded cat," Simon declared, scanning the cages filled with an array of peculiar magical creatures, ultimately fixing his gaze on a row of enclosures containing several adorable kittens. "Raccoon-blooded cats? Regrettably, I do not have any, but you have a splendid alternative," the shopkeeper enthusiastically suggested. "Recently, someone brought in a raccoon." He gestured towards a small cage, indicating a yellow raccoon that bore a resemblance to a cat, yet possessed a lion-like tail. "It seems rather lethargic." Phyllis frowned, adamantly opposed to such a perilous magical creature being near her sister. "Indeed, it is merely adjusting." Having just arrived, the shopkeeper eagerly extolled the virtues and benefits of raccoons, unwilling to let this sale slip away. "Perhaps not. I believe a gentler British Shorthair would be more suitable." Simon assessed the raccoon, sensing its intelligence through its large, curious eyes. "Let's get a regular British Shorthair." "That one seems perfect." Phyllis pointed at a kitten in a nearby cage. Upon hearing their conversation, the raccoon began to protest, tapping its paw against the cage in discontent. "Quiet, Hobbs, quiet," the shopkeeper said, exasperatedly gesturing towards Simon. "You can see for yourself. It is quite intelligent, simply not fond of disparaging remarks." "Oh my goodness." The shopkeeper's words barely left his mouth before the raccoon expertly pushed open the cage door and leapt onto Phyllis's head, resembling a fuzzy hat. Phyllis's expression darkened, her body quivering slightly as she commanded, "Get down." Simon and Alice tugged at Simon's arm. "All right, I know you can understand human speech. Come down now," Simon instructed. The raccoon hopped down from Phyllis's head and nestled in front of Alice, seeking affection, clearly having discerned who its future owner would be. "I still believe it is too dangerous," Phyllis said, turning the creature around. "If you dare harm Alice, I shall have you for dinner." "Please, sister," Alice pleaded. "Perhaps it will be very obedient." The girl cradled the raccoon, gazing at Simon with hopeful eyes. "Very well, how much?" Simon turned to the shopkeeper and inquired. "1 galleon. Thank you for your patronage." The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together. "Do you not find that price rather steep?" Simon countered. "Are you not concerned we may not afford it?" "I doubt many can." The expression on the shopkeeper's face froze in shock. Granite, it's meal time." Alice softly called into the yard. A yellow blur darted into the hall. Granite was the new name Alice had given to the raccoon. "Do not wander too far. The holidays are approaching, and many outsiders will be visiting Hogsmeade." Simon placed the raccoon down at its designated feeding area, setting a bowl of food before it. As he observed the furry little creature, Simon recalled the events of that day, although he had indeed spent a galleon on the raccoon. The shopkeeper had also included numerous small items. For instance, Granite now had a cozy sleeping mat, a food bowl, a finely woven cage, and a small bag of cat food that the raccoon favored. To top it off, the shopkeeper had generously provided him with a booklet on how to care for raccoons. Raccoons primarily consume meat, and if they do not forage for themselves upon reaching maturity, a typical wizarding household would find it challenging to maintain one. Nevertheless, keeping it offered certain advantages. Upon Granite's arrival at his new home, the mice within had met their untimely demise, becoming its sustenance. One must acknowledge Simon's inexplicable fear of the Black Death during this era. Both residents of the house adored this clever little creature, which caused no trouble and was quite easy to care for. At most, it would lead the garden gnomes into a frenzy. The thorough cleaning of the house was nearing completion. The apothecary had been rejuvenated, and the once oppressive atmosphere had vanished entirely. Simon had also vacated the attic, transforming it into his new study, where he could bask in the ample daylight streaming through the window. Suddenly, a clamor erupted outside, shattering the tranquil morning. Simon closed his book and peered down, noticing a surge of unfamiliar wizards flooding into Hogsmeade. Is Hogwarts on break? This was undoubtedly a portent. By midday, Simon's suspicions were confirmed as several students arrived from Hogwarts, led by 2 house representatives who were there to escort students to Hogsmeade. Gather at White Weasel Mountain. Furls Lombarton shouted loudly, holding a list in his hand, responsible for distributing the keys to others. Naturally, not everyone required a key to return home, as some pure-blooded wizards' families would come to escort their children back. Simon suddenly noticed Porter waving at him and promptly descended the stairs. I'll write to you soon, don't refuse, Porter said, grinning as he adjusted the asymmetrical large package on his back. The levitation charm is working quite well, isn't it? You're impressive, Simon replied with a smile. I was wondering when you would be able to carry so much luggage with ease. Godric's Valley is here to collect the gate keys, called Fulst Lombard. Oh, I must be off, Porter muttered, bidding farewell to Simon as he hurried away. Are you living here now? Asked Leah Edwin. Her curiosity piqued as she spotted Simon emerging from the apothecary. Yes, I reside here now, Simon nodded. It must be quite tough. Leah expressed sympathy for Simon, reflecting on how he had been forced to leave Hogwarts due to Voldemort's actions. Tough? Not really. While leaving Hogwarts was indeed a bit regrettable, it's quite pleasant here. This is my new home, Simon replied with a smile, bending down to scoop up Granny, preventing it from troubling the house elves delivering luggage. Is that a cat? Leah inquired, staring uncertainly at the furry creature in Simon's hands. It's a Kneazle, a magical creature, Simon explained, stroking its fur. Perhaps it's your first time seeing house elves, which is why you're a bit excited. Am I interrupting you? Weasley chimed in playfully as he approached, peering around as if searching for something. By the way, where's Porter? Over there, getting ready to head home. Simon pointed ahead. When do you leave? My father has come. He will take my sister and me away. Sister? Simon exclaimed, his eyes widening. I had no idea you had another sister. You probably haven't heard, Ralston has a younger sister, and Charlie has an older brother, Weasley remarked, looking at Granny in Simon's arms. When did you get a cat? It's quite a clever little creature. Fool, that's a Kneazle. Another familiar voice interrupted their conversation. Charlie Pruitt strolled over and said, I just saw Ralston leave. His family didn't come to pick him up, poor fellow. Oh, hello, Edwin. When do you leave? Wait, it's not my turn yet. Edwin glanced toward Fulst Lombard, who was monitoring the situation. Phyllis, what are you doing here? A red-haired girl exclaimed, spotting Phyllis just stepping out of the apothecary. Of course, I came to check on my junior. Phyllis deftly covered her intentions, gesturing towards Simon and explaining. He has been doing quite well since being expelled from school. The red-haired girl curiously observed Simon as she approached and asked, Mike, is this your friend? Simon, I mentioned him to you, Weasley introduced. Hello, I'm Simon Green, a friend of Mike's. I've heard of you. I'm Ina Weasley, Mike's sister. Do come visit my home sometime. And you too. Charlie, the red-haired girl turned to Charlie before addressing her brother. All right, we should leave. I received a letter last night. Our family won't be coming to pick us up, so we have to collect the gate keys. Oh no, Weasley exclaimed with exasperation upon hearing the unfortunate news. Well, I must be off too. Charlie waved goodbye to Simon as he departed. Edwin felt somewhat awkward. Their relationship was rather ordinary. The girl's situation at Hogwarts hadn't been particularly favorable, and due to her muggle noble status, she had few friends to converse with. When Lombard called out the location, she hurried over. Take good care of my sister. I'm off. Phyllis was the last to leave. As time passed, the number of Hogwarts students dwindled, and several professors spent considerable time ensuring all students had departed. Professor Lombard. After the last group of students had left, Simon approached Fulst Lombard. It seems you've been faring well lately, Fulst Lombard said kindly, gazing at Simon. However, do not neglect your studies. It's been quite some time since you last wrote to me. Simon awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, well, I wish to see my family. Oh, very well. Once I finish my business here, I shall take you there this evening, Professor Lombarden replied with a nod. Chapter 111. Family with a crackling sound. 2 figures materialized in the stillness of the street. We have arrived. Your family resides in this town, Professor Lombarden remarked, glancing at Simon, whose face appeared somewhat pale. Do you need a moment to rest? No, I'm fine. Simon shook his head in refusal. I just need to adjust to the manifestation of phantoms. His primary concern was to ascertain whether his family was safe and sound. Does the professor know the precise location of my family? Simon inquired. Follow me. Professor Lombarden beckoned, leading Simon down a poorly kept alleyway, where he pointed to a dilapidated wooden house. They are temporarily residing here. Simon felt as though his throat was constricted, and with a heavy sigh, he remarked, I wish to enter and have a clandestine meeting with them, with the assistance of Professor Lombard. Simon finally had the opportunity to reunite with his family. Before departing, he left behind a bag brimming with gleaming coins on the table. Mother, father, come quickly and see what this is. Moments later, Common, alerted by the commotion and carrying an oil lamp, discovered the leather pouch on the table. Upon opening it, he was astounded by the silver coins within, unable to suppress his astonishment. Soon, Mr. and Mrs. Green were awakened, and upon exiting their room, they were struck by the sight of their son meticulously counting the coins. Where did this money come from? Mr. Green stammered in disbelief. Surely you must know. I heard a noise and came downstairs to find this bag of coins. It is a gift from God. Common exclaimed, his lips trembling with excitement, his words slightly slurred. Yet, the pouch filled with coins was not a divine gift. It was Simon's offering to his family. Inside lay a substantial amount of shillings, with a few gold coins nestled among the silver. Is this truly sufficient? Professor Furlos Lombard inquired, gazing at Simon, who was lost in thought as he stared at the small wooden house. Yes, this will suffice, Simon replied, his expression a complex blend of emotions directed toward the illuminated dwelling. After all, I no longer belong to their world. To my family, my presence as an outsider would only bring unnecessary trouble. This sum should be adequate for them to purchase a home, and the remainder will ensure that Common can marry when he grows older. Seeing that his family was still alive and well filled Simon with joy. He had long been plagued by guilt, for it was his actions that had forced them to abandon their homeland and seek refuge in an unfamiliar place. Living in a dilapidated rented house, the money he bestowed upon them could indeed transform the Green family's circumstances dramatically. Yes, I no longer belong here, Simon sighed, murmuring softly. Feeling a twinge of melancholy, he turned to Professor Lombard and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Professor. I feel much lighter now. It was my fault they lost their home. I must do something to make amends. I understand your sentiments, but it is not easy to sever ties with the Muggle world, Lombard sighed. However, what you are doing is indeed right. Come now. The elder placed a comforting hand on Simon's shoulder, and together they vanished into the enveloping darkness. The two reappeared in Hogsmeade, and upon returning to the apothecary, Simon expressed his gratitude to the elder. Thank you, Professor. Child, it is late. You should return and rest. Do not be disheartened. You are not without resources, Lombard reassured him. Simon stood before the apothecary, gazing at the retreating figure before he turned to enter the shop. Simon, are you back? Alice, drowsily resting her head on the table, stirred at the sound and murmured sleepily. If you're tired, you should head back and rest. Simon said with a hint of amusement. Did you see your family tonight? Alice inquired, stifling a yawn with her hand. Yes, I did. They're all doing well. However, I do not intend to see them again, Simon replied, helping Alice to her feet and guiding her upstairs to rest. Why don't you want to see them again? Alice asked, puzzled. Aren't they your family? Now, Alice is my family, he asserted. Family? Alice exclaimed earnestly. You are my family, Simon. By the way, can I sleep with you tonight? Only this once. Simon chuckled, covering a yawn before quickly washing up and returning to his room. Alice, now clad in light sleepwear, lay on the bed, lost in thought. Would Simon's family miss him? They have already forgotten their memories of me. Perhaps it is for the best. My family are Muggles. To them, I am an outcast. They do not like wizards, even harboring hatred towards them. Therefore, my presence would only trouble them. So it is better I do not appear, Simon spoke softly. Outcast? Alice questioned, perplexed. Why do they hate you, Simon? Just because you are a wizard? It is not hatred. It is fear, Simon sighed gently, explaining, Muggles fear wizards. But why does my family hate me so? Alice asked, bewildered. Everyone seems to despise me solely for being mute? For being different? Alice, your sister does not hate you. Neither do I. Simon reassured her. So, Simon and my sister are the best. Alice buried her head in Simon's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. If I had not met Simon, I do not know what I would have become. Do not dwell on it too much. Isn't everything well now? Simon patted Alice's head, shifting the conversation. By the way, we should think of a new name for our home. What do you think we should call it? How about Rose Cottage? Alice pondered before continuing. A cottage filled with blooming roses sounds beautiful and romantic. Then let it be called Rose Cottage. Simon agreed, though he felt that the name was of little consequence. He continued, however, Alice, you should plant more roses in the future. By the way, rose tea is quite delightful. Once the roses in the garden bloom, we shall dry some for tea. Is it really that good? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? All right, I will certainly help, Alice replied. As the night deepened, the whispers in the room faded into silence. Both Simon and Alice had succumbed to sleep. Above Hogsmeade, a gray owl soared through the night sky, poised to hunt under the cover of darkness. Some information related to Harry Potter will not be explained in detail if you're interested. You may explore the Harry Potter wiki, as this book draws extensively from J.K. Rowling's established lore. Chapter 112, The Potter Family. Simon, I trust you have concluded your tasks over there. My family is eagerly anticipating your visit for a few days. Ralston Porter has already provided the door key. I hope you do not miss the opportunity. Half an hour ago, while tending to the vines in the garden of Rose Cottage, Simon received a letter from Porter. After reading the letter, Simon could not locate the key mentioned within its contents. So he temporarily tucked the letter back into his pocket and continued his work on the vines, intending to respond to Porter once he had completed his tasks. Grapes should be ready for harvest next year. If the yield is abundant, he might even attempt to make some wine. Though Simon does not indulge in alcohol often, he is nonetheless intrigued by the prospect of producing his own wine. As for the winemaking process, he plans to seek advice from the residents of Hogsmeade, who are generally amiable and unlikely to refuse assistance. Ultimately, however, what he desires most is a place to seek respite from the summer heat. Simon tucked his wand back into his pocket, preparing to return to his abode to respond to Potter's letter. Suddenly, he was taken aback as he felt his body ensnared by an unseen force. In the next moment, his vision began to whirl, a harbinger of the portkey's activation, and he found himself whisked away. This is truly absurd. In the instant he was transported by the portkey, Simon finally comprehended what the letter's mention of a portkey entailed. To his astonishment, Potter had transformed the letter itself into a portkey. As the world spun around him, Simon felt an urge to vomit. He closed his eyes. In the next instant, he felt himself crash heavily onto the ground. Struggling on the floor, he had barely the chance to rise when a sudden scream pierced the air. "What is the matter, Mia?" An elderly voice inquired. "Child, are you all right?" Before Simon could gather his thoughts, he felt himself being lifted from the ground. "Thank you. This sensation is truly dreadful," Simon exclaimed, pressing a hand to his forehead and shaking his head, only to cover his mouth as he felt the retching rise within him. "Ah, mate, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. You startled my sister terribly just now," Ralston said, patting Simon's shoulder with a grin. "If you're feeling nauseous, it would be best to expel it. You shall feel better afterward." "You were the one who startled me," Simon retorted, leaning against a tree as he heaved. Unable to withstand the after-effects of the portkey travel, "Ralston, take your friend to the guest room. He needs to rest. I've already warned you all against using portkeys." "Not everyone finds this mode of travel enjoyable," a kindly middle-aged woman remarked as she surveyed the gathering. Beside Mrs. Potter stood a young girl, curiously examining Simon, Potter's sister. "Mia, could I have a glass of water, please?" "I believe I also require an owl," Simon requested as he accepted the water from Potter and took a sip. The portkey's sudden transport was overwhelming. "I must write to Alice, or she shall be in a frenzy over my abrupt disappearance." After quenching his thirst and suppressing the nausea, Simon mustered the strength to compose a letter to Alice. Feeling somewhat drained, he acquiesced to Mrs. Potter's suggestion to rest in the guest room, seeking respite from the discomfort induced by the portkey. "Are you feeling better?" Ralston inquired as he entered the guest room during lunch, handing Simon a letter. It was Alice's reply. She had evidently learned of Simon's departure and assured him that she would take care of herself, alleviating his worries. "That portkey truly caught me off guard," Simon remarked as he folded the letter, rising from the bed with a feigned complaint. "You ought to have clarified things more in your letter. I believe it would have been quite an unexpected surprise. By the way, are you truly all right now?" "The last time I returned, I lay in bed for half the day," Ralston said with a chuckle. "Indeed, it was an unforeseen shock," Simon muttered. "It was only upon my arrival that I realized the letter was the portkey." Suddenly, a knock echoed on the wooden door, and Mrs. Potter appeared, inquiring, "Child, are you well? Can you come down for lunch?" "Yes, fine. We shall head down shortly," Potter replied on Simon's behalf. "Ralston, she was inquiring about you. I recall you took an entire day to recuperate the last time you returned," Mrs. Potter remarked, directing her gaze at Ralston. "My mother disapproves of using portkeys. However, we lack access to the flu network. My father and grandfather deem it unreliable," Ralston explained. "Thus, I must rely on portkeys for school, which is utterly dreadful." I can comprehend her perspective. "Traveling via portkey is indeed quite uncomfortable," Simon said as he rose and stepped onto the wooden floor, surveying his surroundings with newfound confidence. The guest room was modest, featuring a bed adorned with a white sheet, positioned against a wooden window that allowed ample light, revealing a picturesque view of the street outside. As Simon descended the stairs, Mrs. Potter was orchestrating the arrangement of food upon the table with her wand. Mr. Potter engaged in conversation with Mr. Ralston, while a young girl sat at the edge of the table, awaiting the meal. Perhaps sensing the footsteps, several individuals turned their gaze towards the staircase. Unaccustomed to being the focus of so many eyes, Simon stepped forward, extended his hand to Mr. Potter, and introduced himself, saying, "I am Simon Green." "I am Cairns Potter," Mr. Potter replied, a kindly middle-aged man who, noticing Simon's discomfort, reassured him, "There is no need to feel constrained. Ralston has spoken of you." He gestured towards his sister, Mia. "She has been eager to meet you, having heard of your intelligence. By the way, Mia's chess skills surpass even mine." Ralston introduced his sister, expressing his belief that, despite her aspirations for Ravenclaw, she would likely be sorted into Gryffindor. "Hello." Simon greeted the girl with a warm smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mia. Is it true that you are a genius, as my brother claims?" Mia inquired, scrutinizing Simon. "But why can't I see it?" "That is because I have never been a genius," Simon replied with a smile. "Thus, it would be impossible for you to perceive it." "Let us play a game of wizard's chess shortly," Mia declared earnestly. "If you manage to defeat me, I shall concede that you are indeed a genius." Simon found himself at a loss for words. Whether he was a genius or not did not necessitate validation from others. The porter's lunch was bountiful, with Mrs. Porter serving Simon twice and adding eggs and sausages to his plate. Perhaps Mr. Porter had informed them of his less than favorable circumstances, as the family's perception of Simon seemed to linger at the same point it had during the winter break. Chapter 113. The boys dream of flight. After the conclusion of lunch, everyone sat around the dining table, engaging in light conversation. Curiously, Simon inquired, "Why does the key activate when I insert it into my pocket?" Indeed, this was Simon's perplexity and the reason he did not immediately associate the letter with the key. There are distinctions among keys. Some are designed for transmission at specific moments, while others activate instantaneously upon contact. Ralston's grandfather elucidated. Most keys are programmed for time transmission. Ah. Now it all made sense. Simon quickly grasped the situation. Evidently, the key bestowed upon him by the old wizard belonged to the latter category. Instantaneous keys tend to be more troublesome, typically usable only once. The elder gazed at Simon and asked, "Have you encountered an instantaneous key before?" Simon briefly mentioned the key given to him by the old wizard. Logically speaking, the creator of such a key must be an exceptionally skilled alchemist or a powerful sorcerer. For only those individuals could craft a reusable key. The wizarding family was much like what Simon had imagined. They excelled at employing magic to accomplish various tasks, including cooking and washing dishes, which came naturally to them. In the afternoon, while Mr. Porter was out on an errand, Simon sat under the shade of a tree, watching Ralston and Mia play chess, occasionally engaging in light conversation with the two elderly individuals. According to Mr. Porter's grandfather, Godric's Valley was named after Godric Gryffindor and is renowned due to him. Once, many ancient wizarding families resided in Godric's Valley, though only a few remain now. Simon, what are you discussing with Grandpa? How about a game of wizard's chess? Ralston, feeling a bit down after losing to his sister, suggested. In truth, ever since Mia learned to play wizard's chess, he had seldom emerged victorious against her. Sounds good. Simon took Porter's place. If you defeat Mia, I'll lend you my Nimbus broomstick, a masterpiece crafted by Jukes, Ralston encouraged. By the way, do you want me to help you with commands? Ralston added, casting a disapproving glance at his brother. No, thank you. I will do my best, Simon replied with a smile, rearranging the pieces and focusing intently on directing his chess soldiers. Mia was quite skilled at chess, surpassing even Porter, and Simon's pace was somewhat slow. Nevertheless, he maintained an advantage, gradually exchanging pieces with the girl to secure a greater lead. All right, this should secure my victory. With only a few pawns left, Simon moved one forward, finally cutting off the king's last escape route. You seem unfamiliar with wizard's chess, Mia remarked, visibly frustrated. She could tell that Simon was not particularly adept at the game. At times, he struggled to command his pieces effectively, yet he still managed to win. Indeed, I am not very skilled at wizard's chess. However, I have played Muggle chess, and the rules are mostly similar, though Muggle pieces do not move on their own. Simon explained. Hearing Simon's self-deprecation only deepened Mia's disappointment. Do not be disheartened, Mia. There are always wins and losses in chess. Porter consoled his sister before turning to Simon. Shall we fly our brooms in the nearby woods? I would like to explore the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor. Simon was not particularly keen on riding a broomstick. It was rather uncomfortable. After a brief conversation with the elderly at home, Porter led Simon outside. Are there Muggles living nearby? Simon observed the scenery. Godric's Valley was merely a small settlement, and as he walked along the streets, he noted that the population was sparse. In the village center, he discovered a few shops and a tavern. The tavern was rather unpopular, allegedly owned by a wizard, yet many Muggles believed that those who frequented such places were peculiar. Regardless, wizards and Muggles belonged to two distinct worlds. Muggles were often resistant towards wizards, instinctively sensing their oddities, and interactions between the two groups were rare. Oh, it's the little one from the Porter family. How's that broom I made for you? As they prepared to head back, Porter encountered an acquaintance on the way. Old Jukes, a balding middle-aged man, greeted Porter warmly. It's fantastic. I used it to defeat my opponents on the pitch. Porter smiled and waved, introducing Simon. This is Simon, my friend from Hogwarts. Child, do you enjoy flying on broomsticks? Old Jukes asked cheerfully, directing his gaze at Simon. Not particularly. Riding a broomstick is quite uncomfortable. Simon's honest response caused Old Jukes' expression to freeze. Indeed, a poorly made broomstick could be quite uncomfortable. If only we could add a cushion to the broom. I would certainly not mind enjoying the thrill of flight. A cushion? Porter and Jukes were taken aback. They had never considered that Simon might want a cushion on a broomstick, and their imaginations began to run wild. That seems like a splendid idea. But how would it be made to be invisible? Simon replied without hesitation, suggesting a saddle-like cushion. He recalled the discomfort he felt during his first ride on the school's broomstick. Are you thinking of something inappropriate? Ralston noticed Simon glancing at him and couldn't help but ask. I was merely reminiscing about my first flying lesson, Simon chuckled. It certainly wasn't comfortable, especially after sitting for a long time. Ralston's face flushed, and he cleared his throat, quickly shifting the topic. I think it's a brilliant idea. Old Jukes, aren't you going to give it a try? The problem is, I don't know the disillusionment charm. You could consult Professor Furlong Lomberton. I doubt it would be a challenging task. If you are willing, I could offer a few galleons as payment for crafting the broomsticks, Simon suggested. In the wizarding world, broomsticks were akin to luxurious cars that could fly, and while Simon did not despise flying, he merely found riding a broomstick uncomfortable. Wow, when did you become so wealthy? Ralston's eyes widened in disbelief. By the way, I thought you didn't like flying. Every boy has a dream of flight. I am no exception. I just dislike the awful sensation of riding a broomstick. It is truly uncomfortable. All right. Jukes was still somewhat astonished by Simon's offer of several galleons as payment. It was several galleons, not nuts. After regaining his composure, he addressed the two. However, I will not accept your money. Let us go inside and discuss your ideas. Chapter 114. The Broomstick Innovation Plan. Simon, why have you designed the broomstick in this shape? Ralston inquired, staring at the pattern Simon had drawn on the parchment, perplexed. It conforms to ergonomic and aerodynamic principles, Simon replied casually. As a mode of transportation, I believe a broomstick need not resemble a broom. It should be elegant and comfortable, akin to the carriages used by Muggle aristocrats. The broomsticks of this era bore no distinction from ordinary brooms. They were merely straight wooden rods, making it uncomfortable to sit upon. Simon's design, however, revealed a slight curvature and an oddly shaped cushion at the seating area. What do you mean by ergonomic? And what is aerodynamic? Ralston asked, somewhat frustrated, as he struggled to comprehend Simon's terminology, which sounded impressive. Simply put, it means greater comfort while seated and increased speed and agility during flight. Simon smiled at Porter while making alterations to the design with a quill, transforming the original broomstick into something entirely different. Perhaps Simon might not be able to craft the broomsticks himself, yet others could. He is capable of offering advice that transcends centuries beyond this world, enabling others to fabricate flying brooms that far surpass the capabilities of our current era. I suddenly realized that the creation of flying brooms is indeed an intricate discipline. Ralston felt a twinge of conflict. He chose not to partake in the conversation between the two, as he found himself unable to comprehend it. Instead, he began to examine Jukes' workshop, where numerous unformed broom components were stored. Should Jukes wish, he could assemble a broom in a remarkably short span of time. Every profession is a field of study, and the art of crafting flying brooms is no exception. Simon smiled at Jukes and remarked, "Am I correct in my assertion, Mr. Jukes?" "I concur," Jukes replied. Many overlook the vocation of broom making. While most wizards can create flying brooms, the results they yield often lack safety. Jukes gave Simon a thumbs up, growing increasingly fond of him, even experiencing a sense of having found a kindred spirit. During his own endeavors in broom making, Jukes had predominantly conducted solitary research. Yet Simon's series of novel suggestions struck him profoundly. "I have always aspired to create a broom that is both swift and stable. Perhaps this time, success is within reach." Jukes excitedly confided in Simon. "However, I believe your design still requires some refinement. This is but a preliminary concept, and there are numerous areas in need of modification. I shall write to Professor Fools Lombardon shortly. I wonder if he would be interested in contributing to the production of the flying broom. Together, we might just create a marvel." Simon turned to Ralston, who was busy tinkering with a broom, and asked, "Ralston, would you like to participate in the crafting of the flying broom? Is that permissible?" "I certainly cannot make a flying broom," Ralston replied, exasperated, as he spread his hands. "You could test its functionality once it is completed. I am confident you would provide valuable insights. By the way, before